Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Shinigami. United States, New York. This metropolis is known as the center of the world. In addition to the bustling streets and the dazzling light, there were also some hidden dark corners. And the Hell's Kitchen located in Manhattan was precisely such a place hidden under the sun, where fish and dragons mix together. This was a gathering place for countless gangsters and criminals. Even the government and the police were unwilling to or could not manage the areas that were beyond their jurisdiction. The day belonged to justice, the night belonged to evil, and the sentence was the best description of Hell Kitchen. But in the past few days, something strange had happened in the kitchen of hell, causing these lawless people to be terrified. "Hey, Jack," a black man said to the black man next to him, "have you heard? Recently, there seems to be a killer who specializes in picking on gangsters." "Of course, Bob." Jack shrunk his neck and looked around. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered, "My uncle saw with his own eyes the corpses of more than 100 people from Sky Dragon Gang." Hiss. Bob sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but wrap his coat around himself. He shrank his neck and asked, "Really? Don't lie to me. Did your uncle really see it?" "Of course." Jack patted his chest and promised, "My uncle is from the Penguin Gang. At that time, several of them saw it. After my uncle came back, he was so scared that he had nightmares for several nights." Bob's eyes lit up. He immediately became interested and asked, "Tell me, what did your uncle see?" "This. My uncle won't let me tell anyone. If he finds out, he will break my legs." Jack hesitated. "Hey, brother." Bob was a little afraid. He forcefully hugged Jack and said, "I won't tell anyone. Don't worry, I will treat you to a drink tonight. How about it?" "Then. All right." Jack, whose mind was full of bars and young ladies, instantly threw his uncle's warning to the back of his mind and whispered in Bob's ear, "My uncle said that the one who slaughtered the Sky Dragon Gang is not a human but a monster." "Monster." Bob was stunned when he heard that. Then, his face turned a little ugly. "I treat you as a brother. Do you take me as a fool? Where did this monster come from? Is your uncle an illusion caused by sucking powder?" "No, I didn't lie to you. There really is a monster," Jack anxiously explained. "Impossible." Bob snorted and pushed Jack away. "You wanted to trick me into drinking, so you deliberately made up a monster." "Jack, I am so disappointed in you." "It's true, Bob." Jack saw that someone didn't believe him and immediately stretched out 3 fingers, swearing with a serious face, "I can swear to God that my uncle has really seen a monster." Bob still did not believe it. He said disdainfully, "Jack, we are no longer a child. I don't believe those ridiculous bedtime stories. Also, tell your uncle to drug less." "Fuck." Jack scolded angrily, "My uncle did not drug any powder. There really is a monster." "Is that so?" Bob crossed his arms in front of his chest and said impatiently, "I don't believe it. There can't be monsters in this world. If there really is one, then let it come to me. Do you see my fist? I will beat him until he kneels down and calls me daddy." "Huh." Bob sighed for a long time, only to find that Jack did not speak. Instead, he looked at him with horror. "Jack, what's wrong with you?" Bob was a little confused, thinking that he should not be so timid. "Bob. You. Behind you." Jack was full of horror at this moment. His pupils dilated, and his entire body shook like a sieve, as if he had seen something terrifying. "Behind me." There was a trace of doubt on Bob's face. Then, he slowly turned his head, and his expression gradually froze. What replaced it was fear. What entered Bob's eyes was a terrifying mask that was as white as bone ash and looked like a wild beast. Immediately following that were a pair of dark and empty eyes. They were so dark that it seemed as if they could devour souls. Its body was as tall as 5 or 6 floors. There was a fist-sized circular hole in its chest, and its 2 arms were abnormally thick and huge. It looked like an extremely mutated giant ape. Pooh. Bob could even feel the air current that the monster was spewing out from under the mask, as well as a pungent smell of blood. It really was a monster. Jack was not lying. His uncle really saw a monster. Bob's pupils suddenly contracted, and his legs trembled wildly. He almost could not stand steadily. Human. Bob only had time to curse when he saw the terrifying monster open its bloody mouth at him. Poochie. Blood splattered everywhere, and blood and flesh were mangled. The white masked monster's gums squirmed and chewed, and a scene of swallowing a living person appeared on the scene. Poor Bob. The moment it was set up, it was instantly met with retribution. From this, it could be seen that it was best to be honest and not stand casually. Bob. Jack's heart trembled and he was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. His face was full of fear. After swallowing Bob, the white-masked monster seemed to be unsatisfied. It looked at Jack, who was already scared to death, with its greedy red eyes. Help! Under the threat of death, Jack finally gathered his courage and ran out, shouting for help as he ran. Roar! The white-masked monster roared and raised his hand to slap him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 huge fingers swept through the air, suddenly raising a violent gale that surged towards Jack like a huge wave. Ah! Jack's small body was like a leaf in the gale, and in an instant, he was sent flying and then heavily smashed into the wall. Bang! Jack spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy and dizzy. His internal organs were about to be shattered. He could not muster any strength. Boom. 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 Under the moonlight and the night sky, the huge masked monster looked extremely terrifying. It was walking towards Jack step by step. Help! Help! Is there anyone? Save me! Jack's face was twisted in pain and he fell into extreme despair. He cried for help with a face full of fear, but no one responded to him. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer and opening its bloody mouth, Jack was about to be swallowed alive, but a person suddenly appeared in front of him. The next second, before Jack could even see what was happening, he heard the monster's miserable scream. Sizzle! A deep blade wound spread from top to bottom, splitting the monster in the middle. Accompanied by a rain of blood, it shot into the sky like a fountain. Jack looked at the men in horror. In the dark night, the man was wearing a black kimono with a long white belt around his waist. The lower half of his trousers were wide, and he was wearing a pair of wooden clogs. That person had an Asian face, a head of light silver short hair. Under the moonlight, it was slightly reflecting light, making him look a bit sacred. His blue eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained the sea of stars. He had a high nose bridge, thin lips, and his eyebrows were like swords that were slanted to his temples. You. Who are you? Jack's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open. That white-masked monster had actually been killed by this man with a single slash. So strong. He didn't even see the process of this person's attack clearly. You can call me Death God. Under the moonlight, Lord, who was dressed in a black kimono, had a gentle smile on his lips, like a sacred angel. Chapter 2, Ikaros, Shinso. Death. God. Jack widened his eyes and shrunk towards the corner of the wall in horror. You are the god of death. Are you going to take away my soul? In the traditional culture of America, Death God should be dressed in a black robe, holding a huge sickle, and then taking away the soul of the dead, bringing the horrible image of being punished in hell. On the contrary, it was Lod. Light silver hair, deep blue eyes like the sea, and the gentle smile that hung at the corner of his mouth at that moment. No matter how one looked at it, he did not look like a god of death, but more like an angel, apart from having no wings. Lod could not help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I don't understand that kind of death god, and I won't take your soul." I don't know why. Jack saw Lod's gentle smile, and perhaps he was infected. His fear gradually subsided, and his heart calmed down a little. Thank you for saving me, Jack said gratefully. If not for this mysterious person, he would probably have become like Bob and become the monster's food. When he thought about how he would be cruelly eaten by that monster just now, Jack felt his legs go soft and his crotch became a little moist. No need to thank me. Lod put on a gentle smile and said lightly, "Can you still move? If you can, then hurry up and leave this place." Leave. At first, Jack was still a little confused, but he heard a creepy roar. Roar. The cries were filled with deep resentment as if millions of souls were howling in pain. Jack was so scared that he hugged his head and cried, and he could not help but wet his pants. The moonlight was suddenly shrouded in shadows. Jack subconsciously looked up and saw several white-masked monsters falling from the sky. Boom 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 boom. These white-masked monsters were about the same size as the ape monster from before. They were almost 3 or 4 stories tall, and the style and shape of the masks were different. 1, 2, 3, a total of 6 hollows. Lod's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "So many have been born at once. It looks like Hell's Kitchen is a good place to breed evil." The dead soul's reluctance to part with the modern world, or other obstacles, after years of suffering, or artificial acceleration, finally transformed into Hollow. Coincidentally, the Hell's Kitchen had fulfilled the birth conditions of Hollow. What this place lacked the least was the tortured and angered dead soul. Therefore, Hollow's birth rate was far higher than in other places. 6 monsters. Jack's heart stopped and his face turned pale. A pool of urine flowed out from his legs. 6. Lod smiled and slowly walked towards the Hollow without any fear. "It saves me the trouble of looking for you guys. It can be solved in one go. Clang. Lod slowly pulled out a saber from the scabbard hanging on his waist. But when Jack saw the weapon, he immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. That is a katana. No, no. If it were a sword, wouldn't it be too short? But if it were a dagger, it seemed a bit weird. Although he had seen a katana on TV, Jack had never seen such a short katana that was as long as a dagger. But was this sword really useful? Facing several huge monsters, the men in front of him. Could it be that he was planning to use such a short weapon to kill? No, impossible. What a ridiculous thing. Jack could not imagine how this man in front of him would use this ridiculous weapon to kill those huge monsters. 1 against 6. Furthermore, he was using a weapon that looked like a toy. No matter how he looked at it, Jack did not think that this man could win. But that man was different. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he seemed to have victory in his grasp as he confidently walked towards the monsters. Something strange happened. The 6 huge monsters, facing the men, actually showed fear at the same time and took a step back. Yes. They were afraid of that man. I didn't expect that. Lod still had a gentle smile on his face as he walked slowly. You guys are clearly the ones who have the advantage in numbers. With so many hollow, would you still be afraid of me? Yeah. They clearly had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, but they clearly felt the great threat of death gradually approaching. 1 step, 3 steps, 10 steps. As the invisible spiritual pressure gradually rose, the young Lod in their eyes became like a tall mountain. The heavy pressure made them almost kneel on the ground. Are you still not going to attack? Lod walked up to the 6 hollows and smiled. If you don't make a move, you might not have a chance. Roar. As if stimulated by death, the 6 hollow eyes turned red, and a tyrannical aura swept all around, emitting a heaven-shaking roar. Kill. Hollow, who had the face of a shark, was the first to rush out. Sharp bone fins flicked out from his arms, and like 2 indestructible divine weapons, they instantly cut through the air and slashed towards Lod's waist. Swoosh. The fin-shaped bone sword slashed horizontally, cutting through the air like water. However, seeing that Lod was still smiling, he calmly tapped his toes lightly on the ground. Dang. Lod's feet seemed to step on an invisible staircase, and he ascended several meters into the sky with a single step. Boom. The fin bone sword's attack cut through the air, instantly stirring up a violent airflow that split the hard cement floor, causing a burst of dust and gravel to scatter. Ah. Jack did not have time to dodge. Several pieces of rocks pierced through his thighs and shoulders, and he could not help but let out a painful howl. At the same time, seeing that Lod had easily dodged the attack, another centipede-like hollow charged forward. Roar. Under the mask of the centipede hollow, countless sharp teeth spun at high speed like millstones, biting towards Lod who was in the air. Lod moved a bit. Just a hair's breadth away, he once again dodged the attack. Roar. The other 4 hollows no longer looked on, their scarlet eyes flashing with a tyrannical aura as they rushed forward together to besiege Lod. However, Lod wandered among them under the bright moonlight and under the siege of hollow, his figure like a graceful dragon, as if he was dancing a dance on the tip of sword. Jack was trembling with fear as he watched from below. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat for this mysterious man. It was too dangerous. If there were even the slightest mistake, that man would be instantly torn apart by those monsters. Is that all? While dodging the attack, Lod also looked like he was at ease. It seems that you are only the lowest level hollow. Dang. Lod lightly stepped on the air, his entire body drawing an arc in the sky, and then he landed on a street lamp. Crash. The black haori floated in the wind. Lod stood with his back to the moonlight. A cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes like a crescent moon. He said, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Just in time, all of them are in a row. It saves me a lot of effort. It turned out. When the 6 hollows were chasing after him, they had quietly changed their positions. From Lod's direction, they were lined up in a neat row. Lod held the dagger-like short sword and slowly raised it to his chest. Sword pointed at them and then said with a smile. Ikaros, Shinso. Chapter 3, Soul King Development System. Ikaros, Shinso. Clang. The short sword in Lod's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. A cold light pierced through the air in an instant, with it a sharp aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. It swept past several hundred meters of space with a speed that naked eyes could not capture. Boom. Wherever sword passed by, the concrete floor of the entire street and the shops on both sides were split into 2. The 6 hollows, who had been lined up in a row, did not even have time to react before they were cut in half by the extremely fast and incomparably sharp sword. Pooh. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing high into the air. Then, it fell down like torrential rain, dyeing the entire street red. Ah. Lod put the sword back into the sheath, looked at the great damage he had caused, and said lightly, "Sorry, I used too much force." Gulp. Jack swallowed hard and could not help but feel a bit of fear. What happened tonight was far beyond his imagination, and it even caused the worldview he had created for more than 20 years to collapse. So, there was really a god in this world. When Jack came back to his senses, he found that the mysterious man had disappeared. Just like when he came, he had disappeared without a trace. It's over. Jack lay limply on the ground, his eyes lifeless as he looked at the streets. Queens. In front of an unknown grocery store, Lod suddenly appeared. He pushed open the wooden door and slowly stepped inside. Although this grocery store wasn't big and there weren't many people coming here, it was the best hidden location, and it was the only place he could stay in this strange world. After arriving behind the counter in the store, there was a long bench with a corpse that looked exactly like Lod lying on it. That was his corpse. Lod, who was in death god state, was usually unable to be seen by humans, nor could he communicate with society normally. Death god could disguise himself as a human and move about in the modern world as the carrier of the soul. It was an important prop. Who? After entering the remains, Lod stretched and lay on the bench, letting out a sigh of relief. Although it had been more than a year since he transmigrated to Marvel World and became Death God, he was still used to the days when he had a physical body. In the state of soul, Lod could not enjoy delicious food. After all, this was the Marvel World, and there was no Soul Society and Technological Development Department. This Jigai was not made by him, but from his Golden Finger, Soul King Development System. This system was actually a Bleach mobile game that Lod played in his previous life. After following him to the Marvel World, for some reason, it became a system. The function of this so-called Soul King Development System was actually very simple. There were roughly 3 parts of the lucky draw, the store, and the mission. The first was a lucky draw. As the name implied, there was no need to explain too much. Everyone understood this function, but this system needed a soul. For example, if he found a dead soul and did a soul burial or killed a hollow who had fallen like today, he would obtain souls. Then, according to the quality of their souls, they could be divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The second was the store. The system opened a special store every month. It could use the soul to buy some rare items, Zanpakutou, and even the characters in the original work. The third was a mission. The system would issue out some missions from time to time, and it could decide whether or not to accept the mission based on his situation and difficulty. After completing the mission, he would receive a generous reward. For example, his Shinso was actually a Zanpakutou who had been rewarded to him after completing the mission of Death God Awakening a year ago when he had just transmigrated. Overall, the system was realistic. If you want to become stronger, you can only search for the soul, whether good or evil, just by looking at the quality. The soul was just a form of currency. Lod rubbed his temples and said, 1,000 low-grade souls, I finally have enough. Give me 10 consecutive draws to test the waters. He had worked hard for an entire month to kill Hollow and Soul Burial, and that was what he had gained from this. Detected low-grade soul, 1,000. Do you wish to open the shop's lucky draw? Yes. As the familiar interface opened, Keisuke Urahara walked out with a sly smile on his face. Keisuke Urahara. There were 3 lucky draw pools for this mobile game, which correspond to the top, middle, and bottom 3 soul currency respectively, and Keisuke Urahara, this guy was responsible for the low-level soul currency pool. Lod had reason to suspect that the producer of the mobile game had definitely added private goods. Otherwise, why would he choose an uncle? They should choose a beautiful girl. Although he was complaining, Lod was still looking forward to this lucky draw. It was not easy to save up 1,000 souls after several months. Please. Lod put his palms together and closed his eyes to pray, give me something more powerful. Clang. Along with a flash of golden light, 10 transparent cards appeared in Lod's retina. White, low-level spiritual pearl, 5. Blue, White Strike Experience Book 1. Blue, Sword Path Experience Book *1. Purple, Shuanpa Skill Book, Void Cicada. Purple, Sword Dao Skill Book, Sword Pressure. White, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine. Purple, Hakuda Skill Book, Single Bone. Gold, Hogyoku, Broken Fragments, 5/10,000. Golden, Urahara's Secret Training Grounds, include Restoration Hot Springs. Gold, Zanpakutou, Senbon Sakura, Shirkai. 3 gold and 3 purple. Lod's breathing quickened, and his eyes widened. He could not believe that he had drawn it out himself. There was no need to say more about Senbon Sakura, Kuchiki Byakuya Zanpakutou. In addition to Zanpakutou, what made Lod the happiest was actually Urahara's Secret Training Grounds. In the original work, the training ground where Ichigo and Yoruichi were in the Soul Society was built together by Urahara and Yoruichi. Not only was it difficult to discover, but it also had a wide range. There was also a healing hot spring, which was exactly what Lod needed the most at the moment. As for the Hogyoku fragments, Lod was too lazy to pay attention to it. This thing was rare, but it was too difficult to gather. There were a total of 10,000 fragments. How long would it take to gather them? The other items were also not bad. 3 skill books could make up for the problem of his lack of skills. The worst was the low-level spiritual pearl. With his current strength, the increase in spiritual power would be minimal. Also, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine. Although he was very embarrassed, Lod felt that the magazine was quite good. It recorded all of the Shinigami Women's Association's members in swimsuits. It was simply profitable. This time, he had earned a lot from 10 consecutive draws. Lod said impatiently, "System, check personal information." Host, Lod Carl. Bloodline, Death God. Spiritual pressure level 6, 5th seated officer, 5000/50,000. Shurkai, Shinso, Senbon Sakura. Bankai, unlocked. Zanjutsu level 4, 1000/5000 sword pressure. Hakuda level 4, 1000/5000 single bone. Hoho level 4, 1000/5000 cicada shell. Kido, level 4, 1000/5000 proficient in Kido below number 40, Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Hollow transformation, unlocked. Fullbring technique, unlocked. Holy text, unlocked. Skills, unlocked. Soul, 0. Item, Jigai, substitute Shinigami badge, limb repairing serum, Hell's butterfly, memory replacement, Hogyoku, broken fragments, 5/10,000, Shinigami Women's Association 125, Summer Swimsuit Magazine, Urahara's Secret Training Grounds. Chapter 4, Discovered. 6th Class Spiritual Power. It was equivalent to the Chief of Gotei 13th, which was the preliminary master of Zanpakutou's Shurkai. Although it was not very powerful, in this dangerous Marvel world, it barely has a trace of self-protection ability. Not enough. I am still not strong enough. Lod, who was familiar with the plot, knew very well how deep the water in the Marvel Universe was. It was far from enough for him to live with his current strength. So, in order to survive, Lod decided to lay a trap after careful consideration. And everything that happened tonight was arranged by Lod, a drama called Death God's Debut. The 2 men in Hell's Kitchen were the main characters that Lod had carefully selected. They were rare humans with high spiritual power and could see Death God. Through the words of the survivor, he attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., and then he had sufficient reason to intervene and then use the power of this behemoth to complete his goal. With the personality and control of the soy egg, presumably, it would never allow an inexplicable Death God to suddenly appear under the nose. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lod lay on the bench, thinking about what had happened before, and his lips curled into a smile. "Let me borrow your strength." In fact, when he first transmigrated, Lod was like the other transmigrators, planning to secretly accumulate strength and wait for the time when his wings were fully developed before appearing in public. However, things went contrary to their wishes. In the past year, after becoming Death God, Lod killed Hollow everywhere and finally understood one thing. Death God had a limit. He killed Hollow slowly and completed the mission of the system. When Thanos came in a few years, his strength would be at the captain level. Although the captain level seemed to be very powerful, in fact, it was still not enough to face the big boss like Thanos. The existence of big boss level absolutely would crush the captain level, so he had to become stronger, or even surpass the boundary of Death God. But time waits for no one. No matter how hard he worked alone, it was impossible for him to reach the big boss level in several years. Therefore, borrowing the strength of others was the best choice for him so far. Apart from that, there was also another reason. In fact, there was another important reason. Lod had wondered why Hollow would appear in the Marvel world. Before he arrived, there was no Hollow in the Marvel world, but after he arrived, Hollow suddenly appeared. It was very strange, wasn't it? He was clearly in the Marvel, and the ownership of the soul after death is controlled by one of the 5 great gods of creation, Death. Then why did these Hollow appear? According to the system's answer, it was because his body contained the power of Soul King, so as he grew stronger, he would cause these souls to fall within a certain range with his body as the foundation. In other words, the reason why Hollow appeared was precisely because of him, the Soul King. Moreover, this was only the beginning. When he became more and more powerful, the range of influence of Soul King would also be greater. At that time, all the dead souls in the United States, the whole world, and even the entire Marvel would be under his jurisdiction. This was undoubtedly snatching the rice bowl of death. One had to know that death was one of the 5 great creation gods in the Marvel world. It was the embodiment of the concept of death and also the death of all things. However, if such a supreme god suddenly found out that his power was taken away by a weak earthling, what would happen? The answer was obvious. If he were to be discovered by death. If his own power was too weak, then he would definitely die an extremely ugly death. Let's make an assumption. If death did not discover it, after all, she was in charge of the death of the entire universe, and it was unlikely that she would notice Earth. Did that mean that Lod would be fine? No. The Earth was very special in the Marvel world. Even if death did not pay attention to this place, there was still a very terrifying enemy in front of Lod. Hell. One of them was the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, who could also take charge of the dead souls on the earth, and Lod, who was Death God, had the authority to oppose him. In other words, regardless of whether he was willing or not, as long as he's still a death god, he had to face the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, and death. Perhaps. This was the so-called, if one wanted to wear a crown, one must carry the weight. Lod, who had inherited the Soul King, was not their match in the first place. Sooner or later, a battle would break out between them. Therefore, in order to survive, Lod had to become stronger as soon as possible. For this, he would do whatever it took. I am really looking forward to it. Lod smiled and said, if the shield knew that there were Death God, Quincy, Soul Society, and Hollow in this world, what kind of reaction would they have? The next morning, the exhausted Coulson and Agent May received orders and went to the Hell's Kitchen to check on the battle that happened here yesterday. Is the report out? Coulson came to the side of the technician and looked at the blocked street. He couldn't help but sigh, it's terrible. A street has been destroyed. The whole street has been destroyed. At the side, Agent May observed for a moment and frowned, judging from the degree of damage on the streets and the situation, it's as if it were cut by some kind of sharp weapon in an instant. Sharp weapon. Cut. Coulson muttered these 2 words, could it be some kind of high-tech weapon? No. A technician came over and said, from the situation at the scene, there is no high-level energy residue. In other words, it is not caused by high-tech weapons. It's strange. Coulson bent down and carefully looked at the damage on the street. He asked doubtfully, these cuts are very smooth. It's like, they were cut by a sword. Sword. May laughed. Don't joke around. This street is more than 180 meters long. What sword could be this long? Woo. Coulson was silent, his eyes flashing with inexplicable light, don't come to a conclusion too early. May, you have to know this abnormal situation. It is not the first time we have seen it. May did not object to this. Another technician said, by the way, we checked the surveillance and found that there was another survivor here last night. Oh. Coulson raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, there are survivors. Great, maybe we can get something out of him. I hope so. May shrugged and said, however, I don't have much hope for this. After all, such survivors are usually useless. In a sealed interrogation room, Jack, who was still in the hospital, was taken away by a group of men in black who claimed to be from the FBI. Then, they came all the way here. Who are you? Jack was tied to a chair and shouted in a panic, where is this place? Why are you arresting me? Let me out. Good morning, Mr. Jack. Coulson was wearing a suit. He slowly sat opposite Jack and said, I have a few questions that I need to ask. I hope you can cooperate well. Who are you? Jack struggled and shouted angrily, let me out. This is illegal. Coulson crossed his arms in front of his chest and smiled, Mr. Jack, please don't panic. We are the FBI. We only brought you here to ask a few questions. Fuck. Jack cursed, so what if it's the FBI? I won't answer you. I want to sue you for illegal detention. Please do as you please. Coulson calmly picked up a piece of material and scanned it. Jack Morse, male, 22 years old. He is an outer member of the Penguin Gang. He was in prison for 3 months because of a fight. After he came out, he participated in activities such as selling degrade goods and kidnapping people. Am I right? You. Jack was shocked speechless. Coulson put down the materials and said lightly, according to these charges, Mr. Jack, you will be sentenced. But if you are willing to cooperate, I can pretend that nothing happened and let you go. Really? Really? Jack subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Really? Let's go. Coulson crossed his arms in front of his chest and said calmly, after all, there are too many hooligans like you. Capturing you is not within the jurisdiction of the FBI. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to cooperate with us. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. Jack stopped struggling and said with a pale face, what do you want to ask? I can tell you. Very good. Mr. Jack. Coulson smiled. Trust is the foundation of cooperation between us. It seems that you already understand. Then, please tell me what happened last night. Last night. A trace of fear flashed through Jack's eyes, and he subconsciously trembled. Last night. I saw Death God. Coulson, who came out of the interrogation room, had an extremely serious expression. He passed through numerous checkpoints and arrived at the highest level of the shield. Director. Coulson came to the director's office and said seriously, I have something very important to report to you. Again. Nick Fury, the director of the shield, turned his chair and rubbed his temples with his fingers. He said helplessly, tell me, what happened this time? Last night, a battle happened in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan and destroyed one of the streets. After our investigation, we found a survivor and obtained a piece of information from him. Oh. Nick Fury sensed from Coulson's serious expression that this matter might not be simple. What kind of information is it? Coulson took a deep breath and then said in a low voice, it is information about Death God and Hollow. Chapter 5, Jillian Debut. Coulson reported all the information he had obtained from Jack to Nick Fury. Death God and Hollow. Nick Fury crossed his arms and stared at Coulson with one eye. He asked, what do you think of this matter? How reliable is it? Coulson took out a flat computer and swiped his finger on it, projecting a blue screen. From the destruction of the scene yesterday, as well as the inexplicable destruction in all areas of New York City in the recent year, the credibility is very high. Nick Fury glanced at the projection and his heart sank. Just as Coulson had said. On the blue projection, in the recent year, various incidents in New York City have been marked out with red dots. There are roughly thousands of similar cases, and most of the cases have yet to be solved. Coulson took out another report and continued, this is the conclusion I came to after contacting 24 independent laboratories and comparing the scene of these cases. Director, please take a look. Nick Fury took the report and skimmed through it. His expression became more and more serious. In other words, do you think that Hollow and Death God are real? Although I don't want to admit it. Coulson took a deep breath and sighed. But from the current analysis, there is really a soul in this world, an existence that we can't see with the naked eye. Dada. 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 Nick Fury fell into silence, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Death God, Hollow. These two existences that completely exceeded the understanding of humans. What did the sudden appearance mean? Nick Fury, who had been in a high position for a long time and was in charge of SHIELD, and knew most of the secrets in the world, felt deeply uneasy when faced with this situation that was beyond his control. After a long time, Nick Fury stopped tapping and his eyes revealed a solemn look. From today onwards, lock down the matter regarding Death God and set up the files. Your rank is top secret. Your authority has been raised to level 8 and you are in charge of investigating this matter. Level 8 agent. Coulson was slightly shocked. There were no more than 10 agents of this level in the entire SHIELD. Level 8 agent needed to be extremely loyal. Moreover, he had worked for SHIELD for more than 10 years. During this period, there was no bad record. Moreover, every one of them was almost at the level of an elder. Moreover, once he reached level 8 agent, he could already start to touch upon some internal top secret information. Okay. Coulson pressed down the surprise in his heart and answered briefly. There is still a little. Nick Fury continued, this matter must be carried out in the dark. Do not leak it out. Report to me directly if anything happens. Yes. Coulson nodded and turned to leave. After Coulson left, Nick Fury lay on the chair and picked up another report on the table. He sighed, is it Italy? What a troubled time. Report, top secret. Agent could not read it unless it was a level 9. The contents of the investigation were located in Rome, Christ's Holy Mother Cathedral. The famous sculpture building, the Mouth of Truth. Within it, an underground hole was found. It was about the size of a football field. There was a sculpture in the center. The carbon element test was born about 100,000 years ago. Description, this sculpture is shaped like a pillar. It is about 5 meters wide and 10 meters tall. There are ancient patterns drawn on it as well as 3 unknown humanoid creatures. They have the special ability to absorb blood. The reason has yet to be found out. In reality, the words that came out of the FBI. Not a single one of them was true. Not only was Jack not released, but he was even coerced by Coulson to participate in this mission. Of course, Coulson promised Jack that once he completed the mission, not only would he be exempted from his previous criminal record, but he would also be able to arrange a decent job and a generous reward for him. Although the method was simple, it was never outdated. No one could refuse freedom, just like no one could refuse a bathtub that could massage. Jack naturally agreed. Out of the many cases regarding Death God, Jack was the only witness, and he could see the existence of Hollow and Death God. Hence, Coulson believed that ordinary people would not be able to see those special existences, so Jack might very well have some kind of special physique and could see those spirits. If they wanted to find a Death God and a Hollow, then Jack's special physique was a must. Sir. Jack sat in the luxurious black Audi and shouted impatiently, "We've been working for Hell's Kitchen for a day. Where are you going?" "Looking for someone." Coulson looked out of the window and said lightly, "You only need to be responsible for looking at. Once you find that creature last night, inform me immediately." All right. For the sake of freedom, Jack swallowed his anger and said, "Let me say this first. If I really find out, I will immediately run away." "Up to you." Coulson smiled and ignored him. 3 days in a row. Coulson and Jack wandered day and night in the streets and alleys of Hell's Kitchen, trying to find traces of Death God and Hollow. But unfortunately, they found nothing. There was neither Death God nor Hollow. Instead, they caught some ignorant hooligans, which gave Coulson a headache. If they couldn't find it, what should he do? Not to mention Death God and Hollow, they didn't even find a dead soul. Coulson even began to doubt whether he had been deceived by this little punk. 1. The black Audi stopped by the roadside. Coulson got out of the car and bought a cup of coffee. He sat in the front passenger seat and drank slowly. After 3 consecutive days of high-intensity work, even if he was a battle-hardened agent, he could not help but feel a little tired. He could only rely on coffee to barely raise his spirits. As for Jack, he was even worse. He had already fallen asleep in the car. Coulson tiredly rubbed his red eyes and muttered, "Death God. Where are you?" However, they did not know. Death God, who had been searching for 3 days, was watching them silently on the high-voltage wires above his head. Lod stood on the high-voltage wires and looked down at Coulson. He whispered to himself, 3 days. It should be almost there. In these 3 days, apart from monitoring the whereabouts of Coulson and Jack, Lod had also done something very important. And this matter. It was a grand gift that he had specially prepared for Seireitei to believe that there was no soul society behind him. Oh. Lod raised his eyelids slightly and looked at a place not far away. He revealed a smile. "Finally, are we coming?" Boom. Coulson, who was drinking coffee, suddenly felt a violent vibration coming from the ground beneath his feet. The coffee in his hand spilled out. What happened? Coulson was shocked. F***ck. Jack, who was still sleeping, was suddenly jolted awake. He cursed and stuck his head out of the window. Boom. 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 The tremors grew stronger. Coulson felt as if the ground was about to collapse. 200 to 300 meters in front of them, huge footprints appeared on the asphalt road that was continuously collapsing. Monster. It's a monster. Jack's pupils shrank in an instant. He tore his throat and screamed hysterically. Monster. Coulson's heart trembled. He followed Jack's gaze but did not see anything. Then, Coulson seemed to have thought of something. He quickly grabbed Jack by the collar and shouted, "Tell me, is that it?" Yes, yes, yes. Jack was so scared that he was out of his mind. He stuttered subconsciously, It's coming. It's too big. It's even taller than a building. Buzz. Coulson's heart twitched. A chill ran from his feet to his head. It was actually a hollow that was taller than a building. From Jack's perspective, it was 100 meters tall, with a black and slender body, a white mask with a long nose, and 2 scarlet pupils. Big Hollow, Jillian. A high-quality hollow that could only be born after devouring over 100 of its kind. This huge Jillianin was a prop that Lod had specially picked out for today's appearance after careful selection. Chapter 6, Novice Village's Chief. Big Hollow, Jillian. A high-level hollow that could only be born after swallowing hundreds of his own kind. In addition to its huge body size and the powerful spiritual power that was equivalent to Death God in middle level, seated officer, it could also use a special technique, Zero. This was a type of laser flash that concentrated spiritual power to a high degree. Its explosive power was enough to instantly flatten a street, comparable to a cruise-type missile. Generally speaking, if one wanted to deal with Hollow, who was at the level of Jillian, at the very least, it would have to be the lieutenant of the 13th Division. But this Jillian was different. In order to ensure the success of the first debut, Lod deliberately restricted the strength of this hollow during the fusion process. In other words, the strength of this big hollow was not even comparable to some lower-level hollow. It was just an empty shell. However, although it had already been restricted, it was still a high-level hollow after all. It was almost impossible to defeat it with just the current human. It was just the beginning. The powerful spiritual power, as well as the terrifying pressure, came like landslides and tsunamis, setting off rolling waves of air. The asphalt road seemed to be lifted up by an invisible big hand. In the air, it was torn apart by the violent wind and turned into broken stones. Bang bang bang. The high-rise buildings on both sides of the street were shattered, the electric poles and high-pressure wires on the side of the road were cut off by spiritual power in an instant. Even the experienced old agent, Coulson, could not help but feel fear in his heart when facing such an invisible unknown existence. He even had the thought of retreating. This is hollow. The hairs on Coulson's body stood on end. He felt that every nerve in his brain was screaming at him hysterically. Although it could not be seen with the naked eye, the fear that came from the depths of his soul, as well as the shouting of his cells and nerves, all told Coulson the horror of that monster. Jack screamed in horror and tried to escape, but Coulson grabbed him and pressed him on the passenger seat. Don't move. Coulson held Jack down with one hand and started the car with the other. He shouted, I can't see it. You will be my eyes and tell me where it is. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Coulson's mind became. Jack could not die. The only person he could see hollow was the key to resolving this matter, so nothing must happen to him. Sit tight. Coulson roared, and then stepped heavily on the accelerator. Boom. The black Audi with its four wheels rubbing against the ground, and the whole car suddenly turned around and rushed out. Fuck. The huge reaction force caused Jack to hit the windproof glass, almost causing his nose to be flattened. Is it still there? Coulson shouted. Yes. Jack looked back and shouted in fear, It is right above our heads. What? Before Coulson could react, he felt the world spin and the whole car was overturned by a huge force. Boom. The black Audi spun several times in the air. Jump out of the car dash. Coulson shouted, not caring whether Jack was alive or dead. Before the car landed, he forcefully kicked open the door and jumped out. Bang. As soon as the car landed, it was flattened by an invisible foot. The whole body of the car was twisted and deformed, as thin as a piece of paper. Hiss. Coulson gasped as he watched. He thought to himself, that was close. If not for my quick reaction just now, I'm afraid I would have turned into a lump of meat by now. But in the next second, when he saw the blood flowing out of the car, the joyful expression on Coulson's face froze instantly. Jack was dead. However, when he thought about it carefully, even a well-trained agent like him had only managed to escape in the nick of time, let alone Jack, who was just an ordinary person. It's over. Coulson suddenly felt cold all over and his face turned green. Without Jack's help, he was now like a blind man. Not to mention completing the mission, even surviving seemed like an extravagant hope. Boom. The ground shook violently, and there were two huge footprints on the cement road. They were less than 10 meters away from Coulson. It's coming. Coulson bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. He took out his pistol and aimed at the direction of the footprints, firing several shots in a row. Bang. 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 It wasn't until the clip was finished that Coulson gasped for breath and stared straight ahead. Is it dead? Seeing that there was no movement for a long time, Coulson felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to put away his pistol and check it out, he suddenly felt his body tighten. In the next second, 5 transparent finger marks suddenly appeared on Coulson's body. It was as if an invisible palm was holding his entire body in the palm of his hand. Bang. A terrifying power suddenly surged from all directions and continuously squeezed towards the center, causing the bones and muscles in Coulson's entire body to emit a horrifying shattering sound. Ah. All the bones and muscles in his body were being squeezed, causing Coulson's face to be extremely distorted, and he couldn't help but howl in pain. Roar. Big Hollow Jian let out a sharp scream, and under his white long nose mask, his eyes that were filled with violence flashed with red light. Ah. Coulson screamed in pain. Blood oozed out from all parts of his body, making him look like he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Coulson, who was in extreme pain, was in a daze. However, he felt as if his eyes had lit up. He actually saw an extremely huge and blurry silhouette of Hollow. This is Hollow. Coulson immediately realized that the huge outline of this hazy Hollow was very likely the Hollow Jack was talking about. In the sky, Laud, who was silently watching all of this, had a hint of a smile in his eyes. I didn't expect that Coulson would actually be able to see Big Hollow. This saved me a lot of effort. After all, this big play was especially played for Seireitei to see. Jack's value was only to tell Seireitei all of this. Although it was not bad, it was still inferior to Coulson. Work harder. Law did not intend to stop him, because it was not the time yet. It is not enough now. I just saw an outline. It is not enough for me. What he wanted. It was to allow Coulson to completely awaken, allowing him to clearly see the existence of Hollow and him, as Death God, to appear. Of course, before that, Laud would not let Coulson die. After all, he was the only spectator. After all, Laud thought that it was too lonely for such a wonderful drama to have no audience. Moreover, as the village chief of the novice village, shouldn't Coulson take on the task of guiding newbies? Oh. Laud forgot. Perhaps this novice guide mission was a bit too difficult for Coulson, but it was more challenging this way, wasn't it? Come on, Coulson. I believe in you, you can do it. Chapter 7, Gorgeous Debut. Ah dash. Coulson let out a weak groan. All the bones in his body were almost broken, and he let out a hysterical wail under the pressure. Invisible enemies, huge bodies, and terrifying strength. All of these challenged Agent's nerves. A sense of despair that he had never felt before gradually spread from the bottom of his heart. In the past, no matter what kind of desperate situation he faced, Coulson would always find a way out in this desperate situation. But now, he was in despair, completely unable to see where the way out was. Am I going to die? Coulson's eyes were bloodshot from the pressure, and his consciousness became blurry, as if he was only one step away from death. But it was in this situation that Coulson's sight became more and more clear. From the beginning, he could only see a vague outline, and now that he was in a near-death state, he could already see this huge hollow. How ridiculous. Coulson felt bitter in his heart. Is it because I'm dying that I can see it? Under the long nose mask that was as funny as a clown, there was a bloodthirsty and tyrannical appearance. As Jack had said, it was a terrifying monster. Goodbye, director. Coulson, who was in the midst of his consciousness dying, vaguely saw a black shadow rushing over from the distance. Heido number 4, Pale Lightning. Boom. A blazing white beam of light tore through the night like thunder, piercing through Hollow's wrist with an incomparably fierce momentum. Oh. Jillian let go of Coulson under the pain. Coulson, who was falling rapidly from the sky, was suddenly caught by the black figure. Then, the two of them slowly landed on the ground. Hoochie. Hoochie. Coulson, who had finally escaped death with great difficulty, suddenly gasped heavily. He raised his head with great difficulty and looked at the mysterious person who had saved him. Short silver hair, blue pupils, long black sleeves Haori, loose black trousers, and the short ribs hanging at his waist, sword, who was exactly the same as Jack had described. Duh. Death God. Coulson was shocked. You. Are you Death God? Huh. Laud raised his eyebrows and pretended to ask, you actually know of Death God's existence? He was indeed Death God. Hearing Laud admit it, Coulson was shocked again and hurriedly said, I learned it from Jack. It was the men you saved that day. We have been looking for you. Looking for me? Laud continued to act, you should be humans. Why are you looking for me, Death God? Coulson coughed a few mouthfuls of blood, and then Hollow said weakly, we have a lot of things to ask you, such as Hollow and Death God, or how long you have been here. Roar. A loud roar interrupted the two. An apologetic look appeared on Laud's face. He turned around and said, sorry, now is not the time to talk about this. Let me kill this Big Hollow first. Big Hollow. Hearing this, Coulson was stunned. Then, he looked at the huge monster and thought to himself, this is indeed a Big Hollow. Roar. The moment Big Hollow saw Laud, it was as if he had seen an enemy, and he erupted with crazy, bloodthirsty killing intent. The hundreds of fellow clansmen that it had devoured, and the countless fragments of vengeful souls, there was still a deep hatred for this man. It was him. It was this man who imprisoned them, who were still humans, in a deep underground cave, forcing their souls to mutate and eventually degenerate into Hollow. Kill you. Big Hollow struggled to jump out a sentence. He madly rushed towards Laud. Oh. Laud lifted his eyelids slightly and chuckled, I didn't expect that Big Hollow still had remnants of his memories. It seems that it hasn't completely fallen yet. Kill you. Swoosh. Big Hollow raised a large, slender, pale hand, and 5 sharp nails suddenly slashed across, causing ripples in the air. Be careful. Dodge. Coulson's heart tightened. Seeing that Laud was still in place, he was so scared that he loudly reminded him to dodge. Don't worry about it. Laud was still calm. Under Coulson's frightened gaze, he slowly raised his right hand, it's just that this level is not enough to make me move. Bakuto number 61, 6 rods prison of light. The moment his voice fell, 6 rays of light appeared and shot out like 6 stars, locking the hollow. This scene caused Coulson's eyes to widen, and his jaw almost hit the ground. He said in shock, what is this? Magic. Witchcraft. Or Qigong. No. Lod put down his hand and explained, this is Kido, only a part of the high-level curse technique that Death God can use. Coulson was stunned. Kido. High-level curse technique. Roar. Hollow was bound by 6 rods prison of light. No matter how much he struggled, he could not move. He could only let out an incompetent roar. The scarlet light in his eyes became more and more intense. Buzz. Hollow opened his mouth under the mask. Rays of dazzling red light gathered in front of his mouth, accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations. F***CK. When Coulson saw this familiar scene, his heart immediately twitched. This can't be an energy weapon, right? Zero. Seeing the gathering red light, Lod was slightly shocked. You actually learned this technique. He didn't expect this low-level fusion monster to actually learn it. But it's fine. Lod sneered and said, just in time, let's test the waters. Ye Lord. Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of men. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Hado number 33, Pale Fire Crash. Roar. The completely chanted Hado completed, spiritual power rushed out from the palm of Lod's hand, a blue dragon roared and rushed out. The two finished storing up power at the same time. The two attacks collided, erupting with a deafening explosion. Rumble. The street collapsed in an instant, and the visible wind howled. Huge rocks and debris of buildings were thrown high into the air. Was this the battle between Death God and Hollow? Coulson looked at the ruins in front of him, as if he had been bombarded by cruise missiles. His heart could not help but be full of seriousness. As expected of Zero. In the smoke and dust, Lod stepped on the air of Hollow. His figure was a little embarrassed, and his face showed a touch of helplessness, not easy to defeat at Kido under 40. However, this was also expected. After all, he was only a 6th-rank spiritual power, which was equivalent to the last rank officer. After he reaches captain-level power, he could even kill this kind of Big Hollow just by relying on spiritual pressure. Roar dash. Big Hollow roared, and the visible spiritual power current boiled, causing the surrounding space to shake, forcibly breaking 6 rods prison of light's shackles. Wuss. Lod lowered his eyes, the commotion just now was big enough. Your mission has been completed. Now, you can die in peace. The short ribs on his waist were unsheathed, and the silver sword blade reflected a penetrating cold light under the moonlight. Ikaros, Shinso. A silver light suddenly flashed. Accompanied by the incomparably sharp sword, it streaked several times at the speed of sound, and Hollow's roar stopped abruptly. Clang. Lod put the sword back into the sheath. A huge head broke and fell heavily to the ground. Jillian died. Chapter 8, Restrain. With just a sword. He had instantly killed a terrifying monster that was over 100 meters tall and possessed the destructive power of a cruise missile. Coulson was horrified. Death God. It was an individual creature that was far more terrifying than Hollow. It was even more difficult to deal with than the humans with special abilities he had encountered before. Powerful individual strength, unknown magic methods, and soul. From that angle, it seemed that this Death God in front of him was not an existence that Seireitei could currently control. For a moment, Coulson fell into silence. He didn't know what kind of attitude he should use to represent Seireitei and the human race to face such an unknown and terrifying existence. As a professional agent of Seireitei, Coulson deeply understood one thing. If there was no limit to the power, it would inevitably lead to a great disaster. The world was chaotic, it had two sides, justice and evil opposing each other, but neither was indispensable. Absolute justice was not advisable, and neither was absolute evil. They felt that Seireitei's existence was responsible for mediating between the two. Just like those superheroes who had their own old enemies and supervillains, Seireitei eliminate evil. They only hoped to stabilize the balance between the two. But now, the balance was broken. The sudden appearance of Death God, a term that they had never heard of, broke the balance of the world. Just as Lod was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Coulson, who was behind him. Wait, this Mr. Death God. Coulson endured the pain all over his body and struggled to get up from the ground. My name is Philip Coulson. I am agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. On behalf of the United States and mankind, I express my sincere gratitude to you for eliminating this monster. This string of English words stunned Lod for a few seconds, and then he said with a strange face, you said you are, what is this? You can also call it Seireitei, Mr. Death God. Coulson showed a look of indifference. After all, Seireitei's full name was the same as Da Vinci's. Coulson had never seen someone who could completely remember the name of their organization. All right, Seireitei. Lod nodded slightly. Then, he smiled warmly and said, "You don't have to thank me. Why are you looking for me?" Seeing that the other party was so easy to talk to and seemed to be very friendly, Coulson immediately let out a sigh of relief. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "It's like this, Mr. Death God. Our Seireitei has always been dedicated to protecting humans, eliminating all dangers and abnormal situations. Therefore, we want to ask you a few questions about the large monsters just now. Do you think it's okay?" "I refuse." Lod looked indifferent and smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter if it's Seireitei or human. What does it have to do with me? You guard the living, we guard the dead. That's all." "Ah." Coulson choked for a moment. As Death God had said, one was protecting the living, and the other was protecting the dead. There was no need to contact between the two, so why should the other answer his question? But this was not the result that Fury wanted, nor was it the result he wanted. Coulson continued, "I don't think so, Mr. Death God." "Oh." Lod raised his eyebrows, and a trace of impatience flashed through his blue eyes. "Then what do you think should be done?" "Shit." Coulson saw very clearly that this Death God was clearly impatient. However, due to his duties, Coulson had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Forgive me for being blunt, Mr. Death God. You just said that there is no connection between us, but the monster that appeared today has obviously threatened us. This." Lod hesitated slightly, a hint of helplessness and anger appearing on his face. This was just an accident. The flash of helplessness and anger was accurately captured by Coulson. There was hope. Coulson was delighted, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. "Mr. Death God, as far as I know, there have been dozens of similar accidents in a year. The damage to the buildings is estimated to be at least $10 billion. Of course, these may not be much to you. But when these monsters appeared, hundreds of people died. As the living, shouldn't we ask?" It had to be said. Coulson was indeed outstanding. Not only did he keenly capture his emotional fluctuations, he even guessed the flaws in his words and questioned him instead. But it was a pity. All of Coulson's speculations were based on the fact if they were equal. Are you questioning me?" Lod narrowed his eyes and his voice became a little cold, releasing a trace of spiritual power. Boom. Coulson suddenly felt as if there was a heavy pressure, and he was instantly pressed down on the ground. Heavy. Terrifying. It was as if an invisible pressure was surging from all directions in the deep sea 10,000 meters below. Even breathing had become an extravagant hope. No. No. Coulson was terrified. He moved his lips with difficulty and said, "You misunderstood me. I am not questioning you." Lod looked down from above, his eyes slightly cold. "A mere human, how dare you to speak to me in such a tone? You really have guts." Under the eaves of the house, people had to bow their heads. Coulson did not think that this master would fear the so-called Seireitei. Coulson was very tactful and said, "Mr. Death God, we just want to talk to you. We have no ill intentions. Let's talk." Lod laughed, his tone carrying a trace of disdain. "With just you guys, what can you talk to me about?" "Cooperation." Coulson immediately said, "You protect the dead, and we protect the living. We can cooperate and protect this world together." "Cooperate." Lod's eyes were indifferent. He sneered and said, "It's a pity. You are not qualified to talk about cooperation with us." But before Coulson could finish his words, Lod suddenly put a finger on his forehead. Bakuto number 1, restrain. An invisible force tied Coulson's arms back and blocked his mouth at the same time. "Goodbye, human." Lod used a ho-ho and disappeared from Coulson's sight. At this point, his plan was considered to have been completed. If he wanted to deceive Seireitei, he couldn't rush. Who was Nick Fury? He was a veteran of the Second World War who had been in charge of Seireitei for decades. He was meticulous and suspicious. He was extremely tough and had participated in most secret plans. Someone once commented that no one could guess what was going on in the brain of this soy egg. No one knew who he trusted. No one even knew if the person standing in front of them was really Nick Fury. In the face of such a cunning person, Lod had to be careful and not give himself away. So, if he wanted that suspicious soy egg to believe that there were really Death God and Soul Society in the world, then his attitude and arrogance could not be too low. He had to show the mystery of an ancient organization that had been passed down for thousands of years, as well as the powerful and terrifying strength. Humans were like this. The harder it was to obtain something, the more they would treasure it. Things were like this, and so were humans. Chapter 9, Despair. Seireitei Headquarters. Bang. F***CK. Upon hearing the news that Coulson was seriously injured, Fury was so angry that he cursed. He threw away the coffee cup that was worth $300 and quickly went to the medical room. As soon as he entered, Nick Fury saw Coulson. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. He was like a mummy. Only his eyes were exposed, and he lay motionless on the bed. "How are you?" Seeing that Coulson was still alive, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was the director of Seireitei, he had the Security Council above him, and there were spies planted by others. There were not many people who could be called confidants. And Coulson happened to be one of them. If he lost because of this mission, Fury would be distressed to death. "Don't worry, Director." Coulson moved his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. I just broke some bones, but the mission failed." "Some bones." Nick Fury looked serious and comforted. "It doesn't matter if you fail the mission. It's good that you live. You still have a chance in the future." Although Coulson said it casually, the truth was that the situation was much more complicated. On the way to the medical room, Fury had seen the medical report about Coulson. It could be said to be shocking. All the bones and muscles in the body were squeezed by external forces, causing more than 50 of the bones to break. There were even several ribs puncturing his organs, causing serious damage. Logically speaking, with such a serious injury, it was impossible for Coulson to survive. If he persisted until the rescue personnel arrived, he would die from the bleeding of his internal organs. However, the strange thing was that Coulson was still alive. It was as if there was a magical force protecting Coulson's damaged internal organs, and it was repairing his injured organization at an extremely slow speed, allowing him to persist until the rescue personnel arrived. A miracle. With the current human scientific and technological methods, this could only be called a miracle. Nick Fury guessed that the reason why Coulson was not dead might be related to the mysterious death god. "Rest well. I will leave the task to someone else." Nick Fury comforted Coulson and returned to his office. Although Coulson was seriously injured, he still submitted a report. There was a detailed description of this matter and a part of speculation about Death God. Nick Fury picked up the report and carefully browsed through it. Level, Top Secret, Level 8. Code, Death God. Sex, Male. Age, 25 to 30. Appearance, short silver hair, blue pupils, East Asian, attached to a person like a picture. Character, gentle on the surface, very arrogant on the inside, and has disdain and contempt for humans. Special ability, by chanting a specific syllable, release some magic ability called Kido. Currently known to 3 types. 2 of them are binding type, and 1 is offensive type. Evaluation, although the appearance of the target is the same as that of a human, it must not be regarded as the same. Whether it is a question or a question, you must pay attention to the way you speak and your attitude. Note 1, when the content of the question involves the topic of hollow, the target suddenly shows anger and even a trace of panic. It also calls it, is just an accident. Attachment 2, living, Great Hollow, Jillian. The body size is about 100 meters. It has great destructive power. Moreover, it can release a destructive light similar to an energy weapon from the mouth. It has been killed by Death God. The means are unknown. It had to be said that Coulson could become the confidant of Fury. Apart from being loyal, his ability to do things was also outstanding among the group of agent. Just the content of this report was enough to prove 1 or 2 things. Nick Fury put down the report. After pondering for a moment, he picked up the phone beside him. "Inform Natasha to come back as soon as possible. I have a very important task for her." Urahara Shop. This store finally had a name. It was personally mentioned by Laud 3 days ago. After returning to the store, Laud did not rest and went straight into the warehouse behind the store. This warehouse was brought in by the store. The area was only less than 10 square meters, and the decoration was old. The floor would even creak when it was stepped on. Therefore, Laud would not put things here on normal days. Walking to the center of the room, Laud squatted down and lifted up a new floor. It was an extremely deep hole. Laud did not hesitate and directly jumped down from the hole. After dozens of seconds of falling, Laud was suddenly enlightened and came to a huge empty environment. There were high and low mountain rocks, thick green vegetation, and a hot spring. It was an excellent environment, no less than some tourist attractions. Here was the gold card that Laud drew, Urahara's secret training grounds, the place where Yoruichi and Kurosaki Ichigo, in the original work, practiced Bankai in Soul Society. However, Laud did not stop. Instead, he went straight to a direction, Ho-Ho. He arrived in front of a huge cave. This cave was located on the ground. It was about 5 meters in diameter. It went straight down for nearly 100 meters. The surrounding rock walls were extremely smooth. There were no protrusions or tools for climbing. Ah. Help. No. Don't. Standing outside the cave, one could vaguely hear someone screaming for help from below. Lod jumped down from the top of the cave and arrived at the bottom of the cave. The light in the deepest cave had almost completely disappeared. There was only the purest darkness and no sound. In this special secluded environment, it was enough to drive a person crazy. Although the environment here was very dark, Lod, who was already death god, was completely unaffected by this. A blonde youth with tied limbs was lying on the ground like a corpse. What was worth noting was that on the chest of the blonde youth, there was an extended chain, and the front end of the chain was cut off. It was a causality chain. When a person was alive, the chain would connect the soul and the body. After a person died, the chain would disappear. But if the causality chain was forcibly cut off by an external force, the soul would be eroded by the chain. In the end, there were only two endings left for the soul. Or, become death god. Or, become hollow. Save. Save me. The moment the blonde youth saw Lod, his eyes revealed a wisp of resentment, but then it turned into indescribable fear. This man was called Morrison, the boss of the dragon gang who was destroyed by Lod. When he was alive, he had committed all sorts of crimes. Just like the other members of the dragon gang, his soul was forcefully dragged out by Lod. After the karma chain in front of his chest was cut off, he was locked under this cave called the Abyss of Despair. The soul that was in the Abyss of Despair gradually became hollow as time passed. The previous hollow was born in the Abyss of Despair. After hundreds of spirits fell, they killed each other and devoured each other. I beg you. Morrison cried and knelt on the ground, begging Lod, I don't want to become that kind of monster. I beg you to save me. But it was a pity. Although Lod had pity, he would not abuse it on this kind of person. In any case, it was a waste for this kind of person to live. It was better to contribute to him after death. People were born with a certain value. In Lod's eyes, the value of these scum was to become his test subject. Chapter 10, Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Don't worry. Lod smiled. Soon, you will become like them. As soon as he finished his words, Morrison suddenly froze. He lowered his head and looked at the karma chain in front of his chest. The chains were wriggling. The chains that should have been dead seemed to have life at this moment. Kachi kachi kachi. The chains seemed to suddenly come alive, giving birth to countless small mouths full of sharp teeth, greedily and crazily gnawing at the chain, making a sound that made one's teeth ache. The last erosion. It came more violently than ever before. Ah dash. Don't. Stop. Stop right now. Morrison's expression became extremely terrified as he screamed hysterically. The chains that came out of his chest had all turned into greedy evil spirits, crazily devouring the chains that symbolized his life. In the past few days, Morrison witnessed countless times that his subordinates had turned into a monster covered in a white mask with a huge hole in its chest after the chains on its chest had been eroded away. Save me. Please, save me. Ah, you, demon. Morrison screamed in pain and wailed, his eyes full of resentment. Ugh. Morrison's body curled up in pain, and a black hole was torn in the spot where his chest was locked. Then, streams of white liquid gushed out of his ears, nose, throat, mouth, and eyes, covering his face like a mask. Oh. Seeing this situation, not only did Lod not stop it, he instead said with a pleasantly surprised face, it has clearly begun to fall, but the soul can still remain intact. According to common sense, when a whole spirit falls into a hollow, the process should be that the soul is scattered and then reconstructed somewhere. In the end, the face will form a white mask representing hollow, and there is a hole in the chest area. But Morrison was different. The process of his fall was the exact opposite. First, the white mask and hole that symbolized hollow appeared, but his soul was still intact. This meant that Morrison was still resisting. He still had a glimmer of hope, which was to find his own Zanpakutou in his inner world, and then turn into Death God to reverse the process of Hollow's transformation. Not bad. Lod nodded with satisfaction, thinking that there was finally a top-grade test subject. Why didn't you stop him? Because there was no need. Ah. Morrison was still screaming in pain. His soul had been covered by most of the white liquid, and the white mask that symbolized hollow on his face became clearer and clearer. Boom. There was a violent noise at the bottom of the pit, and a strong wind roared. Lod quietly stood in place and then looked at the place where the smoke was lingering. Let me see what you have become. Buzz. The spirit particles that were spread all over the atmosphere suddenly became boiling like boiling water. Oh la la. The explosive reishi blew away the smoke and dust. Morrison was wearing the same Death God outfit as Lod, and there was a standard Zanpakutou in his hand. Lod raised his eyelids slightly and revealed a smile. You really became a Death God. The Death God outfit and Zanpakutou. These two things that marked Death God's identity undoubtedly proved that Morrison had successfully survived Hollow's transformation and became the real Death God. This is the feeling of power. Morrison went into a brief trance. Feeling the power gushing out of his body, he immediately roared angrily, "I will kill you." Bang. With just a gentle stomp, the ground suddenly cracked, and Morrison rushed over like a cannonball. "Die for me, demon." Morrison's sword slashed at Laud, his mind filled with the pleasure of revenge. Sword slashed down. However, what hit him was not Laud, but a light coat. Ho-ho, cicada shell. Death God's high-level footwork could allow him to escape an attack if he abandoned a coat. It was somewhat similar to the ninja's substitution technique. Disappeared. Morrison was shocked. He found that Laud had already stood behind him. Go to hell. Morrison suddenly turned around and used all his strength to attack Laud. Ding. The sharp blade of sword was easily caught by Laud with two slender fingers. This is impossible. Morrison could not believe that he could not move sword's blade even after using all his strength. There is no need to be surprised. Laud caught sword's blade with two fingers. He still had a smile on his face and said calmly, "Because the gap between you and me is far greater than you think." One had to know that Death God's battle was actually spiritual power's battle. Morrison was just a rookie who had just become Death God. His spiritual power had barely reached the 10th rank, so how could he fight against him, a 6th rank spiritual power? I don't believe it. Morrison's eyes were blood red as he roared, "The gap can't be so big. Absolutely impossible." Ah dash. Morrison's blood vessels burst out all over his body. He used all his strength to barely pull sword out of Laud's hand and then slashed without any order. Die for me. Die for me. However, Morrison, who had no actual combat experience, was not only disorganized but also inferior to the hooligans on the street. He had even completely lost his mind. How could he hit Laud? Let's end it. Laud felt a little bored. He had thought that Morrison would be able to unleash his Zanpakutou, but he had not expected that his power was just to this extent. Scatter. Senbon Sakura. Laud held Zanpakutou upside down and slowly let go of his hand. When his Zanpakutou fell, sword's blade actually turned into pieces of cherry blossoms that drifted away like a pink ocean, surrounding him. What is this? Morrison's eyes were a little blank. He was attracted by the dancing cherry blossoms in the sky and subconsciously murmured, "So beautiful." But he did not know that beautiful things were often accompanied by great danger. Although Senbon Sakura looked very beautiful, in fact, those cherry blossoms were made up of thousands of sword blades. Fall. Laud stretched out his slender fingers and slowly closed them. Whoosh. The pink Sakura sea whistled over and instantly drowned Morrison. Thousands of cherry blossoms formed by sword's blade were like a meat grinder, slicing apart Morrison's skin and bones. In a flash, the scattered cherry blossoms returned and condensed into a sword blade. Morrison's entire body was covered in sword's mouth, standing there like a bloody man. "Morrison, allow me to thank you." Laud quietly looked at Morrison, who was about to disappear, and said lightly, "It is precisely because you have become Death God that you are able to provide me with a medium-quality soul. So, all of this was arranged by you." Morrison, who was on the verge of death, said weakly as his eyes gradually slackened. Yes, all of this was arranged. Whether it was Hollow or Death God, the final result of Morrison's fall was no different to Laud. The outcome had already been decided before it even began. Morrison's efforts and struggles were nothing more than a show of entertainment in Laud's eyes. "Tell me." Morrison held his last breath and roared at the man who was still smiling. What exactly am I? Pawn. Laud's eyes were indifferent. As a pawn, you have passed. Chapter 11, Scammed by the System. Thank you, Morrison. Thank you, Dragon Gang. Thank you, CCTV. Ah. It seemed that they were no longer here. In short, Laud was very grateful for their selfless dedication in order to obtain these two medium-grade souls. One was contributed by Morrison, who had become Death God, and the other was contributed by the inferior quality Great Hollow. The value of a medium-grade soul was far more than that of a low-grade soul. Not only could it open the system's medium-grade card pool, but the demand for 10 chains was also greatly reduced, from the original 1,000 to 100. Other than that, medium-quality souls could already be purchased in the special store that the system refreshed every month. This matter made Laud think of a business opportunity. One Big Hollow and one Death God could contribute 2 medium-level souls, then what about 100 Big Hollow and 100 Death God? Using the characteristics of the Abyss of Despair to nurture the souls of a large number of ordinary people, Big Hollow or Death God, then he would kill them. This method was similar to taking advantage of the loopholes in the system. It allowed him to quickly obtain a large amount of soul in a short period of time. If he could increase the scope a few more times, it would not be a problem for him to become big boss, right? But after thinking about it, Lod still held back. Although this idea was very tempting, the risk was far greater than the benefits. Did he really think that the Sorcerer Supreme was blind? There were not many souls that disappeared this time. Compared to the people who died every day on Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme would not notice. But if this continued, as the range expanded and the number of souls disappeared increased, it would attract the attention of the Sorcerer Supreme. Going up against the Sorcerer Supreme? Sorry. But Lod did not have the guts to do so now. Not to mention him, even in the entire universe, how many people would dare to go against Sorcerer Supreme? Odin and Thanos, who were also Big Boss, and even the monarch of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, would retreat 3 feet when facing the Earth that the Sorcerer Supreme was in charge of. They all chose to wait for Sorcerer Supreme to die before invading. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Sorcerer Supreme's deterrence was. To sum it up, underhanded technique was the way of the king. Although he understood the reason, Lod still felt a little regretful. After all, that was a large amount of souls. Forget it, forget it. Lod shook his head and expelled the messy thoughts. Then, he rubbed his hands. Let me see what good things are in this month's store. The system's store interface opened up. There were only a total of 10 items on the display window-like interface, and the amount of souls required to buy them were marked below. Lod swept his gaze over the goods, and when he noticed a 6-pointed star hairpin, his eyes immediately turned red. Shun Shun Rika. This is one of the most bug abilities in all of Death God ability, a terrible ability that can rewrite reality. Boss Aizen described its ability as the rejection of everything in the world and is the ability to violate the domain of God. In layman terms, it is easy to understand. The power of rejection of the 6 flowers of Shun Shun Rika could deny all the bad elements in the shield, including but not limited to ability to regenerate the arm that had disappeared, heal all wounds, heal Zanpakutou who had been broken, and so on. But when Lod looked down and saw the price of the Shun Shun Rika, his heart suddenly sank. Item, gold, Shun Shun Rika. Evaluation, a complete technique that involves the level of rules. With it, my mother will no longer be afraid of me getting hurt. Price, high-grade soul *5. Excuse me, what? The corners of Lod's mouth twitched slightly. He could not help but sigh in his heart. I'm poor. If not for the fact that he still had a trace of rationality, he would have. Go out now and capture a few hundred criminals to nurture Hollow. In the future, I will definitely. Lod could only comfort himself in his heart, such as bread, milk, and so on and so forth. He struggled to shift his gaze away from the yellow shield and continued to read. Item, blue, flesh explosion. Evaluation, this is a human bomb produced by crazy scientist Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Price, low-grade soul *10. Lod was slightly speechless. This thing was completely useless, alright. Continue the next one. Item, purple, monitoring microbe. Evaluation, products of crazy scientist Kuratsuchi Mayuri, can be attached to the soul level. It is extremely difficult to be discovered. It can monitor other people's situation 24 hours a day. After a certain Quincy uses it, it is very annoying. Price, medium soul *1. Lod's eyes lit up. This thing is not bad. It can monitor other people all day long and can guarantee that no one will find it. It can be said to be an essential item for intelligence gathering. But considering that the price of monitoring microbe was relatively high and needed a medium soul, Lod decided to take a look again. Item, gold, artificial human, Kuratsuchi Nimyu. Evaluation, made by crazy scientist Kuratsuchi Mayuri, combined with Jigai technology and soul transformation technology, the artificial human created has absolute loyalty to the creator. Price, medium soul *1. It could only be said that it was indeed a special store. The items inside were very random, and there was a probability that such a small item would appear. It's you. Lod did not hesitate and decided to exchange for Kuratsuchi Nimyu. Choosing Kuratsuchi Nimyu was definitely not because she was loyal and obedient, and she had big breasts, thick legs and a good figure, but because he needed an assistant. Now that Lod wanted to make up the existence of Soul Society, he couldn't be the only one, right? Moreover, after he went out normally, no one in the store would guard the door, right? So, the assistant was still very necessary. As for the remaining intermediate soul, Lod decided to exchange for the monitoring microbe. Coincidentally, he could place it on the old and cunning lecherousman to prevent this old bastard from thinking about harming others all day long. Exchange for artificial human and monitoring microbe. After paying 2 medium-sized souls, a palm-sized syringe appeared in Lod's hand. Looking through the glass outside the tube, the blue liquid inside the syringe seemed to be slightly squirming as if it had life. Not bad. Lod nodded in satisfaction. With this thing, there would be no secret for him to keep braised eggs and shield in the future. However, what about Kuratsuchi Nimue? Where did she go? Just as Lod was puzzled, he suddenly felt someone tug on his skirt. Dad. Dad. A slightly immature voice of a loli sounded. Lod suddenly felt that something was wrong. He lowered his head and saw a black-haired little loli hugging his thigh. The little loli had long black hair that gently draped over her shoulders. Her dark eyes were clear and transparent, and her pink lips were slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile. Daddy. The little loli affectionately rubbed against Lod, then looked up at him with hope. Question mark. Lod was speechless. Wait a minute, are you Nimue? Yeah. The little loli tilted her head and revealed a cute expression. She blinked her big eyes. Could it be that Dad doesn't know me anymore? He understood. System, you old fart, you tricked me. Originally, he thought that the system was referring to the adult Kuratsuchi Nimue. Who would have thought that there would be a loli version? However, thinking about it carefully, if it were for an adult Kuratsuchi Nimue, not only would it have a vice-captain level spiritual power, but it had also served as an assistant of Kuratsuchi Mayuri and had technological development department's information and knowledge. How could it be sold for a medium-level soul? This. Could it be that he's going to be a father? Chapter 12, The Return of Shield. Dad. Do you hate Nimue? Although she was very young, Nimue was very smart. She was keenly aware that Lod seemed a little unhappy. How could that be? Lod squatted down and reached out to rub the little loli's hair. He said softly, however, Nimue shouldn't call me father. She should call me brother. You. Nimue bit her finger. Although her big eyes were full of doubts, she still replied in a childish voice, although Nimue doesn't understand, since this is your order, Nimue will definitely obey it. Good boy. Lod rubbed Nimue's hair and asked, tell big brother, does Nimue still remember technological development department? Of course. Nimue said proudly, brother, don't underestimate Nimue. All of technological development department's information is in Nimue's head. Nice. Lod's eyes lit up. It seemed that he made the right bet. Although the size has become smaller, Nimue's head is still full of information about technological development department. 12th Division Captain and Chief Technological Development Department's Kuratsuchi Mayuri, as the crazy scientist in Death God's world, there are countless forbidden science and technology. Like physical transformation, soul transformation, Jigai technique, combat soul technique, Zanpakutou transformation technique, shadow attack medicine, superhuman medicine, etc. This series of countless forbidden technology came from the hands of this big boss. According to the normal process, if he wanted to get these things, he could only spend a large amount of his soul to buy them in the system stores or pool. But now it was different. With Kuratsuchi Nimue here, it was equivalent to mastering all the techniques and information that had been left in Technological Development Department for almost 1,000 years. This. Even if it were for Soul Society's foundation, it would also become Lod's foundation. Although Lod felt that it was a bit of a pity that Nimue wasn't the pretty sister figure that he had expected, but fortunately, she had obtained something even more important. This wave could be considered a small loss. Nimue is really great. Lod happily picked up Nimue and kissed her on the forehead. Ahaha. Nimue's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she laughed. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell. In a good mood, Lod played with Nimue in the amusement park for a while and took a bath in the hot spring. Nimue, who was in her infant state, was only about 6 or 7 years old. Soon, she felt tired and slept in Lod's arms. While Nimue was sleeping soundly, Lod checked her soul and confirmed one thing at the same time. Within the body of Nimue, he could faintly sense a hidden spiritual power, which was even close to that of a third-class spiritual power and was equivalent to a vice-captain level death god. From this, it could be inferred that this lowly Nimue should be the Nimue who was resurrected by Kuratsuchi Mayuri after dying in a 1,000-year blood war. Everything was clear now. The resurrected Kuratsuchi Nimue, her hidden spiritual power in her body should be the residual power left by her predecessor when she was the vice-captain. Which means, I'm weaker than her. Lod's face became a little strange. Wasn't her sister more powerful than her brother? The next day, early morning. After making breakfast, Lod went to wake Nimue, who was still lazing in bed. Morning, brother. Nimue got up wrapped in the quilt and curled up into a ball. Then she rubbed her sleepy eyes with her small hands, looking like she could not sleep. Morning, Nimue. Lod smiled and rubbed Nimue's head, then said, today, big brother will take you shopping. Nimue, do you want to go with me? Hearing the word shopping, Nimue suddenly lost all sleepiness and opened her round eyes. Sure enough. No matter how old a woman was, her passion for shopping was not reduced at all. Thank you, brother. Nimue sprang out of bed and hugged Lod's neck. Like a koala bear, she opened her big, cute eyes and counted with her fingers. Well. Nimue wants new clothes, new shoes, and delicious food. Okay. Lod was amused by the little lowly. He stroked Nimue's hair and said, however, you have to make jigai first, Nimue. No problem. Nimue patted her chest and said confidently, jigai's technique is very simple. Nimue will soon be able to make it. Alright, let's go eat first. Okay. After the meal. Nimue fully showed Lod what a professional technician was. Although jigai's technique was not difficult, it was not something that anyone could do, especially a soul that could accommodate Death God and not affect any activity. But just in a flash. Nimue had already made jigai, a body that looked exactly the same as her in her soul state. Let's go, Nimue. Lod picked up Nimue, who had put on jigai, and walked out of Urahara shop together. The two drove to a shopping mall nearby. Wow. Nimue's eyes widened, and she was full of curiosity about everything in the outside world. There are so many people, so many beautiful clothes, brother. Lod smiled and held Nimue's small hand. He said softly, do you like it? Nimue. Yeah. I like it. Big brother is the best. Nimue nodded heavily. Next. Lod brought Nimue around the mall. After a short while, Nimue changed into a cute set of clothes, holding a fried chicken burger and ice cream bucket in her hand, and a happy smile appeared on her face. The two of them came to a coffee shop. Nimue sat on a chair, swinging her legs, and started to fight the food in front of her. As for Lod, he ordered a cup of coffee and leisurely watched Nimue struggle. From time to time, he would reach out and wipe away the food residue from the corner of Nimue's mouth. However, this warm picture of brother and sister did not last long before it was broken by a sudden person. Hello, can I sit here? A charming voice came. Lod raised his eyelids slightly and saw a woman in front of him. The woman's hair was red and wavy and was wearing tight and attractive clothes. Her curvaceous figure was vividly displayed. It's finally here. The corners of Lod's mouth rose slightly because the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. The Black Widow's appearance rate was second only to Coulson's high popularity character. This red-haired beauty was the famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, from the Marvel world. You made me wait so long. Seild. Lod was not surprised that Seild had found him, because everything was within his expectations. Coulson had seen his appearance, and Seild would definitely use him to draw it out and then use a powerful intelligence network to search the entire United States. Therefore, as soon as he showed up, Seild would be the first to find out. The truth was just as Lod had thought. Seild used the Heavenly Eye system to connect all the useful cameras and searched for Lod's portrait 24 hours a day. The moment she found Lod, Natasha was ordered to come over and try to have a second conversation with him. Hello, sir. Natasha knew the danger of this mission, so she put on the most respectful attitude. May I ask, can I sit here? No. Lod put down his coffee cup and said coldly, get lost, don't let me say it again. Chapter 13, Riding the Wave. Damn straight. Natasha looked embarrassed. Although before she came, Coulson and Fury had already reminded her that the target of this mission was not human, and her appearance might not be that effective to persuade her target. But Natasha did not believe it. She felt that whether it was human or not, it was not wrong to admire her beauty. As a result, she was disappointed. This guy with the code name Death God, not only was he not tempted by her beauty, he even said vulgar words, and actually told her to get lost. Fortunately, the people who worked for Agent had good qualities. Natasha was one of the outstanding ones, so naturally, she would not be affected by such a small matter. Since Lod did not fall for this trick, Natasha no longer pretended. The charming expression on her face disappeared in a second, and it turned into calmness and seriousness. Sir. Natasha said seriously, I am here on behalf of Seild. Thank you for your help last time. Our agent also survived because of you. Nimue puffed up her cheeks and was struggling with the steak in front of her. Lod quietly drank her coffee, but her eyes drifted out of the window, leaving Natasha to the side. She was completely ignored. There was a row of black lines on Natasha's head. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have used the scissors to crush his head. After a while, Lod finally finished her coffee, and Nimue also finished her meal. The plates on the table piled up like a mountain. It could be seen how big this little girl's appetite was. As for Natasha, she stood here for a full hour. What a jerk. Bastard. Natasha had already cursed this man who didn't care about her and treated her as if she didn't exist for almost 10,000 times in her heart. Although she wanted to curse him to death in her heart, Natasha still maintained a smile on her face. From time to time, she would look at little Nemu with a pitiful look. Brother. Nemu's heart softened for a moment. He reached out and tugged at Lod's sleeve, whispering, I felt bad for that big sister. Why don't you let her sit down? Goodness gracious. Lod praised Nemu in his heart and then seemed to compromise. He glanced at Natasha and said coldly, since my sister is pleading for you, then sit down and talk. Humph. Natasha felt relieved. Seeing that she had passed the first test, she looked at little Nemu who was pleading for her with gratitude. From now on, it was the main topic. Lod noticed that the crowd around the restaurant had been quietly replaced by Agent, who was Seireitei. Not only that, under Natasha's long red hair, there was a communication device in her ear. Interesting. The corners of Lod's lips curved up slightly. This should be the first time he had crossed paths, right? Natasha pretended to tidy up her hair, but in fact, she tapped twice in her ear, indicating that the conversation could officially begin. At the same time, across the earphone, Seireitei gathered dozens of elites. Among them, there were experts in charge of negotiations, doctors who were proficient in psychology, experts in micro-expression psychology, psychologists, experts in logic analysis, and so on. Nick Fury crossed his hands and sat in front of everyone. A cunning look flashed in his single eye. Finally, he appeared, Death God. Through the comparison data of the portrait, they borrowed the Heavenly Eye system and searched almost the entire United States before finding traces of this man. Come on. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes slightly and said in his heart, let me take a look. What kind of secret is this so-called Death God hiding? Hello, Mr. Death God. Natasha sat down steadily and stared at Lod. Let me introduce myself first. My code name is Black Widow, and I am one of Agent of Seireitei. As a representative, I am here to have a conversation with you. It doesn't matter. One of Lod's hands landed on the table, and his other hand propped up his cheek. He said lazily, tell me, why are you looking for me? Natasha sorted out her thoughts and said, it's like this, Mr. Death God. In order to protect the human race better, we just want to form a good partnership with you. Cooperate. There was a hint of disdain in Lod's eyes as he tapped his index finger on the table. Only when the foundations of both sides are on the same level can we call it cooperation. What do you think? That's right. Natasha nodded and said, but I think that as long as we can help each other, it can be called cooperation. Very interesting. Lod remained expressionless and continued, then tell me, with your strength, what can you help me with? Anything. Although you are very strong, please believe me. This is a human society after all. Natasha held her head high and said confidently. We, Seireitei, have the strongest technology on this planet. As long as you ask a question, we will definitely solve it for you. All of my problems. Lod deliberately sneered and scoffed, how can you help me when you can't even see hollow? You are wrong. Natasha smiled and took out an instrument from her bosom and handed it to Lod. Please look at this. Although we can't see hollow, we can already accurately locate hollow through the scanning of this instrument. Lod was shocked in his heart, but his face was still calm. After taking the instrument and looking at it, his eyelids jumped fiercely. Awesome. As expected of S.H.I.E.L.D. In just a few days, Seireitei had already made the instrument to detect hollow. Meanwhile, on Seireitei's side. After the joint analysis of several experts, they suggested, he is wavering. Quick, continue to suppress him. Don't give him time to react. Receiving the signal, Natasha smiled and continued, although it is still not enough, you must have seen that our technology can still help you. Even so, you are too weak. Lod frowned and pretended to be hesitant. Sir. Natasha suddenly stood up and said seriously, strength is not the only standard to judge. Moreover, does Hollow's appearance really have nothing to do with you? You. What do you mean? When Lod heard this, his expression instantly became a little flustered, as if his secret had suddenly been seen through. On Seireld's side, the experts in charge of negotiation and psychology saw the change in Lod's expression. They immediately stood up and slapped the table, shouting. He is anxious. It seems that our speculation is correct. Hollow's appearance was not an accident. It must have something to do with this person. Natasha was full of confidence and continued to ask, Mr. Death God, how do you plan to explain this? Lod suddenly turned pale. He slapped the table and growled, don't talk nonsense. How could Hollow be related to us? Us. Natasha frowned and noticed the word that Lod used. The meaning of we and I were definitely different. In other words, there was more than one Death God. That is not good. Nick Fury's face sank at the same time. More than one Death God, which meant that there might be an organization. Natasha put away the shock in her heart and probed. According to our big data, in the 50 continents of the United States, only one area of New York City has hollow. Is it really an accident? Besides, we are really worried. Natasha sighed pitifully. You. What are you worried about? Lod sneered. Of course I'm worried about you. A hint of worry appeared on Natasha's face. Hollow is so terrifying. You are facing him alone. If something happens one day, wouldn't we humans be finished? Lod snorted coldly. Don't worry. Even if I die, there will still be people who will replace me. Huh. Natasha covered her sexy red lips and said in surprise, someone else came. Isn't Death God alone? Of course not. Lod pretended to be impatient and said, are you stupid? How can I be the only Death God? Then. Is there a lot of Death God? Of course. Then where are they? They are at Soul Society. Well done. Nick Fury, who was far away from Seireitei, wished he could give her a hug. This information was too important. Soul Society. It turned out that Death God was not alone, but an organization called Soul Society. Easy. The corners of Natasha's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that her skills had not regressed. It was too easy to get Death God's words. On the other hand, although Lod, who was told by, looked livid on the surface, as if he had said something wrong. But in fact, he was about to laugh to death. The Black Widow and Nick Fury thought that their goading was very effective, but in fact, it was all within Lod's expectations. In a reasonable way, they revealed Soul Society's news to Seireitei. People like Nick Fury, who was a wily old fox, would only believe in the information they had obtained, right? This wave of Seireitei was on the 5th floor, and Lod was in the atmosphere. He's riding this wave. Chapter 14, The Shivering Shield. Mr. Death God. Natasha stroked the hair on her temples. Since we are all protecting the safety of mankind, why can't we join forces? TCH. Lod hesitated for a moment, and an unnatural expression seemed to appear on his face. And this hesitant expression, as well as the fear that flashed through his eyes, was all seen by Natasha, who was sitting opposite him. Is he afraid? Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly. It was obvious that this man was tempted, but for some unknown reason, he dared not cooperate with them. What was the reason? What was this Death God afraid of? Mr. Death God. Natasha decided to ask, Mr. Death God, although we don't know what you are hesitating about, if there is a problem, maybe you can ask us. We can help you think of a way. What do you think? A hint of struggle flashed across Lod's face. Lod's hesitation and complicated expression made Seireitei's people more convinced that they could get words out of Death God. Mr. Death God. Natasha stepped forward and said in a low voice, please trust us. We just want to protect the world better. We will never leak your information. But. Lod was still a little hesitant and fearful. Natasha suddenly sighed and said with a sad face, in fact, we are eager to cooperate with you. In addition to the idea of protecting the world, there is one more thing that we have not told you. What is it? Lod raised his eyebrows and asked. It is an enemy of ours. Natasha said seriously, they have been opposing us since the Second World War. They have secretly conducted large-scale human experiments just to let the war sweep the world again. Lod's eyelids twitched. He had already thought of who she was referring to. Sure enough, the next second, Natasha said, that evil organization is called Hydra. They are the lifelong enemies of Shield. Recently, we have received news that they have discovered the existence of a hollow. What a surprise. Lod was almost fell for that deception. Shield was going to suffer retribution sooner or later, didn't they? For the sake of the world not being destroyed, for the continuation and safety of humanity. Natasha said with a serious look, Mr. Death God, I urgently ask you to cooperate with us. Exaggerated. Lod was a little speechless. This Shield really has no conscience. In order to deceive him, they even pulled out the Hydra. Please. Natasha spoke sincerely, her eyes full of tears. She looked like a great spirit who sacrificed himself for the human race. I have no choice. Lod went down the slope with a helpless look on his face. He sighed and said, but as a Death God, contacting human beings without permission is strictly prohibited by the Soul Society. Once found out, I will be imprisoned. Natasha's expression suddenly became a little cold. From this seemingly simple words, Shield analyzed a lot of information. Firstly, Soul Society strictly prohibited any form of contact between Death God and human beings. Secondly, Soul Society had laws. From the above 2 points, Soul Society seemed to be more inclined to a country of than the organization, with strict order and laws. Natasha. Quick, continue to get his words and ask this so-called Soul Society. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. After receiving the message, Natasha deliberately showed a surprised look, a strong person like you. There shouldn't be much in Soul Society, right? TCH. Lod sneered, as if he was mocking them. Me. Strong. Don't *CK with me, for Soul Society's standard, I'm weak. This was not a lie. After all, among the original Soul Society, he really could not be considered a strong person. There were simply too many people more powerful than him. Ugh. After hearing this, Natasha's facial muscles twitched slightly, and her eyes were full of shock and horror. Nick Fury. Coulson. The rest of SHIELD's staff. Looking at Natasha, who was shocked speechless, Lod was secretly delighted. He could already imagine that SHIELD's old fox was probably not any better. The truth was as Lod expected. Including Nick Fury, all of SHIELD's members who heard this subconsciously gasped. The death god in front of them, they thought that he was a rare existence among Soul Society. But they didn't expect. This kind of man was just a small role in Soul Society. Then you. Natasha's mind was already in a mess. She said in a confused tone, I'm very sorry, sir. I want to ask, how many death god like you are there? Not much, just 10,000. 10,000. Yes. Then, how many death god who can be called the strong? Not many, just 13, all the captain of Goti 13. 13. How strong are they? Well. Lod pondered for a moment, then pointed to himself and said, Death god like me, they only need one look to shock me to death with their spiritual power. Are you kidding me? Natasha swallowed her saliva and expressed her disbelief. There were actually tens of thousands of people like him in Soul Society. No. Lod said with a very serious expression, Goti 13 is an important force to protect Soul Society. Every captain is an expert who has been tempered for hundreds of years, and will be recorded in the entire millennium history of Soul Society. Hundreds of years. Natasha was stunned and then asked subconsciously, can I ask? How old are you this year? 270 years old. Lod took a sip of coffee and said calmly, of course. Compared to those captains, I'm still too young. Natasha gritted her teeth with strong force, Death God. Is there no lifespan limit? Lod looked at Natasha with a strange expression, Death God is in charge of death. How can there be a lifespan limit? Looking at his eyes, Natasha knew that she had asked a very stupid question. That was right. He was already Death God, how could there be a limit to his lifespan? At this moment, Nick Fury felt a deep sense of powerlessness. A huge organization that has been passed down for 1,000 years, in charge of all the dead souls, and also has the terrifying armed force of Goti 13 division, which has been discovered by them until now. How many years has the United States been established? 200 years. But the age of Death God, who was casually pulled out, was above 200 years old, comparable to the history of the entire United States. In comparison, SHIELD had only been established for a few decades. Even if he had grasped some future technology, he was simply as laughable as a child in the face of such a colossus that had existed for over 1,000 years. Although Lod looked serious on the surface, he was actually secretly delighted in his heart. Right. That's it, ask more. At this moment, if he could materialize his heart, he would definitely be a sinister and cunning fox. The current SHIELD was like a mouse. He was being attracted by the cheese that Lod had thrown down, and then unknowingly, step by step, he walked into the trap that he had already set up. The more he knew, the more he felt fear towards the unknown Soul Society. Chapter 15, The Punisher. Fear originated from the unknown. Humans feared death, so they placed their hopes on Hollow's intangible belief, hoping that they could enter heaven after death. But when they learned that there was another world after death, their mood immediately became gloomy. The place where humans would go after death was neither heaven nor hell, but a place called Soul Society. There was no god or demon there. There was only Death God. Tell me. Nick Fury's already dark face also turned a little darker as his gaze swept over the group of experts. Is what he said true or false? In the office surrounded by soundproof glass, the most authoritative experts in the world, psychology, crime, microexpressions, and negotiation, were gathered. Their only task was to analyze the psychology and behavior of Death God from all angles and propose corresponding suggestions and countermeasures for Fury and Natasha. But now, the faces of all the experts seemed to be covered with a layer of white ash, as pale as a corpse. They looked at each other. The world's top experts were unable to say a word for a long time. Speak. Nick Fury was enraged. He slapped the table and roared, "What do I want you to do? Tell me." Director. One of the more daring experts braced himself and said, "According to our analysis, the credibility of what Death God said is more than 80%. 80%. Nick Fury's face twitched violently. Wasn't this equivalent to telling him that it was 100%? Thinking about the huge organization that had been around for thousands of years behind the Death God, Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine. Nonsense. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes and tapped his knuckles on the table. He said faintly, "Natasha, try to continue talking about Hydra. Let's see if we can change his mind." Hydra. The organization that was already defeated by him. Nick Fury sneered in his heart. It was just an organization that had been destroyed by Seireitei a long time ago. He could say whatever he wanted. Since Death God had kept his mouth shut and said that he had to follow Soul Society's order, then things were much simpler. He only needed to use a greater order to suppress the so-called Soul Society's order. Death God could not contact humans without permission. What if someone came into contact with Hollow and tried to use and transform him into a biological weapon? In just a few seconds, the sinister Nick Fury had already thought of how to trick this Death God into working for them, Seireitei. On the other side, Natasha suddenly had some information on the contact lenses on her retina. After reading the information, Natasha nodded imperceptibly and said, "Sir, we found something. It's about why Hollow suddenly appeared in New York." "Oh." Lod raised his eyebrows slightly. "Tell me about it." "It's about Hydra and Hollow. According to our investigation, not only does Hydra know about Hollow, but he is also secretly carrying out an evil plan," Natasha said solemnly. "One of our agents was ordered to lurk in the Hydra organization and sacrificed his own life in exchange for this information. Hydra is secretly studying the possibility of human and Hollow converting each other, and plans to use this as the foundation to create a large number of Hollow to stir up the war of the entire world." As soon as she finished speaking, Natasha took out her notebook and displayed a series of relevant information. Photos of Hydra's secret experiments, the direction of Hollow's research, the modification ideas of biological weapons, etc. Marvelous. This reasoning, this prediction. If not for knowing the plot, Lod would have thought that the Black Widow was secretly reading the script. Nick Fury's control was so sharp that even Lod was a little impressed. In just a few minutes, Seireitei had already forged the information. Congratulations, Hydra. Lod estimated that if Alexander Pierce knew that his subordinate Nick Fury had tricked the Hydra, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Natasha said to herself, "As you can see, in order to protect the peace of the world and to protect the future of mankind, we have to stop the Hydra. For this, we urgently hope that Mr. Death God can join us and protect the world with us. We can destroy the evil Hydra and thwart their evil scheme." It was reasonable and convincing. If the situation wasn't wrong, Lod even wanted to applaud them. Lod pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Well, for the future of mankind and the peace of the world, I agree to cooperate with you, but the premise is that you must keep it a secret." "No problem." Natasha was overjoyed, and there was ecstasy in her eyes. It was not easy. After expending a great deal of effort, they finally managed to trick this arrogant Death God into using a method of deception. In fact, Seireitei was happy, and Lod was even happier. Not only had they successfully infiltrated Seireitei, they had also received a surprise. After Nick Fury's reminder, Lod suddenly thought of a plan. If he couldn't do something, he could find someone else to do it. For example, the Hydra. Human experiments, soul transformation experiments, artificial Hollow experiments, and so on. If it were for a plan led by the Hydra, then no one would find it strange. Moreover, Hydra had done many crazy things in World War II. In any case, Hydra's notoriety had spread far and wide. In this way, on the surface, Hydra would attract his attention, and Lod could be at ease in collecting souls. "Thank you for your great contribution, Chief Pierce. Thank you for Nick Fury's plan. Looking forward to work with you." Natasha stretched out her fair hand and looked at him with a smile. Lod also reached out and shook Natasha's hand. He said meaningfully, "Me too." After the two sides reached an agreement, Natasha quickly apologized and left. Lod took Nemu and bought some clothes and snacks in the mall. The two strolled until night before carrying the somewhat tired Nemu home. Queen's Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Lod carefully picked up the sleeping Nemu. Just as he was about to push open the door, he found that there was a corpse lying next to the trash can not far away. Save me." The corpse squirmed a bit, then raised its head, revealing a standard American face. It's you. Laud raised his eyebrows and was not surprised at all. He said lightly, so. Frank, who did you meet this time? You were actually beaten so badly. This famous mandated Punisher in Marvel world, the Steelman who was nicknamed the Punisher, had a luxurious record of slaughtering all superheroes and villains in parallel universes. It was hard to imagine that such a man would lie here on the verge of death. It's the bullseye. Frank said in a dying voice. He suddenly became much stronger, like a monster. Chapter 16, Frank's Choice. Frank Castle, nicknamed Punisher, was a typical European and American toughman. His angular face, well-trimmed beard, and black skin-tight clothes with white skulls printed on them were his signature attire. The original Frank was born in the Marine Corps. Because of his excellent performance during battle and his powerful strength, he had been awarded medals many times. He could be considered a positive figure. But after Frank retired, when he had a meal with his wife and children in the park, he was killed by the gangs because he witnessed the transaction process. Although Frank himself relied on his powerful skills to escape from a gang killer, his wife and children died in the hands of a gang. Later, when Frank collected evidence and found the murderer who killed his wife and daughter, and told them to the law, the judge was repeatedly bribed by a gang, with all kinds of legal loopholes and money, and finally escaped the punishment he deserved. Feeling disheartened, Frank hated the unfair law and government, and finally decided to take revenge by himself, and thus contributed to the birth of the anti-hero, the Punishment. So, what was the anti-hero? If heroes had a handsome appearance, powerful ability, correct behavior, and standard values, and would always be presented in front of the world with a perfect positive image, then anti-hero. It was the hero who shed his halo, with the bloody side, that was cruel in the eyes of the world. They had many shortcomings. Maybe it was a blurred view of good and evil, or a wretched ugly face, or a sad and miserable life. But they were not bad people, and they also had their own justice and bottom line. They were all flesh and blood, not so far away, and closer to the real hero. And Frank, the mandated Punisher. He was an anti-hero who would use justice to violence, repay blood with blood, return teeth with teeth, and kill all criminals without mercy. In terms of heart, Laud actually liked these people more. Compared to superheroes who were full of benevolence, righteousness, these anti-heroes were obviously more real. Of course. Whether it was a hero or an anti-hero, all of this had nothing to do with Laud. He was only responsible for selling things. Laud first used Kaido to stop the bleeding for Frank and then stabilized his vital signs. He grabbed Frank's arm and dragged him back to the store like a dead dog. Frank himself expressed no objection to Laud's violent behavior. The premise was that if Frank could still protest. Speaking of which, Frank was also an old customer of this store. From a certain point of view, Frank should be one of the shareholders of this store. Without Frank's friendly sponsorship, how could Laud buy such a decent property in Queens, who was worth every inch of land? Therefore, if it were for someone else lying here, Laud would definitely rather die outside than bring him back to the store. Wow. As soon as he opened Frank's clothes, Laud couldn't help but frown. There were many places like abdomen and shoulder that were torn apart by firearms. The left leg was forcibly torn off from the root. This could be seen from the remaining flocule-shaped muscles. Moreover, the bones of the right arm were broken in reverse. The ribs of the chest also had signs of collapsing from the attack of a heavy object. After reading it, Laud couldn't help but sigh. This guy's vitality is really King tenacious. If it were for anyone else, they would probably die 10 times just from bleeding and pain. The reason why Frank was still alive was partly due to his abnormal physique and superhuman willpower, but also because of Laud's goods. The main business of the Spirit Cleansing Pavilion, in addition to treating external injuries, was also selling him from time to time after he was extracted from the system. However, there were some small tools that were basically useless. The one who protected Frank from death was one of the small tools. A healing talisman made by a professional team in charge of treatment can be injected with a certain amount of spiritual energy and activate the talisman to provide a long period of continuous healing for the injured. Although the healing talisman saved Frank's life, it was only limited to this. Tisk. Laud frowned when he saw this. This injury is basically incurable. This degree of injury was no longer something that could be treated. Therefore, there were only 2 ways to save Frank. Either the 4th Division captain who was proficient in Kaido came, or he now drew Zanpakutou Minazuki. However, it was a pity that Laud did not meet these 2 requirements. Kaido belonged to Kido, but it was different from the combat use of Bakuto and Heido. It was a special kind of Kido that was specially developed for treatment. Laud usually did not pay much attention to it, so his level was limited to the lowest level. As for the Zanpakuto, Minazuki was even more unreliable. He had just finished 10 consecutive draws. How could he have the soul to draw again? Laud turned his eyes to look at Nemu and suddenly thought that this little girl might have a way. Nemu. Laud rubbed the little loli's hair and said gently, "Do you have a way to save him?" No, only high-level Kaido can save him. Nimue bit his finger and said, or if there is a laboratory now, I can try to transform him and save him. Laboratory. Are you referring to the Technology Development Bureau of Kuratsuchi Mayuri? This girl is more unreliable than Zanpakutou. But he was now poor, where could he go to get a laboratory? Here, you hear her too. Lod shrugged with a face full of regret. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I really don't have the ability at the moment. This time, Frank was dead for sure. Brother. Nimue tugged at Lod's sleeve and blinked his big eyes. Do you want to save this person? Yes. Lod sighed. But unfortunately, we can't save him. Something is wrong. Nimue suddenly pursed his lips into a smile and rebuked, Brother, you dummy. Isn't there another way? There's another way. That's right. What method? Brother, have you forgotten what you are? You mean, Death God? That's right. Nimue shook his head proudly and said, Death God is in charge of souls and death. The death of a physical body cannot represent the true meaning of death. That's right. Lod's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? He immediately picked up Nimue and kissed him fiercely. Ha ha ha. Nimue, you are so smart. Nimue was right. If he wanted to save Frank, there was another way, which was to make him Death God, and also win over Frank. Wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? As for whether he would be betrayed by Frank after becoming Death God, Lod had never considered such a question. Will the strong be afraid of the weak? No. Espada number 10 is unruly and sees Death God as a slag, but why would he obey Aizen? Isn't it because the gap in strength is too big and can only bow down? So. As long as he was always stronger than Frank, wouldn't it be fine? Lod, who had the system's golden finger, if he didn't even have this bit of confidence, he might as well hang himself in the morning. In the future, how would he be able to contact death? Lod expressed his anticipation. He hoped that after becoming Death God, the Punisher would be able to bring something different to this chaotic world. Chapter 17, Men Under the Abyss of Despair. He would do as he said. Moreover, Frank's breathing gradually weakened. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that it would really be too late. Lod carried the dying Frank with one hand and Nimue followed closely behind. The two of them arrived at the secret space below the spirit cleansing pavilion. Before officially letting Frank become Death God, he still needed to ask for his opinion. If he was unwilling, he naturally would not force it. Because it was in the physical state, his Zanpakutou transformed into a cane with the symbol of Death God printed at the bottom. There is only one use for this thing, which is to push the soul of the living out of the body. In the original work, Rukia and Kasuke Urahara used this method to help the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo out of the physical state. At this moment, Frank Castle was just about to exhale his last breath. Lod raised his cane to the forehead and then poked it hard. Pop. A slightly transparent Frank was instantly pushed out of his body by the cane. There was also a long chain on his chest. Yo. Lod held the cane with both hands and smiled gently. Frank, how do you feel now? Pant, pant. Frank knelt on the ground, breathing rapidly, his face was pale. Why, my breathing, it feels so difficult. It's normal. Lod smiled faintly and said, after a living person's soul leaves their body, it's normal for them to have difficulty breathing. There's no need to panic. A living person? Soul. Body. What do you mean? Frank was confused and could not understand the meaning of this string of words. It means. Lod pointed his cane to the side. You are dead, Frank. I'm dead. Frank looked in the direction where the cane pointed and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Wait. Lod, is that my body? Not yet. Lod glanced at it and said, however, just wait. From the moment the soul left the body, the time of death of the body would come to a standstill. From now on, there was about 1 or 2 hours before Frank's body would completely die. I am dead. Frank's face was as pale as paper. His thick lips trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a touch of pain and darkness. Even you can't save me. Under the man's gaze that was full of hope, Lod shook his head silently. No. The injury you suffered is too serious and irreversible. I am sorry, Frank. The last hope in the man's eyes disappeared with this sentence. Sigh. Frank's face was ashen. There was endless anger and grievance in his heart, but he had nowhere to release it. He was dead. However, the enemy who killed his wife and children was still at large, enjoying the life of being under one person and above 10,000 people. He hated it. He hated himself for being powerless, hated the law and the government for being unfair, and hated this absurd world even more. Ah. Frank punched the ground and roared at the top of his lungs, wantonly venting the resentment and dissatisfaction in his chest. Ahem. Excuse me. Laud spoke in a timely manner. Actually, there is another way to let you live in another form. I just don't know if you are willing. What? Hearing that Laud said that there was a way to keep him alive, Frank immediately widened his eyes and said impatiently, what method? No matter what price I have to pay, I am willing. Including your soul. About that. Frank hesitated. In the Western world, those who said that they would pay for their souls were basically demons. In Frank's opinion, since Laud said that he was a soul, there was a high chance that he was also a demon. After calming down, Frank discovered a problem. Since he was in a soul state, how did Laud see him? This was definitely a demon that ran away from hell. But so what if they were demons? When his wife and children died, did God pity them? When? He placed his hopes on the law. When did the government ever be fair? No. 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 Since that was the case, it was better to fall into hell. Even if he had to sacrifice his soul, he would avenge his dead wife and children. Including my soul. Frank did not hesitate and said decisively, as long as you can let me take revenge, be it the soul or life, you can take it away. Very good, Frank. Laud nodded with satisfaction, thinking, since you agree, I have a few things to tell you. Do you want to sign a contract? Contract? Yes, it's the kind that demons often use. The burning parchment has a lot of *T written in it. Laud looked at Frank speechlessly. Frank, I am very curious. How did you connect me with the demons? Frank, this is how TV shows are played. Demons will pay for their souls. Frank, watch less TV shows. Laud rubbed his eyebrows and said, I'm not a demon, and I don't want your soul. Yeah sure, that's what demon says. Frank's face was full of an expression that he would never believe. So how do you plan to resurrect me? Do you want to turn me into a demon too? Forget it. Lower your head and look at the chain on your chest. Laud was too lazy to explain to him. Only then did Frank notice that there was a chain extending from his chest, linking him to his body. Clang. Frank tugged at the chain and frowned. It's quite sturdy. What is this for? Chain of karma. Laud said, a chain used to connect the soul and the body. Once the chain breaks, you will die completely. Oh. Frank did not care too much. Compared to these things, I care more about how you will revive me. A strange smile appeared on Laud's face. Frank, I never said that I would revive you. What? Just as Frank was about to say something, a cold light suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Dang. A crisp sound, as well as sparks, Frank saw that the chain in front of his chest was cut off by a sharp sword. Exclamation point. Frank's pupils dilated. He remembered very clearly that Laud had just said that this chain was connected to the body. Once the chain broke, he would never be able to revive. All right. Laud said calmly, now, you are completely unable to revive, Frank. F***CKU. Veins popped up on Frank's forehead as he roared, what have you done? Demon. As you can see. Laud said indifferently, I cut off the link between you and your body. Laud. Frank was so angry that his face twisted slightly. He gnashed his teeth and said, bastard. To think that I trusted you so much, and you actually lied to me. Calm down, Frank. Laud said, the definition of living doesn't necessarily mean living in the form of a human. There are other ways to do it. Frank sneered, so, you intend to turn me into a demon? Of course not. Laud shook his head, not intending to explain to him. He continued, if you want to live and have the power to take revenge, then it is best not to have so many problems. Frank, who came from the army, inherited the fine tradition of the army. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, no problem, even if I will become a demon, I will live. Very good, a good spirit. Laud said, compared to using your mouth, I think it is better to let you experience it yourself. Instead of wasting his breath and explaining to Frank, Laud felt that it was better to directly make a move. This way, it would be simpler. Very good. Frank obviously did not like the complicated explanation. He revealed his white teeth and said, I hate complicated stuff. Just tell me, what do I need? Chapter 18, 72 hours. Live. Laud stretched out a finger and said lightly, you only need to live. That's all. Bakuto number 1, restrain. Bakuto number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Seal. Frank's hands were tied back, and Kido temporarily sealed them. Plop. Frank looked at Laud in surprise. What are you doing? You will know soon. Laud said and snapped his fingers. Pa. Abyss of despair suddenly appeared. Frank felt empty below him, falling like a meteorite. A few seconds later, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from the deep pit, accompanied by Frank's scream. Lod followed closely behind and jumped off abyss of despair. At the bottom of the cave. Although Frank, who had fallen at the bottom of the pit, was not hurt too much because he was a soul, he still broke out in a cold sweat. Freely falling down for a few seconds. He used to play high-altitude parachutes, but he did not have the stimulation of this thing. After calming down a little, Frank noticed that the surrounding environment was extremely dark and silent. It seemed to be a little depressed. What was he planning to do? Frank looked a little confused. He thought that Lod first bound his hands and then threw him into a pit. This operation looked a little familiar. Wait a minute. Wasn't this way they treated the captives when they were in Vietnam? Wait. Lod. Frank suddenly had a bad feeling. Looking at Lod in front of him, his eyelids jumped wildly. Don't tell me you want me to crawl out from here. You're pretty sharp, Frank. Lod leaned on his cane and said lightly, I want you to crawl out from here. A cross appeared on Frank's forehead. Are you fucking kidding me? My hands are tied by you. How can I climb out of here? Lod raised his eyebrows slightly. Who is joking with you? I am serious. Lod. Are you F***king crazy? Frank's forehead was already dripping with sweat. This hole is at least 100 meters deep. How can a human not use his hands to climb up? Lod, then you should stop being a human. Question mark. Looking at Lod's expression, Frank suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he was not joking. Are you serious? Frank's tone was full of concern. Of course. Lod nodded and smiled. If you want to live and avenge your wife and children, you have to rely on yourself to climb out of here. What if I can't do it? Frank asked again, what will happen? Will you starve to death in this place? Lod narrowed his eyes and tapped his cane on Frank's chest. His lips moved slightly. Frank, the first erosion is about to begin. First erosion. Just as Frank was about to ask him what he meant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from the depths of his soul. An unimaginable pain. It even made this man, who was known for being iron-blooded and tough, roll on the ground in pain, grinding his teeth. He had tried to take out the remaining bullet fragments in his body when there was no anesthetic, but the pain at that time was beyond everything that he had experienced. The erosion came quickly and left quickly. Lod. What is it? Frank and Hollow lay weakly on the ground, looking at Lod with lifeless eyes. The corrosion of the chains. Lod continued, do you remember what I said before? The chains are not only connected to the body and soul, but also to the soul. At the same time, it also symbolizes whether your soul and heart are complete. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the chains corroded would not be this fast, but in this abyss of despair, the process of the chains eroding would be shortened to 72 hours. Once the chains on your chest are completely eroded, it means that you will lose your heart. Your wife and children, your memories, your past, your experiences, all of these things will disappear. And you. You will become a monster with no mercy or reason, acting on instinct, and eating the souls of humans. This method is very risky. But Lod has no choice. At present, there is only one way to make ordinary people become Death God. Beggar can't be chooser, right? Even if he wanted to learn Rukia's method of injecting Death God's strength, Frank's soul wouldn't be able to bear it. Not everyone could become Death God. Not everyone could be like Kurosaki Ichigo. Spiritual power, who was born with a huge body, could perfectly withstand Death God's power. He could not do this, and Frank was even worse. What if I become a monster? Frank asked. At that time. Lod interrupted him with a cold tone. I will kill you with my own hands. Lod was serious. From his words, Frank did not have the slightest doubt. He could even feel the faint killing intent in Lod's eyes. But the strange thing was, Frank did not feel afraid. Instead, his heart became very calm. To him, his wife and children were few and could make him feel warm memories. If even these were to be deprived, then it would be better to die. The Punisher never feared death. He was afraid that his wife and children had not been avenged, and justice had not been served. Thank you, Lod. Frank revealed a set of white teeth, his eyes flashing with fanaticism, and grinned, rather than turning into a monster that doesn't even have memories, it would be better to die in your hands. Frank understood one thing, if he wanted to obtain power, he had to pay the price. And now. This opportunity had come, and he only needed to pay the price of a little. A hint of appreciation appeared in Lod's eyes. He said, good awareness. Since you are ready, I will remind you again. Okay. Frank listened carefully and knew that what Lod said next was very important. Lod continued, the time of erosion is about 72 hours, which is about 3 days. But in fact, it will be determined by individual circumstances, and the last erosion of the chain is far more painful and faster than the sum in front. If you don't want to become a monster, there is only one way to find the power hidden in the depths of your soul that has never been excavated. It may be a person, an animal, or an object. In short, it is the existence of your soul and belief, and the dialogue in your heart with it. Then, call it. It was not good to explain too much, so Laud simply did not explain, only telling Frank some necessary things. As for whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on the will of heaven. I understand. Frank said very calmly, as long as I find the power hidden in the depths of my soul, I can live and obtain the power of revenge, right? Simply put, yes. Laud nodded slightly and then said, I will wait for you up there. I hope you can succeed. Frank, I don't want to kill you with my own hands. Hee hee. Chapter 19, Pale Justice. It had been 70 hours since Frank entered Abyss of Despair. During this period, Frank tried to climb up countless times, even using his teeth to bite the bulge on the rock wall, just to replace his hands and let him climb a little higher. But even so, Frank's best record only climbed up 2 or 3 meters, and the price was a good tooth. Time is almost up. Laud thought to himself, Frank, don't force me to kill you with my own hands. Abyss of Despair went down. Frank and Hollow lay weakly on the ground, a hint of bitterness on their faces. He had been careless. He had originally thought that, as Laud had said, finding the power hidden in the depths of his soul was very simple. However, after these dozens of hours and countless attempts, Frank was on the verge of despair. There was even a trace of doubt in his heart, thinking that Laud was lying to him. Where was the power hidden in the depths of his soul? In this silent and quiet darkness, Frank had called out countless times, prayed countless times, and even begged, but he had not received a response. Only the chains became shorter under the erosion, and now only the short section of his chest was left. The pain of his soul and the despair in his heart all indicated his ending, and he would disappear like this chain. But Frank was unwilling. His consciousness gradually became hazy, and Frank felt as if he had a dream. In the dream, there were his family, and there were also the dead souls that had died under his hands. These scenes were switched back and forth, like a lantern running on horseback. A cold touch came. Frank opened his eyes and found himself lying in the ruins. It was raining heavily in the gray sky. The raindrops fell on his body, cold and bone-chilling. Frank slowly got up and his eyes were a little confused. Where is this place? This is your inner world. A man in a white trench coat appeared. His appearance was somewhat similar to Frank. You. Who are you? Frank immediately raised his vigilance. All the muscles in his body were tight and ready to fight back at any time. Pitiful, pathetic. Frank, who was in white, said coldly, how many times do I have to call you to hear my name? Frank's eyes turned cold. I've never seen you before. Who are you? Why do you look like me? Can't you tell? The white-robed Frank sneered, his face showing disdain. I am you. Frank. You are me. A light flashed in Frank's mind. He suddenly remembered what Laud had said before. He subconsciously asked, you are the power hidden in my soul that Laud said. You can say that. The white-robed Frank said lightly, but to be more accurate, it should be the power of death god that belongs to you. Great. Frank's eyes lit up. Hurry up and give me strength, or I'll turn into a monster. Give you strength. Frank, you might have made a mistake. What do you mean? Frank frowned and asked in confusion, aren't you my power? Tell me, what do you want? Frank said coldly. Frank was suddenly stunned and did not know how to answer this question. Yes. What do I want? He had never thought about this before and only took revenge with anger. Destroy all sins. But when Frank asked, Frank suddenly did not know how to answer this question. Frank. Do you remember how many lives fell under your muzzle? Frank said lightly. 100, 200. Or 1,000, 2,000. What are you pursuing? Revenge? Or uphold justice? Or is it just venting his anger? Tell me, Frank. Are you an avenger or a mandated punisher? Frank clenched his fists, blue veins popping up on his forehead. Is there any difference? There's a difference. Frank, in white, had a deep gaze. I need to know your answer. Tell me your real answer, Frank. Frank was silent. Just as Frank in white had said, most of the time, he could not figure it out. Was he an avenger swallowed by anger, or was he an executioner who executed justice? Frank lowered his head. His eyes were full of loneliness. He muttered to himself. I was desperate. I was also disappointed. Every time I thought back to that day, when the sinful bullets pierced their chests, my anger could not be contained. It was even about to swallow my reason. I know very well. As long as there are benefits in this world, then sin will never be eliminated. This is a lonely and endless war. Anger is my bullet. Hatred is my blood. And justice is my belief. Since the law and order cannot be judged, then I will be the one to punish and protect the ridiculous and pale justice. To use violence to suppress violence, to repay blood with blood. This is not revenge. It is punishment. The sinner should be killed. Frank's eyes were red and he roared. The invisible spiritual energy shook and set off a soaring tornado. Remember your belief at this moment. Frank, in white, revealed a smile with a trace of gratification and pity. Call. Frank. Call my name. Boom. A burning meteor shot into the sky from the bottom of the pit and then quickly fell on the ground. Oh. Laud raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "It seems that you have succeeded, Frank." Frank, who was wearing a black windbreaker, had a huge white skull imprinted on his back, and on his hand was Zanpakutou, who belonged to him alone. Unlike Laud's Zanpakutou, Frank's Zanpakutou was a standard Western knight sword. This sword had no gorgeous appearance, no gorgeous decorations, just an ordinary and simple sword that could be easily overlooked. This sword. Laud's gaze fell on the knight sword, and he was slightly surprised in his heart. Zanpakutou was the manifestation of his soul. In other words, the style, appearance, and ability were all related to his soul. However, Frank's Zanpakutou was actually an ordinary Western knight sword. This was somewhat beyond Laud's expectations. "Thank you." After Frank thanked Laud, he turned to look at the sword in his hand and muttered, "Is this my power?" "Congratulations." Laud clapped his hands and said, "From today on, you are no longer Frank, but Death God, Frank." "Ha." Frank grinned and shook his head. "Compared to the title of Death God, I like the Punisher better." Then the third lesson. Laud pulled out sword from his cane and pointed it at Frank. "Let me see your Zanpakutou ability." Compared to Frank calling Death God, he was more curious about the ability of this seemingly ordinary sword. "Good." Frank did not object. He smiled and said, "I was almost killed by you. It is not too much for me to unleash my sword, is it?" Laud smiled and said, "If you can do it." "Be careful, Laud." Frank used his rough hand to touch the sword, and his eyes were heavy. He said in a low voice, "This is my first time using it. If I kill you, I will not be responsible. Come on." Laud narrowed his eyes, and the huge spiritual power was instantly released, like a landslide or tsunami, rolling up waves of wind and waves in the air. Frank crossed his sword in front of his chest, glared at him, growled, and said, "Justice is pale and humble, but it is not powerless. Seireitei, pale justice." Chapter 20, Two-Gun Frank. Ha ha ha. Frank laughed and said, "Do you like it? I can't give it to you even if I like it." "No need." Laud smiled back. "My sword is also not bad. Be careful." Frank suddenly raised his hand. The moment the voice was released, the trigger had already been pressed down. When a person spoke, it just so happened to be the moment when his mind was the most relaxed. For the mandated punishers, their combat style was never constrained by the rules, and everything was done to kill the other party as the final goal. Frank wasn't worried about killing Laud because from spiritual power's situation just now, it was clear that he was at an absolute disadvantage. If he wanted to win, he could only rely on sneak attacks. Boom. The spear blade let out a loud roar, like the roar of a wild beast. It spewed out blazing flames, pushing a metal bullet out of the rifling. So. The speed of the bullet was extremely fast, even piercing through dozens of meters of air. As if there was no resistance at all, it shot straight towards Laud. Too slow. Laud smiled indifferently, and then took half a step, and Zanpakutou suddenly slashed. Zanjutsu, sword pressure. The naked eye could see that spiritual power was condensed on sword's blade, and then aimed at the bullet, and swung down hard at sword. Clang. Sword's blade split open the bullet, causing countless sparks to fly in all directions. Laud, who originally thought that it was over, suddenly saw a strange and inexplicable smile on the corner of Frank's mouth. He immediately thought that it was not good. Pata. The cracked bullet emitted a sound similar to a spring machine expanding, followed by countless steel needles that shot out like a storm of pear blossoms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ho-ho, cicada shell. Laud moved his ankle and instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a coat. Poof. Countless steel needles shot out and pierced through the coat, leaving a dense hole like a beehive. Sheesh. Laud gasped when he saw this. He thought that Frank was too vicious. If it were for him, what would happen? Did he dodge? Frank narrowed his eyes slightly and memorized Laud's footsteps in his mind. Then, he raised the gun blade in his right hand. This time, increased the speed of the bullet. Bang. This time, the bullet was at least 3 times faster than the previous one. In almost a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lod. So fast! Lod exclaimed in surprise, but his body was calm and composed. He held Zanpakutou horizontally in front of his chest and blocked the shot. Dang! The bullet with 3 times the speed of the chamber was pushed back by the tremendous inertia. Even with Lod's physical fitness, it was inevitable for him to be pushed back a step. Accelerate! Frank shouted coldly. He did not give Lod any time to catch his breath as he fired 18 shots with his right hand. Bang! 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 The 18 bullets roared and tore through the air, bringing with them flames that could be seen with the naked eye as they attacked in all sorts of arcs in the air. This is arc shot. Lod had a strange expression on his face. If he remembered correctly, this should be the skill of the assassins. Was this Frank's own ability or Zanpakutou's ability? But right now, there was no time to think about it. The 18 bullets made a huge arc in the air like a fishing net, surrounding Lod inside. Gotcha. Frank narrowed his eyes. In the past, no one had ever been able to escape this move of his. However, he is still too inexperienced. Lod's eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled indifferently and said, "Frank, at this level of a child, there is no way to defeat me." After saying that, Zanpakutou unsheathed his sword and turned into countless rays of sword's light. The speed of the consecutive slashes was so fast that it could no longer be captured by the naked eye. It was as if in an instant, 18 bullets were cut off. I guessed it long ago. Seeing that the bullet was split open, Frank did not panic. Instead, he said confidently, "Unfortunately, Lod, you forgot that my bullet is not just a bullet." Ka. After the 18 bullets split open, the familiar sound of a machine expansion rang out once more. Boom. 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 With Lod as the center, a violent explosion suddenly occurred within a radius of several meters, mixed with poisonous gas, flames, steel needles, and other attacks. Did I get him? Frank carefully observed the situation of Lod in the smoke, but he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. It was him. The attack just now did not succeed. Frank instantly reacted, the gun blade in his left hand turned back and slashed. Dang. The 2 blades clashed. You are really amazing. Frank looked at the unscathed Lod and gritted his teeth in anger. Don't you have too many abilities? At this moment, Lod did not know whether to laugh or cry. He suddenly had a trace of curiosity towards Frank's Zanpakutou ability. 18 bullets actually had 18 different effects. Could it be that Zanpakutou's ability could change the structure and attributes of the bullets? You are not half bad either. Frank grinned and said, "You can actually dodge that move. Thank you for your praise." Lod narrowed his eyes and smiled. With just the strength of one hand, he had completely suppressed Frank. The latter was almost about to kneel. Frank gritted his teeth and struggled. His spiritual energy was completely inferior to Lod's, and his physical fitness was even worse. He could only be suppressed. Is it over? Lod was a little disappointed. If it's only to this extent, it seems that your hope of revenge is still far away. Although Frank's Zanpakutou ability seemed to be very fancy, it was actually very ordinary. Not only did it not have the additional effects of the Keto ability, it also did not have the additional effect of the slash ability. It only changed the attributes of the bullets. This ability was really a bit useless. Is that so? Frank suddenly smiled strangely. Lod, fighting is not just about the strength of each other. The most important thing is intelligence. Oh. Lod raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What other information do you have?" Frank suddenly took a step back and after pulling away from Lod, he raised the gun blade that he had never used before in his left hand. Left hand. Lod instantly understood. Frank had always been using the gun blade of his right hand, but he had never used the gun blade of his left hand. Could it be? Did the gun blade on his left have other abilities? Just as Lod was thinking, he saw Frank raise the gun blade of his left hand and aim it at his heart. Then, he revealed a smile. Lod. There are 2 parts of the Shirkai of Pale Justice. One of the guns is called Justice. It can modify the additional attributes of bullets with my mind. You have just seen it. The other gun is called Pale. It can add some additional abilities to me. For example. Bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and a blood-red bullet entered Frank's chest. Until death. Frank raised his head. His eyes were blood-red, and the spiritual energy around his body boiled and exploded. There were faint signs of a breakthrough. There is only one use for it. Increase all my attributes to a great extent, and during this period of time, no matter what kind of damage I suffer, I will not die. Okay. That was very much a Punisher. Chapter 21, Blood for Blood, Violence Against Violence. The battle ended very quickly. Although Frank's tactical accomplishment was extremely high, with the exception of the arc shooting with 100 shots and the different abilities of the left and right blades, he caused a lot of trouble for Lod. But facing the serious Lod, Frank could only lose in the end. One sword. After the shuriken, Lod used Shinso to step through instantly and breaking the sound barrier. Without any reaction from Frank, he accurately penetrated his abdomen so that after a while, the pain nerves responded. As for Lod, except for the slightly damaged clothes, the rest could be said to be unscathed. Frank was obviously surprised by this result. He did not expect the gap between the two to be so big. Lod felt very normal. The battle between Death God is the battle of spiritual power. No matter how powerful your Zanpakuto, Zanjutsu, Kido, or skills are, what matters the most is still spiritual power. Just like Soul Society's Captain Commander, the first Death God in 1,000 years, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. The real horror of this Captain Commander is not his Ryūjin Jakka, but his own huge spiritual power. Even if he didn't use his Zanpakuto to fight, it's still enough to crush 90 of Death God. Therefore, Frank did not lose out. After all, he had only just been promoted to Death God. Although his Zanpakuto could reach the shuriken, his spiritual power's essence was only 8th class, just equivalent to an ordinary Death God. When he met Lod, who was a ranking official, and in the state of Zanpakuto's shuriken, wasn't it natural for him to be crushed? I will remember this wound. Frank said sullenly, next time, I will definitely open a hole in your stomach. Anyone who opened a hole in their stomach would probably be as unhappy as Frank. Okay, if you can do it. Lod shrugged, indicating that he did not care. However, he felt that Frank should be impossible in this life. With the golden finger, he would grow up at an extremely fast speed, and the distance between him and them would grow larger and larger. Perhaps one day. He can also be like Aizen, and can crush a captain-level Death God. It won't be very far. Lod silently said in his heart. With Soul King development system, surpassing Aizen was just a matter of time. Back to the topic. Lod admired Frank very much, not only because his combat accomplishments were extremely high, but also because of his adaptability to strange situations. Death God had Zanpakuto, but there were very few people who could perfectly adapt to their own abilities and maximize their potential. Most of Death God was Zanpakuto, who had slowly adapted and familiarized himself over the long years through cultivation and battle. But Frank was different. Frank, as a mandated Punisher, had an extremely high degree of sensitivity to battle. He possessed extremely strong combat discipline, will, and tactics, and he was able to convert them into reality. The gun blade in his right hand could follow the user's will, consume an indefinite amount of spiritual energy, and create multi-purpose bullets. Currently included but not limited to, blasting, acceleration, flames, poison gas, canister, and freezing 6 types. It was unknown if it would increase in the later stages. As for the gun blade in his left hand, it could condense reishi into a bullet, and then use the gun to inject it into the body of the soul, giving different effects to the victim and giving others. Until death is one of them, similar to the effect of adrenaline booster, but the extent of improvement is far greater than that. It is a desperate skill. There is also a type of bullet effect. After entering the human body, there is a healing effect, and the most important thing is that the effect can be superimposed with other healing effect. It can be said that Pale Justice was very consistent with the style of the mandated Punishers. Then, Frank, Lod said lightly, you have power now. What are you going to do next? Frank was slightly stunned, and then his eyes were quickly filled with flames of anger. This question, is there a need to ask? He did not forget who was the culprit who had caused him to suffer so much and almost lose his life. The bullseye. This assassin, the sins that flowed on his body, even if he was thrown into hell, he would not be able to wash them clean. Of course it is revenge. Frank's eyes revealed a fierce light, revealing a slightly sinister smile, using blood to repay blood, using violence to deal with violence. This is the style of the Punisher. I wish you good luck. Lod took a step back and made a gesture of invitation. I will. Frank nodded heavily and said with a serious face, when I come back, my life will be yours. He never easily made promises to others, but to the men in front of him who gave him strength and a second life, Frank made the biggest promise. No need. Lod smiled and shook his head. Frank, I saved you because I wanted to save you. Your life is yours and does not belong to anyone, so you do not need to be grateful to me. Because of longing and gratitude, rashly offering your life and loyalty is the most stupid behavior for me. To subdue a person and use kindness to coerce him was the worst method, and Lod disdained it. Even if he agreed today, with Frank's character, if not for sincere, how long could this relationship last? So let out a long line to catch the big fish. Lod was not in a hurry. Anyway, the favor that Frank owed would not disappear. Sooner or later, it would be his. Well, since you insist. Frank looked at him deeply and sighed, your words are always very reasonable. I will use my own eyes to confirm whether you are worthy of me following you. Fisk Tower. The biggest underworld leader of the United States, Kingpin, who was known as the King of the Underworld, lived on the top floor of this building. Kingpin. Bullseye. Under the moonlight, Frank was dressed in a black windbreaker. He was like Death God who wanted to claim his victim's life. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The time of your death has arrived. Frank slowly walked towards the Fisk Tower. In the past, he had to put in a lot of effort in order to sneak in, but now he didn't need it. In the state of Death God's spirit body, these people without spiritual power could not see Frank at all. The inside of the building was brightly lit and decorated. Frank was in the middle, but the people who were patrolling did not notice it at all. Let's start from here. Frank muttered in his heart. Zanpakutou Shirkai, pale justice. Without any superfluous words or any signs, Frank began his massacre. Evil people, no need to be forgiven. Bang. The roaring bullet instantly shot out of the chamber, piercing through a fierce-looking man in a suit. A person suddenly died from a headshot, and the rest of the people who were patrolling saw this scene and instantly burst into a commotion. What happened? Peter is dead. We're under attack. We're under attack. Bang. Another person was shot in the head. The thick white substance mixed with blood splattered on the person next to him. Help. Help. Shoot. Shoot. Where is he? Where is the intruder? Frank was expressionless. The gun blade let out a wanton roar and pierced the bullets into their chests. It's a demon. He's a demon, we can't see him. Kill him. Kill him. Don't kill me. It's not me. In the face of death, all lives were equal. When they stood on the side of sin and bullied the weak, did they also think that they would be destroyed by a stronger force? Obviously, they had never heard of it. Evil should be punished. Frank did not pay any attention to the pleading and crying of these people. He mercilessly pulled the trigger and reaped the lives of these people. Listen. It was the sound of death. Bang. 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 The cries and pleading gradually weakened. Frank walked past the blood and corpses and headed towards the top floor of the Fisk Tower. Tonight, the moonlight was really beautiful. Chapter 22, Bullseye. On the top floor of Fisk Tower. In a magnificent office, a fat bald man sat on a soft sofa, his eyes revealing a bit of fierceness. This man's name was Kingpin. He was the emperor of the underworld in New York and even the entire United States. He was born with an evil mind. In the past, Kingpin conducted a massacre on the other gangs and colluded with the current politicians to establish the largest and most ferocious underworld empire. But today, Kingpin was not in a good mood and felt strangely angry. Just now, there was an alarm downstairs. Someone of unknown identity broke in and killed his subordinates. But this was not the point. As the emperor of the underworld, Kingpin had long been used to this kind of thing. Whether it was a superhero or an opponent in the underworld, there were simply too many people who wanted his life. If a superhero did not come one day, he would feel that something was wrong. But no matter which time, Kingpin did not have this strange feeling. It was normal for someone to kill him. But, where was the person? From the moment the first person died, to the death of everyone, Kingpin did not see the shadow of the attacker at all. The surveillance video had been confirmed many times. No matter how many times he slowed down, it was very certain that there was no enemy at all. At first, Kingpin suspected that the other party might be a mutant or a superhero who had a similar ability to stealth. However, the infrared scanning device did not show any body temperature at all. Bastard. In a fit of anger, Kingpin smashed all the monitoring devices, and his eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. Who is it that wants my life? A monster that could not be found with any detection equipment, Kingpin did not intend to confront him directly. As the saying goes, the leader's life worth as much as 1,000 peasants. The life of an emperor of the underworld was naturally more valuable than the lives of these minions. In the face of such an existence that could not be explained by science, Kingpin decided to abandon them without hesitation and escape alone. But before he escaped, he still needed one person to help him stall this monster. Monsters need to be dealt with by monsters. Bullseye, I'll leave this place to you. There should be no problem, right? Said Kingpin. No problem. From the shadows of the office, a man wearing Bullseye's mask walked out. His tone revealed a hint of excitement. I also want to try how strong I am now, he said. That's good. Kingpin got up from the sofa and walked to the innermost part of the office. A wall full of decorations pressed a hidden mechanism. Rumble. The heavy wall slid to both sides, revealing a circular metal door. As the underworld emperor, having 1 or 2 special escape routes was very reasonable and realistic. Kingpin strode into the metal door and entered the password. The heavy metal door in the wall slowly closed. Kingpin quickly left the escape tunnel. He secretly said in his heart, if I find out who you are, I will kill your whole family. He never thought that the person who was killing his subordinates was the Punisher who was seriously injured by Bullseye a few days ago. Now, he had returned. He had transformed into Death God to harvest the evil souls. Bang. The last person fell to the ground, his head pierced by a bullet. His face was filled with unwillingness and fear as he swallowed his last breath. 107. Frank let out a breath, then stepped over the corpse and moved towards the next level. Evil should be punished. In his eyes. No one in the entire Fisk Tower was innocent. They had all aimed their guns at those weak people, the blood on their hands, and the families that had been destroyed because of them. And now. It was time for these people to pay the price. The last floor. Frank stepped onto the last floor with heavy and firm steps. His biggest goal tonight, Kingpin and Bullseye, was here. Clang. Frank clenched the gun blade, then cut open the heavy metal door in front of him and walked into the office of the Underworld Emperor. Bang. The moment the door was pushed open by Frank, accompanied by the sound of bullets coming out of the barrel. Dang. Frank was unusually calm. The gun blade split the bullet from the bottom up, and the shell that was broken into two fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Only one person. Frank swept his eyes across the office and found that only Bullseye was standing there, but Kingpin had disappeared. Are you a mutant? Bullseye raised his gun and aimed at the front. His target was Frank. In his perspective, he could only see a very vague shadow. The only thing he could be sure of was that it should be a human. Since he was a human and had such a strange ability, then the only possibility he could think of was the mutant. Frank was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He injected spiritual energy into Justice, giving the bullet an acceleration attribute, and then directly pulled the trigger. Bang. 3 times the speed of the bullet, almost in the blink of an eye, it pierced through Bullseye's skull, causing blood to splash onto the expensive floor. 108. Frank put away the gun blade, turned around and walked into the office. However, he had only taken a few steps when he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. He subconsciously squatted down and rolled around. Whoosh. A few strands of hair were cut off. Frank was shocked. He turned around and looked in the direction he had just gone. His eyes widened. TSK, he actually dodged it. The man who spoke was Bullseye, who had just been shot in the head. This is impossible. Frank's pupils shrank and he was shocked. He clearly saw that Bullseye had been shot in the skeleton, but he was still alive now. Moreover, not only did Bullseye not die, but the wound left by the bullet on his head had also mysteriously disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Bullseye seemed to have felt Frank's shock and laughed arrogantly. Are you surprised now? Why do you think I am not dead? What the hell is going on? Frank's mind was in chaos, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he was almost killed, Bullseye suddenly had superhuman reaction speed and could be said to be abnormal physical strength, but he did not show this strange ability. Bang bang bang. Frank pulled the trigger and fired several shots in an instant. He gave the bullets 4 attributes: blasting, fire, freezing, and poisonous gas. Haha, useless, useless, useless. Bullseye laughed wildly and rushed over. Although he could only see a vague shadow, this was enough for professional killers. Puff. The bullet hit Bullseye's body, splashing blood and minced meat, but Bullseye did not retreat at all, and rushed up against the bullet. F***CK. Frank cursed loudly, and fired as he retreated. What the hell is this thing? Before he had a clear understanding of Bullseye's background, he would not choose to rashly approach. The risk of fighting an undying madman in close combat was too great. It's useless. Bullseye laughed maniacally. Do you still not understand? Bullets are useless against me. I have already become a high-level creature with an immortal body. An immortal body? Frank sneered. He never believed that there was an immortal body in this world. This could only mean that the method of destruction was not found. Since one shot can't kill you, then I will blow you into a pile of minced meat. Let's see if you will still live. Chapter 23, Mask and Vampire. An immortal body. Frank's expression did not change, and he even wanted to laugh in his heart. If it were him before, he might have been surprised, but after experiencing the hellish 3 days, the past him has completely gone. Since even Death God could become a reality, then it was not difficult to understand that there was another undying monster. Judging from the battle just now, the explosive effect of a single bullet was not enough to blow Bullseye into a pile of minced meat. Therefore, this time, he did not plan to hold back. He shot with an arc and killed Bullseye in one go. Justice execution. Frank took a deep breath and gave 18 bullets the explosive attribute. This was the limit he could reach at the moment, and then he pulled the trigger heavily. Bang. The grayish-white gun blade spat out flames that symbolized death. Along with the vibration of the air, there was also a loud rumble of firearms. 18 bullets instantly roared out of the chamber. You still don't understand. Bullseye said disdainfully, human bullets are useless to me. Too slow. The speed of the bullet was too slow. If it were 4 in the past, Bullseye would never be so arrogant. But ever since he became a perfect creature, there were very few things in this world that could hurt him. His body and perception had been strengthened several times. Even the speed of the bullet was like a movie that had slowed down several times. Dong. As soon as Bullseye stepped on the ground, the expensive tiles immediately broke into pieces, and his speed surpassed the bullets in an instant. His speed was too fast. The bullets seemed to stand still in front of Bullseye, easily avoiding the attack and charging in a straight line in front of Frank. Die. Bullseye's gaze was extremely vicious, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. His finger was like a sharp sword blade as it ruthlessly pierced into Frank's chest. Sizzle. A stream of blood gushed out. Get lost. Frank roared and kicked Bullseye away. At the same time, he took a few steps back. Slurp. Bullseye licked the blood on his hand and revealed a satisfied expression. Ah, your blood tastes so good, much better than those ordinary humans. Is that so? Frank sneered and said in disgust, then you should taste what your own blood tastes like. What? Just as Bullseye was about to mock him for overestimating his abilities, he discovered that the bullets that had missed had actually made a turn in the air. Bang. 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 The 18 bullets were like a huge net that wrapped around him, accurately hitting Bullseye. Success. A smile appeared on Frank's face. Although there was an accident during the process, the result was still as he had expected. Is it you? The Punisher. This familiar way of attacking reminded Bullseye of a person who should have died a long time ago. Impossible. Aren't you already dead? Why is it impossible? Frank's voice seemed to come from hell, revealing a breathtaking chill. The hell is empty, so I came back to take you down with me. Impossible. Bullseye could not believe it. At that time, he had personally torn off one of his opponent's legs and fired several shots in succession. It was impossible for a human with such serious injuries to survive. You just said that you are immortal. The corners of Frank's mouth rose slightly, forming a trace of coldness. But I want to know, if you are blown to pieces, will you still be alive? Bastard. Bullseye's pupils suddenly contracted. He was very clear that he was not really immortal, just that he had a recovery ability that far exceeded ordinary people. If he was blown to pieces, he would die without a doubt. I will kill you, Punisher. Just as he took a step forward, Bullseye's face instantly turned pale. He felt that there was a huge amount of energy boiling in his body. 18 explosive bullets exploded in Bullseye's body at the same time, causing the destructive power to increase several times. Damn it. I am a perfect creature. How could I die in the hands of a mere human? Boom. In the midst of the flames and explosions, Bullseye's body was blown into pieces and splashed on the floor of the office. It was disgusting. A perfect creature. Frank sneered, sorry, I forgot to tell you. I am Death God. True. As Frank said, any creature that was blown to pieces would definitely not be able to live, unless the creature itself had already broken away from the concept of creature. And Bullseye. He had already reached this step. Within the shattered pieces of meat, a thin strip of meat suddenly extended out, and then as if it had a consciousness, they tangled together. My F***ck. Frank was shocked. What the hell is this monster? Bang. 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 Frank fired a few more shots at the meat, but found that it was completely useless. These pieces of meat that had already exploded, after being hit by the bullets, were nothing more than becoming smaller, and it did not affect their regeneration. Feeling the attack, the scattered meat sprouts were like vipers, launching an attack on Frank. F***ck. Frank cursed. He had no choice but to stay away from the meat and shoot at the meat sprouts. There was nothing he could do now. He could only watch as Bullseye revived. Glup, glup. The meat sprouts became sticky, gathering the pieces of meat scattered in the living room, and then regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frank. I want to thank you. Bullseye looked up at the sky and laughed wildly. If not for you, I wouldn't have known that I had actually evolved to this extent. If not for this time, perhaps he would never know that even if he was blown up into a pile, he could actually be reborn again. Frank put down the gun blade and said gloomily, Bullseye. What have you become? You want to know? Bullseye seemed to feel like he was holding a victory ticket. This is a gift from the heavens that allowed me to evolve into the most perfect creature. A gift. It seemed that this thing had a close relationship with Bullseye turning into this monster. A gift from the heavens. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Damn Bullseye. Frank deliberately pretended to be flustered and exasperated, just like a person who had fallen into a dead end. Bullseye had indeed been fooled. Looking at the hysterical Frank, the greatly satisfied Bullseye said, "That's right, it's a gift from the heavens, a mysterious mask from 100,000 years ago." Ever since he put on that mask, Bullseye felt that he had never felt so good before. With his strong body and keen reaction speed, coupled with his body that was not old, he only needed to drink blood to survive. However, the only drawback was that he could not stand under the sunlight and could only stay in the night for the rest of his life. But this was not important. With such a powerful body, he could slowly rule the world. As for Frank, he was just a human. Even if he returned from hell, what could he do to him? Nothing. Relax, Frank. I will suck up every drop of blood in your body and then make you regret going against me in despair and pain. Bullseye walked over with a ferocious smile. His pale skin looked a little strange under the moonlight. Ha ha ha. Frank smiled. What are you laughing at? Bullseye asked with a gloomy face. Vampire. Frank shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. Originally, he thought that Bullseye had obtained some power, but in the end, he only became a vampire. If it were his past self, perhaps he would have felt that it was troublesome. But now it was different. The times have changed. Bullseye. The current him was Death God, who was in charge of the death of most souls. And Zanpakutou's attack would only cause damage to the soul. It would not care whether you were a vampire or not. To some extent, Zanpakutou was even more harmful than sunlight to vampires. Frank did not know about this before, so according to his previous habits, he had been using the bullets of Seireitei to fight and did not try to engage in close combat. But if he had known that Bullseye was a vampire, he would have ended the battle immediately when they first met. Thank you for your information, Bullseye. A cruel sneer appeared on Frank's face. In return, let me send you to your death. Vampire, right? An undying old man, right? Come, 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 come. I'll show you something cool. Frank grinned hideously. Combined with the scar on his face, he looked like a villain boss. Chapter 24, Encroaching Danger. Are you ready? Frank suddenly said as if he was talking to himself. This feeling was very strange. Right now, there were only the two of them in the entire building, but Frank's tone seemed to be talking to another person. An invisible person. You have a reinforcement. Bullseye narrowed his eyes slightly, his ears and nose twitching slightly. Smell. No. Although the smell of blood and the smell of gunpowder was very strong, the physique of a vampire allowed him to distinguish any substance in the air. Any sound? There was none either. Through the sound waves similar to that of a bat, no creature within 100 meters would be able to escape his detection. There was no second person here. The Punisher was trying to trick him. Still lying to me. Bullseye licked his lips, a hint of red in his eyes. He laughed and said, "Do you think this little trick can deceive a perfect creature like me? There is no other person here." You are wrong, Bullseye. Frank raised his eyelids slightly and said lightly, "There is another person here, but you can't see it." The third person was Pale Justice. However, only Frank could see it. Ready. Frank, who was wearing a white windbreaker, said indifferently, just in time. Let him see my true ability. Yeah. Frank agreed softly, and then his spiritual energy erupted like a volcano. The word of salvation. Until death. Unparalleled strength until I die. Bang. 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 3 bullets roared out, but their target was not Bullseye, but Frank himself. Bullseye was confused. This was the first time he had seen someone shoot himself. Ha ha, ha ha. Bullseye couldn't help but laugh wildly. Are you crazy? Do you think you can't beat me, so you want to kill yourself now? Suicide. Frank smiled contemptuously. These 3 bullets were his real strength. Ah dash. The veins on Frank's face bulged, as if he was enduring some kind of great pain. His entire skin was as red as a boiled shrimp, emitting hot steam. Violent spiritual energy surged out at the same time, like a storm formed by sword's blade, cutting the expensive tiles and furniture around them into pieces. Die, Bullseye. Boom. After a loud shout, Frank stepped on the ground with his right foot. The expensive tiles suddenly cracked, and his whole person was like a cannonball, instantly tearing the air and rushing out. So fast. Bullseye's pupils suddenly contracted. Even with his vampire physique, he could not see Frank's movements clearly. Whoosh. A cold light flashed. Along with the pain coming from his body, Bullseye saw that his arm had been cut off at some point in time. TCH. Ah dash. This time, the injury was different from all the previous injuries. The heart-wrenching pain was like his soul being torn apart, causing Bullseye to scream uncontrollably. F***ck. You bastard. Next time, I will cut off your head. Frank said. If one looked closely, they would find that Frank was not in a good state. His skin had already shown cracks, and there was blood and sweat oozing out constantly. It was evaporated into smoke by the hot temperature. Obviously, he had given Frank 3 abilities at once. With Frank's current physique, he could not bear it for a long time, so he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, before the enemy could be defeated, he would probably fall first. My hand. Under the invasion of the intense pain, Bullseye discovered another terrifying thing. The arm that had been cut off by the Punishers was actually unable to recover. No. To be more precise, it was as if he had never had this arm, and he had been completely cut by the Punishers. What was the most terrifying ability of vampires? Blood-sucking. Of course not. Superhuman perception. Not either. It was an ability that they could not be killed even if it were blown to pieces. But now, the immortal body was broken. This is impossible. Bullseye roared hysterically, I am a perfect creature, how can I be defeated by a human? Goodbye, Bullseye. Frank let out a breath and shot out like a sharp arrow. Then, he bent down like a cheetah. Justice. Execute. Boom. Frank took a step forward, accompanied by an ear-piercing sonic boom, and instantly disappeared into Bullseye's retina. Clang. The sharp blade of sword cut through the air, letting out a sharp hiss. No. Don't kill me. Bullseye's pupils expanded to the limit, and he screamed in panic, you can't kill me. I know what Kingpin wants to do. He has a huge conspiracy. He wants to. Whoosh. It was the sound of a sharp weapon cutting the flesh. A head was thrown high. Is that my body? A very familiar back, but without a head, appeared in Bullseye's sight. Ah. So. I'm dead. It's really ridiculous. Bullseye's eyes were slightly unfocused. It turned out that he was already dead. He didn't even see how he died. Laughable, truly laughable. Punisher. Knowing that he would die for sure, Bullseye shouted, I will wait for you in hell. You, and New York City, all of you will be buried with me. What do you mean? Frank frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling. Ha. Do you think, a perfect creature? I am alone. You are too naive. Frank. That mask. Frank suddenly remembered that Bullseye said that he turned into this kind of monster because of a strange mask. In other words, as long as Kingpin still had that mask in his hand, he could make as many of these undying monsters as he wanted. Something big has happened. Cold sweat appeared on Frank's forehead. Based on his understanding of Kingpin, that crazy fatty would definitely use this mask to create a large number of monsters and then plan to rule the entire world. Wait. Frank picked up Bullseye's head and said, tell me, where is Kingpin? Is the mask with him? What are you going to do? Tell you. Ha ha ha, dream on, I will, wait for you in hell. The Punisher. Bullseye said the last sentence. His eyes gradually dimmed and he swallowed the last breath. He was dead. This time, it was completely impossible for him to be revived. *T. Frank, who was furious, smashed Bullseye's head with a punch. This damned bastard. Even after he died, he still didn't forget to disgust him once. However, the words that Bullseye said before he died still made him feel uneasy. The mask was very likely in Kingpin's hands. If he left it alone, the vampires would spread throughout the city. He had to find the mask. Kingpin. Frank gritted his teeth and hated this person to the extreme. Don't let me find you, or I will kill you. In a villa in the suburbs. This was one of Kingpin's secret bases. Only he knew the location and even Bullseye did not know. Damned Punisher. Kingpin smashed a table in fury, his eyes glowing with a scarlet light. The empire I painstakingly built has actually been destroyed by you. Through the surveillance camera, he had already seen the death of Bullseye, and he knew that the invisible person was the one who had yet to die. You forced me to do this. Kingpin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He got up and quickly walked to the innermost part of the room, opening a hidden door. This was an extremely hidden room. The surroundings were cast with the strongest materials and could isolate all signal waves and sound. There was a huge safe inside the room. There were 3 sets of code locks outside. After Kingpin opened the outermost password, there was a safe inside. There were 3 layers of insurance in total. Kingpin opened the safe one by one. After the last one was opened, what was contained inside was neither cash nor expensive gems. It was a mask. Because the material of the mask was similar to rock, Kingpin called it the Stone Mask. Chapter 25, A Strange World. Low-Grade Soul, 10. Low-grade soul, 10. Low-grade soul, 10. Low-grade soul, 10. Lower soul level 10. Medium soul. The value of an ordinary human soul was 10 soul coins, and the value of killing an ordinary hollow was 100 soul coins. As for the higher-level Jillian and Death God, or superheroes or villains, their souls were at least of medium quality. Poor Kingpin. Lod estimated that there should be no survivors in that building. Even if it were for the Underworld Emperor, losing so many subordinates at once, it must have been very painful. The most pleasant thing in life was to count money. Looking at the soul that kept entering the system, the number that was constantly refreshing. Ah. The sound of money was so wonderful. Just like now, if he stayed in the shop and let Frank go out to run errands, he could easily harvest a large amount of souls. Easy, simple. The only thing that made Lod feel that it was a pity was that out of all these people, only one person had dropped a medium-quality soul. Worthless. Damn. After Lod spurned him from the bottom of his heart, he began to count his harvest this time. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1,070 low-grade souls, and 1 middle-grade soul. He had earned a lot. This was a wave of profits. He had worked hard for a long time to accumulate 1,000 low-grade souls. If it weren't for Frank, he wouldn't be able to get 1,000 low-grade souls and a mid-grade soul in a single night. As expected of the Punisher. Woohoo. Lod was instantly overjoyed. These souls were enough for him to draw another 10 pulls. But what a pity. For something like today, just doing it once or twice was enough. If he did too much, it would be a big problem. The first step is a success. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Lod's lips. He lay leisurely on the bench, slowly thinking of a plan. Reviving Frank was the correct choice after all. Just as he had expected, all the people who died at the hands of Frank, the system's soul would also be counted on his head. Perhaps in the eyes of the system, Frank belonged to him, just like Nemu. It was probably because the birth of the two of them was inextricably linked to him. Through this harvest, Lod was even more certain of the idea in his heart, that was to establish a force that belonged to him. Not only Soul Society and Death God, but also Hollow. He only needed to live in seclusion behind the scenes and silently control all of this. Now, the first step had succeeded. However, Death God was not enough. He wanted to create an opponent for Frank. Ordinary Hollow was definitely not enough. He had to be a strong enough Hollow. Well, who should I choose? Lod was very worried about this candidate. At this moment, the door of the spirit cleansing pavilion was pushed open, and Frank walked in with a strong fragrant. I'm back. Frank said expressionlessly, and there was still a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Before he came over, the smell of perfume had already come. Did you spray a few bottles of perfume? Lod's eyelids jumped and he looked at Frank strangely. Didn't you go out to kill people? Why did you come back with a perfume smell? Frank rubbed his eyebrows and said, the smell on my body is a little heavy. I was afraid that I would disturb Nemu when I came back, so I bought a few bottles of perfume to get rid of the smell. Lod was speechless. He didn't expect that the Punisher, who looked so rough and wild on the outside, had a delicate heart. Frank sat down opposite of Lod, looking a little tired. Do you still have wine? I want to drink some. Yes. Lod took out a bottle of whiskey from under the counter and threw it to Frank. He asked, is your revenge going well? Pop. Frank took the wine, unscrewed the cap, and blew directly into his mouth. A ton. After drinking half a bottle in one go, Frank put down the bottle, and then let out a long breath. He said a little sullenly, it didn't go well. There was an accident. Accident? Lod raised an eyebrow. Could it be that one ran away? What can be called as an accident by Frank should be a huge deal. After thinking about it, there was only one. It should be Kingpin or Bullseye who ran away. You guessed correctly. Frank looked at him in surprise and continued, Kingpin ran away and I only managed to kill Bullseye. Lod was a little surprised. With your ability, the two of them shouldn't be able to escape, right? One had to know that Frank was no longer the previous Punisher, but a real Death God. Even if spiritual powers level was low now, killing two humans should be as easy as flipping over his hand. You went easy on him. Lod could only think of this possibility. No. Frank felt a little embarrassed. When he left, he told Lod that no one would run away, but when he came back, he was slapped in the face and let the most important Kingpin run away. I am very surprised, Frank. Lod took a sip of wine and said lightly, tell me what happened. Frank explained, Bullseye's strength is a bit beyond my expectations. I was held back by him, so I let Kingpin run away. Lod frowned slightly, put down his wine cup, and said, what exactly happened? Tell me. For Bullseye to be able to hold back Frank, who was Death God, his intuition told him that there must be a big problem in between. Frank took another sip of wine and then said in a low voice, Bullseye has become a vampire. Vampire. Laud frowned, but he was not too surprised. There were indeed vampires in Marvel World. For example, Blade was a warrior who had the blood of a vampire and a human, and he had been hunting those vampires. And then? Laud continued to ask. It took me a lot of effort to kill Bullseye and get some information from him. Frank took a sip of wine and scolded, that bastard, Kingpin, actually intends to create a large number of vampires and rule the entire world. Laud's face twitched slightly. You mean? Kingpin and Bullseye have both become vampires. How did they become vampires? This world line change is really exaggerated. Yes, they are all vampires. Frank punched the table. Before Bullseye died, he said that it was a mask that turned him and Kingpin into vampires. Pdash. Laud spat out a mouthful of wine and said in shock, a mask. Are you sure? Is it really a mask? Frank, who was sitting opposite him, was caught off guard and got Laud's spit all over his face. I am very sure. Frank nonchalantly wiped the wine off his face. It was Bullseye who told me personally. Kingpin found a mask and turned them into vampires. Could it really be that thing? As far as he knew, only the stone mask could transform a person into a vampire mask. Frank had been observing Laud. Seeing the strange expression on the latter's face, it was obvious that he knew about this thing. He asked, Laud, from your appearance, you seem to know what it is. I know a little. Laud held his forehead and said with a headache, I hope it's not that thing. Otherwise, something big will happen. If the mask that Kingpin got was really the stone mask. That meant there was something wrong with this world. Chapter 26, Nonsensical World. Laud. Frank also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Is that mask very serious? In his impression, Laud seemed to always be so indifferent, as if everything in the world was in his control. This was the first time. Seeing Laud's concerned expression, Frank, who was good at observing, immediately noticed that this matter was not so simple. He might have seriously underestimated the danger. You will not understand. Laud shook his head and sighed. He did not explain the reason, because even if he said it, Frank probably would not understand. It seemed that it was really serious. Damn Kingpin. Frank was a little upset. If he had been a little more clever and found a way to restrain Bullseye earlier, he would not have let Kingpin go, and things would not have developed to this extent. In fact, Frank had misunderstood. The reason why Laud had a serious expression was not because of the mask or Kingpin. What really gave Laud a headache was that the place where this mask appeared was because the stone mask came from a manga called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The big villain Dio there used the stone mask to become a vampire, and thus became the archenemy of the Joestar family. From this point of view, did he feel that there was no problem? Good. Now, let's change our angle. Where is this? Marvel World. To be more precise, he believed that this was Marvel World. And the stone ghost mask came from the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which was a famous work in another universe. Then the question came. May I ask, how could the stone mask of the JoJo universe appear in Marvel World? In other words, if the mask in Kingpin's hand was really the stone ghost mask, that undoubtedly proved one thing. This was not only Marvel World, it had also fused with other universes. Thus, his greatest advantage as a transmigrator was that, is familiar with the plot, would be weakened to the greatest extent, or even completely disappear. He thought about it carefully. If there was a universe that could rival Death God's power. Thinking about it was extremely frightening. Just death and hell were enough to give him a headache, and now this matter had happened. Laud's eyes were firm and he secretly made up his mind. The plan has to be sped up. There is no time for me to develop. He originally wanted to be a wretched and developed farmer, but it was difficult to defy the will of the heavens. The entire world seemed to be forcing him. He had to speed up his growth. Laud calmed down and analyzed. First, according to the worst-case scenario, the mask in Kingpin's hand was the stone mask. Then Marvel World had obviously merged with the other universes, and the plot would inevitably move towards an uncontrollable direction. All he could do was become stronger before being exposed. Interesting, too interesting. This sudden sense of urgency made Laud feel even more excited, and the muscles all over his body were unconsciously trembling. Frank. Laud regained his previous calm and composure. He gently knocked on the table and said, since you let Kingpin go, I will leave this matter to you. There should be no problem, right? Frank glanced at him and narrowed his eyes. The feeling Laud gave him seemed to be a little different. He was still the same person, but for some reason, he seemed to have become more terrifying. Yes, it was terrifying. That kind of bottomless feeling seemed to never be able to guess his thoughts. This kind of feeling, he had only seen it on the one-eyed bastard before. Don't worry. Frank said in a low voice, since I let Kingpin go, I will be responsible for this matter to the end. After that, Frank turned around and walked out of the door. He was probably going to find Kingpin. Wait. Lod threw a black pill to Frank. With this portable jigai, you can't always maintain your soul state, can you? Considering that Frank could not always appear in the form of Death God, Lod asked Nemu to help him make a jigai for him, and specially asked to make it into a portable one. Portable jigai. Frank pinched the small black pill in his hand and asked curiously, how do I use this? Do you want me to eat it? Ah, didn't I say that? Lod blinked. No. Frank was expressionless, and there was only a slight twitch at the corner of his eyes. However, this unreliable situation was not something that could be done in a day or two, and it would get used to it after many times. Lod scratched his head and said in embarrassment, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you. He had a lot of things to do these 2 days, so he forgot to give Frank basic knowledge about Death God. The corner of Frank's mouth twitched. It's not too late for you to say it now. Cough cough. Lod cleared his throat and said, jigai is used to make it convenient for Death God to appear in front of a normal person, or to use a tool in an emergency. You can also understand it as a vessel for the soul. Got it. Frank was very smart. He understood the use of this thing as soon as he heard it. He pointed at Lod and asked, then your current body is also a jigai? Yes. Lod continued, however, yours is a portable jigai, which is more advanced than mine. When you use it, you can blow it up like a balloon. Blow like balloon. Frank had a strange look on his face. Looking at the black pill in his hand, the corners of his eyes seemed to twitch. Are you sure, this weird thing can become my body? Why don't you try it? There was a hint of expectation in Lod's eyes. Who? Frank decided to believe him again. He put the black pill to his mouth and puffed on his cheeks. The black pill really began to expand like a balloon. When the balloon expanded to its limit, it suddenly exploded with a bang. Bang. After the explosion, the black pill turned into a human body, and the appearance was exactly the same as Frank. However, no matter how he looked at it, Frank felt that it was familiar, and the corner of his mouth twitched. F***ck, isn't this my original body? Lod glanced at it and found that it was true. He immediately cursed in his heart. Not only did the blood on jigai not dissipate, but there were also several bullet holes on it. It was obvious that the little guy, Nemu, had stolen the materials. I told you to be a jigai, but I didn't tell you to turn Frank's body into jigai. But now that things had come to this, Lod could only give a dry cough. He braced himself and argued, isn't this good? It's so convenient to make you a portable one. Anyway, you are Death God now. Just treat it as a waste and use it again. Lod. Frank's eyelids twitched wildly, and his teeth creaked. He now seriously suspected that Lod was doing it on purpose. Hey, Frank, calm down. Lod waved his hand and forced a smile. This is a mistake. I promise there won't be another next time. Humph. Frank did not believe it at all. He sneered and said, you said the same thing last time, bastard. Believe me, this is definitely the last time. Lod shrugged. Frank sneered, obviously not believing this sentence. After putting on jigai, he said, I'm leaving. After I find the mask, I will bring it back. Have a safe journey. Lod picked up the cup and took a sip. He said lightly, I hope you won't disappoint me this time, Frank. Chapter 27, Exciting Gotcha Moment. After seeing Frank off, Lod calmed down and solemnly took out an old yellow calendar from the cabinet. This yellow calendar was not just an ordinary calendar. If he wanted to get this thing in the United States, even he had to put in a lot of effort. Flipping open the yellow calendar, Friday. Luck, above average. Taboo, marriage. Perfect. Lod praised in his heart and then closed the yellow calendar. Wash your hands. Bath. Clean clothes. Burning incense. Praying. Brother. What are you doing? Nemu rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw that Lod seemed to have become strange and was muttering something. Don't talk, Nemu. Lod looked solemn and serious, like a devout believer. I am praying for the power of Emperor O. Oh who? Nemu's eyes lit up. What is that? Is it delicious? Pa. Lod reached out and patted Nemu's head. He shouted, don't talk nonsense. Emperor O is not meant to be eaten. He is used to worship. Oh. Nemu knows. Nemu puffed up his cheeks in grievance. His big eyes were full of curiosity as he watched Lod continue to talk. After a while, Lod opened the system shop with excitement. Detected that you have a low-level soul *1000. Do you want to open the shop to draw? Drawl. Lod muttered, his face full of expectation as he rubbed his hands. Hopefully, the system will be more powerful this time. At least it will give him some strength to protect himself. He. It was still the familiar of Kasukirahara. He carried the wooden box and walked out with a sinister smile on his face. Every time he saw Kasukirahara's face, Lod wanted to go up and give him a beating because this guy was really too annoying. In the future, he had to get this guy out. Not for anything else, just for the sinister smile, he also wanted to beat up Kasukirahara. After some mental activity, the wooden box shook slightly, and then it was suddenly broken. Bang. A dazzling golden light, with a flame-like burning effect attached around it, like a high-spirited dragon soaring into the sky. The goods are out. Lod's eyes were wide open, and his mouth unconsciously opened. He had never seen such a situation before when he had drawn the lottery. What did this mean? Emperor O, please bless my draw. Only the blessing of the Emperor O could save his gacha. Lod suppressed his excitement and looked at the result of this lucky draw. Blue, soul-slicing object. Blue, Shinigami Women's Association Spring Festival Special Edition magazine, contains the special Kasukirahara pics. Purple, Kaja negation. Purple, medium, spiritual power, *1. Gold, the one that pierces everything, x-axis. White, Sternritter clothing. Purple, annihilation, pure bloodline. Purple, Hado number 96 Ito Queso. Purple, Quincy Cross. Gold, soul splitting, contact healing. Long live the O Emperor. At this moment, Lod was completely convinced by the strength of prayer. After browsing through it, Lod was stunned. The system wants me to be a Quincy. Out of the 10 lottery props, at least 6 are related to Quincy. Isn't this forcing him to open another vest? The item to cut the soul. This is an exclusive tool for Quincy. The power depends on the spiritual force input. Not good, not bad. The Quincy pure blood lineage, with the 2 skills of blood artery and blood vein, he could become a Quincy. The Quincy cross, the same thing as Zanpakutou, will change into different weapons according to the personal spiritual force situation, but most of the Quincy weapons are basically spiritual bows. The clothes of the Sternritter. Alright, it's just an ordinary piece of clothing, but its appearance is similar to a white military uniform. It's slightly better than a death god outfit without feathers. And then. Next, the main point. The Kaja negation. A material created by Aizen that can temporarily shut people in the alternate dimension space. According to the size of the user's Ryatsu, it can also permanently seal its target. Good stuff. Lod was happy. This thing had a great use. In case he provoked a big boss in the future, maybe he could help him buy time. Next. The one that pierces everything, x-axis. The ability of Schutzestaffel bestowed by Yawatch, which belongs only to the pure blood Quincy. In a word, it is an almost invincible weapon. Between the target and the weapon, everything touched will be penetrated, and there is no way to offset or defend this absurd ability. To put it simply, Lod held a gun and fired at any target within the distance. Within the distance between the bullet and the target, anything that blocked it would be pierced through by the bullet and could not be defended or offset. You could consider it as a manifestation of a type of natural law, like water flowing down, Earth's gravity and so on. It was a power that could not be interfered with by people. As for Ito Queso, the sword of cremation, there was even less of a need to explain it. It was ranked 96th Hado, and it was over with just one word. And the last item. Soul splitting, contact healing. Lod was slightly stunned. Why had he never heard of such a strange skill in Death God? But when he looked at the skill introduction, a small line of words appeared in front of his eyes. Soul splitting, contact healing. When touching others, a part of the soul can be divided and fill the gap in the soul of the person who touches it, making the psychological or physiological defects gradually heal. When the person who is touched gradually recovers his body and mind, the knowledge, experience, skills, and talent that he has learned will all be recorded in the soul fragment that Lod gave him. Once the soul fragment is withdrawn, the life and soul of the touched will instantly go to death, and it will be impossible to reverse. But the difference from the original work is, every once in a while, Yawatch has to recover those scattered souls and swallow the souls of others to survive, otherwise he will return to the weak state of hollow when he was born. But Lod does not need it. He can keep the soul fragments in other people's bodies until he wants to recycle them, and then he can recycle them. This is Yawatch's skill. Lod's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his heart unconsciously beat wildly. Yawatch. The son of the Soul King, the founder of the Wandenreich, the ancestor of all Quincy and the Schutzestaffel, the one called the Almighty, was known to wield the power to change the future, and can even be called the strongest character in the entire series. He was the ultimate big boss who provoked 1,000 years blood war with his own strength and almost destroyed the entire soul society. And this skill was a special method used by Yawatch in order to retrieve his strength during his childhood and sleep. After the system prompt, Lod found that there are 3 more abilities, which are Soul Divide, Oswallen, Soul Recognition, Sleep State, Soul Recognition, Consecration. When possessing all skills, the system will unlock Yawach's final ability, the Almighty, High Emperor O. Lod exhaled a breath of turbid air, and there was a kind of excitement that could not be suppressed in his heart. With the soul distribution, contact treatment, he would no longer have to worry about whether he was loyal or not, and he could freely develop his subordinates. Looking at the clothes of the god's amnesty, the corners of Lod's mouth slowly curved into a smile. It seemed. It was time for the Quincy to appear. Chapter 28, Matt Murdock. The next day. A shocking piece of news made it to the front page of New York City. In one night, the people in Fisk Tower was killed. The chairman, Kingpin, had disappeared and the first fighter under his command, Bullseye, had been dismembered. It was suspected to be caused by his enemy's revenge. The once all-powerful underworld empire was instantly disintegrated. This piece of news was like a tornado that quickly swept through the entire Hell's Kitchen. Kingpin had disappeared. The terrifying men who ruled and governed Hell's Kitchen no longer existed. All the gangs were getting restless. It was located in a law firm of Hell's Kitchen. "Hey, Matt, did you see the news in the morning?" A man with golden curly hair who was slightly plump walked to a man with coffee in his hand. The man turned around and said lightly, "Fergie, do you think I can see it?" Although it was indoors, the man was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The bigger sunglasses covered most of the man's face, but judging from the angular outline of his face, he must be quite good-looking. Sorry. Fergie quickly apologized and said with embarrassment, "I almost forgot. You can't see." "It doesn't matter." Matt shook his head slightly. He was already used to this kind of thing. "This is big news." Fergie took a sip of coffee and said a little excitedly, "I promise you will never think of it, Matt." "Big news? I'm a little curious about that." "Tell me about it, Fergie," said Matt. "You know about Kingpin, right?" Fergie said, "It's the man who is known as the Emperor of the Underworld." As soon as he heard the name of this man, Matt's face changed instantly, and his body unconsciously tightened. Crack, crack, crack. Matt clenched his hand at some point, and his white knuckles bulged, releasing bursts of cracking sounds. "Hey, Matt." Fudge felt that something was wrong with Matt. He quickly patted him on the shoulder and asked with concern, "Are you okay? You don't seem to be feeling well." "No. I'm fine." Matt forced a smile and loosened his clenched fist. He exhaled and said, "You haven't told me yet. What is the news?" "Matt, are you really okay? I saw you just now." "No, I'm fine." Matt repeated. He stared at Fergie through his sunglasses and said, "What is the news?" "As long as you are fine." Fergie shrugged and was not in the mood to keep him guessing. He said bluntly, "Last night, Fisk Tower was attacked, and there was no one alive in the whole building. Bullseye and Kingpin. Gotcha." Before he finished speaking, Fergie saw with his own eyes that Matt broke the armrest of the chair with his bare hands, and then stood up all of a sudden. Fergie's eyelids were twitching wildly. The armrest and chair of the chair were made of metal, and it was broken by Matt with his bare hands. Matt grabbed Fergie and said excitedly, "Where are Bullseye and Kingpin? What happened to them?" "Ah. It hurts. It hurts." Fudge's arm was in pain, and he couldn't help but scream, "Damn it, Matt, you bastard, let go of me, my arm is going to break." "Ah, sorry." Matt quickly let go and apologized. When he heard the news about Kingpin and Bullseye just now, he was too excited and completely forgot to hold back. "Damn it, you are a bastard." Fudge looked at the 5 purple handprints on his arm and could not help but complain, "Your hand strength is too strong. You almost broke my arm." "I'm sorry, Fergie." Matt looked apologetic and said, "I will treat you to coffee another day. Please tell me what is going on." Okay. Fergie said helplessly, "I heard that Bullseye was dismembered by that mysterious man, and the whole office was full of dead bodies." "Bullseye is dead." Matt was slightly stunned, and then a sense of loss surged in his heart. This feeling was like suddenly losing a certain target. He didn't know if he should be disappointed or happy. "Then, what about Kingpin?" Matt asked again. Fudge shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I didn't find his body. He probably ran away." "Is he missing?" Matt frowned and sighed, "Hell's Kitchen. Something big is going to happen." "Something big happened." Fergie was puzzled. He didn't understand. Wasn't Kingpin a gangster? Logically speaking, Kingpin disappearing should be a good thing. Why did Matt say that it was a bad thing? "I want Kingpin to die more than anyone else." Matt looked a little bitter and said helplessly, "But, at least not now. His disappearance will cause chaos for Hell's Kitchen." Kingpin's disappearance was indeed a good thing, but it also contained bad things. Just like the coin had two sides, the existence and disappearance of Kingpin also had two sides. Hell's Kitchen was a chaotic place, but when Kingpin existed, he could use his influence and methods to slightly check the chaotic situation here. This was what Kingpin hoped for and also what those high-ranking politicians needed, because a place with only chaos was something that no politician wanted to see. It could be said that it was because of Kingpin's existence that Hell's Kitchen existed in a state of equilibrium, which was why he had not been swept away by those politicians until now. But now, Kingpin had disappeared, and his empire had collapsed. No one could restrain that group of madmen anymore. Fergie seemed to understand. He turned and asked, "You seem to know them very well. Are you a superhero?" Hee hee. Matt smiled, neither answering nor denying. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking." Fudge shook his head and smiled. "Besides, how can a blind man be a superhero?" Matt was calm. He just smiled and said nothing. He took his staff and said, "Fergie, I will go back first. Help me ask for a leave." Hey, didn't we agree to go to the police station today?" "Go ahead. I suddenly have something to do." F***CK. "This is your case." "Sorry, I'll treat you to coffee another day. You haven't invited me last time." "Definitely next time." Matt leaned on his staff and his figure gradually disappeared. Matt Murdock. During the day, he was a blind lawyer who defended the innocent in Hell's Kitchen. But at night, he was a superhero. The Daredevil. This was the nickname that Hell's Kitchen's people had given him. Like a devil in the dark night, he descended from the sky to punish the evil gangsters and save the innocent. Although he was blind, Matt's other senses were extremely sharp. Perhaps this was his gift. As he closed a window, he opened a door for him. "Tonight will be a carnival." Matt looked out of the window at the setting sun and could not help but feel a little worried. It was not the right time for Kingpin to disappear. Recently, the action of the joint meeting had become more and more frequent, and the other gangs were also stirring. And at this critical time, Kingpin, who had been keeping many parties in check in the middle, had disappeared. It had to be said that it was really a nightmare. A chaotic domain that had lost the control of the underworld emperor would definitely stir up a storm of blood tonight. Could he withstand it alone? If he couldn't, he had to resist. Because he was the Daredevil. Justice was on his side. How could he be afraid of evil? A trace of seriousness flashed through Matt's eyes. "No matter what, I will not let you destroy this place." Chapter 29, Heroic Rescue. It was night. The moonlight that fell from the sky was like a transparent gauze that enveloped Hell's Kitchen. As the sun set, the orderly phase of the day ended. The Hell's Kitchen welcomed the night. The ordinary people on the street had disappeared, and the shops on both sides were tightly closed, as if they had already expected that tonight would be a sleepless night. In the darkness, in the corner, in the shadows, one figure after another moved about, and more people gathered on the street. The air was filled with a cold and murderous aura. Kingpin is dead. Charge. Snatch his territory. No one can stop us tonight. This is Hell's Kitchen. Come with me, slaughter that group of white pigs. F***CK your mom, Delmar. I'll chop off your leg today. Come on, who is afraid of who? Daniel. Kill him. Charge, kill him. The people of the two gangs roared with all their might, raised all kinds of weapons, and rushed to kill each other. Since Kingpin became the king of the underworld, their nature had been suppressed for too long, and they could finally release it tonight. This scene. It also appeared in every place and street of Hell's Kitchen. Burn, kill, rob, smash. This was like a crazy party, and everyone was releasing their nature. The siren was loud. More than half of the police in New York City had rushed into Hell's Kitchen like crazy. It seemed that those high-level politicians had expected that Hell's Kitchen might lose control after Kingpin disappeared. Bang. 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 The intense battle between the two sides and the endless sound of gunfire was like a beautiful scenery. Matt was wearing a red tight suit, shuttling through the roof under the night. As expected, Hell's Kitchen, who was no longer under Kingpin's control, had fallen into madness. Help dash. Suddenly, a scream from below made Matt's figure suddenly stop, and then rush to the source of the sound. In the dark alley, a sexy woman was surrounded by a few burly men and was forced into a corner, desperately calling for help. Hee hee hee. A black man walked up with a lewd smile, his two eyes boldly wandering around the woman. Beauty, come and play with us. Several other black men also came up, and several people blocked the beauty in a corner. Their faces were full of impatience. This woman is very enchanting. She has long hair and big breasts, and she is also wearing a miniskirt. Such a beautiful woman is rare. The few black men just think about it and their saliva almost flowed out. For small hooligans like them, how can they meet such a beautiful woman? At most, they just look at the boss woman and have fun. But this woman was even more beautiful than their boss girl. Let taste her first. The strongest black man in the league pushed away the other people and aggressively pledged sovereignty to the others. No, no, I beg you, let me go. The beautiful woman retreated to the corner, her face pale and bloodless. Obviously, the beauty also knew that if a beautiful woman like her were to be taken turns by these people, she would at least lose half her life. But obviously, these people did not intend to let her go, and they even wanted to make things worse. All right. This was the most common scene of a hero saving a beauty. Matt was a little speechless. It was not because he needed to save people, but because he had saved more than 10 beauties this month. Why was it so easy for him to encounter this kind of thing? Help. No. Someone save me. The woman's cry for help interrupted Matt's thoughts. Damn it. Matt cursed in his heart. Without any hesitation, he jumped down from the roof. Justice from the heavens. The black man who was about to reach out to touch it was instantly hit by a cane. Gotcha. The huge force hit the bone and instantly made a bone-aching sound. The black man's left hand bent backwards. Ah. The black man curled up into a ball in pain. He covered his broken left hand and screamed, "My hand." Sorry. Matt said lightly, as long as I'm here, you can forget about touching this lady. A man in a red tight suit, holding a metal club in his hand, looked at them with extremely cold eyes. It's him. One of the black men exclaimed, that pervert in the tight suit that beat us up at night. Pervert in a tight suit. Matt was slightly stunned. Who was this? But then, Matt quickly reacted. They seemed to be talking about him. Although he could not see, there should be no one else here besides him wearing skin-tight clothes and masks, right? That's right. Another gangster shouted, he is the masked pervert. Last time, it was him who broke one of our boss' legs. Aye, pervert. The corner of Matt's eyes twitched, and he fiercely swung his stick. Bang. The hooligan was sent flying on the spot, and he slammed into the wall. He let out a muffled scream, and 2 front teeth fell to the ground. This was definitely not revenge. That's right, who asked him to slander me? Matt had a clear mind. Kill him. The gangster with the broken hand roared in pain, kill him for me, kill this bastard. The few hoodlums looked at each other. There were 5 of them, and the other party was only 1 person. Even if you are powerful, we have 5 people here, and a huge advantage of 5 against 1, let's see what you can do. The 5 gangsters took out their daggers and rushed forward with cruel faces. They seemed to have seen the scene of this pervert in tight clothes being stabbed to death by sword. Charge. Bang. Pa. Dong. Gotcha. Ouch. Ah. In the blink of an eye, the 5 hooligans were lying on the ground, holding their broken arms or legs, screaming in pain. Matt dealt with them effortlessly. Obviously, with his many years of training, let alone these hooligans, even if there were 10 more people, he could beat them all down. Get lost. Matt shouted, if I find out again, it won't just be a broken hand or a broken leg. Yes, yes, yes. Let's get lost. The hooligans did not dare to have any more thoughts. They forcefully endured the pain and stumbled away. Beautiful lady, are you all right? Matt turned around and asked softly. I am fine. The woman seemed to have not recovered yet, and there was a trace of fear in her tone. That's good. Mate nodded and said, then I'll leave first. Be careful. Wait. The woman suddenly said, I'm so scared. Can you escort me? My home is nearby. Matt hesitated for a moment, because he had something more important to do tonight. I beg you. The woman's voice was trembling and crying. Matt was a little silent. It was indeed not safe to let her go back alone, and her home was nearby, so it would not take much time to send her back. Let's go, I'll send you home. Matt nodded and agreed to the woman's request. Thank you. The woman impatiently threw herself into Matt's arms. Ma'am. Matt was obviously not used to it, and his face turned slightly red. However, the woman in his arms suddenly revealed a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Chapter 30, the first. Was it killing intent? The moment the woman revealed her killing intent, Matt's supernatural senses moved, and he instantly sensed that something was wrong. He was immediately shocked. Only now. The woman chuckled. Don't you think it's too late? Daredevil. Poochie. A fair and slender arm actually pierced through Matt's chest. Oof dash. Matt's pupils trembled slightly, and he couldn't stop spitting out blood. The woman sneered and whispered, "Master, I succeeded." "Well done, Jessica." A man in a suit walked out with his hands in his pockets and a sneer on his face. "The daredevil, we meet again." "It's you." Matt fell to the ground in pain. Due to the hole in his chest, it became very difficult for him to speak. "Jessica, come here," the man ordered. There was a hint of struggle in Jessica's eyes, but it quickly turned into confusion. Then she obediently walked in front of the man and knelt on the ground. "Well done." The man's fingertips swept across Jessica's cheek, as if he was caressing his beloved pet. A proud smile appeared on his face. "Daredevil, you didn't expect this, right? All of this was specially arranged for you by me." Purple. Man. The near-death Matt suddenly felt endless anger and resentment. The purple man laughed and said, "I like your current appearance, Daredevil." Hack. Matt spat out another mouthful of blood, and his consciousness started to become cloudy. The purple man smiled proudly and stepped on Matt's head, saying, "From a month ago, I deliberately arranged the hero saving the beauty trick for you until you were familiar with all of this and relaxed your guard. Only then did I arrange Jessica to assassinate you. Not only Jessica, but even those hooligans just now were specially arranged for you by me. How is it? Are you very happy?" "Ha ha ha, ha ha." Purple. Man. Matt's voice gradually became weaker. He never expected that he would end up like this. Pain, frustration, regret, despair, and other emotions flashed past. "Ha ha ha." The purple man laughed wildly. The man who had always been against him had finally disappeared. Ta, 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 ta. In the quiet alley, there was a sudden sound of footsteps, interrupting the purple man. "Who?" The purple man was shocked and subconsciously hid behind Jessica, looking over under the dim moonlight. That was a man. Jessica and the purple man were stunned, because the man's attire was really a little strange. A standard white double-breasted coat, a pair of slender trousers, and a pair of thick white boots. A black belt was tied to his waist, and his overall style was a bit biased towards the military uniform of the Second World War. The man had neat blonde hair. On his handsome appearance, he had a high nose bridge, thin lips, deep and sunken eye sockets, and a pair of emerald green eyes. The gold-rimmed glasses added a bit of elegance to him. The purple man narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, is he an ordinary person? Or is he a superhero? Matt sensed that someone was coming. He endured the pain of his chest being opened and shouted, "Hurry, hurry up and leave this place." As kind as Matt was, even when he was on the verge of death, he was still considering the lives of others. Perhaps his physique was not as good as Captain America's. His combat experience was also inferior to the Punisher's. However, he only had the heart to uphold justice. He was not inferior to any superhero. However, the man was expressionless, as if he had not heard his warning and was still walking towards them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man was getting closer and closer to them, but the purple man's face suddenly changed. My mind control is not working. Logically speaking, at this distance, his ability would have already reached his target. But this man completely ignored his control. This man in white military uniform was like an empty shell, completely lacking the hormones that normal people should have. The man was still approaching. "Kill him, Jessica." The purple man panicked for some reason and turned to shout at Jessica. "Yes, master." Upon hearing the order, Jessica was like a puppet, charging towards the mysterious man without hesitation. The distance of several meters arrived in the blink of an eye. Jessica raised her fair and clear fist and ruthlessly struck the man's head. "Who?" The fist pierced through the air like a cannonball, immediately triggering a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. It was hard to imagine that a seemingly weak woman could actually unleash such a terrifying punch. As for the mysterious man, he seemed to be stunned. He quietly stood where he was and watched as Jessica's fist struck over. Ha 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 ha. A hint of excitement jumped up on the purple man's face. He licked his dry lips. He seemed to have already seen the scene of the man's head being blown apart by a punch from Jessica. No. No. Matt could no longer bear to continue watching. He knew very well how terrifying this woman's strength was. If she was hit in the head by a punch, she would definitely be shot in the head on the spot. Bang. The punch missed. The man was gone. Jessica and the purple man did not expect that the mysterious man would disappear in front of them. Step. In the dead silent alley, footsteps sounded again. He is behind me. The purple man suddenly felt cold all over his body and turned around at the fastest speed. Sure enough. The mysterious blonde man used some unknown method to come behind all of them. The men stopped beside the dying Matt. Cough cough. Matt kept coughing up blood, his pupils had already become lax. Matt Murdock. The blond man's voice was very low, with a hint of a weak husky, and very magnetic. He said, "Do you want to live?" "Ah. Ah." Matt forced out a miserable smile and said with difficulty, I want to live." The blond man slowly squatted down and reached out a hand to touch Matt's chest. He said lightly, "Matt Murdoch. I will give you the power of our king, and you will become a member of us from now on." A light blue light the size of a fingernail slowly entered Matt's chest. The next moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the surrounding air, and countless reishi poured into Matt's body, repairing the wound at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I am alive." Matt was shocked. He actually came back to life. "Welcome." The blond man's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. He said indifferently, "Matt Murdoch, from now on, we will be a family." Matt asked doubtfully, "You? Why did you save me? Who are you?" The blond man stared at Matt with his emerald eyes. "Because, you are one of our people, Matt Murdoch." "This is impossible." The purple man who witnessed the whole process changed his face dramatically on the spot. "Matt should be dead." "Impossible." His chest was punched through by Jessica, and his organs were all broken. How could he stand up again? But facts speak louder than words. Matt stood up, and the wound on his chest disappeared as if he had never been injured. Who exactly are you?" The purple man felt a chill all over his body. Perhaps, even he himself did not notice that his voice was actually trembling slightly. "I am the Quincy of the Wandenreich, one of the Sternritter. Jugram Hashwolf." Laud, who was wearing a new vest, said without changing his expression. Chapter 31, Jessica Jones. The new vest is on the stage. This is the set of Jigai that Laud asked Nemu to make for him. This Jigai can not only play the power of Quincy perfectly, but also will not limit Death God's strength too much. As for the appearance of Jigai, considering that there is a difference between his identity and Death God, Laud referenced the Wandenreich in the original work, the Sternritter, Jugram Hashwolf. There was no other reason, he's just handsome. Jugram Hashwolf's appearance was obviously more inclined to Western people's aesthetics. He had long golden hair, emerald eyes, and exquisite facial features. His temperament was noble and elegant, just suitable to be his new appearance. Originally, Laud wanted to use Hashwolf's appearance to go out and see if he could find a suitable person and give his soul away. In this way, he could lead them into the camp of the Quincy and quickly develop his forces and subordinates. But unexpectedly, Laud circled around Hell's Kitchen and found that there was no suitable target. Hell's Kitchen's group of bastards was a good choice to cultivate Hollow, but to let him give his soul and cultivate the members of the Sternritter, it was a great difference. Originally, Laud planned to go back first. Unexpectedly, on the way back, he happened to see the purple man and Jessica ambushing the daredevil. This was a pleasant surprise. As a blind man, wasn't Daredevil just in line with the conditions of soul sharing? Moreover, with Daredevil's temperament, it was definitely not a loss for him to become a member of the Sternritter. Thus, the scene in front of him happened. Laud pretended to be Hashwolf. Through contact, he gave a small part of his soul to the injured Matt. Then Matt's constitution was instantly transformed into a Quincy. Moreover, Matt unconsciously absorbed the surrounding reishi to heal himself. And the effect of soul separation, contact treatment, of course, was not limited to this. Matt suddenly felt a little itchy in his eyes, so he took off his mask and rubbed his eyes with his hand. The expression on his face suddenly froze. My eyes. Matt looked at his hand in disbelief. The palm print on it was clearly visible. This was his hand. "I can see. My eyes are healed." Matt was shocked and then slowly raised his head. In the dark and boundless starry sky, there were many gem-like stars, surrounded by a bright full moon. After being contaminated by radioactive substances, blind and darkness had been with him for 20 years. Matt, who was already used to darkness, never thought that he would see the light of day again. That was light. Ha, 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 ha. I can see it. Matt looked around in disbelief, his hands trembling. The moon, the night sky, the trees, the walls, the night sky, the moon. Everything was deeply attracted to Matt. But this scene almost made the purple man's brain bleed. For the past month, he had put in a lot of effort to set up this trap. He could have killed Daredevil and removed a big problem in his heart. But now, the Daredevil not only did not die, but even his eyes were cured. Kill them. The purple man's eyes were red, and he roared angrily, "Kill them." Jessica. "Yes, sir." Jessica responded, then raised her foot and stomped heavily on the ground. She bent down and rushed out like a cheetah. Boom. The solid cement immediately broke into pieces. A deep footprint was left behind. The shattered cement shot out in all directions like bullets, deeply embedded into the wall next to them. "Be careful." Matt's expression suddenly changed, and he loudly warned, "Quickly dodge, she is very powerful, you absolutely cannot take it head-on." Through the experience of being punched in the chest just now, Matt was very afraid of the woman called Jessica. As everyone knew, a human's chest was protected by ribs, so it was not easy to pierce through it with a fist. Apart from the fact that it was not strong enough, it had to be fast enough. Only in this way could a fist pierce through the chest. Clearly, Jessica's strength and speed far surpassed his. There's no need to dodge. The man named Hashwalth pushed his glasses frame with one hand and said calmly, "As Quincy, we do not need to pay attention to humans." Indifferent, calm, cold. This was the information Matt read from the man's face. It was as if in his eyes, these people were like gravel on the ground, not worth paying attention to at all. Not only did this man not dodge, but he slowly raised his palm, as if he was planning to take this punch head-on. "Kill him. Kill him." The purple man's face twisted, and he roared in a nearly deranged manner, "Ha ha ha. Do you think you can take on Jessica's fist?" He had absolute trust in Jessica's strength. Jessica was the same as him, a mutated human. But the only difference was that Jessica had a terrifying strength that surpassed ordinary people. Even a wall made of steel was as fragile as paper in front of her. Not to mention a human body. Oh la la. Jessica punched out, bringing with it a violent sound that pierced through the air, and a burst of violent wind that blew. Laud raised his hand, and black veins appeared along his arm. Through the talent of Quincy, he could forcibly plunder the reishi wandering in the atmosphere, and then inject it into his own blood vessels in the body, forming an increasable defense far beyond the physical body. The exclusive combat skill of Quincy, blood vene. Boom. The fist and palm collided. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet collapsed. The violent winds around them roared as if they were solid, transforming into transparent steel sword that forcefully tore apart the solid cement ground nearby. Gay dash. The purple man's wild laughter stopped abruptly. It was as if he had suddenly been pinched in the neck. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Because the man named Hashwalth had not been killed by Jessica with a single punch. Instead, he had used one hand to block the all-out attack of Jessica. Not bad. Laud's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He was clearly very satisfied with the defensive effect of the blood vene. Blood is the exclusive combat technology of the pure blood Quincy of the Wandenreich. It is mainly divided into two types, the blood vene, which controls the defense power, and the blood artery, which controls the attack power. The blood vene injected reishi into the blood vessels, which could greatly increase the defense of the body, and the blood artery would increase the destructive power of the body to the maximum after reishi was injected into the blood vessels, and the two could not be used at the same time. It was Laud who had activated the blood vene to block Jessica's punch just now. Jessica was not too weak among the superheroes, but she was not too strong either. Her strength was about the same as Captain America, so it was not too shocking for Laud to block her attack with the blood vene. Laud glanced at the purple man and felt disgusted. Both of this man's power and behavior were despicable. Not only did he control Jessica Jones, he even humiliated her both physically and mentally. That's right, it's exactly what you think. These two people's comic books were available in his previous life. Laud had studied a few books with the mentality of learning. But comics were comics. If they were placed in reality, a scum like the purple man must be killed. A hint of killing intent quietly rose in the depths of Laud's eyes. Chapter 32, the one that pierces everything. Swish. The purple man panicked in an instant, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had originally wanted to take revenge today, but who would have thought that a ruthless person would appear halfway? Not only did he save the dying Matt, but he also easily blocked the attack of Jessica. Even his greatest reliance, his mind control, was unable to control the other party. Run. 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 Jessica. The purple man shouted in panic, "Take me away from here." In addition to possessing extraordinary strength, Jessica could also fly quickly in the air. This was the hope that the purple man had placed on escaping. As long as they flew up, they would be safe. Who? The moment Jessica received the order, her entire body quickly retreated. After a few push-off movements, Jessica grabbed onto the purple man's clothes and easily carried him on her back before flying into the sky. So, Jessica's flying speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she was about to disappear from sight. Not good. Matt's expression changed. They're going to run. Don't worry. Laud lifted his eyelids slightly and sneered. He won't be able to escape. It had to be said that according to the thoughts of normal people, the purple men were indeed very thoughtful. This was because most of the superheroes did not have the ability to fly in the air. Therefore, once they let Jessica and the purple men fly into the air, they could only watch helplessly as they left. But unfortunately, it could only be said that the purple man was too unlucky. After all, Laud was his opponent. Flying in the air? No, 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 it was too low. Whether it was Quincy or Death God, they could control the reishi under their feet and hover in the air for a long time. Hirenkiaku. In the vision of Matt, Hashwolf disappeared instantly. Question mark. Matt was dumbfounded. The next second, the purple man who thought that he had successfully escaped did not even have time to breathe a sigh of relief before his eyes suddenly widened. They saw that right in front of them was the man named Hashwolf. Go down. Lod raised his hand and pressed down, causing the terrifying spiritual power to instantly erupt. Pa. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the sky that fiercely smashed Jessica and the purple man to the ground. Boom. At the critical moment, the purple man had Jessica cushion him under his body, offsetting the impact force for him. But even so, the purple man's physical fitness was similar to that of an ordinary person. He fell from the sky and broke a leg on the spot. Lod slowly fell from the sky. F*CK. 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 The corner of the purple man's mouth twitched as he cursed madly in his heart. He had thought that saving a dying person with his bare hands was enough nonsense, but he didn't expect that there would be even more nonsense waiting for him. Was this guy really a human? How can a human stand in the sky out of thin air? You are not Superman. Wait, wait. The purple man shouted in panic, spare my life, I can submit to you. Submit. Lod's eyes were indifferent. He looked down on him, and he was really despicable to be left alive. Controlling people's mind. Stop messing around. What will happen if Death God have this ability? Control Hollow. Then I'm afraid you will die a horrible death. To sum it up, Lod decided that it was better for humanity to destroy this ability user. No, no. The purple man was sweating profusely. He cried out in alarm, you can't kill me. I have a partnership with the hand. The hand. Lod was slightly stunned. If not for the reminder from the purple man, he would have almost forgotten that there was this organization. It was strange. Recently, the people of the hand have not appeared. Could it be that all of them have shut themselves up? Seeing Hashwolf silent, the purple man thought that the other party was afraid. He immediately relaxed and continued, the 5 fingers of the association need me to help them do something. If you dare to kill me, they will definitely find trouble with you. Lod smiled. I couldn't ask for more. Recently, he was in need of souls. Even if he didn't come to find them, they will come to Lod if he killed the men in front of him. Goodbye, purple man. Lod said indifferently and loosened his grip. A silver cross medal with a silver chain fell. 1. Lod injected his spiritual energy into it, and the shape of his Quincy cross changed. After the light dissipated, the Quincy cross that had changed form was shockingly a silver-white revolver. On both sides of the barrel, there were patterns that looked like relief sculptures. They looked extremely exquisite, like works of art. At the same time, Lod learned the name of this revolver. Saint Spear, Sinner. The equipment of Quincy was different from that of Death God, and there were not so many strange abilities. But there was one thing that Zanpakutou could not do. That is the weapon of the Quincy cross, which can absorb the reishi in the atmosphere, and then release the exclusive combat technique of the Quincy. The other side is obviously determined to kill. The purple man knew that there was no turning back, and there was a sudden flash of fierceness in his eyes. Jessica, stand in front of me. The purple man gave this order, then curled up behind Jessica and shouted, come. If you want to kill me, you have to kill this woman first. Do you think I care about her? Lod felt a little funny. No. The purple man was obviously at the end of the road. He shouted with a crazy expression, she is a superhero, an innocent person. She is just controlled by me. This guy. In order to save his life, he even willing to do such a thing. The purple man held onto Jessica tightly, as if he was holding onto his last hope. He shouted harshly, she is just an innocent woman. Do you have the heart to see her die in your hands? Are you still a superhero? Lod raised his hand, and the silver-white sinner aimed at the purple man and Jessica. No, you can't kill me. The purple man was scared and said in a panic, you are a hero. You can't kill innocent people. Do you want to be stained with the blood of innocent people? One last time. Lod's eyes were full of indifference. I am not a superhero. I am the stern ritter of the Wandenreich, Hashwolf. Jessica, block the bullets for me. The purple man roared and pushed her away. It could work. It could definitely work. With Jessica's physical fitness, a mere bullet could still be blocked. Jessica, even if you die, you have to hold him back for me. The purple man turned around and ran without hesitation. Scrift, the one that pierces everything, X-axis. Lod muttered in his heart and pulled the trigger with his fingertips. The sinner absorbed the spirit particles in the atmosphere and condensed them into an arrow imbued with holy text. Bang. Before the purple man could run, he saw a blue light blooming from the muzzle of the gun. Poochie. After the blue light pierced through Jessica's chest, it continued to pierce through his chest. Even after piercing through the two of them, the blue light did not stop. Instead, it continued to head towards the end of the line of sight. Boom, 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 boom. All the buildings that passed by were pierced through by the blue light and were unstoppable. The one that pierces everything. It was indeed terrifying. A trace of surprise flashed through Lod's eyes. It seemed that he had drawn a big prize this time. As long as it was within the range, it was between 2 points and 1 line. The arrows shot by the sinners could not be blocked, could not be averted, and could not be defended. This was worthy of the name of absolute attack. Chapter 33, My Kin. Beep, beep, beep. After Lod used all-in-one, SHIELD's alarm immediately issued an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Fark squid. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, Nick Fury angrily threw out another coffee cup. Is there no end to the days? This time, it's that bastard who is causing trouble again. He then angrily threw his cup of coffee on the ground. Bureau Chief. Agent Hill, who had just pushed open the door and entered, glanced at the coffee cup fragments on the ground and said indifferently, "This is the last coffee cup. Moreover, the people above have already suspected you of corruption." Fury did not manage to catch his breath and almost choked to death on the spot. It was really a bad time. Just a mere 3,000. Besides, how could SHIELD's matter be called corruption? The wrinkles on the face of Nick Fury increased a few more times. Yes, Director. Hill nodded slightly and then walked out quickly. The purple man was dying and his pupils were gradually fading. He had never dreamed that he would die here one day. But it was worth it. At least, when he was alive, he had dragged a beautiful heroine along with him. Ha, ha, ha. Before the purple man died, he was still laughing crazily. Jessica, it looks like you will never be able to escape my control. It's too early for you to be happy. A strange smile appeared on Lod's lips as he slowly walked to Jessica's side. He touched his forehead with his finger and once again split a soul fragment, giving it to her. Within a second, 2 soul fragments were continuously divided, causing Lod's aura to weaken a lot. A hint of fatigue appeared on Lod's face as he thought to himself, looks like I can't use this often. Otherwise, the damage to the soul will be too great. The light blue soul fragments slowly merged into Jessica's body. Question mark. Seeing this familiar scene, the purple man felt a mouthful of old blood flow upwards. Again. Are you for real? Pooh. The purple man spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he was angered to death. Acquired medium, soul, *1. Lod nodded in satisfaction. Matt, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene and was speechless for a moment. He always felt that Hashwolf seemed to have done this on purpose, and the purpose was to anger the purple man to death. Otherwise, why would he resurrect Jace in front of him? In fact, Matt guessed half right. Lod did do this on purpose, but the reason was not for the purple man. Soul splitting, contact healing. There was a flaw in this skill, it could only give people who had a defect in their body and mind. However, there was no flaw in Jesse's body and mind, so Lod could only artificially create a flaw. Severe injuries on the verge of death. From a certain point of view, it should also be considered a type of defect, right? Ugh. The unconscious Jessica moaned for a moment, then slowly opened her eyes. The first thing that entered her eyes was a face with exquisite facial features, as well as a pair of impressive green eyes. Welcome, my kin. Lod was relieved. It was obvious that his guess was correct. This kind of trick could be used. It's you. Jessica was slightly stunned. Then she remembered this man's name. Hashwolf. Although she was once controlled by the purple people, Jessica had not lost those memories, so she still remembered this cold and mysterious man. You saved me. Why? Jessica found it hard to believe, her voice trembling. She thought that she would go to hell with the purple man, but she did not expect that she would be saved again, and it was this mysterious man. Yes. Lod pretended to be expressionless, with a cold look, because you have our bloodline. Although it is very meager, you are also a member of our race. A race. Bloodline. Jessica did not understand this. She only wanted to care about one thing, Purple Man. Purple Man, is he really dead? He is dead. Lod said lightly, and you, from now on, are free. Purple Man was dead. Purple Man was dead. I am free. Jessica's mind was on the verge of collapse. Her beautiful face unconsciously shed 2 lines of clear tears as she sobbed softly. The Purple Man was finally dead. The demon that had been controlling her was finally dead. And what she had endured in the past, those double inhuman insults, and the tragic past of being reduced to an executioner, had finally ended. And then, establishing the stern Ritter. Jessica calmed down a little, and then looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really willing to accept me? She was afraid and worried. The dark experiences in the past and the blood of the innocent that stained her hands had already made this woman mentally and physically haggard. Jessica was very clear that even if she was out of the control of the purple people, there was no place in this world that could accommodate her. Moreover, the crimes she committed would inevitably lead to her being hunted down by those superheroes. Jessica looked straight into Lod's eyes with a pair of bright eyes. There was a trace of anticipation, a trace of worry, and a trace of fear. She asked timidly, "Can I really join you?" Jessica Jones. Lod pushed the frame with one hand and said indifferently, "You are a citizen of the Wandenreich. We have the same blood flowing in our veins, so there is no need to worry about anything." But there was a hint of hesitation on Jessica's face. I might be hunted down by a superhero and bring unnecessary trouble. Lod bent over, held her hand, and looked straight into her eyes. If you feel afraid, then stay behind me. Just like the dark clouds can't block the sun, and I will dispel all the haze for you. His voice was low, deep, and enchanting, giving people a sense of calmness and trustworthiness. Badump. Jessica's cheeks suddenly turned red, and her heart began to beat violently. At this moment, Hashwolf seemed to have really become a sun in her eyes. It emitted a dazzling light, a warm aura. Jace lowered her head. She didn't even dare to look into Hashwolf's eyes. Those eyes were so bright and dazzling, as if they could dispel all the darkness and haze in her heart. Her heart, which had been riddled with holes, suddenly became tranquil and peaceful. Jessica silently made up her mind. If the first half of her life was a haze shrouded by misery and darkness, then the latter half of her life, she wanted to stay by the side of the sun. And Hashwolf was her son. There was no need to say too much. Just by staying by this man's side, she could feel an inexplicable closeness, like a baby returning to his mother's embrace and being wrapped in a warm embrace. Lord Hashwolf. Jessica knelt on one knee, like a girl who was praying sincerely. If you are the sun, then I will become the moon and always be by your side. Anyone who received the grace of God would have their body and mind to serve God. Soul-splitting, contact healing was not only able to heal other people's body and mind, it could steal their knowledge, experience, and talent for its own use. What was truly worthy of praise was the power to change the heart. Anyone who was given a soul fragment and their body and mind were healed would view him from the bottom of their hearts as the real God. And Lod was the God in their hearts. In Jessica's eyes, Hashwolf's image was as warm and dazzling as the sun. In Matt's mind, Hashwolf's existence was like a light that illuminated his darkness. This influence that originated from the soul fragment was a subtle change, not a sudden change overnight. So, even Matt, who believed in his own ideals, could not escape this influence. To Hashwolf, who saved his life and gave him a second light, Matt's heart already belonged to Lod. Lord Hashwolf. Matt knelt on one knee, his eyes showing a touch of fanaticism. I am also willing to follow your footsteps. Chapter 34, The Hand. At this moment, in this place, the Wandenreich, the Stern Ritter, was officially established. Although there were only 2 members at present, Lod firmly believed that in the near future, the members would gradually increase, until they transformed into the real Wandenreich. But there was another problem that needed to be solved. The Quincy is different from Death God and Hollow, not the state of the soul, but the human with physical body, which can be seen by those ordinary people. So, in Jessica and Matt's case who have not grown up yet, and can't be exposed to the public too early, especially Nick Fury with persecution disorder. As in the original work, the Wandenreich is hidden in the shadow of Seireitei, which is still relatively weak, and the Stern Ritter are temporarily hidden under the shadow of others. But where is the appropriate address? Just as Lod was feeling troubled over this, he suddenly saw the dead purple-clothed person and an idea flashed through his mind. Matt, how much do you know about the Hand? A lot. They and I can be considered old enemies. Matt's eyes dimmed slightly. He thought of his ex-girlfriend and immediately felt a little down. Lord Hashwolf, are you very interested in the Hand? When it came to the Hand, it's inevitable they will meet Erica. She was Daredevil Matt's ex-girlfriend, and the 2 of them were separated because of their ideologies. But when they met again, Erica had been brainwashed by the Hand and turned into a ruthless killing machine. Although Matt tried to break into the Hand several times to save Erica, he failed in the end because of his lack of strength. Several times, he almost died in Erica's hands. Just in time. Lod's delicate facial features were indifferent. He said calmly, I want to talk to them about a small matter. Can you lead the way for me? Matt saw the killing intent in Hashwolf's eyes and was shocked. He quickly said, Lord Hashwolf, the Hand is very strong. If we rush in rashly, there may be accidents. In order to save Erica, he had broken into the hand's headquarters many times, so he knew better than everyone how terrible the professional ninja killing group was. In Matt's view, although Hashwalt was very strong and his methods were very mysterious. But if he rashly broke into the huge hand headquarters, facing hundreds of skilled assassination ninjas and the terrifying Five Fingers, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Jessica also stood up and echoed, "Lord Hashwalt, I also agree with Matt. The current hand is different from before. It is very dangerous inside." "Oh." Lod pushed the frame with one hand and asked curiously, "Tell me what you know." Jessica recalled, "When I was being controlled by the Purple Man, I once saw the hand's 5 fingers in the secret underground room. But they didn't seem to be human. There was something strange about them that couldn't be explained." "Are you sure?" Matt frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Maybe what you saw was not 5 fingers, but something else?" Jessica shook her head and said in a deep voice, "I can tell you with certainty that what I saw at that time was the 5 fingers, and the words, 'are not human,' were told to me by the Purple Man in private. The point is, doesn't look like a human." Matt recalled this sentence and rubbed his chin at the same time. He said, "A madman like the Purple Man is actually willing to cooperate with the hand. It is very likely that he was coerced into helping the hand." Before this, Matt felt that it was a little strange. With the ability of the Purple Man and Jessica, even if he could not defeat the hand, he would not be reduced to helping the hand with things, right? But now it seemed that there was a big secret behind this. Matt said in a low voice, "Think about it carefully and see if there is any other information." "Okay." Jessica took a deep breath. Although she did not want to recall what happened when she was being controlled, she was still willing to try for Lord Hashwalt. "I remember." Jessica suddenly said, "The Purple Man told me one more thing. He said that he must snatch the book." "Book?" Matt was stunned. "Snatch a book? Are you sure the Purple Man said that? What else did he say?" "I remember, the Purple Man seemed to say." Jessica frowned and tried to recall, "That book is a divine artifact. It bestowed 5 fingers with the power to live forever, so it cooperated with them. A book that can grant eternal life." Lod pushed the frame with one hand and said thoughtfully, "Things have become interesting." This was a bit intriguing. Logically speaking, the hand was only a killer group in Marvel. The only thing he cared about was probably the undying dragon bones that the hand had stolen from Mount Quinlan with his 5 fingers. But now, a book had appeared out of nowhere, and it could grant people eternal power. What a strong sense of déjà vu. Are you sure that it's not Doctor Strange that pranked him? In addition, the hand's sudden disappearance recently seemed to have a lot to do with this book. It seemed that it was necessary to take a look. "Lord Hashwalt." Matt knelt on one knee and said, "I suggest we investigate thoroughly first. After we make a plan, I will sneak in first. This way, it will be safer." The uncertain factor was too great. The strength of 5 fingers was already very terrifying. Now that it was bestowed with power by a book, even the Purple Man could not resist. These circumstances made Matt worry for Hashwalt. "There's no need to worry." Lod's eyes were half closed, and the corners of his lips curled into a calm and gentle smile. "The hand is just some dust. No matter if it's 1 or 2, it's no different to me. The hand was only the first step. If he couldn't even take this step, how could he compete with death in the future? Being scared will only lead to death. Being scared will inevitably lead to failure. Since he wanted to usurp the power of the creation god, how could he shrink back? The hand headquarters. Lod was dressed in a white military uniform, suspended in the night sky. On both sides of him were Daredevil Matt and Jessica, who were also standing in the air like him. When a person transformed into a Quincy, controlling Reishi was like breathing, almost an instinct carved into the soul. Therefore, it was not too difficult for Matt and Jessica to use spirit particles to construct the steps under their feet. After getting a little familiar with it, they could easily do it. The building in the hand's headquarters was pitch black, and it was impossible to see the structure inside from the outside. "Erica. I'm here," Matt muttered in his heart. Ever since his ex-girlfriend was controlled by the hand, he had always wanted to save Erica. Today, he could finally do it. "Let's go." Lod said indifferently, "Let's go and see what exactly is inside." Chapter 35, Jessica the Quincy. Ever since stepping into the hand's headquarters, the familiar darkness enveloped them, causing Matt's other senses to reach their limits. However, because of his developed senses, Matt felt as if there was a pair of eyes secretly observing them. Jessica nodded with a serious expression. She also felt an ominous aura. Just at this moment, a sharp warrior, sword, suddenly stabbed out from the darkness. Ding! Matt reacted quickly. He raised his arm and held the cane in front of his chest, blocking the fatal sword. But in the next second, several swords formed a circle and stabbed at him fiercely. There was no panic on Matt's face. The darkness around him did not affect his movements. Instead, it made him feel like he had returned to a familiar environment. He dodged the swords by a hair's breadth. Crack! With a crisp sound, Matt's walking stick suddenly broke into two halves from the middle. He held a walking stick in one hand and stabbed it out like lightning. Bang! Bang! The tip of his cane slid straight into the ninja's throat. Two streams of blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. The two men covered their throats in horror, trying to stop the blood from flowing out, but their eyes gradually dimmed and they finally fell down. Matt's expression changed slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of pity. In the end, he could only sigh. On the other side, Jessica was also attacked. There were 7 or 8 ninjas wearing black skin-tight clothes, as if they were one with the darkness around them, and they attacked from the darkness. Their target was Lod. Perhaps it was because Jessica and Matt had unconsciously protected him inside, causing these ninjas to subconsciously think that Lod was the easiest to bully. 7 or 8 sharp spikes of sword came over, only a few centimeters away from Lod. In the eyes of those ninjas, he was already a dead man. You dare. Jessica's pupils suddenly contracted, erupting with a terrifying killing intent. She punched the ground. Boom. The huge force instantly shattered the ground within 3 meters around them. Pieces of broken tiles were like hidden weapons, carried by the explosive winds, and accurately shot towards the ninjas. Puff. The ninja was instantly pierced through by the bullet like gravel. His body was like a piece of broken stone that was covered with holes, and blood spilled out violently. During this time, the expression on Lod's face did not change in the slightest, as if he had already anticipated this scene. In the next instant, Jessica quickly took off her coat and spread it out with a shake of her hand, covering Lod's head like a curtain. Crash! The blood that fell was all blocked by Jessica's clothes, and not a single drop of blood fell on his body. Jessica lowered her head, and her tone was mixed with a trace of anger. I'm sorry, my lord. Lod. Hey. This is a little too much, he is not Eisen, don't need to respect him that much. Jessica doesn't care about this. In her eyes, Hashwolf is the sun. Anyone who dares to tarnish it will die. Roar dash. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from the darkness. In the next second, a young figure rushed out like a cannonball. In the dark, the blood-red pupils were clearly visible, emitting a strong and terrifying killing intent. Be careful. The boy, Black Sky, was extremely fast. He instantly crossed the line of defense of Jessica and Matt, and then punched Lod. Bang. After a dull sound, Black Sky's tyrannical eyes were slightly stunned. That person. He actually blocked his fist with a finger. You, actually touch him. You're dead, I'm going to kill you. With a roar, Jessica suddenly felt that some sort of shackle had been opened in her body, and an unprecedented power surged out from the depths of her soul. Whoosh. The spiritual droplets floating in the air instantly gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye, setting off a miniature tornado in the surroundings of Jessica. You dare to use your dirty hands to sully my Lord Hashwolf. Jessica was furious. Spiritual energy crazily gathered in her hands, gradually condensing into a giant crossbow. This is a Quincy cross. Lod's eyes lit up. This was a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected that Jessica would actually comprehend a high-level combat technique that could be used to manipulate spirit particles into weapons under the support of her anger. Clang. Jessica pulled the huge cross spirit bow with both hands, and the killing intent in her eyes seemed to have taken on a physical form. Wang. Although Black Skies was still inexperienced, he could clearly feel that the woman was a huge threat to him. Dong. Black Sky suddenly stepped on the ground, curled up and jumped back, trying to escape back into the darkness. Die, trash. Divine arrow annihilation. Countless arrows condensed from spiritual energy were shot out like a torrential rain, covering the entire hall in an instant. Puff. When had the ninjas hiding in the dark ever seen such a terrifying scene? They didn't even have the chance to dodge before they were shot into sieves. Under the sacred arrow, even though Black Sky had the body of a beast, he couldn't help but howl in pain. His body was pierced through several holes, and he stumbled back into the shadows. Blood flowed like a river on the ground, making this place look like a purgatory. Who? Jessica exhaled, the killing intent in her eyes decreasing slightly. Jessica, aren't you being too ruthless? Matt's eyelids twitched, and he could not help but scold her in a low voice. Is that so? Jessica turned around, her eyes red as she stared at Matt and said, I don't think they attacked too heavily. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being blind. They actually attacked Lord Hashwolf. But just as Matt was about to retort, he saw that the spirit bow in Jessica's hand was already aimed at him. You are not loyal. Jessica said word by word. Her eyes were serious. A chill instantly invaded his body. His heart suddenly stopped. If he still intended to continue speaking, then in the next second, like those ninjas, he would be mercilessly shot into a sieve by Jessica. This scene. Laud felt that if he still did not intervene, he was afraid that the newly recruited Sternritter would be left with only one person. All right, Jessica. Laud came out at the right time to smooth things over and said gently, Matt means no harm. You don't have to be serious. Yes, Lord Hashwolf. Jessica put down the spirit bow, her eyes still cold, as if she was warning Matt. What the hell is this? A hint of bitterness appeared on Matt's face. He was just a little reluctant, and he was almost shot into a hornet's nest. Who could stand this? Things get a little heated up here. Jessica regarded Hashwolf as a son, and could carry out orders without hesitation, or even abandon the moral code for him. But Matt, on the other hand, his faith in Hashwolf was built on his own cognition and standards, and he would first consider whether it was against his own heart. So, Jace, who had been trying to protect Laud just now, was easier to take over by her emotion and thus awakened the real power of the Quincy. But Matt was slightly worse, and he had not yet comprehended the real power of the Quincy, and was still fighting with his previous experience. Laud did not want to comment too much on the two, but in the long run, if Matt had not grown to his satisfaction, then he could only recycle the soul fragments in Matt's body. In the Sternritter, there was no need for people without ability. Chapter 36, Emergency Mission. Matt felt aggrieved. He was clearly the first person to receive a gift, but now he was caught up by Jessica, and his power had not even awakened yet. Most importantly, Matt had just seen that Lord Hashwolf's eyes seemed to show a hint of dissatisfaction towards him. No. Matt swore in his heart, I must awaken my power as soon as possible. The power that Jessica displayed just now could instantly kill hundreds of ninjas, which made him feel envious. Walking in normally is really too slow. Laud frowned, the dark energy in the ground was getting stronger and stronger. But sir, this place is too far from the basement, my spirit bow can't pierce through. It's okay, I can do it myself. Laud calmly took a few steps, took out the cross of annihilation. Since he couldn't see the target directly, he couldn't use the one that pierces everything, so Laud directly condensed his spiritual power and released it through the barrel. Ka. He pulled the trigger with his fingertips and released a huge arrow from the person who had absorbed almost 2/3 of Laud's spiritual power. Divine Cross, Annihilation Arrow. The sinner released a dazzling light. The terrifying spiritual energy condensed into a huge arrow, and then fiercely smashed into the ground. Boom. Layer after layer, the huge Divine Cross, Annihilation Arrow broke through dozens of layers of hard ground before it ran out of energy and disappeared. The whole building of the hand was shaking, and countless steel and concrete cracked, turning into huge stones that fell down. When the shaking stopped, a hole about dozens of meters deep appeared in the ground in front of them, and went straight to the hand's basement. Sheesh. Matt gasped and could not help but be shocked. What a terrifying destructive power. It pierced through dozens of layers of the ground with just one strike. If the strength that Jace displayed was still within his imagination, then the strength that Hashwolf displayed had already completely exceeded his expectations. The destructive power of this degree was no less than the most advanced high-speed kinetic weapon in the US. However, what they did not know was that the attack just now consumed a lot of energy on Laud, and the spiritual energy in his body was almost emptied out. Fortunately, the Quincy could absorb the reishi in the atmosphere, and with his current situation, he only needed a few minutes to recover. Let's go. Laud calmed his breath, and then put away the sinner, and said to them lightly. Jessica caught up first, and then Matt reacted and jumped down. Who? A few seconds later, the three of them landed on the ground. The first thing that caught Laud's eyes was a huge magic array on the ground, engraved with complicated and strange patterns. Looking at the complicated patterns, Laud felt dizzy. Come on. Come in. Come in. I will give you a great power. A faint voice, like the whisper of a demon, echoed in Laud's mind. Not good. Laud bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to wake up. His eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. What a terrifying magic array. It can actually tempt my soul. In essence, he was Death God. The strength of his spirit body far surpassed that of ordinary people, but even so, he had been careless just now and almost fell into the path of this magic array. These magic patterns were too strange. With just a glance, he had fallen into them, almost unable to extricate himself. But Jessica and Matt, who were beside him? Obviously, they were not so lucky. Their spiritual power was obviously not as good as Laud's, and they were instantly affected by those patterns, and their entire bodies were muddled, as if they had been possessed. Ah. Lord Hashwolf. A blush flew up on Jessica's cheeks, and her eyes blurred as she walked towards the magic array. She even muttered, You belong to me alone. No one can snatch you away. Laud, ? So scary. He didn't expect that Jessica, who looked serious, wanted to take him for herself in private. Matt also staggered towards the magic array. Erica, don't leave me. It seemed that anyone who had seen the patterns on the magic array would be attracted by the greatest desire in their hearts and thus be controlled by that voice. Zanpakutou number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Lod pointed his index finger and stopped Matt and Jessica. He. In the darkness, an old voice came, "You are late. Our ceremony has succeeded." Ceremony? Are you referring to the ghost runes on the ground? Lod raised his eyebrows. Ignorant people. The old voice seemed to be very angry. This is the power of the god of darkness. He will grant us true eternal life. That's right. Several figures shone on the ground and shouted fanatically, "We will obtain eternal life that surpasses Kunlun, and you can only welcome death." A brainwashed person was truly terrifying. Lod could not help but mourn for these people for 3 seconds. That god of darkness who had been working so hard could tell from the name that he was unreliable. Who knew which corner he came from? Ignorant fool. An old lady walked out with an old and ancient book in her hands. Lod narrowed his eyes and saw the word Darkhold on the cover of the ancient book. F***ck. Isn't this Book of Sins? Why is it here? He had to stop her. Cold sweat trickled down Lod's forehead. If he let Thon return to Earth, he would definitely be the first to die. But it was too late. Holding the Book of Sins in her hands, Lady Gao had already walked into the magic array. Amidst the frantic calls, she instantly exploded into a pile of minced meat. Fresh blood and pieces of flesh seeped into the ground. The demonic patterns on the magic array grew brighter and brighter, brewing waves of terrifying fluctuations. Not good. Lod cursed in his heart. It was already too late. Buzz. Gulp. Black sticky liquid surged out, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. It was like an abyss connecting to another latitude. Then, a blurry shadow crawled out of the hole and stood up straight. Ugh. The black shadow let out a comfortable moan and said in satisfaction, "I haven't come back for tens of millions of years. I didn't expect the Earth to become like this." Ding. Issue an emergency mission. Mission, expel the infernal deity, Thon. Details, 5 fingers, under the temptation of the Book of Sins, summoned a projection of Thon. Requesting the host to expel him from Earth's latitude before Sorcerer Supreme arrives. Reward, depends on the completion of the situation. Underworld God. Thon. It really is this great god. Lod's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he thought to himself, this is going to be too much. Chapter 37, Thon. It was rumored that in ancient times, at the beginning of the birth of the earth, it was a period of chaos. The great creator who originated from natural magic energy decided to spread his own matter to every corner of the earth. These scattered magic energy substances nurtured a batch of the earliest creatures, elder gods. Among the elder gods, there were 4 most powerful ones: Gaia, the god of earth and nature, the god of destruction and death; Set, the source of white magic; Oshter, and the source of black magic, Thon. However, one day, snake god Seth found out that devouring other elder gods could increase his strength, so he began to slaughter and devour other ancient gods. In the end, he triggered a great battle of Fall of the Elder Gods. During this time, the fallen ancient god turned into a demon, and in order to pursue greater power, they killed and devoured each other. Gaia, the god of earth, could not bear it, so he launched a great battle against snake god Seth, but the difference in strength between the two was not big. So this great battle lasted for a long time, and the range affected the entire earth, even destroying the dinosaurs because of it. In order to end the fate of the ancient gods killing and devouring each other, the great creator and the god of the earth, Gaia, jointly gave birth to a new ancient god Adam. Adam, who was born after the mission of ending the war of the ancient gods, had the power to surpass all the ancient gods. He constantly destroyed the ancient gods who had fallen into the devil and absorbed their vitality. But in the end, because Adam was unable to withstand this power, he had fallen to become an extremely powerful god devourer. The power of the god devourer was so strong that even snake god Seth and underworld god Thon could not contend against it. In order to avoid the fate of being devoured by Adam, these fallen ancient gods had no choice but to flee to other dimensions. However, before he fled, Thon had recorded all of his dark magic on the indestructible parchment as an important backup plan for his return to Earth in the future. Anyone who read these parchments and learned the dark magic recorded on them would be bewitched by Thon and become his most faithful follower. Then, he would carve a magic circle to open the door between dimensions and welcome his return. The birth of the first vampire in Marvel had a close relationship with the Book of Sins. Later on, the parchments that recorded the powerful dark magic of Thon were compiled by the elder sister of King Arthur, Morgan Le Fay, and later called it Book of Sins. Although he wasn't sure how the hand found the Book of Sins, but the person in front of him was a genuine ancient god. Tens of millions of years ago, Thon was a single universe-level warrior, the same level as Oshter, the source of white magic. Even if there was only one projection, the power was obviously not something that the current Lord could contend with. It was just like how you had just left the novice village and ended up bumping into a max-level boss. This question was clearly an overmatch. A strange expression appeared on Lod's face as he thought to himself, the system really thinks highly of me. But the danger and rewards are proportional. His system rarely issued missions, and this was the first time he had seen such a emergency mission. The missions issued by the system before were all fairly generous rewards after completion. For example, the mission, Became Death God, that was issued before was rewarded with a Shirkai Zanpakuto and 6 seated officers' spiritual power. What would it be? Lod looked serious and began to have a storm in his mind. His Midian was not issued once every 100,000 years. Who knew when the next time he missed it? Moreover, the mission of expelling the infernal deity, Thon, was something that one could easily tell with their toes and fingers that the reward would definitely be very generous, and they absolutely could not miss it. Let's go. Lod gritted his teeth and made up his mind. F***CK. Wasn't it just a projection? Those who starved to death, those who were timid, those who were brave to death. It really couldn't be done. There was also Sorcerer Supreme who gave him a rough estimate. The time to think was over. Compared to the time in the real world, only a few seconds had passed. The projection of Dark God Thon was still immersed in the long-lost return, completely ignoring the people beside him. This was actually very normal. When you walk or rest, do you care about the ants beneath your feet? Obviously not. In Thon's eyes, it was as if humans were looking at ants, so small that there was no need to pay attention to it. He was one of the most ancient gods, the source of all the black magic in the world, and even a part of the power of Mephisto and the crimson which came from him. Human. Unless the Sorcerer Supreme himself came in person, he might still be a little nervous, but the others could forget about it. But it was precisely because of Thon's arrogance that he gave Lod a chance. Aren't you acting cool? Aren't you acting cool? Don't you miss Earth? Since that's the case, then I'll let you go back and reminisce properly. Either you don't make a move, or you have to go all out if you want to make a move. The other party was one of the oldest gods on Earth, and he would never give him a second chance. Lod narrowed his eyes and suddenly noticed something. The magic array that summoned Thon seemed to be a special wedge. Inside the hole in the magic array, it was constantly sending power to the projection, and as a wedge, it maintained the passage between the two dimensions. In other words, the key to expelling Caesar was how to destroy the magic array beneath his feet, cut off the source of his power, and cut off the connection between Earth and his dimension. However, these were all Lod's guesses. Whether the truth was as he had thought, he still needed a simple verification. Let's try it. Lod's eyes turned cold. He summoned Zanpakutou and released his majestic spiritual energy like a volcanic eruption. The other party was an elder god, so Lod naturally did not dare to hold back. He went all out right from the start. Thanks to the results of Nemu's research, he could use Death God's power at the same time in the state of being a Quincy, and the two would not interfere with each other because of this. Ikaros, Shinso. After a short and rapid whisper, Sword suddenly stretched out his body and instantly broke through the sound barrier, flashing like a fleeting flash and shooting towards Caesar. Ding! The extended silver body of Sword was firmly caught by 2 fingers, like 2 iron pincers, unable to move an inch further. It was indeed very strong. Lod's expression changed slightly. He had used his full strength. Caesar did not even move. He only used 2 fingers to easily catch Shinso. Interesting. Interesting. I have never seen this power before. Can you tell me where it came from? None of your business. Lod sneered, and the cross on his left hand turned into a bow. Since ordinary attacks were ineffective against him, he could only try the ability of the Quincy that he had just obtained. Spiritual droplets that could be seen with the naked eye were gathering, forming a giant whirlpool that was like a storm. In a certain instant, this enormous spiritual energy fluctuation caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. Scrift, the one that pierces everything. Divine Cross, Fire Arrow. Boom. High density of spiritual energy was instantly released, emitting a thunderous roar. This attack had gathered all of his spiritual energy. It condensed into a huge sacred arrow that tore through the sky and charged towards Thon. In front of the power of natural laws. Unless your main body descended, it would be impossible for you to block this attack. Chapter 38, versus Thon. Ignorant human. The corners of Thon's mouth rose slightly, forming a mocking arc. I can easily erase such a weak attack. In the name of my name, Black Hole. If other mages wanted to cast spells, they would have to communicate through spells before they could extract energy from the magic dimension, and then use different spells to release different attacks. But Thon was different. He was the source of black magic, and the power of the dimension originated from himself, so he could instantly release all kinds of spells without chanting any spells. A huge magic pattern spread out where Caesar's fingertips landed, causing ripples in the space. Soon after, the space seemed to have been pierced by his fingertips, revealing a hole that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Endless dark energy gathered in the light spot, instantly forming a vortex. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The size of the hole instantly expanded by dozens of times, erupting with a terrifying suction force, trying to swallow everything around it. Even the moonlight that shot down from the sky appeared to be in a strange spiral-twisted form, and was greedily devoured by the black hole. There were no objects or elements that could escape the gravity restraint of the black hole. But there were always accidents. The highly compressed beam shot by the sinners forcefully violated this phenomenon. It was not bent by gravity at all, but shot straight towards the black hole. After piercing through the black hole with the power of all things, the power of the beam of spiritual energy did not diminish at all as it charged towards Thon. Impossible. Thon's expression changed instantly. He clearly had not expected that his black magic would be destroyed so easily. But in the next second, a hint of anger rose on Thon's face. It turned out that the target of the beam of spiritual light was not him, but the magic array that connected the dimensional passage and supplied dark energy under his feet. Once this magic array was destroyed, the passage between the earth and the dimension would disappear. Impudent human! Thon shouted angrily. In the name of Thon, stop! His voice was not loud, but it covered everything, full of oppression and majesty, as if he was commanding the whole world. Buzz. A strange energy fluctuation spread in all directions with Thon as the center. The dust floating in the air stopped. The distorted rays of light from the black hole stopped. Even the sound, vibration, molecules, and even atoms seemed to have been pressed on the pause button at this moment. The highly compressed beam of light shot out by all things stopped only a centimeter away from the magic array. This is time freeze. Lod's expression changed slightly. Although his mind was still active, his body was very stiff. He could not even move his finger. Thon was indeed terrifying. This was only a projection. If his real body was here, he would probably die in an instant. What a boring trick. Thon crushed the beam of spirit particles with his bare hands and said angrily, "Do you think you can destroy my plan? Just a little bit more." The magic array was destroyed. Lod's face was a little irate. He did not expect that Thon could still pause time. In the face of the still time, even if everything linked up this rule power, it still seemed so pale and powerless. Time resumed its flow. Thon's aura instantly dropped significantly. The black shadow that was originally close to the physical body had become somewhat transparent hollow. Looks like this move is very exhausting. Lod's eyes lit up. This was good news for him. It seemed that time freeze was also a great loss for Thon's projection. However, he did not know how many more times he could use it. However, judging from the shape of the projection, Lod felt that it was the limit to use it once more. If there were more, the projection of Caesar might collapse on its own without him making a move. Human. You have successfully angered me. There was a flash of coldness in Caesar's eyes, and his voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point, as if the wind of the winter was enough to freeze the bone marrow. If Thon had been playing around before, then now he was serious. Thon, I'm very curious. There was a hint of provocation on Lod's face as he said, "How many more times can you stop time? One time is enough to deal with you." Thon said proudly, "Your puny natural law power. Do you really think I can't deal with it? Is that so?" Lod smiled. Without any warning, he raised his hand and fired. "Do you think this move will be useful to me?" Caesar snorted coldly and pulled out a huge black sword from the magic array beneath him. The thick black sword was close to the physical body, but it was also leaning towards the energy body. It was engraved with strange patterns, and with just a light stroke, it left a dark mark in the air of hollow. This sword was a dark divine artifact, forged from powerful black magic after being tempered by Caesar's true body. Not to mention the power of rules grasped by mere mortals, even if it were fourth mirror dimensional space used by Sorcerer Supreme, he could cut it open with one sword. Clang. Caesar raised his large sword and suddenly slashed forward with a terrifying sword wave. The moment the sacred immortal fire arrow came into contact with it, it was annihilated by a strange power and disintegrated, reverting back to the most basic of spirit particles. It's that simple. Thon was slightly stunned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. The strength of this attack was obviously not as strong as the previous one. Before he could understand what was going on, the next second, he saw the sky suddenly darken, and countless sacred arrows shot towards him. Simple. Lod sneered and continuously pulled the trigger of the sinner. In the continuous roaring, the muzzle of the gun spat out deadly blue flames, shooting out a sacred arrow. Dense and violent firepower covered the area hundreds of meters around Thon in an instant. 1, 2, 3, you can block it. Then may I ask, what if it is 10, 100, 1000? And among these sacred arrows, there is a small number of arrows randomly added with the ability of all-in-one. As long as Caesar missed one of them, Laud was confident that he could destroy the magic array. Boom, 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 boom. The black sword collided with the sacred arrow, causing countless sparks to fly. The terrifying energy surged like a tidal wave, shattering the surrounding floor and walls into pieces. In an instant, the entire building was riddled with holes. The reinforced concrete continued to collapse, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. What a cheap trick! Thon roared angrily. He had already discovered Laud's scheme. With the current power of his projection, there was no way he could eliminate such a massive amount of sacred. Moreover, there was a small portion of these sacred arrows that had the power of natural laws added to them. To accurately distinguish which ones had special power and which ones did not have special power, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was almost impossible. Chapter 39, Ito Queso. Ignorant mortal. I'll let you experience just how terrifying the great elder god is. Thon angrily shouted, his hands gripping the black sword as he stabbed it into the ground. Kacha. The hard ground instantly cracked, and the dense cracks were like a huge spider web, constantly expanding and extending outwards. From the cracks, the extremely dense dark energy could even be seen with the naked eye. In an instant, Laud felt all the hairs on his body stand up, and he decisively stepped on Ho-Ho to leave this place. At the same time, he injected spiritual droplets into his blood vessels, forming blood vein. In my name, Thon, Dark Storm. Thon shouted angrily and stabbed the black sword into the ground with all his strength. The terrifying energy accumulated in the sword exploded in an instant. Boom. In an instant, the enormous energy created a hurricane that connected the sky and the earth. Even from several kilometers away, it could be clearly seen. Within 1,000th of a second, the black hurricane swept across and destroyed all the buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters. All tangible and intangible substances were crushed into pieces. What kind of ability is this? Laud saw with his own eyes that a huge building was swept into it and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of the dark hurricane, the sacred arrow was as fragile as glass, and the time it took to breathe was completely destroyed, restoring the previous Reishi state. Collapse. Or annihilation. It doesn't seem to be. Instead, he restored all the substances he came into contact with to the most basic particle state. No, I can't run away. Laud was shocked, and his face changed slightly. The speed at which this dark hurricane expanded far surpassed his escaping speed, and there was also a huge attraction force pulling him crazily. According to this situation, he would be sucked into it in a few seconds. In an instant, Laud poured all his spiritual energy into his blood vessels, forming black lines on the surface of his body, and controlled the overflowing Reishi to form a defensive barrier around his body. Boom. The dark hurricane roared and raged between heaven and earth, and the violent force crushed everything. That night, half of the people in New York City saw the huge storm that connected heaven and earth, as well as the pressure from the depths of their souls. Again. At this moment, inside Seireitei, a certain bald Nick Fury was so angry that its black face almost turned white. Within a day, he had discovered 2 huge abnormal energy fluctuations in succession, and they were all in Hell's Kitchen. He was even a little suspicious now. Could it be that there was some treasure hidden in that broken place? Otherwise, how could it be explained that every time there was a problem, the location happened to be Hell's Kitchen? Check it out. Fury raged, use all the surveillance satellites and cameras. I want to see what is going on there in 30 seconds. The huge storms of heaven and earth gradually disappeared, and the 4 or 5 streets, including the headquarters of the Hand and Guild, were all destroyed by this terrifying force, like a natural disaster. All objects were crushed into powder. The buildings that had been standing in great numbers had now completely turned into a plain. There were only countless ruins and the collapsed earth. Laud's face was pale. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He stood unsteadily in a ruin. Amazing. There was a trace of blood on the corner of Laud's lips. He smiled miserably. If not for blood vein, I might have been torn to shreds just now. There was a spiritual barrier on the outside and blood vein on the inside. Even the dual defense methods were instantly destroyed. It was enough to show how terrifying this dark storm was. Mortal, you lost. Thon stood in place and saw the situation of Laud. He said disdainfully, my power comes from the dark dimension, it's infinite, but your power has been exhausted. Laud was expressionless, only his wrist was trembling slightly. Just as Thon said, a large number of sacred arrows were fired, and the consumption of spiritual power was terrible. Even if he had the physique of a Quincy, he could constantly absorb Reishi to replenish, but the speed of replenishment was far less than the speed of consumption. In order to defend against the dark storm, he had almost squeezed out the last trace of spiritual power in his body. But even so, there was not a trace of panic on Laud's face. He was still as calm as ever, as if he did not care about this at all. You are wrong, Thon. Laud was still calm. His Zanpakutou, who was 3 feet long, pointed to the ground. Victory is mine. Dang. In the next moment, Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and rushed toward Thon. You're dead. With a face full of disdain, Thon raised his black sword and blocked Zanpakutou's attack. Clang. The thick sword edge collided with Zanpakutou, causing countless sparks. The terrifying power collided with each other, causing ripples to appear in the surrounding air. With just a light knock, Thon forcefully deflected Shinso's sword blade. Ignorant human, you think you can stop me? If I don't try, who will know? Lod's face was still calm, and his attacks became even more furious. In an instant, more than 100 collisions occurred. Sword clashed several times, creating dazzling sparks. The strength of the two became greater and greater, and their speed also became faster and faster. An unimaginable terrifying power surged, and like a solid tornado of swords, it ruthlessly destroyed the shattered ground around it once again. All of a sudden, while the two of them were fighting, Lod took the opportunity to turn around and retreat. At the same time, he aimed the sword blade in his hand at Thon. Ikaros, Shinso. The already short sword blade extended, and at a rather strange angle, like an antelope's horn, it suddenly and swiftly shot out. Whoosh! The speed at which sword extended his blade broke through the sound barrier in an instant, emitting an ear-piercing sound. With a deadly cold light, he swept past several meters of space and stabbed towards the magic array on the ground. Foolish mortal. Do you think I wouldn't think of this move? Clang. Caesar stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers seemed to be made of fine steel. He actually grabbed Shinso's sword blade. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Lod shook his head, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. This time, I really don't have other way. I will make you completely despair. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. There was a hint of disgust in Thon's eyes. After being disturbed by this and time again, he decided to let Lod enjoy the feeling of falling into eternal darkness. After saying that, Thon slowly raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers. A terrifying suction force immediately enveloped Lod. Whoosh! 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 This suction force was extremely terrifying. Even space was slightly deformed. Lod was completely unable to resist and flew towards Thon. Ka! Human, are you ready to fall into the darkness? Thon pinched Lod's neck, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. He was already prepared to admire the despair on Lod's face. However, not only did Lod not reveal a look of despair, he instead heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. A strange smile suffused the corners of his mouth. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Finally, it came. Why? Thon was stunned. He saw the confidence of victory in Lod's eyes. Who gave him the confidence? A mere person who didn't even have the strength to resist actually dared to put on the posture of a winner. Thon, I have said it before, but I'm going to say it once more. Lod grabbed Caesar firmly with one hand and revealed a smile on his face. Victory is mine. Kacha. Caesar's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that Lod's arm was actually covered in terrifying cracks. Fiery red lines interweaved, from the inside to the outside. Heido, 96th. Ito Queso, Single Sword of Cremation. Chapter 40, Holification. Just as Lod had said, the outcome had already been confirmed a few minutes ago. I see. The scenes of the previous fight suddenly flashed back in his mind. A moment later, a hint of understanding appeared in Thon's eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder you attacked crazily without regard for your consumption and deliberately showed weakness at the last moment. These are all to make me relax my vigilance and then step in here, right? Thon completely understood. All the foreshadowing before was for this final blow. But the only reply was Lod's indifferent gaze, as well as a light sentence. Ito Queso. Human. Boom. The terrifying flames that had been compressed to the extreme erupted in an instant, forming a huge sword blade-shaped flame that was almost several kilometers in diameter. The terrifying high temperature evaporated the air within 1,000 meters in a breath, causing the temperature to increase by 1,000 degrees. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The air was like a thick stream of water, rippling out one after another, and then suddenly exploded after being compressed to the limit. A shock wave visible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deafening, thunder-like sound, completely spread out, echoing throughout the entire sky. If an ordinary person was a little closer, his eardrums, blood vessels, and heart would probably be shattered by this earth-shattering roar. Bang. 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 The trees and glass on both sides of the street, several kilometers away, were all shattered by the impact of this blast. On this day, the people of New York City were destined to never forget this. The huge flaming sword blade, like a small nuclear bomb storm, almost affected half of Manhattan. Oh my God. Countless people watched this scene in shock. Is there a nuclear war in New York? In fact, not only were the citizens shocked, but the eyes of Nick Fury that Seireitei had observed were about to pop out. It's over. Such a big phenomenon could not be concealed at all. Not only would it cause panic among the people, but he would also be blamed by those idiots later. More importantly, in an important area under Seireitei's jurisdiction, such a huge hidden threat appeared, which was quite a big loss. Thinking about it, the politicians should be sleepless tonight. So. As expected of the advanced forbidden technique of number 96, its power did not disappoint Lod, and it was even far beyond expectation. Originally, the activation requirements for this move were extremely harsh. The prerequisite for using it was to burn the body, and to give up an arm as a price, and then release a huge sword blade-like flame. But with the system in hand, Lod did not need to burn the body, nor did he need to give up an arm to directly activate it, the high-level Hado who was ranked 96th. With his current level and spiritual power, it was impossible to use high-level Hado. Thanks to lucky draw, he happened to draw the 96th Hado, so. Although it is a one-time consumable, it is also the most powerful trump card he has so far. According to the description of the system, the power of one-time use, so, is the same as that of Yamamoto Gen Ryūjin who sacrificed his arm. If not for Thon being too powerful and disrupting the original plan, he did not even intend to use this move. Fortunately, the result was gratifying. Sword was worthy of being called a high-level Hado, and Thon power could not even block the attack. After the billowing smoke and air waves gradually dissipated, the scorched ground emitted a trace of hot residual heat, leaving a few kilometers in diameter. A deep, bottomless ravine. Lod let out a breath of turbid air, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. From tricking Thon step by step, and then to the last moment when he was approaching his limit, he opened this hidden trump card that he had been hiding for a long time. Although the process was not beautiful and even a bit awkward, the result was pleasant. But this battle also made Lod fully realize how weak his so-called strength was in front of these big shots. And this also made Lod's desire to become stronger more urgent. I am still too weak. Lod clenched Zanpakutou tightly, his eyes revealing a deep desire. The future Marvel world would only be more dangerous than today, and the path he had to take, the enemies he had to face, would only be more terrifying than Thon. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger. Only when he was strong enough could he not have to worry about this. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Lod threw these distracting thoughts out of his mind and turned to look at the projection of Thon. The projection of Thon suffered a complete cremation of sword at close range, and the projection became fragmented and almost faded away. Human, what is your name? Thon, who was on the verge of dissipating, regained his calm and asked indifferently. Jugram Hashwolf. Lod's face was not red, and his heart was not beating. He did not even blink when he lied. In any case, it was impossible to say his real name. Who knew if this guy would use some black magic to curse him when he returned? He had to be careful when dealing with a black magic big shot like Thon, so that he wouldn't have a place to talk about his death later. Hashwolf. I'll remember you. Thon smiled faintly. It was unknown if he saw through his lie or if he had other intentions. I hope that the next time we meet, you can become stronger. Otherwise, it will feel very boring. Hee hee. No need. We'd better never see each other again. Lod sneered. Meet. It would be best if they never met in this lifetime. He knew with his toes and fingers that Thon must have been holding a grudge, and it was the kind that was engraved in a small notebook. He had planned for tens of thousands of years, and it was not easy for him to open the passage to Earth, and he was just one step away from his true body. As a result, he was interrupted by a human who came out of nowhere, and the bamboo basket was empty. If he was not angry, he would have seen a ghost. If they could meet again, would Thon let him have a good life? Hashwolf, is it? As the first human who defeated me, I intend to give you a gift. I hope you will like it. Ah snap, goodbye. Lod's face instantly changed, and he ran away with Ho-Ho without a word. He slipped away. What kind of joke was this? Not only did the other party not get angry after destroying Thon's plan, he even gave him a gift out of goodwill. Who would believe it if he said that? It would be true if he wished he could kill him. Run. The corners of Thon's mouth curled up to his ears. His eyes flashed with a strange light. Where do you think you can run to? Although his projection was about to dissipate, there was still a little bit of dark energy left. If he wanted to catch up to Lod who had used up all his spiritual energy, wouldn't that be easy? The next moment, the figure of Thon, who was about to disappear, moved and suddenly turned into a black light that swept across hundreds of meters of space in a flash. Ha 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 ha. Thon rushed forward with a grin on his face, scaring Lod to the point that his face turned pale. This scene was simply like a fool and a mountain with a broken back. Accept my gift. Caesar instantly caught up to Lod. Then, under the horrified gaze of the latter, Caesar's arm ruthlessly stabbed into his chest, and the remaining dark energy in this projection merged into Lod's body. What is this? A trace of twisted pain flashed across Lod's face. A powerful negative emotion appeared in his mind, crazily eroding his rationality. At the last moment before disappearing, Caesar's voice echoed in Lod's mind. Hashwolf, as the price to expel me, fall into the dark abyss. Thump. 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 Lod's heart was beating violently, and the veins on his face were bulging. He looked like a winding little snake, which was extremely terrifying. This was a gift from Elder God Thon, the most evil negative emotion in the world, as well as the purest dark energy, which no one could resist. Yuag. Lod howled to the sky in pain, his spiritual power bursting out uncontrollably. A white bone mask suddenly appeared, covering half of his face. Chapter 41, The Sorcerer Supreme. Sizzle. The orange-yellow magic energy in the air jumped up and down, outlining a circular door in the air. A bald woman in a yellow robe slowly walked out from the orange-colored space door. She was Sorcerer Supreme, who had guarded Earth for 1,000 years, the Ancient One. Strange. Ancient One frowned slightly and asked in confusion, why did Thon's aura disappear? As early as when Thon descended to Earth, she had deliberately blocked the energy fluctuations of black magic and temporarily blinded Ancient One's time stone to prevent her from stopping all of this by observing the past and future timeline. However, the plan that was supposed to be perfect was unexpectedly broken by Lod. The great destructive power of Sword's cremation could no longer be hidden from Ancient One the moment the summoning magic array was destroyed. Before Ancient One could think about what was going on, he was interrupted by a sudden roar. 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 A beast-like roar resounded through the entire sky. Is that a human? Ancient One looked towards the source of the voice, but then his expression froze slightly, because it was a strange creature she had never seen before. She saw Lod. No, the current him could no longer be called Lod. The white bone mask covered his face, and the two red dots in his dark eyes suddenly opened. The terrifying spiritual power was like a sharp blade, violently rubbing against each other. The rising heat wave made his figure look a bit illusory and blurry. This kind of ominous feeling. Ancient One sized up the energy-shrouded Lod. Ancient One looked at Lod and prepared to engage in a battle. In her 1,000 years of life, she had resisted countless magical creatures, but she had never seen such a strange creature. Brutal, destructive, fierce, and other negative emotions were bundled up into one creature, as if this monster in front of her was born to destroy. Roar. 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 A roar that shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by rolling waves of air, spread out. A monstrous killing intent erupted from the scarlet eyes of the beast. Lod, who was half hollow, suddenly stepped forward. The ground was unable to withstand this violent impact, and in an instant, it collapsed layer by layer, creating a huge crater. Swish. Lod suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Ancient One, and his Zanpakutou slashed out with great force. In the name of the Mountain Emperor, the Red Ring of Ragadair. Almost at the same time, a red ring appeared in Ancient One's hands, forming a shield made of magic. This was a basic technique that all mages of Camartage knew. It was a spell with a low requirement but a high ceiling. When used in the hands of different people, it had different effects. In Ancient One's hands, its defense was naturally far stronger than other mages. Clang. The collision between Sword's blade and the magic shield instantly caused the energy to surge and explode. It was as if several missiles exploded in the sky, setting off a visible storm that swept the dark clouds away. After the billowing smoke and dust dispersed, Ancient One was unscathed, only his yellow robe was stained with some dust. Roar dash. Half-hollow transformed Lod growled. The pitch-black Ciro suddenly condensed at the tip of his finger. His target was Ancient One and the city behind her. Huh. The expression on Ancient One's face finally changed slightly. This is the dark energy of Thon. Boom. A dark flash tore through the sky. The terrifying destructive power penetrated through layers of space, stirring up tidal ripples, like sparks hitting the earth. Expand, mirror dimension. Ancient One muttered softly as she clapped her hands together. Wang. 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 The surrounding space suddenly rippled with layers of glasses. The scenery in front of her continued to flip and expand like a kaleidoscope, presenting a magnificent scene after multiple mirrors being folded. Mirror dimension. Only the high-level mages of Camartage could use spatial spells. They could pull the caster and the enemy into the mirror dimension together. The destruction caused inside this dimension would not affect the outside world. There were two purposes for doing so. First, it could protect the existence of sorcery and not attract the attention of ordinary people. Secondly, it could protect the real world from the otherworlder. In the name of Mountain Emperor, Shield of the Seraphim. Ancient One opened her hands, and orange-yellow magic sparks jumped. With the pentagram as the base, they arranged themselves automatically, quickly outlining a complicated magic pattern. The Seraphim Shield was an all-around high-level defensive spell. In the movies, only Doctor Strange had used it once. He had once blocked the impact of a spaceship for everyone. From this, it could be seen how powerful her defense was. However, Doctor Strange, who inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme not long ago, compared to the Ancient One who had been inherited it for 1,000 years, whether it was magic, experience, or ability, she was way more powerful. Finally, the black Zero collided with the golden shield. Rumble. The ominous Zero exploded in the sky, and the black light instantly blazed. For a moment, the black light covered everything, and the entire world was dyed black. The violent fluctuations in space shook as if a huge stone had been thrown into a calm lake. Ripples spread out in circles, and in the blink of an eye, they covered the entire sky above Manhattan. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rose and overlapped like a tide, finally transforming into a meteorite that could destroy the heavens and earth, fiercely smashing into the ground. Fortunately, this was the mirror dimension. If this energy blast were to explode outside, it was likely that half of Manhattan would be destroyed. Whoosh! The raging energy storm slowly dispersed, and the figures of both sides appeared. One side was Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Her expression was indifferent, without a trace of emotion, as if she did not care about the enemy in front of her at all. The other side was Lod, who had already turned into half-hollow. The spiritual power around him was like the smoke after burning. He slowly rose up, and white bone armor appeared on his body. He began to move in the direction of Ancient One. "Let me see, what exactly are you?" Ancient One said lightly. From her hands appeared a complicated array of connected lines, and the eyeball-shaped metal ornament hung on her chest slowly floated up. The eye-shaped metal ornament was the object that Sorcerer Supreme was guarding, the Eye of the Agamotto. In the name of the Agamotto, time reversal. Numerous green rings engraved with complicated runes wrapped around Sorcerer Supreme's wrists. The magical energy gathered in front of her chest formed a pattern that looked like an eye. At this moment, everything in the world was no secret in her eyes. Whether it was in the past, present, or even the future, she could pry into it. But a moment later, Ancient One was stunned. Her calm heart seemed to be broken by a stone, and sweat dripped down from her cheeks. This is impossible. The time stone can't see its past. The Eye of Agamotto had failed. Out of the hundreds of timelines that she had observed, none of them had this strange monster within them. It was as if it had never existed. Only things that did not exist could not be observed by time. Chapter 42, Admonition from the Ancient One. "You, what kind of creature are you?" Ancient One's expression was extremely grave, because no one knew better than her what terrible things would happen in the future if the timeline deviated. Roar. Half-hollow transformed Lod once again let out a menacing roar. Just as he was about to attack Ancient One, a hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the white bone mask. Gotcha! The hand was forcefully tearing at the white bone mask, and the monster let out a miserable scream as it waved Zanpakutou around. It seemed to be trying to stop the mask from being peeled off. This is... Ancient One frowned slightly, but she did not choose to take the opportunity to attack. Instead, she quietly watched from the side. Crack, crack. As more and more white bone masks were peeled off, Ancient One saw the face under the strange mask. It's actually a human. Ancient One was surprised. She really did not expect that the monster was actually a human. Ah, get out of my body. Lods will finally gain the upper hand, completely suppressing the remaining negative emotions of Thon. He roared hysterically and struggled to tear off the white bone mask covering his face. Gotcha. With a crisp sound, the white bone mask was completely peeled off. Phew. I'm finally back. Lod exhaled a breath of turbid air. When he opened his eyes, his expression suddenly froze. A bald woman in a yellow robe was quietly sizing him up, as if she was very interested in him. And dash. Ancient One. Lod, hi. Compared to Lod, Ancient One was much calmer. Good evening, young man. Lod took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He could not panic now. Run. Don't even think about it. This was the mirror dimension that Ancient One had personally opened. Not to mention him, even if the projection of Thon came, it would be impossible to break it. He could only admit defeat. From the current results, this was the best choice. Lod pushed the broken glasses and stabilized his mood. He said, I didn't expect to see you in such a situation. I am very sorry to let you see the ugly side of me just now. It doesn't matter. Ancient One looked quite easygoing. She smiled gently and said, "Young man, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Lod bowed like a gentleman and said, "Sorcerer Supreme, you can call me Jugrim Hashwolf." Hashwolf. Ancient One smiled, looking as if she would believe it or not. "You are not willing to reveal your real name because you are afraid that I will pursue your past." The other soul hidden under Jagai had two completely different faces. In Ancient One's eyes, they were as clear as day, so she naturally would not believe Lod's words. Lod knew in his heart, but he smiled and did not speak. Everything was in silence. "Forget it." Ancient One waved his hand and said lightly, "Since you are unwilling to say it, I will not force you." "Thank you for your understanding, Ancient One." Lod's words were sincere. "But..." Ancient One paused and then said, "In exchange, you have to answer a few questions of mine. Please speak, I will do my best to explain to the Sorcerer Supreme." Under the eaves of the house, people had to bow their heads. Considering Sorcerer Supreme's reputation, Lod could only agree. "Thon, was it you who expelled him?" "Yes, I paid a price for doing so." Hee hee. "I can see that." "The second question, your form just now." "I was tricked by Thon. As far as I know, there doesn't seem to be such a spell in black magic that can turn people into monsters, right? It's a new research by Thon." "Oh. Do you think I'd believe it?" "I'm afraid you have to believe it." "Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." The two old foxes, one old and one young, looked at each other and laughed. Lod carefully considered the words, trying not to arouse Ancient One's suspicion, and threw all the blame on Thon. In any case, it was impossible for this guy to come again, so it was better to shove the blame to him. "I understand." Ancient One nodded thoughtfully and said, "Then Hashwolf, I have one last question." "Please speak, Ancient One." Lod's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps this last question was what Ancient One really wanted to ask him. Ancient One's gaze was as cold as swords, and the temperament she emitted suddenly changed. The current Ancient One was the real Sorcerer Supreme. The protector of this dimension, one of the strongest people on Earth. "You. Who are you?" Ancient One's voice was not loud, but it gave off a sense of oppression. "Why can't the River of Time observe your past?" "Damn." Lod's face changed slightly, and he was frantically thinking about the answer. This was a serious problem. Because she had the Eye of Agamotto in hand, Sorcerer Supreme could observe the past, present, and future timeline of all parallel universes. In the final battle of the Avengers, the Doctor Strange had used this ability to observe 14 million futures and found the only future that could defeat the big purple potato, Thanos. Ancient One had been using the Eye of Agamotto to observe the future and prevent some major disasters in time. However, Lod was not within the range of observation. He was like a bug in the world and did not exist in all timelines. This was outrageous. It was precisely because of this that Ancient One asked this question. Seeing Lod fall into silence, Ancient One gently took a step forward, and the pressure also became stronger. "What?" Ancient One said lightly, "Is this question difficult to answer?" The question itself was not difficult to answer. The real difficulty was, what was the answer Ancient One wanted? The long river of time was unable to observe his past. It should have been caused by the dual causes of his internal system and transmigrator. But he could not tell Ancient One the truth. He could only take the risk and try. Lod took a deep breath and said, "I am a human." "Huh." Ancient One raised his eyebrows, and the coldness in his eyes gradually increased. "That is not what I want to know." A hint of bitterness appeared on Lod's face as he said helplessly, "How could I possibly be able to solve a problem related to the River of Time? Perhaps it's because of Thon." Ancient One closed his eyes slightly and stared at Lod for a long time. It was only when Lod felt his entire body tremble that Ancient One withdrew his aura and returned to his previous gentle state. He sighed softly, "What you said makes sense. Thon can indeed do it. Perhaps I was too anxious." Success. Lod immediately heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was extremely grateful to Thon. If not for Caesar taking the blame for him, Sorcerer Supreme wouldn't have believed him so easily. "Young man." Ancient One looked at Lod meaningfully and said, "I hope you can remember what you said today. Never forget that you are a human, an earthling." "I will remember." Ancient One. Lod nodded seriously. He definitely would not deny this point. Be careful of Thon's power. It is not that simple. Ancient One turned around and opened the space door, leaving behind a simple sentence, "If you want to control this power in the future, come find me in Kamartaj." Chapter 43, Bankai, Daiguren Hyurinmaru. After watching Ancient One leave. "Who?" Lod took a long breath. And wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said, "It was so dangerous. I almost exposed myself." At this moment, his heart that had been hanging in his throat finally slowly fell to the ground. Just now, Ancient One seemed to believe his lie, but in fact, Laud knew very well that this sorceress was just too lazy to investigate. Ancient One was not that easy to deceive. Sorcerer Supreme, who sat wielding the Eye of the Agamotto, rarely had things in the world that could be hidden from her eyes. Coincidentally, Laud's existence was a small part of it. If Ancient One was determined to ask what exactly was going on, even if he had 100 mouths, he would not be able to explain it clearly. Fortunately, Ancient One did not know why and did not investigate this matter. He even sent him a kind invitation before he left. What was Ancient One's purpose? No idea, no way to guess. Sorcerer Supreme could observe the long river of time in the parallel universe, and no one could know what Ancient One was thinking in his heart. Forget it. Laud rubbed his sore temples, and his face showed a tired look. He sighed and said, "Who cares what she wants to do? I'm too tired to think. There were too many things that happened tonight." He just wanted to have a good rest now. However, before going home to rest, Laud still had one more thing to do. Book of Sins. Laud's eyes revealed a glint. This dangerous item that could summon Thon could not be left outside. If this thing were to be left outside and used by some villain characters to summon Thon back to Earth, would he still have a good life? Not to mention the fact that he had destroyed Thon's return plan, the two of them were already mortal enemies. Just a few minutes ago, he had even thrown the blame in front of Ancient One. If Thon knew about this, Laud felt that he would not have a good ending. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety, it would be the best for him to keep the Book of Sins. Laud recovered a bit of his spiritual energy, and returned to the place where they had fought previously. This place was almost completely destroyed. The ruins and traces of battle were everywhere, and the Book of Sins was only the size of an ordinary book. There was no way to tell where it was buried. Laud turned his spiritual energy into ripples and spread out, planning to sense the location of the Book of Sins. However, not long after the spiritual energy ripples spread out, Laud suddenly felt that there were two dying lives under the ruins. Exclamation point. The corner of Laud's eyes twitched. He suddenly remembered that the two employees he had just recruited seemed to still be here. He slashed open the ruins with his sword and saw that Matt and Jessica were bound by Heido, Rikujakoro, 6 Rod's prison of light. They looked at him with resentment. "Lord Hashwolf. You finally came to save us." Matt and Jessica wanted to cry but had no tears. Their voices were so sad that they sounded like angry little wives. The two of them were bewitched by black magic. In the end, they were stopped by Laud using Heido. However, when they woke up, they found that Laud had already begun to fight with Thon. They wanted to run. However, if they were bounded by 6 Rod's prison of light, let alone running away, even moving a finger was an extravagant hope. The result was self-evident. The two of them could only watch helplessly as the two big shots fought not far ahead, and then they were seriously injured by the shockwaves of the fight. Next, they could only try to conserve their energy as much as possible and lie in the ruins, looking forward to the stars and the moon, waiting for Laud to come back and save them. Laud removed them from 6 Rod's prison of light. "Mr. Hashwolf," Matt said with a sad face, "don't tell me you have forgotten us." How can it be?" Laud's face froze, and his eyes unconsciously drifted elsewhere. "Of course not, how could I forget you? Jessica and Matt, hee. What a relief." However, there was good news. Under the threat of death, Matt forcefully awakened the Quincy ability and absorbed surrounding Reishi to maintain his life. This disaster was blessing in disguise. Laud comforted the two of them and asked them to help search for the Book of Sins. However, the three of them had almost rummaged through this place, but they still could not find the Book of Sins. Could it be Thon? Laud rubbed his chin and pondered. The moment the magic array was destroyed, he threw the Book of Sins somewhere else to avoid being found by Sorcerer Supreme and me. "Lord Hashwolf." Jessica leaned over and asked, "Do you need me to expand the scope and search for that book?" Laud thought about it and said, "All right, you and Matt will go back to rest first, and then secretly gather information about the book." "Yes, Lord Hashwolf." Matt and Jessica did not refuse, because they really needed to rest now. "Wait, Lord Hashwolf." Jessica suddenly opened her mouth and said, "If we find that book, how should we inform you?" "There is no need to inform. During this period of time, you should practice your abilities first. When the time is right, I will come to find you." After saying that, Laud turned around and left. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. System, check the mission progress. Laud lay comfortably on the bed, his eyes narrowed into a line as he lazily said. Although there were constant notifications in his mind, he didn't have the time to watch the battle. Now that he had returned home to relax, Laud could finally take a look at his harvest this time. Emergency mission, expel the infernal deity, Thon. Details, 5 fingers, under the temptation of the Book of Sins, summoned a projection of Thon. requesting the host to expel him from Earth's latitude before Sorcerer Supreme arrives. Status, completed. Reward, Bankai, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Random mission, Sorcerer Supreme. Details, facing Sorcerer Supreme, you only have two choices. Either deceive her or kill her. System suggests to deceive her, if you don't want to die. Status, completed. Reward, medium soul *100. Detecting unknown energy invasion. Can be converted into energy required for the holification. Conversion ongoing. 3, 2, 1, transformation successful. Trial mission activated, break the boundary. Details, this is a gift from Thon. You can only choose to accept or die. Status, completed. Mission reward, special state, holification, activated. What a load of fat. Lod couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose crazily. As expected of the system, he was generous when he made a move. Although the task of expelling the infernal deity, Thon, was difficult, the reward he got was also generous. It was just that he never expected that this reward was actually Bankai. Following the second stage after Zanpakutou Shirkai, it was also the final form of Zanpakutou, Bankai. In the state of Bankai, whether it is spiritual power or combat effectiveness, will have a qualitative leap, about 5 to 10 times compared to the state of Shirkai, and only the captain-level death god can master the final trump card. Daiguren Hyorinmaru is the original 10th Division captain, Toshiro Hitsugai's Bankai. Out of all of Death God, his Zanpakutou was the only one that possessed the ability Tenso Jurin, subjugation of the heavens, allowing him control all the water in the atmosphere and instantly freeze it into ice. It was the strongest among all the ice attributes Zanpakutou. As for the second reward, it was the present from Thon. After he was forcefully transformed into the power of Hollow, he knew it was a double-edged sword for the current Lord. Hollowification was a rather dangerous power. By fusing Hollow's power into Death God's body, he would be able to break through the boundary in one fell swoop. And if the two sides were not equal in strength, it was very likely that they would be devoured by the Hollow in their bodies, and then become a real Hollow. But no matter what, it was better than having one or not. At the very least, he would be able to have an additional card in the future. Chapter 44, Bad Luck. System, check the soul gained this time. Lod calmed down his excitement and then called out the system prompt. Acquired, medium soul *1, purple man. Acquired, medium soul *5, 5 fingers. Acquired, low-grade soul *920, the hand ninja. Acquired, medium-grade soul *100, mission reward. Counting the harvest this time, the total amount of souls that Lod currently possessed was low-grade soul *990. Medium soul *108. What a great harvest. Lod was so happy that he almost couldn't close his mouth. Thank you, Thon. Thank you, the hand. Thank you, Purple Man. Thank you, Sorcerer Supreme. These people were the reason of his excitement. They had contributed 17 medium-grade souls to him. If he wanted to become rich, he would have to rely on the system mission. If this was before, when he was doing it alone, who knew how long he would have to save to see a medium prize pool. Looking at the 17 medium-level souls, Lod felt a little hot in his heart. He had never seen anything like a medium prize pool before. Today, he could finally see its true appearance. Why don't we have a go? Lod rubbed his hands excitedly and thought, if you survive a great disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Your luck is so bad tonight, maybe there will be a surprise. Just do it. A look of anticipation flashed in Lod's eyes. System, I want to draw a prize. Ding. Detected medium soul level *100. Would you like to choose a medium prize pool? That's right. With money, things were different. Lod looked away from his usual poor appearance. His face was full of confidence. He generously gave out 10 medium-level souls. Draw 10 times. The person guarding the medium-level prize pool was no longer the guy with a sinister smile on his face. Instead, it was replaced with Big B dash. Wait. Lod was confused. Why was Unohana Retsu stationed at the medium prize pool? The plan was good to understand people's hearts and made them spend their money. They knew what men wanted most. Lod looked down and his old face suddenly turned red. So big. Even the loose Death Tyrant outfit could not hide it. As expected of the Unohana Retsu. However, he had seen the precious version of the Unohana Retsu gifted by the Spring Festival special code. This small scene in front of him could not disturb his firm heart. Lod did not know if it were illusion or not, but he felt that there seemed to be a trace of anger in Unohana Retsu's eyes when she looked at him. Sorry. My bad. Lod scratched his head, and when he looked again, he found that Unohana Retsu had returned to her previous paralyzed face, as if everything was an illusion. Consumption, medium soul asterisk 100. Wang. This time, the vibration of the treasure chest was not as exaggerated as last time. It only shook slightly, and then several rays of light broke out of the chest. Purple. Purple light. When Lod saw the color of the light, his heart suddenly felt cold, and he had a bad feeling. Purple, medium, spiritual power, 5. Purple, medium, spiritual power, 5. Purple, Kido, experience, 5. Purple, Kido, experience, 5. Purple, Zanjutsu skill, Sukawari, watermelon splitting. White, Shinigami Women's Association, Sakura Special Code, Chaotic Chrysanthemum Special Edition. Golden, Hogyoku, Broken Fragments, 50. Purple, Hakuda, Hand-to-Hand Combat Shunko. Purple, Quincy Skill, Ransatengai, Heavenly Wild Puppet Suit. Gold, Special Building, White Bone Hell, a hot spring made from special spiritual power. A clear hot spring surrounded by a number of small waterfalls and featuring a giant sozu. By submerging the injured beneath the waters of this spring, any damaged Ryatsu within their body is slowly driven out along with their blood. The medium prize pool ended, and Lod's heart also sank to the bottom of the lake. Lod. There was only one gold, and the rest were all consumables and skills. Blood loss. Lod spat out a mouthful of blood. This lottery was simply a blood loss. It was better to suffer from anemia than the following prize pool. In the previous inferior prize pool, he had at least drawn something of the best quality such as Scrift, but the best in the medium prize pool was actually only that special building, White Bone Hell. System. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Lod was so angry that his lungs were hurting. Ding. Lottery probability is all random. Please calm down. Question mark. Lod said angrily, if that's the case, then explain to me, what is the difference between a medium-level prize pool and a low-level prize pool? New rewards for the medium prize pool, characters, special buildings. Character? A special building. Lod was stunned and asked, what do you mean, which characters and buildings? Character range, all characters from Death God. Building range, all special buildings from Death God. Lod raised his eyebrows, for example. Special building, Seireitei, Dangai, Senzekyu, Palace of Penitence, Sokayaku Hill, etc. Character, Kuchiki Byakuya, Ichimaru Jin, Matsumoto Ranjaku, etc. After listening to it, Lod pondered for a long time. It seems that the things in the medium prize pool are richer than the lower prize pool, and can also summon the characters in the original work, as well as those specific buildings. This is a good thing for him, at least when he rebuilds Soul Society later, he doesn't have to worry about those buildings. But this also showed how bad his luck was. There were so many buildings and characters that he could choose, but he had drawn a White Bone Hell. And no character. Damn, exploded. Lod murmured. His eyes instantly lost their light and he lay on the bench like a puddle of mud. What use is Emperor O? They were all fake and didn't exist. There was no Emperor O in the world. Lod decided that from now on, he would no longer believe in superstition. Forget it, forget it. Lod comforted himself in his heart that his luck could not always be bad. It was understandable that he would be missing a few times. Although he did not draw anything that was worth looking forward to, in all fairness, the reward this time was actually not bad. In any case, he came in the midst of his excitement and returned in defeat. Lod sighed and cleared his depressed mood, then used up the consumables. Spiritual power plus 1000. Spiritual power plus 1000. Spiritual power plus 1000. Kido experience plus 1000. Level up, spiritual power, LV, 6, 7. Level up, Kido, LV, 4, LV 5. Lod exhaled and said, System, check my personal interface. Host, Lod Carl. Bloodline, Death God, Quincy, Hollow. Spiritual power, level 7, 4-seated officer, 5000/100,000. Shirkai, Shinso, Senbin Sakura, Hyorinmaru. Bankai, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Zanjutsu, level 4, 1000/5000. Hakuda, level 4, 1000/5000, single bone, Shunko. Ho-Ho, level 4, 1000/5000 cicada shell. Kido, level 5, 0/10,000 proficient, level 50 Kido, Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Hollow, underworld god, not domesticated. Fullbring technique, unlocked. Scrift, X-axis. Skills, soul splitting, contact healing, blood vein, blood artery, Hirenkyaku, divine arrow, Ransatengai. Soul, medium soul *8, lower soul *990. Prop, Jigai * 3, substitute Shinigami badge, limb repairing serum, Hell's butterfly, memory replacement, monitor bacteria, Hogyoku, broken fragments, 55/10,000, Shinigami Women's Association 125, summer swimsuit magazine * 3, Kaja negation, Shutstaffel guards uniform, destruction cross, sinners, soul cutter, special building, whitebone hell, not used. Chapter 45, Invitation from Shield. The night gradually faded and dawn broke. In the room of the attic, Laud was sleeping soundly. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window. The fragrance of flowers drifted in the air, accompanied by the gentle breeze outside the window. The white curtains slowly drifted. The sleeping Laud suddenly felt his stomach sink, and then Nemu's tender voice came into his ears. "Wake up, brother. The sun is shining on my butt." Laud opened his eyes in a daze and saw Nemu riding on his stomach, gently pushing him with two small hands. "Morning, Nemu." Laud lifted the messy hair on her forehead, revealing a delicate face. His face was still full of sleepiness. "What time is it now?" "It's 9 o'clock, brother." Nemu said sweetly, "Get up quickly. Nemu made a special breakfast for you." "Okay." Laud got up and picked up Nemu. He scratched her nose and said with a smile, "My little Nemu is really smart. He actually learned how to cook." "Of course." Nemu proudly raised his head, "Nemu is amazing." "Ha ha ha." Laud smiled and carried Nemu downstairs to the living room. In front of the spirit cleansing pavilion was a store, and behind it was a living area, divided into 2 floors. Upstairs was where the two rested, while downstairs was the living room, kitchen, and bathing area. Nemu broke free from Laud's embrace and then ran into the kitchen, clumsily carrying 2 plates as she walked out. "Brother. Look at the breakfast that Nemu specially made for you." Half of it was a pure Russian sausage, 2 pieces of burnt toast, a slightly charred fried egg, and a cup of warm milk. Although it was not very difficult to do it, it could be seen from Nemu's dirty face that she was indeed very diligent in preparing. "Nemu is so great." Laud rubbed Nemu's little head and kissed her on the cheek. "Now you've learned to make breakfast." Nemu looked at Laud with her big black eyes. She held her face with her 2 small hands and said expectantly, "Brother, hurry up and have a taste of Nemu's cooking." "Okay." Laud sat down with a smile. He took the fork from Nemu, cut off a piece of sausage, and put it into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he showed a satisfied expression. "Well. Nemu did a good job." "Yay." Nemu, who was praised, smiled even more happily. Just like this, a slightly warm breakfast ended amidst the laughter of the two. Just as Laud was about to make a trip to the underground space, the bell outside suddenly rang. At this time, who would come? Laud was puzzled. Then, he walked over and opened the door. Outside the door were the half-bald Coulson and the Black Widow. "Good morning, Mr. Laud." Coulson revealed a professional fake smile and said, "I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest time." "It's you guys. Why are you guys looking for me?" Laud's expression was unchanging, and his voice became a bit cold. "Here's the case, Mr. Laud." Coulson revealed an apologetic expression and said, "May I ask if you know about Hell's Kitchen's explosion last night?" It seemed that Seireitei was anxious. Last night, Hell's Kitchen's explosion had definitely alarmed many people, especially those politicians. It was likely that they were putting pressure on Nick Fury. Otherwise, Coulson wouldn't have appeared here early in the morning. "I don't know." Although Laud was well aware that the explosion was caused by him, he still deliberately revealed a trace of surprise. "Last night, I went back to Soul Society. I was not in the modern realm, so what happened?" "Return to Soul Society." Black Widow, who did not speak, said. She was keenly aware of the key to this sentence. He could return to Soul Society at any time. In other words, the passageway between Soul Society and Earth could be opened at any time. After receiving this news, Black Widow was slightly shocked, but she quickly suppressed it. There was no fluctuation on her face. Coulson stared fixedly at Laud. After confirming that there was no flaw on his face, she said bitterly, "I can't explain the exact situation in 1 or 2 sentences. Could you please come with us to the headquarters to see the scene of the incident?" Laud thought for a moment. He could go over and see the director, Nick Fury. Then, he placed the monitoring microbe on him and nodded. "Yes, wait for me to clean up. Take your time." There was a hint of joy in Coulson's eyes as he hurriedly said, "We'll just wait outside." This scene made the 2 agents waiting in the distance look shocked. Coulson had the authority of level 8 agent within Seireitei, which was almost only lower than a few people. Moreover, he was the trusted aide of the director, but now he showed respect to such an ordinary person. "What is the identity of that person?" One of the younger agent asked curiously, to be able to make Agent Coulson respect him so much. "Shut up. A slightly older agent's eyes were slightly cold. He said with a serious expression, "Todd, if you don't want to die, don't ask what you shouldn't ask." No matter when, all agent needed to remember that he should not ask what he should not ask. How many young agent, or spies from other organizations, were secretly executed by SHIELD because they asked about something they should not know? Some things. It was a top secret and could not be leaked. Once someone asked, they would be investigated and even executed. And this little agent had clearly touched the edge of being sensitive. Only then did Todd remember, and his face immediately broke out in sweat. He said nervously, "I'm sorry, sir. Remember, there won't be a next time." The coldness in the eyes of the older agent gradually disappeared. "If it happens again, I will personally execute you, Todd." "Yes." Todd wiped his sweat. When the old agent turned around, he did not notice that there was a flash of killing intent in Todd's eyes. After tidying up the room, Lod used Keto to seal and hide the underground space, so as not to be discovered by SHIELD or others. Then, Lod held Nemu's hand and sat in the back of an Audi. The driver was Coulson, and the passenger was Black Widow. "Mr. Lod, please sit down. We are ready to go." Coulson skillfully lit the engine and stepped on the accelerator to the end. Whang! The engine roared and rushed out like a bolt of lightning on the long street, without any hesitation whether it would violate the traffic law. Of course. As if someone dared to stop the FBI car. SHIELD's daily life was to use the name of the FBI to do business. After all, who asked the other party to have a greater reputation than their SHIELD? The car passed through the city and then came to SHIELD's headquarters, the Triangle Wing building, which was the one that had been destroyed in the second movie of Captain America. The exterior of the building was transparent, and it was designed fully with bulletproof glass. There were strict surveillance and personnel security at the entrance. Ordinary outsiders would need to go through several checkpoints to enter. However, with Coulson and Black Widow around, Law did not need to go through these trivial matters and entered the building without any obstruction. The four of them took the exclusive elevator and reached the top of the building, which was the office of SHIELD Director, Nick Fury. Squeak. As the elevator door opened, a spacious office with floor-to-ceiling windows came into view. "Welcome to SHIELD's headquarters." The soy egg got up from the seat and stared at Lod with its remaining eye. He said in a deep voice, "Hello, Mr. Lod. I am Director SHIELD, Nick Fury. I am very happy to see you." "Hello, Nick Fury." Lod narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, they met. This old fox. Chapter 46, Old Fox and Young Fox. After watching Lod and the other two leave, Todd went separately from the old agent and stood in a corner alone. After looking around to make sure there was no one around, he pressed a communication device beside his ear. "Silver Fox, I am a hamster. Speak. Mission failed. The reason? That man has a very high degree of confidentiality. He is at least level 8. I can't get in touch with him at all, and I can't ask around casually. Otherwise, I will be executed." "Understood. Then what should I do next?" "Keep a close eye on that man and Coulson. Report to me in time if there are any movements." "Understood." After the communication ended, Todd looked around again to make sure that no one was eavesdropping and then strode out. "Thank you very much, Mr. Lod, for taking time to come here and help us identify the explosion last night," Nick Fury said very sincerely. His face revealed a professional smile that was almost like a genuine smile. If not for the old fox's character, Lod would probably think that he was a good person now. This acting skill. If he retired in the future and went to Hollywood, he would probably be able to become a rising star. No need. Lod expressed his disdain in his heart while maintaining his arrogant and cold appearance. He said, "Can you tell me now? It's about the explosion that happened last night with Hell's Kitchen." "Of course." Fury smiled, then pressed a button on the table and said, "This is what the satellite detected last night at Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen." A three-dimensional projection immediately appeared in front of everyone. This video was constructed together through the surveillance equipment on the street, all available cameras nearby, and satellites in the sky. It was simulated by technicians and then reassembled. A man with blonde hair and green eyes, wearing a white military coat, with delicate features and a pair of heterochromic eyes, holding a silver revolver in his hand, fighting against an unknown entity. The huge arrows and dark flames intertwined, colliding with each other, creating visible air waves that caused destructive force to the surrounding environment. Even if they watched it again, the three agents present could not stop being shocked. This was the scene of Lod pretending to be Hashwalth and fighting with the projection of Thawne. Since Quincy relied on physical strength to fight, and there was an essential difference between Death God and him, so it could be observed by any monitoring equipment and the naked eye of humans. Because of this, Seireitei and those politicians would be very nervous. Understandable. Because they had family, concerns, shortcomings, and conscience. What they were worried about was an uncontrollable superhuman. Especially what happened last night, which made the politicians who were still dreaming suddenly wake up. They suddenly found that there was such a terrifying superhuman hidden around them. There was no past activity like that, no record. A superhuman who seemed to have never existed, but suddenly appeared, and could release a powerful destructive power comparable to a missile. This undoubtedly made Fury and the others unable to sit still. Nick Fury, who was at the late stage of paranoia, immediately thought of dozens of plots and schemes in his mind after seeing the dangerous blonde man. He could not wait to find out the origin of this man. Fury carefully observed Lod's reaction. He always felt that Lod might know something about this man. Meanwhile, Coulson and Black Widow were also observing Nemu's reaction at the same time. As a necessary skill for Agent, it was to observe the expressions and emotion. They could dig out all useful information from the other party's micro-expressions. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. For Death God, Jakka was just a piece of clothing. If he were to observe a piece of clothing, would Agent be able to dig out any information about anything at all? Obviously not. The powerful soul force allowed Lod to perfectly control any expression on Jakka's face. The three experienced Agent could only return empty-handed. Although Nemu was young, her predecessor was Kuratsuchi Mayuri, who had personally trained her. Moreover, she did not know about this at all, so she naturally would not reveal any hints. However, since Seireitei wanted to know, Lod did not mind telling them. I didn't expect it to be them. Lod's face suddenly changed, revealing deep fear. He said, they actually came back again. This scene was seen by Coulson, the Black Widow, and Fury. The three people changed their expressions and thought, is this still the arrogant and annoying Death God? Coulson and Black Widow exchanged glances and found the seriousness in each other's eyes. It was clear that Lod knew this blonde man. Moreover, from the fear in his eyes, the relationship between the mysterious blonde man and him should belong to the opposing force. It was even possible that there was a grudge between the two. Mr. Lod. The old fox Nick Fury naturally did not miss this point. He narrowed his eyes and asked, you seem to know this man. Although Lod was silent, the seriousness and fear on his face undoubtedly confirmed the speculation in their hearts to the three Agent. As expected, Lod knew the blonde man. Fury secretly gave Coulson a look. The latter nodded slightly to indicate comprehension and walked out. Coulson pretended to be the victim and said bitterly, Mr. Lod, many people died last night. They were all very kind Americans and had never done anything illegal. However, they were suddenly met with this kind of disaster. A family of more than 1,000 households fell apart overnight. There were corpses everywhere, and blood was almost irrigating the underground passage. And all of this was caused by the blonde man. Do you want to sit by and watch him continue to destroy? Kindness. Being a villain. Corpses everywhere. Rivers of blood. Every time Coulson said a word, the corners of Lod's eyes twitched. Good fellow. Don't you know what kind of place Hell's Kitchen is? And what does the word kindness have to do with Hell's Kitchen's group of bastards? If someone who didn't what actually happened, they might really be fooled by Coulson. Unfortunately, they didn't know that it was Lod himself who did it. However, although he was complaining in his heart, he still had to pretend. You guessed correctly. Lod pretended to be unable to bear it and said hesitantly, that person is a Quincy. I have seen him in the data. Quincy. Hearing this strange term, Nick Fury's eyes twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Jugram Hashwolf. Lod let out a long sigh, his face revealing a touch of shame and anger. He said, once, one of the members of the Sternritter. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the wrinkles on Nick Fury's forehead almost squeezed out. He said with a headache, Mr. Lod, what does this Sternritter have to do with you, Death God? Although I don't want to talk about this. Lod was very conflicted, but in the end, he sighed and said faintly, well, this matter really has a great impact on you. It doesn't matter to tell you. This matter started from a great war. 1,000,000 years after Soul Society established. About 1,000 years ago, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared. They claim to be the Quincy. Among them, the Sternritter are the most powerful, and have a powerful combat power comparable to the 13th Division Captain of the Godii. Between Soul Society and the Quincy, because of some irreconcilable special reasons, the two sides have a big war. The war lasted for a long time, both sides suffered heavy losses, and finally ended with the loss of the Quincy, and they had to choose to seal themselves for 1,000 years. We thought that the Quincy race had completely disappeared. But I didn't expect that one of the members of the Sternritter from back then would still be alive in this world. Fury, Sigma. Coulson, Sigma. Black Widow, Sigma. Chapter 47, The Big Reveal. Through Laud's vivid description, the three agents seemed to be in the field and felt the cruelty and bloodiness of the war. Quincy and Soul Society. Human and Death God. Sternritter and Gotei 13. Even today, 1,000 years later, through the descriptions of these few words, it could make Fury and others feel the kind of bitterness and blood that rushed to their faces. This made the three old agent present shivered. 1,000 years ago, what happened between Soul Society and the Quincy, and what's the reason for them to choose to start a war? Soul Society was clearly an organization whose responsibility was to eliminate Hollow. They should have cooperated with each other to protect the human race, but why did they pull out sword, even at all costs, to completely exterminate the other party? Agent's intuition told Fury that this matter was definitely not as simple as Laud had described it to be. To be able to make the two large organizations kill each other at all costs, the secret behind this was probably related to some important matter. And there was one more thing. Fury was very good at digging out useful information from the words of others. And what Laud revealed just now was a very important piece of information. Soul Society had been greatly injured because of the war with the Quincy, so they chose to seal it for 1,000 years. This piece of information was very important. First, from the side, it explained why they had never found information related to Death God in any information. Perhaps it was deliberately concealed by someone. Secondly, from the recent appearance of Death God, Quincy had ended its hibernation for thousands of years and recovered from that great war, ready to step back to Earth again. What kind of disaster is this? At this critical juncture, Soul Society's appearance on Earth and the return of the Quincy, as well as the unknown creatures Hollow, Fury began to feel his brain buzzing. Mr. Laud, can you tell us the special reason why you just said, could not reconcile? Coulson was obviously more concerned about why the two forces would choose to start a war, and why would they want to completely exterminate each other. Laud was silent, and there was a trace of hesitation in his expression. He was very unwilling to mention this matter. This expression could be said to be too familiar to the three old agent present. When it involved some major secrets, people would reveal this expression. Fury thought for a moment and felt that he could not force Laud too hard. He said, "It's okay, Mr. Laud. If you can't say it, then forget it." "Yes." Hearing this, Laud responded coldly. His tense face and eyebrows also relaxed a little. Seeing this scene, Fury could not help but sigh in his heart. Since when Seireitei became this weak? Right now, when they faced Laud, they were almost helpless. Moreover, they did not dare to force him too much. Because they did not have any means to stop him. If they forced him, the situation would become even worse. If he was not careful, he might even cause a great war between the two sides. In the face of a huge mysterious organization that was like a myth that had existed for thousands of years, Fury did not have the confidence to contend against it. At least. Before seeking the power to challenge them, Fury did not have this kind of confidence. But from today's conversation, Fury at least had a little idea. The mysterious Sternritter might become their ally in fighting against the power of Death God. Wasn't the enemy of my enemy is a friend? What Death God and Quincy, in the eyes of Fury, were all pawns to be used. We still need to have our own strength. Fury let out a long sigh in his heart. He planned to restart the plan that had been buried for a long time. The plan for the fallen Avenger. We have to hurry up. The two foxes, one big and one small, were both thinking about how to scheme against each other. Laud quietly pinched Nemu's palm. Nemu blinked and went up with an understanding look. She grabbed the hem of Fury's trench coat. "Hey, Uncle Soy Egg, I want to drink Coke." If one looked carefully, they would find that Nemu's small hand was stained with a little light powder of extremely light color. And these almost invisible light powder were the monitoring microbe that Laud had drawn. Nemu had successfully placed it on Nick Fury. In this way, no matter what Nick Fury did, it would be impossible for it to escape from his palm. Fury's face instantly changed. It was like coal that had been burnt, and the naked eye could see that his face was twitching. Uncle Soy Egg. When Coulson and Natasha heard this, their expressions instantly became very strange. They tried their best to restrain the corners of their lips that were about to rise. You can't laugh. You absolutely can't laugh out loud. Otherwise, you will definitely be covered in soy eggs. No, you will be worn down by the director. Bear with it. She was just a child. There was no need to be angry with a child. No problem, Coulson, go and bring this cute little princess a cup of iced cola. Nemu clapped her hands happily, not forgetting to thank them. She said sweetly, "Thank you Uncle Soy Egg and Uncle Baldy." Poochie. Poochie. The corners of Laud's mouth twitched slightly. He did not expect that Nemu would learn to be two-faced at such a young age. Sword stabbed his heart. Carlson, who had been laughing at fury in his heart a second ago, now covered his chest like fury. All right, Nemu, stop playing. Lod held back his laughter and put on a serious expression. We should go back to Soul Society and report this to the captain. Go back to Soul Society. Report to the captain. Fury and Carlson were shocked and their faces suddenly changed. This sentence clearly told them that the human world was a passage that could be accessed at any time to reach Soul Society. Mr. Lod, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Carlson immediately became anxious and said, maybe we can wait a little longer. We might be able to destroy him if we join hands. He was afraid that if Soul Society and the Quincy were to start a war again, according to the extent of last night, a few New York cities would not be enough for them to destroy. No. Lod said with a cold look, the Quincy who disappeared for 1,000 years appeared, and above all it was the Stern Ritter. I have to report to the Goatee I-13 to take action in time. The three of them had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Lod obviously did not put them in his eyes, and he did not care about their wishes at all. Let's go, Nemu. Lod held Nemu's hand, and the two of them left, completely ignoring the three people behind them. He estimated that during this period of time, the soy egg would probably never be able to sleep again. F***CK. F***CK. Fury returned to his sense and realized the severity of this problem. The coffee cup that had just been shipped over was once again treated as a punching bag by the soy egg. It was thrown on the wall and shattered on the ground. Chapter 48, The Captain is on his way. It was already night by the time they left the building. Brother, how was my performance just now? Nemu intimately hugged Lod and asked in a spoiled tone. Well done. Lod smiled and rubbed Nemu's hair. He praised, my Nemu is the best. He can already help Big Brother. Hee. Hearing Lod's praise, Nemu felt very happy. It was even sweeter than eating honey. Too shallow blush appeared on his face as he smiled happily. Although he was still with Shield, Lod had no scruples at all. He talked with Nemu about monitoring microbe on Fury. What was strange was that although an agent clearly walked past him, his expression did not change at all, as if he did not notice them at all. This was actually one of the new abilities that Lod had developed after he had the lineage of the Quincy. By controlling the spiritual droplets in the air, he built an absolute spiritual space within a few feet of his body as the center. There are two benefits to the absolute spiritual space. First, the concentration of spiritual droplets inside the absolute spiritual energy is far beyond the outside. It can accelerate the absorption speed of Death God or the Quincy, and it can also slowly recover the injuries on the body. Second, the absolute spiritual energy can isolate most of the detection equipment, telepathy, and eliminate the existence of the body. The reason why Lod developed this move was actually to prevent him from being spied on. Who asked Marvel World to have so many dangerous people? He did not want to be spied on by a telepathic ability user. Lod and Nemu chatted as they walked out of the building. Wait. Mr. Lod. Suddenly, Carlson's voice came from behind. Lod and Nemu stopped and turned around, only to see Carlson running over. What's the matter? Lod's eyes turned cold, showing an impatient look. I apologize for what happened just now. Carlson wiped the sweat off his face and revealed an apologetic expression. He said, we were too anxious and worried that we would cause an accident like last night, so we said that. Lod said lightly, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether you agree or not, it will not affect Soul Society's decision. Carlson was a little embarrassed. Then, he quickly put on a professional smile and changed the topic. Mr. Lod, why don't you let me escort you back? This place was far from Manhattan, and there was a large area in the middle. Unless he wanted to use Hirankiaku to bring Nemu all the way back, it would be the best choice to sit in the car obediently. At the thought of this, Lod could not help but feel a little envious of Yoruchi's flash step. If he could have a ho-ho like Yoruchi, it was estimated that returning to Manhattan from here would only be a matter of a few ho-ho, so why would he need to take a car? After Lod carried Nemu to the front passenger seat, this was a cherry red 1962 Chevrolet Corvette, an antique car that had been around for a very long time. Nemu looked at the car curiously. He touched it and poked it. It looked like he liked it very much. It seems that the little princess likes Lola very much. Carlson sat in the driver's seat and smiled. Laura. Nemu opened her big black eyes and looked at Carlson cutely. She tilted her head and said, is this its name? That's right, her name is Laura. Carlson gently stroked the steering wheel as if he was caressing an old lover. He revealed a smile and said, this is my favorite car. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Nemu made a face, curled his lips and said, Uncle Baldy, you are so weird. You actually have a relationship with a car. Ping. Lod vaguely heard the sound of glass shattering again. He turned to look at Coulson with an awkward expression. Ahem. Coulson coughed to ease the awkwardness. You are still young and don't understand. To men, cars are like the most loyal lovers. They will never betray you. You just need to add some oil occasionally. Good reply. He didn't expect that Coulson was also proficient in dodging bullet at a conversation and going directly to the right line. 1. Although it was an old, after being modified by Seireitei's black technology, the horsepower of it was definitely greater than most sports cars. Sit tight. Coulson kindly reminded, Lola is very brutal. Boom. The accelerator let out a beast-like roar, and Lola turned into a red bolt of lightning and sped away. Wow. Nemu cheered happily and opened his hands to enjoy the feeling of the wind blowing past his ears. Mr. Lod. Coulson held the steering wheel with one hand and asked, Can I ask you a question? Yes. With one hand on his cheek, Lod looked out the window at the scenery that was quickly retreating and said lightly, If you want me to not report to Soul Society, then you should give up. Of course it is not this problem. Coulson shook his head and said, I just want to ask, if Soul Society knows about this news, what will they usually do? This was what he really wanted to ask. It was also what Nick Fury was currently concerned about. When Soul Society knew that the Quincy was not completely wiped out, what kind of action would he take? Lod sneered, Who do you think I am? I am just an ordinary death god. How can I know Soul Society's decision? Although this answer was expected by Coulson, he was still unwilling to ask, Please, Mr. Lod, even if it is a blind guess. If Soul Society knows the existence of the Quincy, will they invade New York and restart the original war? Large-scale invasion. Lod lamented in his heart. He didn't even have a hair of Soul Society now, how could they invade? It seemed that the story of the day had scared Seireitei, which was why Coulson had tried every possible means to ask him about Soul Society's next move. But this was also good. They could continue according to his plan. He wanted Soul Society to slowly surface and constantly strengthen the credibility of Seireitei. The key point of lies could deceive people was that the information conditions of both sides were not equal. All the information that Seireitei knew was deliberately revealed by Lod through various channels. With such unfair information conditions, no matter how cunning Nick Fury was, it was impossible to break through the layers of fog and find out the truth hidden behind it. Lod supported his cheek with one hand and comforted, Don't worry, Soul Society is not a brutal organization. How can they disregard the safety of humanity and start a war again? Hearing this, Coulson's heart, which was in his throat, relaxed a little. But before Coulson could completely relax, Lod's next words made his heart jump to his throat. However, according to my experience, Soul Society should send one of its captain to the modern world. Lod said lightly. Creak. Laura suddenly braked, and the friction of the tires made a harsh sound, leaving 2 charred marks on the asphalt road. Coulson almost hit the steering wheel, while Lod and Nemu sat steadily on the fishing platform, not even shaking. Lod asked lightly, What's wrong? Coulson's face changed dramatically, and his voice became stuttering. Captain. Chapter 49, First Encounter with Iron Man. This news was no less than a huge rock. It suddenly fell into the calm lake, setting off waves several meters high. He clearly remembered that Lod had said that there were tens of thousands of people like him in Soul Society's name. And among these tens of thousands of Death God, there were 13 Death God, who was crowned as the captain of the Godii 13, who possessed super terrifying combat strength, enough to crush any ordinary Death God. Now, Lod told him that such a terrible guy was actually coming to Earth soon. New York. Will it really not be destroyed? He thought of Hashwaltha's battle, the huge sword flame released in Hell's Kitchen, and then thinking of the unknown Godii 13 captain, Coulson could not help but shed a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Do you mean? Coulson swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, the captain of Godii 13. What are you implying at? Lod said with a trace of contempt in his eyes, no one can stop Hashwalth except the captain-level Death God. Coulson was very panicked. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Let me ask. How are the temper of the captains? Lod recalled and shook his head. There are a wide array of captains there, hard to tell. It seemed that there were only a few normal people in the original version of the Godii 13. First Division, Paranoid. Second Division, Sundara. Third Division, Slit-Eyed Monster. Fourth Division, Big Chest Monster. Fifth Division, Pretentious Bastard. Sixth Division, Siskin Pretentious Bastard. Seventh Division, Furry. Eighth Division, Lazy Uncle. Ninth Division, So-Called Partner of Justice. 10th Division, Little Shota and Wani-san. 11th Division, Battle Maniac. 12th Division, Insane. 13th Division, Sickly. To sum it up, Lod could hardly find a few normal people, and almost everyone had some problems. This time, Coulson was more panicked. Mr. Lod. Coulson said with a trembling voice, they won't destroy New York, will they? Lod thought for a moment and then replied, no. Coulson was doubtful about this. Really? Yes. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Then what if? Don't worry, the damage will be deducted from the team leader's reward. This sentence sounded familiar. The corner of Coulson's eyes twitched. Wasn't this routine that Seireitei used? Lod patted Coulson on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, the captain won't do it easily under normal circumstances. How unreliable. Coulson had no strength to retort. He could only lift his head and step on the accelerator, thinking about how to tell the director about this matter. God knows if Fury would be able to take this blow. As Coulson drove without slowing down, they soon entered the city. Nemu pointed to the tallest building not far away and asked, Uncle Baldy, what is that? Coulson glanced at it and said, oh, that is Tony Stark's building, the Stark Tower. It is one of New York City's landmark. Stark Tower. Nemu's eyes were sparkling as he said with anticipation, brother, I want to go and take a look, is that okay? The little girl obviously had no resistance to such a shiny and stylish building. In the face of Nemu's coquettish offensive, Lod smiled and scraped her nose, saying lovingly, then let's go. Anyway, there was no hurry. Coulson naturally would not refuse this request. No problem. We just happen to need to pass by that place. We can take you there to take a look. 1. Lola roared and led the three of them along the spacious road. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to Stark Tower, Coulson suddenly heard a loud noise in his ear. Turning around, Coulson saw a wall of the factory next to him break open, and there were two human-shaped ironclad machines rushing over. Not good. Coulson's face changed greatly. The appearance of the two iron robot was too sudden, and their speed was very fast, causing Coulson to have no time to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as they charged at them. The next second, Coulson suddenly felt his body lighten. He was pulled up by his collar and then separated from Lola's seat, flying to the side at an extremely fast speed. Bang. Coulson sat down on the ground, and his face instantly turned pale from the pain. He couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Boom. The red old antique car had been scrapped back then, and had exploded on the spot from the collision of the two metal plates. The fiery red flames, accompanied by the scorching heat waves, instantly sent Coulson flying 3 to 4 meters away. The road that was originally crowded with cars collided with each other due to the explosion. For a time, the flames soared into the sky and the sound of honks was heard. Only then did Lod slowly land beside Coulson with Nemu in his arms. Nemu broke free from Lod's embrace and walked to Coulson's side. She poked his face and said with a serious expression, Uncle Baldy, your lover exploded. Coulson. This little girl was really ruthless. Lod felt that if he opened Nemu's soul, it would definitely be black inside. My Lola. Coulson wanted to cry but had no tears. There was even a trace of moisture in his eyes. It could be seen how much he liked the car. Nemu imitated Lod and stroked Coulson's half-bald head. He said, it's all right, Uncle Baldy. You can find another lover. How cruel. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched slightly. Why hadn't he noticed before that Nemu still had a poisonous tongue attribute? The corners of Coulson's eyes twitched violently a few times, and his chest heaved up and down continuously. He was crazily comforting himself in his heart. It doesn't matter. She is just a child who doesn't know anything. Don't be angry with a child. Stop messing around, Nemu. Lod held Nemu in his arms. If this little fellow continued to talk, Coulson might die of anger in advance. Coulson tried hard to calm down and glared at the human-shaped iron sheet. It was this damn thing that almost killed him just now. Ha ha ha. The huge silver robot got up and roared, you're dead, Tony. Don't say it too early. Then a red robot with golden accent on its chest stood up, Obadiah, it is not certain who will die. Oh, a robot fight. Lod suddenly became interested. It seemed that his luck was not bad. He just happened to encounter the first plot of Iron Man. However, the plot had obviously changed a little. Coulson, who should have gone to the factory to save Pepper Potts, was here. Go to hell, Tony. Obadiah picked up a passing motorcycle and swung it at Tony. Bang. The huge force sent Tony flying in an instant. He slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Obadiah controlled the jet engine under his feet. He jumped several times in the air and landed next to Tony. He threw punches after punches, wantonly venting the anger in his chest. 40 years. I have always been supporting you and assisting you. Bang. 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 With his huge mech, Obadiah, with an overwhelming advantage, pressed Tony to the ground and beat him up. I started this company from scratch. And you, Tony, a playboy, what have you done? You are just enjoying the benefits. Obadiah grabbed Tony and threw him out. Boom. The route Tony flew out was right next to Lod. Now. Obadiah shot out a rocket launcher from his shoulder and aimed it at Tony. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You can go to hell now, Tony. I will take care of your company and bring it to glory." Chapter 50, Freedom. Go to hell. A hint of cruelty flashed in Obadiah's eyes as he shot the rocket off his shoulder. He seemed to have already seen Tony's miserable state after being blown to pieces, and the glorious future that belonged to him was about to begin. He would lead the Stark Group and become the world's most powerful weapon supplier. Phew. The rocket, dragging a long tail of flame, flew through the air and headed straight for Tony Stark. R. P. G. Coulson exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale, and then rushed to the side. "Sir, there are 2 civilians in the range of the rocket explosion." Jarvis reminded him faithfully. In the mech, Tony Stark was stunned. He suddenly turned his head and saw that there were civilians next to him, and one of them was a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. The little girl was looking at him with a pair of dark, pure, and flawless eyes, full of curiosity. In a flash, Tony felt as if the softness in his heart had been touched, and he subconsciously made a shocking move. Not only did he not run away, he instead rushed towards the rocket. "Run!" Tony roared and raised his leg to kick the rocket head, sending it flying into the air. Boom. The rocket exploded upward like a thunder, creating a huge wave of flames that engulfed everything within a few meters. Thanks to Tony's protection, Lod and Nemu were unharmed. On the other hand, Tony himself was sent flying into the wall by the shockwave of the explosion and landed heavily on the ground. Oof. Tony crawled up with stars in his eyes and complained, "Jarvis, remember to remind me next time to improve the shockproof system." "Okay, sir." "Why are you still struggling, Tony?" Seeing this, Obadiah became even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up and die." Obadiah raised his left hand, and the revolving machine gun hanging below him was aimed at Tony. "Go to hell, Tony." Along with Obadiah's roar, the bullet chamber of the machine gun rotated rapidly, releasing a roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 roaring barrels were like the deadly death god's sickle sword, pouring out the bullets like a storm with the firing speed of 6,000 bullets per minute. Obadiah raised the machine gun and fired wildly. The bullets poured out crazily. He did not care whether this would affect those civilians or not. "Obadiah, are you crazy?" Tony dodged left and right, frantically dodging the bullets. "You are slaughtering the civilians." This action made Tony dumbfounded. Even if Obadiah successfully killed him in the future, he would cause such a large number of civilians to die. Did he think that he would not be blamed by the Congress? Ha ha ha. Obadiah laughed wildly in the mech and said with a ferocious face, "I know what I'm doing. As long as I kill you, the entire Stark Industry Group will be mine. At that time, I only need to spend some money to silence those stupid politicians." D***MN it. Tony was speechless. With his understanding of the politicians, they could really do such a thing. Don't ask, asking is freedom. In my so-called country of freedom, United States, there is a state of affairs here. Fuck. When Obadiah saw that he couldn't hit Tony, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he poured the bullets at Lod and Nemu. Bastard. Tony, who didn't have much battle armor energy, suddenly cursed in his heart. In order to protect the 2 civilians, especially the little girl, he had to stand up and fight again. Obadiah revealed a cruel smile. "In order to protect the 2 lives, you actually used your own body to block the gun, ha 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 ha." Tony endured the impact of the bullet and shouted at Lod, "Hurry up and take the child away from here." Crack. 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 The Gatling gun crazily spat out dazzling tongues of flame. Under the dark night, a series of concentrated bullets continuously bombarded Tony's mech like a storm, shooting out dazzling sparks and starlight. F***CK. Looking at the red screen in front of him and the damage reports from all over the mech, Tony could not help but curse in his heart and order Jarvis, "Jarvis, focus your energy on your chest." "Sir, the remaining energy is only 5. Are you sure you want to focus it all on your chest?" "I'm sure." "Do as I say." Tony roared. Buzz. In front of the chest of the golden red humanoid mech, the circular energy tank suddenly released a dazzling light. "Shoot him." Seeing that the energy had been gathered, Tony impatiently shouted. Boom. A blinding light formed from pure energy shot out from his chest, instantly sending Obadiah's huge body flying. After losing the last bit of energy, the light from his eyes and chest immediately dimmed, completely turning into a pile of scrap metal. Ha 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 ha. Obadiah laughed loudly and crawled out of the ruins again. Tony's desperate attack just now, other than making him a little dizzy, did not cause any substantial damage. You have no energy left, Tony. I can finally kill you with my own hands. Obadiah walked over step by step, his face filled with joy. Thump. 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 The heavy footsteps of the mech were like a funeral bell that Death God was about to ring, ringing in Tony's heart one after another. The energy gauge decreased to 0, and the mech was a scrap metal. Tony's face was extremely pale, and he could not help but feel a trace of despair. Am I going to die? Tony's eyes dimmed as he said bitterly, I didn't expect that I would die under my own invention. How King ridiculous. Dong. Obadiah drove his mecha over. When he saw the little Nemu and Lod, he said disdainfully, 2 bugs, get out of my way, or I'll stomp you to death. I'm sorry, are you talking about me? Lod pointed at himself with a question mark. Damn yellow monkey, die with Tony. Obadiah was too lazy to talk nonsense with these 2 people. He impatiently raised his machine right arm and smashed it at Lod and Nemu. No. Obadiah. Seeing that the huge mechanical arm was about to fall, Tony cried out in alarm and closed his eyes. He seemed to have already seen the 2 people being smashed into a pile of mud by Obadiah. Ikaros, Shinso. The next second, a blinding silver light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a bone-chilling light that instantly cut off the huge mechanical arm. The mechanical arm fell to the ground, and sparks flew out from the cracks. Lod narrowed his eyes into a line, and the corners of his lips curved into a fatal arc. What did you say just now? Can you repeat it? Only then did Tony and Obadiah react, their faces full of shock and confusion. Obadiah subconsciously moved his lips, you. Clang. A dazzling light shot out from sword, and the mech was instantly split into 2 from the outside to the inside. Acquired, lower soul *10. Lod curled the corners of his mouth, thinking that he was indeed a piece of iron trash. In any case, he could be considered a traitor, but in the end, he was only worth a low-grade soul. No wonder the bloody Tony in the movie could kill him instead. Chapter 51, Special Shop. Obadiah was slain. The huge humanoid mech he was piloting was split in half by sword from top to bottom. The speed was really too fast. The speed of Shinso's contraction and retraction had long surpassed the maximum speed of human retina. Therefore, only a dazzling light remained in the eyes of everyone. Until the moment of death, Obadiah did not understand what had happened. My God. Tony's eyes were wide open. He inhaled a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, what happened just now? Obadiah died just like that. It was like a dream. A second ago, he was still wandering on the edge of death and had even heard the funeral bell, but in the next second, the powerful and insufferably arrogant Obadiah was split in half in a way that was comparable to a drama. Wait. Tony suddenly reacted. No wonder this person did not panic at all. It turned out that he had the ability to kill Obadiah in an instant. It seemed that his actions of sacrificing himself to save people were useless in the eyes of this man. The more Tony thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but complain, you clearly beat him, but you just stood there and watched me get beaten up, right? Yes, is there a problem? Lod smiled and said with a hint of wicked interest, 2 moving iron-skinned people fighting each other. Isn't it worth a look? It's called Mark III. Tony retorted angrily, it's not the iron-skinned person you were talking about. Also, don't compare me with that idiot Obadiah. Lod rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, I don't think there is any difference. It's just a pile of scrap metal. It can be easily cut in half. You. Tony's eyes twitched and he was speechless. What else could he say? Obadiah's body was stronger than Mark III on his body, but even so, in front of this man, it could not hold up against sword. Tony, who did not know how to refute, could only say stubbornly, this is only the 3rd-generation body, I can improve it again soon. Up to you. The corner of Lod's lips curled up into a smile. He suddenly began to look forward to whether Tony would be able to produce anti-death armor in the future. Oh right, Lod continued, remember, you owe me your life. Ridiculous, don't even think about it. The moment Tony was mentioned, he became angry and shouted, if not for protecting you, how could I have exhausted my energy and been defeated by that idiot Obadiah? Ha 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 ha. Lod thought Tony was very interesting, and then an idea came to his mind. I admire you very much. Maybe in the future, we will have the opportunity to become colleagues. Tony obviously did not understand what he meant, and thought that the other party was mocking him. He immediately sneered, hey, are you dreaming? Do you know that my name is Tony Stark? Lod was too lazy to explain to him. After holding Nemu's small hand, he said to Coulson, we will go back by ourselves. You don't have to send us off. Wait. Without waiting for Coulson to finish speaking, Lod and Nemu suddenly disappeared. They could only swallow the latter half of the sentence and then shook their heads bitterly. What the hell was this? Originally, he planned to give someone a ride and obtain some information, but in the end, not only did he lose his favorite car, but he was also inexplicably involved in the incident of Stark Group. Tony, Sigma, Degree. Jarvis. Am I too tired and hallucinating? Tony stared at the place where Lod and Nemu disappeared. He asked with a confused face, How did they disappear? Jarvis was silent for a moment, then said, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know either. A human who disappeared into thin air. This almost broke Tony's understanding of existing science, and his face was full of shock. Jarvis, check it out. Tony suppressed the shock in his eyes and said in a deep voice, I want to know all the information about this person within an hour. I need to remind you that violating the privacy of citizens is illegal, sir. Jarvis. I'm here, Mr. Stark. As long as no one knows, it can't be considered breaking the law, understand? Understood, Mr. Stark. There is one more thing, Jarvis. Please instruct me, Mr. Stark. Order me a double cheese beef burger, hurry up. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. After returning to coax Nemu to sleep, Lod came to the underground space alone. Previously, he had asked the system that special building, Whitebone Hell, was a permanent building. Once it was used, it would be fixed at a certain location and would not change because of the change in space. In this underground space, there was a healing hot spring built to imitate Whitebone Hell, so he did not choose to use this prop. He wanted to put it there after opening up Soul Society. Lod came here to do another thing. The system's special shop would refresh once a month, and today was the last day of the month. As soon as midnight passed, the store would refresh the items inside. Looking at the Shun Rika hanging at the top of the special store, although Lod was very tempted, he needed a superior soul, so he could only stare at it from the distance. Come on. Lod rubbed his hands, excitedly waiting for the refresh countdown to reach 0. 3, 2, 1. He watched as the countdown ticked down and ended. Looking at the moment when the time jumped past midnight, Lod immediately looked at the special store. The original goods had been replaced by new goods. Gold, prop, special soul transformation. Gold, Zanpakutou, Kaiten Kayakatsu. Gold, prop, Spirit King right hand. Gold, prop, Scrift, C. Gold, Zanpakutou, Sayafushi. Blue, prop, Heaven Treading Ring. Gold, Shinigami Women's Association Hot Spring Special Code, out of print. Gold, item, Superhuman Drug. Gold, item, God Transformation Body. Gold, item, Spiritual Power Amplification Device. Bloody. Lod was almost blinded by this golden light. It seemed that his luck at the lottery had all been replaced by the system, right? But when he looked at the price, his heart instantly cooled by half. Spiritual King's Right Hand, Superior Soul, 10. Superhuman Drug, Superior Soul *1. Sayafushi, Superior Soul *1. Kaiten Kayakatsu, Superior Soul *1. Special Edition of Hot Spring, Medium Soul *100. It was a good thing, but he was short of money, and what he wanted the most was to start with a superior soul. An unscrupulous profiteer. Lod gritted his teeth so hard that he couldn't wait to rob the system. However, scolding was scolding. If he couldn't afford it, he couldn't afford it, and the system couldn't buy it on credit. Lod could only look at the other goods. When Lod's gaze swept past one of the props, he suddenly stopped. Gold, Special, Soul Transformation. Evaluation, Special, Soul Transformation series that has never been circulated. It is born from the soul of the target chosen by the copy. It is connected to the soul of the main body and possesses part of the main body's ability. However, because of Soul Society's law, it is permanently sealed by Kasuki Rahara. Price, Medium Soul *5. Ugh. Lod narrowed his eyes. This thing was a little interesting. By copying the soul of the chosen target and connecting with the soul of the main body, it had the ability of a part of the main body. Wasn't this equivalent to a doppelganger? Chapter 52, Another Ridiculous Item. System, Exchange for a Special Soul Transformation. Acquired, Special Soul Transformation. As the system finished speaking, the 5 intermediate souls in the backpack disappeared. At the same time, a blue glass bead appeared in Lod's hand. A glass bead. Lod was a little surprised, and then he put the blue glass bead in front of his eyes to observe. Through the blue outer glass, he could see that inside the bead, there seemed to be a little baby curled up in the shape of chi and solidity. Lod asked curiously, System, how do you use this thing? Ding, the host can take it. Take it. The corners of Lod's eyes twitched, but he thought that the system would not lie to him, so he swallowed the glass bead. The moment the blue glass bead entered his mouth, it instantly turned into a stream of air and flowed through his limbs and bones. Then, Lod's soul suddenly shook, and a wonderful feeling surged into his heart, as if a pregnant woman was about to give birth. 1. The spirit particles in the underground space suddenly gathered into a cyclone, and then countless blue light dots emitted from Lod's soul, gradually condensing with the help of spirit particles. However, it had not fully formed yet. Now, only after the spirit particles gathered, it formed a form similar to a person, and was still one step away from being born. Ding, the host can silently think about the appearance of the soul transformation. Ding, the appearance of the soul transformation can be changed, the number of times it can be changed is limitless. Whoa, that's dope. As expected of a special item with a price of 5 medium-grade souls. This function is comparable to the Cyberpunk 2077 next door. Wait. Cyberpunk. Lod's eyes lit up. He suddenly had a very bold idea. He wondered if he could. Cough cough, this question exceeded the outline. Next. Lod looked at the soul that had not yet been formed, waiting for, to be created, to transform and decide who to pinch. Toshiro Hitsugaya. It was not that he liked him most, but that Lod currently only had his Bankai. Considering the follow-up situation, it was naturally the best choice. Lod closed his eyes and imagined the appearance of Toshiro Hitsugaya in his mind. Silver white hair, a face with a youthful temperament, dark green eyes, and a slender body. As the image in Lod's mind became more and more realistic, the humanoid creature formed by Reishi also changed its appearance. Come out, Toshiro Hitsugaya. The gathered Reishi slowly dissipated, and a man who was about 1.7 meters in height appeared. Under his short, silver white hair was a pair of dark green eyes. His eyes were like a piece of ice that had not melted for thousands of years. The angular facial lines made him look like a perfect sculpture. This was the adult version of Toshiro Hitsugaya created by Lod according to Death God's Thousand Years Blood War. In fact, in the original work, Toshiro Hitsugaya could have turned into this form. However, because he himself disliked that this form would cause a decline, he had always been showing people the image of his younger self. But as the first appearance of 13th Division, Lod thought about it again and decided to choose the image of this adult version of Toshiro Hitsugaya. Although it is not as good as the original version, in the face of SHIELD's group of rational people, the adult version temperament is more stable, which is very consistent with the title of Godei 13 Division. And speaking of the Godei 13 Division, then we have to mention Captain Haori. As the signature clothing of the captain, Lod naturally will not lack it. This time, Lod also decided to change a little, because the image of the dead tyrant suit was biased towards the Japanese style, and it was easy to arouse SHIELD's suspicion. So the improved dead tyrant suit. It changed into a black style similar to a long coat. Compared with the original dead tyrant suit, it was more inclined to the clothes of Kurosaki Ichigo after his Bankai and no longer had such a strong Haori style. And the Captain Haori, who was draped outside, as the sole representative of the captain, was changed to a large coat with wide sleeves and a wide mouth. There were several engraved lines at the bottom, and the serial number of the division was printed on the back of the Haori. After putting on the new version of the Death Tyrant suit and Captain Haori, an adult version of Toshiro Hitsugaya appeared. It is too similar. Lod looked at the soul that was created by himself and could not help but feel a trace of admiration. As expected of me, the skill of pinching the face is still so outstanding. The newly born soul transformation had a vacant look in its eyes. It looked at Lod blankly and asked, "May I ask, are you my master?" The soul transformation could clearly feel the warmth coming from Lod's soul. It was like a mother's embrace, and it naturally wanted to be close and offer itself. And Lod's feelings were even clearer. His senses seemed to have been extended, and he could clearly sense the uneasiness and bewilderment of the soul transformation at this moment. Lod had a special feeling that he could completely put his will above the will of the soul transformation, and control him like a puppet. And the most terrifying part of it was that the special transformation of the soul could share part of the body's ability. If you still don't understand, then give an example. Think about it. If Yamamoto Genryusai uses a special transformation of the soul, what the Wandenreich will face at that time is 2 Ryūjin Jakka. Hiss. Just thinking about this scene made Lod feel terrified. This was a special soul transformation. Lod finally understood why Soul Society would bend this technology and order Kasuke Urahara to seal it permanently. If this technology was mass-produced, then the number of captain-level Death God would increase exponentially. Once the number of civilians, Death God, increased, there would inevitably be conflicts with the nobles in Soul Society. At that time, there might be another war. Therefore, for the sake of the status and power of the nobles, they chose to ban this technology, and in the end, they had to give it to Lod. From today on. Lod pressed a hand on the shoulder of the soul transformation, and the corners of his lips raised into a gentle and humble smile, as warm as the spring sun turning into snow. He said, your name is Hashwolf, which is half of my body, and also my shadow. The reason why he gave him this name was that in Lod's view, the soul transformation was almost the same as the original Hashwolf, and it could share the ability and body with him, as if it were fourth same as half of his body. The soul transformation, no, now it should be called him Hashwolf. From today on, he had his own name. My name is Hashwolf. The confusion on Hashwolf's face disappeared and turned serious. Then he slowly knelt down on one knee and said as if swearing, Master. Your will is my will. I need you to pretend to be Toshiro Hitsugaya now. Lod projected the plan in his mind to Hashwolf through telepathy. I understand. Hashwolf answered without thinking, as you wish, I will become Toshiro Hitsugaya. Very good, not bad. Very loyal. Lod smiled. He couldn't wait to see if the complexion of the soy egg would become darker. Oh, maybe it would become whiter. Chapter 53, Gotei 13. The next day, Stark Group. Slow down. Slow down a bit more. Slow down a bit more. Slow down. Tony stared at the three-dimensional projection in front of him. It kept replaying the scene of Lod killing Obadiah in an instant last night. It was said that curiosity was the source of human progress. As a genius, Tony Stark naturally had no lack of curiosity. After resting for a night, he impatiently went to his laboratory and let Jarvis replay the battle from yesterday. After this battle video was slowed down to 50 times, Tony finally saw how Lod killed Obadiah in an instant. Just as Obadiah's body arm was about to fall, a sword suddenly appeared in Lod's hand. Jarvis, magnify that sword. Tony enlarged the image several times before he could clearly see the appearance of sword. The length of sword's body was very short. It was not even as long as an adult's forearm. Sword's forehead was S-shaped. Overall, it looked ordinary. It was just an ordinary short sword. This is an ordinary Japanese sword. Tony frowned slightly and felt a little puzzled. Jarvis, continue playing. After the video was played dozens of times slower, he saw that sword's body actually violated the law of conservation of matter and suddenly extended without any basis. After sword pierced through the body, he cut the entire body in half with an extremely sharp posture and then shrank back at an extremely fast speed, turning into the ordinary short sword. The whole process of stretching and shrinking was very fast. Even if it were for 50 times slower, the picture was still very blurry and it was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Am I seeing things? Tony sucked in a breath of cold air and widened his eyes. Jarvis, did he use this to hack apart Obadiah's mecha? Yes, Mr. Stark. Jarvis replied. Geez. Tony scratched his head and could not believe his eyes. He said in a different way, this is not scientific. How did he do it? It was simply too inconceivable. It had to be known that the outer shell of Obadiah's body was made of high-quality military-grade composite materials. The outer armor was forged from high-purity and high-intensity steel. It was even tougher than the outer layer armor of the main combat tank who was still in service. Even his palm cannon could only play a role in sending him flying. And what about Lod? With just this short arm of sword, who was not even as long as his arm, he split open the outer shell of the military-grade mecha. If it were for just this, he would not be so surprised. For example, high-frequency wave blades or particle vibrations could achieve the same effect. But there was one thing that Tony could not figure out. Speed. The speed of sword's contraction and retraction was far beyond his imagination. Even under the 50 times slow-motion video, Tony could not clearly see how fast the sword was stretching, which showed how terrifying it was. Tony took a sip of coffee, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked, Jarvis, what is the speed of sword's contraction? Preliminary estimation, it is about 100 times the speed of sound. Puffed. 100 times the speed of sound. Tony had just drank the coffee, but before he could swallow it, he was so scared that he spat it out. Jarvis, are you sure you are not joking with me? What was the concept of 100 times the speed of sound? This allowed sword to extend and shrink at a speed of 34,000 meters per second. This speed had even surpassed most of the speed at which outer space meteors crashed into the atmosphere. This doesn't make sense. Tony glared at him. He was completely dumbfounded. Because the existence of sword had completely overturned the scientific outlook he had built in his life decades ago. According to the kinetic energy formula, the greater the movement speed of an object of the same mass, the greater the movement ability. Even if it were for an object the size of a coin, if it were to be accelerated to dozens of times the speed of sound, its power would be comparable to a missile and run through an entire building. The huge kinetic energy waves produced when the coin was fired were enough to destroy any building near the coin base platform. However, sword speed had broken through 100 times the speed of sound at such a close distance, but there was no huge kinetic energy. This was against Newton's law. Lod Carl, interesting guy. Tony's eyes lit up. He suddenly had a strong curiosity towards this man named Lod. But it was a pity. After that, Tony announced that he was Iron Man at the press conference and was harassed by the Congress and reporters. He turned around and forgot about this matter. Coulson sat in a cafe and looked at the spirit cleansing pavilion across the street. He sighed faintly. Since the last time he met Lod, Soul Society, and Godei 13th, the existence of these two made Fury feel like something was stuck in his throat, so he sent him to monitor Lod's movements. Why did it have to be him? Because Fury sincerely and earnestly told him that among all the trustworthy agent, he was the only one who could see the existence of Death God. No one was more suitable than him. Although Coulson himself did not think so, he felt that the director was likely to take revenge for personal grudge. Because the day when he heard the word soy egg from Nemu, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise crazily, and he was seen by the narrow-minded director. Although he suspected that this matter was a retaliation, Coulson felt that this mission should not take too long. But he never expected. Since the day when Lod and Nemu returned home, it was as if they had disappeared from the world, disappearing for almost half a month. During this time, Coulson tried to use infrared scanning, sound detector, and other high-tech equipment, but none of them proved to him that there was indeed no one in the room. For a full half-month, he had to sit here every day. The waiters in the coffee shop even thought that this man in a suit was a stalker. The sun gradually fell, and today, there was nothing. It seems that he won't appear today. Coulson sighed and drank the last mouthful of coffee. He took out $2 and pressed them under the cup. He slowly got up from his seat. Just as he was about to leave, he saw that the old wooden door of the spirit cleansing pavilion was pushed open. One had to know that there should be no one inside. Coulson was shocked. Did they come back? The old wooden door of the spirit cleansing pavilion was pushed open, and the first to walk out were Lod and Nemu. However, unlike before, these two people were wearing the same black clothes, and there was a sword hanging at their waists. That is, did they return from Soul Society? Coulson immediately remembered that the first time he saw Lod that day, the other party was wearing this kind of clothes. Before Coulson could understand why Lod and Nemu would appear in this form, he suddenly saw the two people standing on both sides like guards, with a hint of respect in their expressions. Could it be? Coulson's face stiffened, and he suddenly thought of a bad possibility. The next second, a man with silver hair, wearing the same style of long black clothes, wearing a pure white cloak, walked out of the spirit cleansing pavilion. Godei 13. Coulson's heart was cold and his whole body was stiff. Whether it was from that person's temperament, clothes, or the attitude of Lod and Nemu to him, none of them proved one thing to Coulson. That man. He was Godei 13 Captain. Chapter 54, Under New Management. Crap. Coulson suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He could not help but shiver. This feeling was as if someone was pointing a gun at his head. All the hairs on his body stood up. There was danger. This was the first thought that flashed through Coulson's mind. But the second thought that flashed through his mind was, where did this danger come from? For an agent, it was not surprising that there was danger. He just needed to find solution for it. Therefore, Coulson was very calm. He calmly turned around and swept his eyes across the entire cafe from left to right. Because this area was considered a slum area, the decoration of this cafe was not good. It even used the leaf-shaped fan of the last century. Moreover, because it was old and no longer working, there were not many people who visited it. There was only a fat woman in the cafe. She was the boss and waiter of this cafe. Moreover, she was older. It could not be the source of danger. Coulson's tense nerves slowly relaxed. The cafe was just a group of ordinary people, and it was impossible for them to threaten him. Maybe I've been too tired recently. Coulson shook his head and then looked at the street opposite him again. But this time, Coulson was instantly dumbfounded. Where was the person? Lod was still there, Nemu was still there, but the silver-haired man was gone. Where did he go? Coulson secretly cursed himself for being careless. He should not have been distracted by other things just now. If the director knew that he accidentally lost vision of a person who was suspected to be the captain of the Godei 13, he was afraid that with Nick Fury would thrown to the toilet for a year. Are you looking for me? A cold voice suddenly sounded in Coulson's ears. Swish. Who is it? Coulson's pupils contracted slightly, and all the hair on his body stood on end. The most taboo thing for Agent was to let someone rashly approach his back, because behind him was the most vulnerable part of a person. Over the years, Agent's experience allowed Coulson to react in an instant. He pulled out his gun and turned around in one go. The entire action did not last more than a second, without the slightest bit of sloppiness. From this series of beautiful actions of pulling out his gun and counterattacking, it could be seen that Coulson was a professional agent. Although he usually looked gentle like a good old man, an uncle who liked to name cars, chase stars, and was bald, he was definitely not a waste. It's you. When Carlson turned around and raised the muzzle, he saw the familiar silver-white hair, which suddenly made his face change. This person. Wasn't he the captain of the Goti 13 in the opposite street just now? If it were from the perspective of an ordinary person, at this moment he was pointing a gun at the head of this man, he should have the upper hand. But in reality, could a gun made by humans be useful to Death God? Carlson felt that it was not possible. Other than giving him some psychological comfort, the function of the gun was probably similar to a fire stick. At least, from Lod's performance, ordinary guns were no longer of any use, not to mention that the man in front of him was a captain who was even more terrifying than Lod. If he wanted to deal with this kind of existence, perhaps only the thing that the Bureau was developing could be of some use. Hello, I am Carlson. Carlson reacted quickly. Since he knew that the pistol was useless, he instantly put on Agent's professional fake smile and was ready to explain. But at this time, Carlson suddenly felt the abnormal cold air attack again. Who? The water vapor in the atmosphere suddenly condensed into frost. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it was freezing everything around, including Carlson. No. Carlson obviously did not expect that this person would not listen to his explanation at all. He immediately shouted in panic, I know. The next second, Carlson's words came to an abrupt end. His entire body was suddenly covered in ice, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. This silver-white-haired man was the fake Toshiro Hitsugaya. With the strongest ice ability Zanpakutou, controlling the water in the atmosphere, it was simply too easy to freeze a person into an ice sculpture. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes were cold, like ice that would not melt for thousands of years. He said indifferently, a mere human dares spy on Death God. This is the attitude of Soul Society, and as the guardian of the entire Seireitei, above tens of thousands of Death God, there are only 13 people who stood above them, the Goti 13 captain. This was Lod's intention. A mere mortal organization, who gave Seireitei the courage to let them monitor this place. Some time ago, he was too busy. Lod wanted to teach Hashwolf to pretend to be a Japanese, so he was too lazy to pay attention to these people. But today was the first time for Soul Society's first captain, Toshiro Hitsugaya, to appear on the stage. Lod was worried that he could not find someone to establish his prestige, but Seireitei ran into him. That was good. Lod simply took Carlson to remind the soy egg to not stretch his hand too far. Poor Carlson. Lod really didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. It seemed that every time he met him, Carlson, he would be unlucky. After waiting for a while, Lod felt that the time was right. If it continued to freeze, Carlson would probably die from hypothermia. This could not do. How could Lod bear to let such an excellent craftsman like Carlson die? Lod held Nimu's hand and he came to the side of Toshiro Hitsugaya. Then, the moment he saw Carlson, Lod deliberately showed a surprised expression, as if asking him, why are you here? But Carlson, who had turned into an ice sculpture, could not move at all. He could only look at Lod pitifully, as if saying, help me beg for mercy and let me go quickly. Lod held back his laughter and said to Toshiro Hitsugaya with a respectful face, Captain, can you let him go? Reason. Toshiro Hitsugaya still looked cold. Lod followed the script and took the opportunity to say the words he had already prepared, Sir, he found the trace of the Quincy. If we want to find the Quincy as soon as possible, we need to cooperate with them. Well. After Toshiro Hitsugaya pretended to be slightly silent, he nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, the merits outweigh the gains. I shall do that. Thank you, Captain. Lod said with a grateful expression. No need. Toshiro Hitsugaya waved his hand and said lightly, since you are pleading for him, I naturally will not refuse such a small thing. As he spoke, the ice covering Carlson disappeared in an instant. Cough. Cough. Carlson took a deep breath and his face turned pale from the cold. His 2 rows of teeth kept chattering. Nimu went over very considerately and treated Carlson slightly so as not to suddenly die from thermal shock. Hello. Carlson, who was slightly better, shivered and said intermittently, I am Seireitei. I am responsible to take on, watch you. Toshiro Hitsugaya snorted. After glancing sideways, he said indifferently, if there is a next time, it will not be as simple as freezing for a while. Yes. I understand. What else could Carlson say? He could only nod with a wry smile. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Soul Society's dominance. It turned out that when Lod told him that the 13 captains were not normal, Carlson still had a trace of suspicion, but now he did not doubt. He was simply insane. He was frozen into an ice sculpture right away and didn't even have the chance to explain himself. It could be seen just how overbearing this Goti 13 was. Can't afford to offend. Chapter 55, Under New Management 2. After a simple exchange, Coulson learned the name of the men in front of him, captain of the 10th Division, Winter Monarch. Coulson felt that it was very appropriate. In his opinion, this man was like a king in the cold winter, with silver hair and cold handsome appearance, full of dignity. Seeing that Coulson did not doubt him, Laud relaxed a little. The first stage seemed to have passed. Changing his name was his idea. The purpose was to prevent Seireitei from being suspicious and to ensure the authenticity of Soul Society and Death God to create a relatively perfect worldview. Just think about it. If he didn't make any changes, 1 or 2 would be fine, but in the future, when the other captains of Death God appeared with a Japanese name, what would Nick Fury, that old fox, think? Even if he thought about it with his feet, wouldn't he find it strange? Why did a huge organization in charge of human souls and the world after death have a Japanese name? Only the details can determine success or failure. Often, many meticulous plans would fall on the fact that the details were not perfect enough, so to be safe, Laud decided to make a big change. Since it was a big lie, he had to fill in the details. I had to combine several of Hitsugaya's kanji and his appearance to create a perfect and convincing name, and thus the Winter Monarch was born. On the other side, under the treatment of Nimue, Coulson gradually improved and no longer felt so cold. Ahem. Laud spoke up at the right time. Coulson, we need to see the video of the Quincy again. Captain Winter Monarch wants to confirm with his own eyes whether that person is Hashwolf or not. That. A hint of hesitation flashed across Coulson's face. Then, he cautiously asked, can I ask, if you are sure it is Hashwolf, what will you do? Foolish question, of course I'll kill him. Toshiro Hitsugaya lips slightly opened. Who? The moment the word kill was uttered, Coulson instantly felt that the temperature of the entire cafe seemed to have dropped by more than 10 degrees, coming to the cold winter. Destroying the Quincy is one of our purpose. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes slightly opened, revealing a touch of breathtaking coldness. This group must not exist in the world. This is the highest order issued by Captain Commander. I understand. Coulson sighed slightly in his heart and said, I will take you to our headquarters. All the information about that battle is extremely confidential. Only the director has the power to grant access. From the eyes of this man, he saw the determination to kill. He understood that Seield alone could not stop this from happening. Wait a moment, I need to report this. Coulson said apologetically. Then, he pressed the communication button beside his ear and reported the situation here to Nick Fury. After understanding the situation here in detail, Nick Fury agreed to Coulson's proposal and expressed that he was very happy to welcome Soul Society to the Shield HQ. As for whether the soy egg was really happy or not, it was not Laud's business. After finalizing the matter, Coulson showed a standard fake smile and suggested, why don't you take my car? It was not that because he could not use Ho-Oh, but because he wanted to equalize their speed. If a captain ran over and reached the HQ first, it would feel too shameful, so in order to maintain the high profile of the captain, it was best to agree. Toshiro Hitsugaya received Laud's spiritual hint and said coldly, yes. Nimue pulled Coulson's sleeve and tilted his head and asked, Uncle Baldy. Have you changed your lover again? The corner of Coulson's eyes twitched. Children are so annoying. What nonsense are you talking about? Coulson's new lover. Oh, no. It should be his new car, a standard American muscle car, a classic Dodge Challenger. Laud and Nimue put on Jigai again, in the form of a physical body, and sat in the seat behind the car, while Toshiro Hitsugaya maintained the state of Death God and sitting in the front passenger seat. Although Coulson expressed doubts about this, he did not understand why Laud and Nimue wanted to return to the physical form, but he did not investigate too deeply, just thinking that the two of them were on a whim. However, only Nimue and Toshiro Hitsugaya know that this person sitting in the car is no longer the real Laud. The soul in the Laud is the modified soul created by Nimue during this period of time. Although it is not as advanced as the system's product and is only a low-quality soul that has inputted Laud's usual data, it is more than enough to temporarily disguise Laud and deceive Coulson's eyes. The moment he re-wears Jigai, Laud is under the eyes of Coulson, performing a big play of frog turned into a prince. And the real Laud, at this time, was hiding in the shadow of Toshiro Hitsugaya. This is one of the abilities of the pure blood Quincy. With the special space built by Reishi, it can create a shadow domain and hide in it. It is a very useful spying skill. Of course, Coulson did not know this. He smiled at them and then started the car. Vroom. The Dodge Challenger let out a roar and easily broke through 100 in a few seconds, like a black bolt of lightning streaking across the long street. As Coulson focused on driving, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Is that a helicopter from the US military? Not far ahead of them, there were several armed helicopters suspended. Moreover, one could clearly see that the bullets turned into a torrent of steel that was crazily pouring down on a certain target. Something big has happened. Coulson stepped on the accelerator and his face suddenly became very tense. It had to be known that with the military personality of the United States, if there had not been a major event that could not be stopped, the armed helicopter would not have fired in New York City. Could it be that Hollow had appeared? Coulson immediately thought of this possibility because only Hollow would cause such a big disturbance. But in the next second, whoosh! A car that was forcefully kneaded into a metal ball by a terrifying force shot towards them like a cannonball. FF*CK. The familiar feeling came again. Coulson only had time to curse before she was forcefully dragged out of the car by Nemu. Boom. His second lover, before he could name her, was scrapped again. Looking at the Dodge Challenger that he had just obtained, the whole car was smashed into the ground, turned into formless junk. It completely eliminated Coulson's desire to repair her. Two times, his heart was crushed. Coulson wanted to cry but had no tears. Roar. Hulk. Two loud roars came from the other side, followed by a green behemoth, like a meteorite, drawing a parabola in the air, and then heavily smashing into the cement ground dozens of meters away in front of them. Is it Hulk? Coulson's heart was greatly shaken, and he widened his eyes and said, "How did Hulk appear in New York?" Chapter 56, Under New Management 3. Coulson was shocked. How did the Hulk appear in New York City? Ever since the Hulk appeared, the whereabouts of this terrifying green monster had always been in Seireitei's hands. Logically speaking, he should be in a tropical rainforest in South America right now, not suddenly appearing in New York City, and even fighting another monster. Speaking of the other monster, its appearance was very similar to Hulk, but it looked even more ugly and disgusting. It was as if its entire body had been skinned. It secreted sticky mucus and had a row of sharp bone spurs on its back. Its terrifying muscles were like tree roots that were coiled together, and it looked like an evil ghost that had crawled out from hell. Laud, who was hiding in the shadows, understood what was going on when he saw the Hulk and the loathsome evil. This was the plot of the Marvel movie, The Incredible Hulk. The timeline of The Incredible Hulk happened after the end of Iron Man's first movie. The specific time was unknown. The main plot was about the fierce battle between the Hulk and the Abomination, and the location happened to be in New York City. The monster that was fighting with Hulk was the experimental product of the United States military, the Abomination. The Abomination was actually a soldier in charge of capturing Hulk, named Emil Blonsky. In a battle, Blonsky was defeated by Hulk and could no longer stand up, so he was resentful and unwilling, so he took the initiative to request to participate in the military superhuman experiment plan. The plan is the responsibility of the general of the U.S. military, General Ross, who injects the super soldier serum and the Hulk serum into the human body. However, because the Hulk serum was too powerful, among all the soldiers who participated in the experiment, only Emil Blonsky survived. Because of the resentment in his heart, some unknown changes happened to the genes. And this deformed experimental product was the Abomination. Not only did it possess a strong body and strength comparable to Hulk, but it also maintained a relatively clear consciousness. Pay attention, it is more clear-headed. Although the transformed Blonsky possessed unprecedented strength, he did not have a compatible state of mind, causing him to be unable to suppress the desire to kill and destroy that constantly surged out of his heart. He had completely become a wild beast controlled by strength. The Abomination did not listen to anyone's orders. After breaking through the military's blockade, it wantonly destroyed in New York City, venting its own strength and desire to destroy. General Ross originally did not want anyone to interfere in this matter, but the military elite special forces team that he was proud of was still unable to stop this mutated monster under the condition of an armed helicopter. Seeing that the Abomination was getting more and more violent, and its body size was still growing as time passed, it was like an invincible and arrogant attitude, making the confident and proud General Ross taste the bitter fruit that he had personally sown for the first time. In the face of pressure from the Congress and other multi-party forces, Ross had no choice but to ask Dr. Banner to ask Hulk to stop the monster. For the sake of his father-in-law, Dr. Banner naturally would not refuse, so there was the above scene of the battle between Hulk and the loathsome evil. Fire. 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 The dense bullets were like a flood of steel, crazily pouring down on the Abomination's body, but it was unable to break through the Abomination's tough skin. Missile fired. A rocket with a trailing tail flame shot out, and then was caught by the loathsome evil and exploded in front of his eyes. Boom. The flames and air waves of the explosion swept the surroundings, but the Abomination was completely unharmed. There was even a trace of disdain in its ugly eyes. Hulk smash. Hulk roared and then charged. His huge body was like a giant war tank. Every time he took a step, he would land on the ground, and leave a trail of broken cement that was covering the road. The surrounding ground seemed to be shaking violently. Boom 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 boom. The hard cement ground was as fragile as a piece of tofu in front of Hulk. It was trampled to the point of collapsing and sinking, and cracks spread out in all directions like a spider web. You're dead. The abomination revealed a human-like disdain on its face, and then also took large strides towards Hulk, not wanting to be outdone. Boom. The moment the two monsters collided, the ground within a radius of 100 meters was shaking. The huge air was violently squeezed, erupting with a huge roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Even if it were 100 meters away, those ordinary people with weaker physiques could feel the ringing in their ears. Whoosh! 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 Waves of energy that could be seen with the naked eye exploded. Endless tsunamis rose out of thin air, as if they were going to devour everything around them. The armed helicopter in the sky, who was in charge of support, almost fell to the ground due to the disturbance of this huge wave of energy. However, in just a single exchange, Hulk fell into a disadvantageous position. Not only did he not suppress the abomination, he was instead ruthlessly sent flying. Bang! 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 The huge body of the Hulk flew back dozens of meters, crashing down several houses like artillery shells, and then his whole body was deeply embedded in the wall. Hulk! Hulk shook his head, and his momentum obviously became much lower. In fact, the reason why Hulk was at a disadvantage was actually because of Dr. Banner. In order to eliminate the Hulk in his body, Banner had taken the antidote that he had developed before. However, it was clear that the Hulk had not been eliminated. It was just that the power in his body had been greatly suppressed. If it were in the past, Banner could still be happy, but the current situation was no different from courting death. Bang! Hulk, who had yet to come out of the wall, was once again hit by the fist of the abomination that had rushed over. The abomination didn't stop at all. With his rich combat experience, he knew that he couldn't give Hulk a chance to catch his breath. He used his huge fists to smash down like rain. Bang bang bang. Hulk, whose strength had been suppressed, could only let out furious roars in front of the abomination's crazy attack. He was unable to resist at all, and he was almost about to sink into the ground. Bang. The abomination stepped on Hulk's head, and its disgusting and ugly face revealed a hint of human disdain. Is this all you have? Banner. When he thought about how they had chased down Banner and faced the Hulk in the past, that feeling of helplessness and humiliation was like endless flames of rage burning fiercely in his chest. Hulk was once his nightmare. But now, Hulk was no longer. Bernard, you are too weak. He laughed wildly and said, you don't deserve this power at all. I, Blonsky, am the real giant. It's over. Even Banner is not his match. No one can defeat him. Blonsky is invincible. At this moment, all the soldiers had a look of despair on their faces. Even the Hulk that they had high hopes for could not defeat Blonsky, this monster, who could save them. Go to hell, Hulk. The abomination raised its fist and fiercely smashed it towards the face of the weakened Hulk. Hulala. The terrifying fist pressure brought up a surging gale, and it emitted an ear-piercing sound explosion in the air. It wasn't hard to imagine that if one was hit by this fist, then even Hulk wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment of despair, a cold voice suddenly came from nearby. Bakuto's 33, Sokatsui. 3 giant, pointed beams of light shot through the air, nailing the abomination to the building behind. Bastard, who dares to disturb me? The abomination roared in anger, its muddy eyes swept across the battlefield, and then found the culprit. It was a silvery white-haired man, wearing a black slim clothes and a pure white cloak, slowly walking over. Who are you? The abomination roared with an ugly expression. You don't need to know. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked slightly indifferent and said, because, you will die soon. Chapter 57, Hashwolf and Hashwolf. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent. The eyes of the crowd that had fallen into despair gathered on the abomination. These ordinary people with low spiritual power could not see Death God. Therefore, they could only see that the abomination seemed to have received an invisible blow, and then inexplicably flew backwards. There were several people present, and they could see what had just happened. The huge body of the abomination and the thin body of Toshiro Hitsugaya formed a sharp and strong contrast in the eyes of Coulson. Even if he had confidence in this captain from Godi I-13, there was still a touch of worry on the face of Coulson. After all, the size contrast between the two sides was too great. In front of the huge monster, this captain was as small as a baby. He only needed a gentle blow to crush him into meat paste. That. Lod. Coulson turned his head and asked with a slightly worried tone, don't you two need to help him? Why do you want us to help him? Nemu blinked her big eyes and comforted Coulson, don't worry, Uncle Baldy. The captain could kill a monster of this size in an instant. An instant. Coulson smiled stiffly, but he still didn't believe it. According to the information he got from SHIELD, this monster was created by the US military using 2 types of serum. Whether it was strength, intelligence, recovery speed, etc., they were several times more terrifying than the Hulk. Even heavy machine guns and rockets could not cause damage to the abomination. How could such an almost invincible monster be killed in an instant? Just watch, Coulson. At this time, Laud suddenly opened his mouth and said indifferently, Captain-level death god, how terrifying is his strength. You will soon be able to witness it with your own eyes. Captain-level death god. Coulson took a deep breath and then looked at the battlefield. He said faintly, I hope it is as you said. He can stop this disaster. Yes. Laud smiled mysteriously. The disaster would naturally be stopped, but this process might not be carried out as they expected. The second fire had already been ignited. You mean? I will die. The abomination that had been nailed to the building heard these words filled with contempt, and its anger instantly rose to the extreme like a raging flame. It roared, you dare to look down on me? Damn bug, I will crush you alive. Bang. The abomination, which possessed part of the power of the Hulk, grew even larger under the addition of anger. Its strength also increased, and it instantly broke free from the restraints of its mouth. Oh. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a little surprise, a wild beast can actually break free from my Bakuto. Although it was only around 30, the abomination was able to break free so easily, and its strength seemed to be approaching the Great Hollow, Jillian. Damn bug, go to hell. The loathsome evil crouched slightly, and then jumped up from the ground like a cannonball. With the huge advantage of size, the loathsome evil pulled up a howling wind around its body and quickly fell towards the area where Toshiro Hitsugaya was. Dodge. Coulson was suddenly frightened and could not help but remind. But Toshiro Hitsugaya did not respond at all, as if he did not hear it at all, still standing there calmly. The next second. Boom. After landing, the hard cement ground beneath his feet collapsed. As if struck by a meteorite, numerous eye-catching cracks spread out like a dense spider web. But after the smoke and dust dispersed, the abomination found that the person had disappeared. Damn bug. The abomination had nowhere to release its anger. Its eyes were filled with a tyrannical look, and it let out a loud roar, where are you? Get out here, I want to tear you apart alive. Swish. The silvery-haired Toshiro Hitsugaya appeared in front of the abomination without warning. Obviously, the loathsome evil did not expect that person to be so obedient. It was immediately happy and roared violently, how dare you appear in front of me, go to hell. Oh la la. The abomination clenched its huge fist and punched out, releasing an unparalleled and terrifying power. The power was like a cannonball that had been fired out, shaking the surrounding air until it exploded and roared. The next second. Along with the soft cry of sword, a shocking scene appeared in front of everyone. The insufferably arrogant abomination's arm suddenly broke at the root and was thrown high into the sky. Then, bright red blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah. The abomination hugged the place where the arm was broken and let out a painful cry. My arm. Ah. The blood that filled the sky fell like raindrops after the explosion, dyeing everything around it a strange red. However, only Toshiro Hitsugaya seemed to have an invisible shield around him, blocking the falling rain of blood outside. It was obvious that Toshiro Hitsugaya gave Coulson a much greater shock than when Laud appeared. The pure white feathers fluttered slightly in the wind, with silver hair and cold face. At this moment, Toshiro Hitsugaya, in the eyes of Coulson, was as noble as the legendary god. Who exactly are you? The ruthless expression on the abomination's face gradually faded away, and then it turned into horror and subconsciously retreated backwards. He could not even see clearly what had just happened. The gap was too big. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes slightly narrowed, taking a leisurely step toward the huge abomination, and said with an indifferent expression, let's end this, my mission to come to the modern world this time is not for a trash like you. End this. When the loathsome evil heard this sentence, the muscles on his face twitched, but he could not raise any thoughts of resistance in his heart. And in his eyes, the figure of that person seemed to become bigger and bigger. The huge pressure was like a mountain pressing down on his body, making the abomination almost unable to breathe, and was actually forced to kneel on the ground. No. Don't kill me. The abomination was afraid and shouted in fear, I beg you, don't kill me. However, the only thing that answered him was the pair of cold green eyes of Toshiro Hitsugaya. Is this the strength of a captain? Coulson was shocked and could not describe it with words. He felt it in his heart at the moment. The abomination possessed a power that could crush the Hulk, but in front of the captain-level death god, it was like a child who had no power to fight back. And there were another 12 existences at his level. At this moment, Coulson couldn't help but feel worried. Could Seireitei really control this group of people like the director thought? The huge spiritual power made the abomination unable to raise its head at all, it could only be like an ant, humbly crawling on the ground, begging to spare his life. Clang. Toshiro Hitsugaya pulled out his Zanpakutou, and just as he was about to end the life of the abomination, his face suddenly changed slightly. It changed from slashing to blocking, and held sword horizontally in front of his chest. Dang. In the distance, a sudden reishi light beam swept across the long street like a stream of light and hit sword of Toshiro Hitsugaya. This is Sacred Arrow. Toshiro Hitsugaya's face changed slightly, and he recognized at a glance that this reishi beam was the power of Quincy. A blond man, wearing a white double-breasted uniform, walked slowly from the air as if he was walking on flat ground. The man's delicate facial features were like an angel descending to the world, with a trace of pride in his purity, overlooking Toshiro Hitsugaya from high above. Quincy. Jubram Hashwolf. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked dignified and said the name of this person. Lod, who pretended to be Hashwolf, slightly pursed his thin lips and said lightly, "Nice to meet you, Captain." Chapter 58, Under the Snowy Sky. Quincy and Death God. Stern Ritter and Gotei 13. Hashwolf and Toshiro Hitsugaya. The deep hatred of the two sides that lasted for thousands of years is engraved in the bone marrow. At this moment, Hashwolf and Toshiro Hitsugaya, the two confronted each other in the air. An invisible spiritual power, after brewing, suddenly began to rise violently. Two completely different, but solid, terrible force, instantly filled the space within hundreds of meters. The two forces collided fiercely with each other, and even the cement ground around it was cracked. The abomination that was caught in the middle was no longer able to breathe. Its face was ashen and red, and it was covered with terrifying blue veins. This feeling of despair was like drowning in the deep sea. No matter how the abomination struggled and tried to breathe in, there was no air that flowed into his lungs. Lod had a solemn expression as he said in a low voice, "Watch carefully, the captain is going to be serious." The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Coulson shivered and skillfully wrapped his suit tightly. Who? In the blink of an eye, Coulson saw that the gas that came out of his mouth had turned into a cold, cold white air. What happened? Why is the weather suddenly so cold? Impossible, it's summer now. Those ordinary people who could not see Death God could only feel that the temperature was dropping, but they did not understand what was going on. What exactly happened? General Ross, who was sitting on the helicopter, also felt this abnormal cold air, but he could not see Death God at all, and could only be full of doubts. Destroy the Quincy. Toshiro Hitsugaya held his Zanpakutou and pointed the blade to Hashwolf, with a touch of coldness in his eyes. "By my name, Toshiro Hitsugaya of the Gotei 13, I will kill you here." "Then do it." Hashwolf's lips curved slightly, and he said in a mocking way, "Young captain, I have killed countless people like you." Toshiro Hitsugaya was expressionless, waving a sword vertically. Zanjutsu, sword pressure. Whoosh. The huge spiritual power was compressed to the sword edge, and then released in one breath, forming a huge slash of sword. The sharp slash cut through the air, splitting a huge crack in the ground, and rushed towards Hashwolf with an unstoppable momentum. Divine Arrow. Hashwolf's eyes were calm, and his right hand slowly raised the sinner, facing the incoming sword strike, and pulled the trigger. After Reishi was forcibly plundered, the divine arrow condensed from the sinners was shot out. Boom. The sacred arrow collided with the slash, and the Reishi burst out with a loud bang, accompanied by a burst of strong wind, whistling and spreading in all directions. Chi 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 chi. For a time, the strong wind was raging, like thousands of sharp blades, cutting countless cracks on the ground and the buildings of the entire street. The battle was intense. Hashwolf and Toshiro Hitsugaya instantly entered the stage of white fire. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had fought hundreds of times. The process could not be captured by the naked eye. Everyone could only see the brilliant sparks burst out after the collision of sword. Dang! The crisp sound of metal colliding constantly came from the air, as if playing a piece of music. Every time Zanpakutou fell, the terrifying power poured out, causing ripples to appear in the air. Suddenly, after a violent collision, Toshiro Hitsugaya's sudden distraction showed a flaw. "You dare to be distracted when fighting with me?" Hashwolf's eyes were cold. He naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He pulled the trigger of the sinner, and a sacred arrow shot out instantly. Poochie. At such a close distance, Toshiro Hitsugaya had no time to dodge and could only lower his body slightly, letting the sacred arrow run through his shoulder. Blood fell like flowers. Toshiro Hitsugaya stepped away from Ho-Ho, holding his injured shoulder with one hand. His face suddenly became somewhat distorted. He underestimated Hashwolf. He thought that the strength of both sides was similar, but he did not expect that the other side was so rich in combat experience. Even the moment of shock was caught by him. "Death God, are you still not going to kill me using your shuriken?" Hashwolf did not take the opportunity to pursue. Instead, he pushed the lens with one hand, and his eyes flashed coldly. He said, "If you continue like this, you may die." Coulson, who was watching the battle from the side, was stunned when he heard this word. He turned and asked, "What does he mean by shuriken?" At this time, Nimue, who was the commentator, said in a tender voice, "Shuriken is the first stage of liberation for all Zanpakutou. After Shirkai, Zanpakutou has different abilities and can fully display Death God's combat power. For example, my brother's Zanpakutou, Shinso, is the first stage of Shirkai. So that's how it is. Coulson nodded in understanding. In other words, the weapons in your hands can carry out the Shirkai and obtain different abilities. That's right, Nimue nodded. Then Coulson pointed at Toshiro Hitsugaya, who was obviously at a disadvantage, and said in confusion, since you can improve your combat effectiveness, why doesn't he use Shirkai? Captain is different. Lod suddenly interrupted and said with a serious expression, Captain Zanpakutou. The scope of their Shirkai is very large, and it is very easy to harm the environment and other people, so he rarely uses it in this place. Coulson looked around and saw that there were many civilians who had not been evacuated. His impression of the captain suddenly rose a lot. It seems that your captain is not bad. But if this goes on, can he win? Yes. Lod said confidently, because he's the captain. Cut the crap. Toshiro Hitsugaya snorted, stepped on Ho-Ho to Hashwalth's side, and the ice wool pill was cut down without hesitation. Clang. Hashwalth calmly raised his hand, and used the body of the sinner to resist the edge of Zanpakutou. Too weak. Hashwalth shook his head, and there was a trace of boredom in his eyes. He said, since you don't want to use your Shirkai, then don't blame me for bullying you, brat. You talk too much. Toshiro Hitsugaya's sword turned his blade, the sharp blade cut through the air, with a fierce momentum, whistling toward Hashwalth again. Hirenkyaku. Hashwalth did not panic at all. The moment he took a step, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. What a fast speed. Toshiro Hitsugaya's face changed slightly. Although he had known about Hirenkyaku before, he did not expect that the speed was so fast. The next second, Hashwalth's figure suddenly appeared behind Toshiro Hitsugaya and aimed the sinner at his head. Goodbye, Captain. The sinner let out a roar and shot out the sacred arrow formed by the convergence of Reishi. Boom. The concentrated spiritual droplets were extremely powerful. The violent explosions were deafening and instantly swept up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Captain. Seeing this situation, Lod, who was watching the battle below, immediately shouted in shock. It doesn't matter, I am fine. A cold voice came from the smoke and dust. Everyone opened their eyes wide and found that behind Toshiro Hitsugaya, there was a wall made of ice. It turned out that the sacred arrow shot by the sinner only hit the ice wall, and did not cause any damage to Toshiro Hitsugaya. Are you finally going to be serious? Hashwalth chuckled and said lightly. Yes. Toshiro Hitsugaya breathed a sigh of relief, and then there was a blue halo in his eyes. Buzz. The surrounding spiritual power suddenly rose to the extreme, and then erupted like a volcano, setting off a tangible airwave that swept across the space of nearly 100 meters. Clang. Toshiro Hitsugaya held the 1,000-year-old green handle of sword and spat out a faint sentence, sit upon the frozen heavens. Hyorinmaru. Chapter 59, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. 1. The burst of spiritual power silenced the entire area. The three of them were shaking, and an indescribable sense of terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire street. The tyrannical spiritual power transformed into a giant dragon that soared into the sky. Rumble. The sky instantly turned dark, clouds covering the sunlight. With the Hyorinmaru that had unleashed, even if it was only a Shirkai, the powerful spiritual power he had would have a great impact on the souls of the modern world. For example, now. It was just Zanpakutou's Shirkai, but the temperature of the entire street was affected, and even the sunny sky now turned into a cold cloudy day covered with dark clouds. Is this the captain's Shirkai? Coulson's pupils trembled slightly, and he said in horror. This is the captain's Zanpakutou. Lod walked over from behind, his face carrying a trace of fanaticism as he said, the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakutou. The ability that comes with it is Tenso Jurin, subjugation of the heavens, possessing a formidable power that is known to dominate weather and atmosphere. Hearing this, Coulson's expression changed greatly, and he said in horror, you mean, this sword can control the weather? A weapon that could control the weather, to a certain extent, was 10 times more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Hashwalth frowned slightly. He felt the power of spiritual power and chuckled, this is the third time I have seen Zanpakutou who can control the weather. Is that so? Toshiro Hitsugaya was calm and said, this will be the last time you will see Zanpakutou who has this ability, then. Ha. Hashwalth smiled and said, the last death god who had the similar skill also told me this before he died. Nonsense. Toshiro Hitsugaya stepped out, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next second he came to Hashwalth, the light blue sword swept out. Ice dragon spinning tail. Wherever the light blue sword blade passed, the water in the air was extracted in an instant and condensed into a lifelike ice dragon. Roar. The huge ice dragon followed sword's blade and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It flapped its wings and rushed out. The ice dragon, carrying a sharp cold wind, whistled over in a flash, but Hashwalth's face did not change. He raised the sinner in his hand, and the muzzle of the gun emitted a series of dazzling light. The sacred arrow, 3 consecutive shots. Bang. 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 The spirit particles were instantly plundered and gathered in the barrel of the sinner. After that, 3 large sacred arrows were pushed out, and then collided with the ice dragon that pounced. Whoosh! The highly compressed beam of reishi light suddenly exploded the moment it came into contact with the ice dragon. The energy contained in it exploded the ice dragon, turning it into a sky full of ice crystals and falling down. It's not over yet. Seeing the ice dragon shattered, Toshiro Hitsugaya did not panic and turned around, and the Hyorinmaru cut through the air, ice dragon spinning tail, void end. Wherever the Hyorinmaru's sword cut, water vapor condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing into an ice dragon. But this time, the ice dragon rotated like a snail, and a tail condensed from ice, like the enlarged blade of sword, swept out with incomparable sharpness. Caught off guard, Hashwalth could only choose to use Blood Vein to resist. Clang! The ice dragon's tail hit Hashwalth's body, leaving only a shallow wound, as if it had hit steel, and burst out bright sparks. Hashwalth took several steps back, touched the shallow wound on his chest, and the calm expression on his face finally changed a little at this time. So that's how it is. Hashwalth's eyes were slightly heavy, controlling the moisture of the atmosphere. Is this ability of your Zanpakutou? That's right. Toshiro Hitsugaya pointed at sword and said coldly, all the water in the atmosphere is my weapon, and you have no way to escape, Hashwalth. Dong. As his voice fell, Toshiro Hitsugaya used Ho-Ho and stepped forward, the Hyorinmaru in his hand crossed the air, the tip of the sword pointed to Hashwalth. Flocks of birds' icicles. The moisture in the air was instantly drained, and then condensed into ice spikes that shot toward Hashwalth like a rainstorm. Hulala. Facing such a large number of ice spikes, Hashwalth did not show panic. Instead, he showed a smile of victory. Captain, you are still too inexperienced. What? Toshiro Hitsugaya suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. If all the water in the atmosphere is your weapon. Hashwalth stretched out 5 slender fingers and suddenly clenched in the empty space, then the weapon of our Quincy is all the reishi in this world. Reishi, concentrated flame. Buzz. At this moment, all the spirit particles in the atmosphere seemed to be boiling. The high concentration of spirit particles was instantly ignited and turned into green flames that roared up. It was like a demon that could destroy the heavens and the earth, devouring the entire battlefield without any restraint. By controlling the spirit particles in the atmosphere, the concentration in the small area was raised to the limit and then detonated in one breath. Then, when the high concentration of spirit particles was detonated, the green flames produced could destroy all objects made of spirit particles, and naturally included the ice. Created by the Hyorinmaru. Boom. The huge explosion caused by the green flames caused a huge green pillar of light to rise up, along with the billowing smoke and deafening sounds, allowing everyone who was several miles away to clearly see it. The terrifying high temperature emitted by the green flames forced Lod and Nemu to temporarily take Coulson away from here. After the flames dispersed, Coulson saw that the street had been completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. It could be said that when the gods fought, mortals suffered. Fortunately. Coulson wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with lingering fear, the ordinary people have been evacuated. Otherwise. He never thought that this battle that was caused by hatred would end up like this. At this moment, Coulson already hated General Ross to death in his heart. The streets were still burning with green flames, causing the cold temperature in the surroundings to become hot. You lost, Death God. Hashwalth stood in the sky and looked down at Toshiro Hitsugaya, who was in a sorry state, and said calmly, how much power can your ice and snow Zanpakutou play in this high temperature? The Quincy is really tricky. Toshiro Hitsugaya looked helpless and sighed, in this kind of environment, my Zanpakutou will indeed be affected. True. The biggest weakness of the ice and snow type Zanpakutou was that under the hot temperature, the power would be weakened a lot, and it might even become unusable. This was indeed his weakness. And Hashwalth was aiming for this point. By increasing the concentration of reishi, detonating reishi flame to increase the temperature to restrict his Zanpakutou. But Toshiro Hitsugaya slowly got up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Do you think that such a degree of flame can affect my Hyorinmaru? You are too naive. Could it be? Hashwalth's pupils shrank, and his calm look changed a little. This is the modern world, you should have no permission. Sorry to disappoint you. At this time, Lod suddenly shouted, just now, I have received permission to allow Captain Level to use Bankai in the modern world. Dong. Toshiro Hitsugaya took a step, the feathers on his body moved without wind, the green eyes under the silver-white hair, brewing a chill that chilled to the bone. Bankai. Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Chapter 60, Ryasenka. The clouds were low and the wind was blowing. Toshiro Hitsugaya raised his sword and pointed to the sky. Silver-white hair was dancing, and the white feathers were fluttering in the wind. The amazing cold air formed a white airflow around him, and the water vapor condensed into an ice dragon, circling and covering his figure. Rumble. The thick black clouds covered the sky, and there were flashes of lightning and thunder faintly visible. An extremely heavy sense of oppression filled the world, and then a chill spread out, causing the temperature within a radius of hundreds of meters to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hoochie. 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 Everyone nearby simultaneously felt a sense of oppression. This feeling was like being locked in a sealed space. Even breathing became a lot more difficult. Every time, he had to use all his strength to absorb even a little oxygen. Beep. 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 The helicopter that had been floating in the air suddenly shook violently, issuing a shrill alarm. General. The soldier driving the helicopter shouted in horror, the temperature is too low. Our propeller is going to be frozen. The military-armed helicopter was closer to the black cloud. At this time, the temperature was low to the limit, causing the steel wings to freeze. They could fall at any time. Damn it. General Ross cursed angrily. He didn't understand why their helicopter would be frozen into ice in the next second even though it was still summer. General. The pilot tried to control the bumpy plane and urged loudly, the temperature is close to minus 100 degrees Celsius. We can't float in the air. We have to land quickly. Minus 100 degrees Celsius, what kind of concept was this? Currently, it was known that the coldest Antarctic was only at minus 89 degrees Celsius, but the temperature on this street had already broken the world record. In this extremely cold weather, even the air currents that were exhaled would be frozen. F***CK. General Ross punched the door and shouted, what happened here? Can anyone tell me? Why did the temperature suddenly drop so much? It's snowing. A soldier sitting next to Ross looked at the snowy sky outside and shouted in shock, General, look. It's snowing outside. What? Ross turned to look out the window. His mind suddenly went blank and he could not say anything. In the black cloud, crystal clear snowflakes floated down. It was as if winter had arrived early, causing the temperature of the entire street and even nearby to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oh, my God. Seeing this scene, Carlson stood rooted to the ground as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe his eyes. It was summer. It was the hottest season of the entire United States. How could it snow? Although Carlson could not believe his eyes, it was indeed snowing right now. This. Did he do this? Carlson couldn't help but take a step back. His heart was full of shock, and he stuttered, but, it's summer now. So what? There was a sudden confidence and pride on Laud's face. He said, this is Captain. This is his Bankai. He has the powerful strength to rule the sky. Gulp. Carlson swallowed his saliva and had a clearer understanding of Death God's strength. Who? When the circling ice dragon rose and the white cold air dissipated, the figure inside was revealed. At this time, Toshiro Hitsugaya's image has changed greatly, and his whole body is covered by the armor condensed by ice. Sword in his right arm turned into the dragon head holding the Hyorinmaru, and his left arm and feet also turned into dragon claws. Two huge and crystal clear ice dragon wings spread from the back, and there was an ice dragon tail dancing behind him. The most eye-catching thing was that behind Toshiro Hitsugaya's head, there were 12 purple ice flowers floating in the air. Daiguren. Hyorinmaru. Toshiro Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes, his lips slightly opened and spat out a white cold air, coldly said, Hashwolf, are you ready? Use Bankai in this kind of place. Hashwolf's eyes flashed a trace of ridicule, he pursed his lips and said, you are still the same as before, a group of cold-blooded killers, as long as you can achieve the goal, any sacrifice doesn't matter. You spat out too much nonsense. Hashwolf. Toshiro Hitsugaya's eyes were cold, and the dragon head condensed from ice held his Zanpakutou, Hyorinmaru in its mouth, ice dragon spinning tail. Roar. A huge ice dragon with a diameter of 100 meters suddenly broke out of sword's blade. Umph. Hashwolf sneered and raised his hand to break the sin. He roared, Skrift, the one that pierces everything. Boom. Wherever the blue spirit beam passed, whether it was the ice dragon or the building in front of them, they were all instantly pierced through. But this kind of straight-line attack was easily dodged by Toshiro Hitsugaya. Shuinpa. Unknowingly, Toshiro Hitsugaya took the opportunity to get close to him, and then waved the Hyorinmaru and slashed forward, leading the dragon to turn back and turn its tail. Clang. The spear and the sword clashed, creating intense sparks. It was just a simple wave of sword, but the power was far greater than before. Feeling this extraordinary power, Hashwolf's expression changed a little. My Zanpakutou. It is not so simple to block. Toshiro Hitsagaya's eyes changed, the strength of sword's blade suddenly increased several times, and with the cold air rushing out. Gently waving sword, but with the power of Bankai, the power is more than several times stronger. Hyorinmaru forcibly shook off the sinner, and then with an unstoppable posture, cut a deep blood mark on Hashwalth's chest. Feeling the fatal cold attack, Hashwalth immediately retreated 100 meters, but he still had to be frozen by the cold air rushing out. Lod estimated that it was about time, and spiritual power had used up a lot of energy, so he winked at Toshiro Hitsugaya, indicating that this play could be over. Toshiro Hitsugaya nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and then shook the wings on his back, and his figure rushed like a meteor. Ryūsenka. Sacred arrow. Boom. The moment the large-scale sacred destructive arrow collided with sword, the bone-piercing chill compressed to the critical point, and then suddenly burst out, stirring up a fierce airflow, forming a terrifying shock wave. The cold air that burst out swept the entire world in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even time seemed to be suspended. The next second, along with the howling wind, hail was flying across the sky and the earth fiercely. The cold wind let out a shrill roar, and a copious amount of energy exploded. Boom. A deep blue ice sculpture formed after it shot out like a fountain, freezing Hashwalth completely. It was not just him. On the entire street within 100 meters, whether it was water pipes, ironware, buildings, ruins, etc., all matter that existed in form were frozen into ice sculptures, emitting crystal clear light. Hashwalth, it's over. Toshiro Hitsugaya stopped and turned back, looking at Hashwalth who had been frozen, and spat out a white cold air. Is it? Hashwalth, who had been frozen, suddenly smiled and revealed a strange smile. Captain, why don't you look at your feet? My feet. Toshiro Hitsugaya was slightly stunned, and then looked at his feet. 5 silver short swords inserted into the ground, at the angle of the 5-pointed star, divided in 5 directions, and surrounded Toshiro Hitsugaya in the formation. Where is the formation array? Toshiro Hitsugaya suddenly had an ominous premonition. When did you use it? This is called the breaking light array. Hashwalth said in the ice, I buried it in this place when you first started the Shirkai. I didn't expect it to be useful. The high concentration reishi condensed by the Quincy, the formation created by rearranging the soul power, its power is several times stronger than the concentrated flame of reishi. Goodbye, young captain. Boom. Chapter 61, The End of Battle. Boom. The intense explosion caused by the high concentration reishi turned into a towering giant light, and like a sharp sword, it ruthlessly pierced through the thick black clouds that covered the sky. Then the strong wind rose again and swept past with a destructive force, lifting the ruins that had already collapsed into the sky. The thick layer of ice was blown up by the impact of the spiritual power caused by the breaking light array. Although Hashwalth, who was frozen in the ice, was free, half of his body had lost consciousness and showed a strange blue and purple color. It was the sign of serious frostbite. But Toshiro Hitsugaya was not good. Being in the center of the light-breaking array, bearing the violent high-concentration reishi explosion impact, almost no less than the impact of several missiles from the front, the white feathers and the Black Death Tyrant suit became ragged in the explosion. Both sides suffered heavy losses. No one expected that Hulk and the Abomination fought on the streets of New York, and finally attracted the Quincy and Death God. The battle between the two sides erupted almost destroyed the entire street. Fortunately, when Hulk and the Abomination were fighting, Coulson contacted SHIELD in advance and began to evacuate the ordinary people. But even so, there were still a few people and some soldiers from the army. They didn't have time to evacuate and were dragged into this battle. Let's end it here, Death God. In the air, Hashwalth's face was a bit pale. He said, the next time we meet, you won't be as lucky as you are today. Wait. Hashwalth. Toshiro Hitsugaya ignored the injuries on his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, staggering to stop him. You can't go. Hashwalth stopped and turned back to look at Toshiro Hitsugaya, mocking, with your current body, do you have any extra strength to stop me? Even so. Toshiro Hitsugaya staggered to him, and his eyes were firm, for the balance of the 3 realms. I must kill you here. Ha ha ha. Hashwalth seemed to have heard a big joke. He laughed loudly and said, balance of the 3 realms. This ridiculous reason was told to you by that old bastard, right? Shut up, Hashwalth. Toshiro Hitsugaya glared at him and growled, Captain Commander is the hero who maintains the balance of the 3 realms and protects the Soul King. He will never allow such a traitor to insult him. Maintain the 3 realms and protect the Soul King. Hashwalth turned around with a cold face and said, are you referring to that old bastard? It seems that he did not tell you anything. Toshiro Hitsugaya was stunned. What do you mean by this? Hee hee. Hashwalth smiled meaningfully and said, it is just the literal meaning. He should not have told you where our Quincy came from, right? Toshiro Hitsugaya's face changed slightly, Hashwolf, what do you want to say? What I want to say is, the truth. Hashwolf's eyes were deep, and he slowly said. Really? Toshiro Hitsugai's expression changed several times in an instant, as if he thought of some bad things. Coulson, who was far away from the two, could only see the lips of the two people moving, as if they were arguing about something, and the captain was obviously very excited. The voice drifted along the wind, and Coulson could only vaguely hear some words like, Soul King, Death God, Quincy, 1,000 Years Blood War, Rebel, and so on. But because the voice was intermittent, it was impossible to connect these words together, so Coulson could not understand what it meant. However, Agent's intuition told Coulson that what they were talking about was very important. If he could hear it, it might be very useful to understand them. Just as Coulson carefully threw the small biological listening device over and listened to more secret content, he saw Hashwolf suddenly stop talking. Coulson was speechless, and he felt as if there were ants crawling in his heart. This was like someone saying that he wanted to tell you a secret, but when you went to ask him what it was, he suddenly stopped talking and asked if you were angry. The key point was that he did not dare to ask directly, afraid of being destroyed on the spot. Goodbye, Death God. Before leaving, Hashwolf suddenly turned around and gave Coulson a meaningful look. Then he picked up the abomination that was already on the verge of death and instantly disappeared. F***CK. Seeing the scene, General Ross was so angry that his whole body trembled. He cursed, this damn bandit actually stole our test subject just like that. One had to know that in the past, only the US military had robbed other people's things. When had they been reduced to being robbed? General Ross did not dare to give the order to chase. You asked him why he did not chase. Nonsense. Because he did not dare. It's finally over. Coulson stood at the end of the street, his face full of bitterness. At a glance, it was the collapsed building ruins, the burning blue flames, and the shattered ice crystals all over the place. The wailing cries for help, the roaring helicopter, the shrill siren. All kinds of voices intertwined together to depict this hellish scene, and then deeply engraved in Coulson's heart. The truth was as they were worried about. A power that was out of control would eventually lead to disaster. Death God's power was too terrifying. Just one of the captains displayed a terrifying destructive power like a natural disaster to Seireitei and the people of the world. The seemingly tyrannical Hulk and Abomination, in front of the two people just now, were as weak as humans when facing them. After Toshiro Hitsugaya came back, he just left a sentence, mission completed, I will go back to Soul Society first, then disappeared. Laud and Nemu took the opportunity to leave, leaving Coulson standing alone on the street, waiting for Seireitei to send someone to pick him up. A few days later. The follow-up handling of this battle was quickly settled. The news said that the culprit who caused this disaster was General Ross' evil human experiment. He was the one who caused this tragic tragedy, and General Ross would also apologize for this and be removed from the position of general by the Congress to quell the anger of the people. However, the news did not report anything about Hashwolf and Death God. As for the snow, the news sent out several meteorologists to explain, and even involved the airflow in the South Pacific, and so on and so forth. Finally, they managed to fool this matter. After seeing it, General Ross, who was in a bad mood, sad face. If the abomination was still in his hands, perhaps he still had some confidence to say that the Congress and the military would take the blame for him. But unfortunately, the only abomination that could keep his position was snatched away by that mysterious person. General Ross could only bear all the blame and admit that this was his own personal behavior. Looking at the haggard face of Ross in the TV, as well as the 24 hours of angry netizens repeatedly cursing, Laud, who was the culprit of all this, could not help but shed a tear at the corner of his mouth. Brother, red braised meat is ready. Wait for me. Don't steal it. Chapter 62, Imprisonment. It had been 3 days since the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. In the internet era, people's memories were always short. SHIELD was very good at this kind of thing. They released star after star information, and the attention of ordinary people was slowly directed from the New York War to these entertainment news. At the same time, SHIELD secretly mobilized his strength to find the missing Hashwolf and Abomination. But unfortunately, there was nothing. Hashwolf and the Abomination seemed to have disappeared from the world, as if they did not exist in this world at all, and there was no information about them at all. After witnessing the threat of Death God and the Quincy with his own eyes, Nick Fury used this as a reason to pay attention to the peace and officially proposed the two major plans of the Cold Winter Plan and the Avenger Alliance. In order to ensure the safety and future of humanity, SHIELD and the US needed the Avenger. When there was no way to protect Earth and humanity, the Avenger would be the last trump card of humanity. And the premise of carrying out the Avenger plan was that a qualified leader was needed. A spiritual leader with enough personality charm and an upright heart that would never yield. The Captain America Steve Rogers, the captain of the assault team during the World War II, had foiled the conspiracy plan and crushed the evil Hydra organization. It was the spiritual symbol of all the people of the United States. Nick Fury believed that no one was more suitable than Steve to be the leader of the Avenger. The high and mighty members of the council naturally would not sit idly by and watch as a huge threat like Death God appeared beside them. Therefore, they decisively approved the implementation of the plan and allocated a large amount of funds as support. What would ordinary people do when they had money? Consumption. 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 Of course, Fury was no exception. It was just that his way of spending was slightly different from the others. He liked to build secret bases. Just like how men could never understand a woman's heart, no one in this world knew how many secret bases Nick Fury had. Nick Fury called Hill over. With a bright smile on his face, he said, "Hill, go buy me a few more boxes of coffee cups." "I understand, Director." Hill nodded, showing a knowing smile. In Nick Fury's view, this could be considered embezzlement, just a reasonable use of funds. Compared to paying attention to those stupid guys, he knew better where to use the money. Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. Lod held Nemu's hand as they arrived at the underground space. In the empty underground space, Hashwalth was standing at the edge of the abyss of despair. After seeing Lod and Nemu come, he respectfully bowed his head and said, "Lord Lod, Miss Nemu, why are you here?" After the scenes of the battle cleared, soul transformation returned to its true form, Hashwalth. From now on, he would no longer be anyone but the shadow of Lod alone. Lod waved his hand and smiled gently. "No need to salute. I'll see how his progress is." To his surprise, Hashwalth suddenly knelt down on one knee with a trace of shame on his face. He said, "I am very sorry to disappoint Lord Lod's trust." The process of the transformation of Abomination was not very smooth. At that time, Lod chose to take the Abomination away. It was actually a sudden idea. Since Abyss of Despair could cultivate the neat spirit into Hollow, did it mean that he could cultivate those villains into a higher level Hollow? Abomination. A mixed product of the Green Giant Serum and Super Soldier Serum, a monster with a strong body, with hatred and anger as nourishment, there was simply no more suitable material than it. As for why not choose Hulk? Because Lod was not sure that it was Hulk from the manga plot. It was still the Hulk from the movie universe. If it was the Hulk from the movie plot, it would be fine, but if it was the Hulk from some manga plot, then the one born would be the Great Hollow of the Vasto Lord level. No. It might even become more terrifying, and Hulk would become a transcender. The scene was too beautiful, and it was unimaginable. Therefore, for the sake of safety, it was better to hate it. What's the reason? Lod was not surprised by this, because he had already expected that it would not be so easy to transform a mutant creature into Hollow. "I don't know." Hashwalth lowered his head in shame and said, "Ordinary souls will fall in 3 days at most when they enter Abyss of Despair, but the Abomination has been in there for 3 days, and there is still no sign of degeneration. There are no signs of corruption. Hashwalth, take me to see it." Lod suddenly became a little curious about the Abomination. "Yes." Hashwalth walked to the side of Abyss of Despair and opened the defensive barrier in the sky. He said, "Lord Lod, Miss Nemu, the barrier has been opened. You can come in now." In order to prevent the Abomination from suddenly rushing out of the ground, Hashwalth set up a defensive barrier above Abyss of Despair in advance, and a large sacred spirit bow was set up above, ready to fire the sacred arrow at any time. "Let's go, Nemu. Follow me to take a look." Lod smiled as he held Nemu's hand and jumped down from Abyss of Despair. "Who?" The 3 of them arrived at the bottom of Abyss of Despair. "Pa." Hashwalth snapped his fingers and lit up the reishi flame, illuminating the dark surroundings. The green light occupied the bottom of the cave and reflected the horrible body of the Abomination. Several arm-thick reishi chains extended from the surrounding walls and tied the Abomination into a big shape, hanging in the air. In addition, Lod also saw that the hands and abdomen of the Abomination were all nailed to the wall by the sharp light beam of Bakuto. And right below the Abomination was the special reishi formation set up by the Quincy, and its function was also binding. Goodness gracious. Lod almost did not recognize Abomination. If someone who did not know came over, they would probably think that this was Hado number 90. Kurohitsuji, Black Coffin. But more importantly, there were rope tying up the Abomination, and the pattern on which the rope tied it was eerily familiar. Lod saw that his face twitched and said speechlessly, "Hashwalth. Who asked you to tie it up like this?" Hashwalth ignored Nemu, who was waving desperately, and said lightly, "It was Miss Nemu's suggestion. She thinks this can prevent the loathsome evil from escaping." Nemu. Seeing the unnatural expression on Nemu's face, Lod did not know where to start. Nemu seemed to know that he had done something wrong. He looked at Lod pitifully and explained weakly, I was just afraid that he would run away. This is not what I wanted to ask. Lod really wanted to know where Nimue learned this binding method. Kill. Kill me. No one knew when the criminal woke up and shouted at them weakly, "Kill me. I beg you." Lod covered his forehead and complained weakly, "Hashwolf, what exactly did you do to him?" Hashwolf pushed the lens with one hand and said expressionlessly, "Lord Lod, I just want him to fall." "So, what did you do?" "Miss Nimue told me that pain will make people hate him, so I will give him pain every day. For example, shoot him with the sacred arrow." Lod looked at the face of the abomination and the holes all over its body. Now, he finally understood the reason why the abomination had not fallen. He was about to be beaten into a bloody PTSD, okay. Abomination. Chapter 63, Strange Ajuchas. The abomination was hopeless. At least for now, Lod had no other choice. The abomination had been completely abused into a PTSD by Hashwolf. Now, not to mention becoming hollow, even seeing Hashwolf would make him faint. The most important thing was, the mastermind behind all this was actually the 7-year-old Nimue. No matter how much Lod thought about it, he would never have thought that Nimue was such a black-bellied little loli. Even Hashwolf, who had always been cold, had been led astray by Nimue. Nimue. Lod held her forehead and sighed. "Can you tell me where you learned all these things from?" "I'm sorry, brother." Nimue grabbed the corner of Lod's clothes with her small hands and stared with her big watery eyes. She said with grievance, "But according to my memory, Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri treats those sinners like this." Lod's eyelids jumped wildly, and he was furious. It turned out that the culprit who made Nimue become like this was that old pervert. "Good for you, Kuratsuchi Mayuri. Just you wait. Don't let me summon you, or I'll blow your dog head up." "Lord Lod, what should we do now?" Hashwolf, who understood his mistake, felt ashamed and angry. This was a mission that Lod had personally given him, but he had done it in such a manner. How could he face Lod? Forget it. If it fails, then so be it. Lod sighed and said helplessly, without Hogyoku's help, even if the abomination became hollow, it would only be Jillian at most. Then how should we deal with him? Hashwolf asked again, "Do you need me to kill him?" "Well." Lod thought for a moment and shook his head. "Don't kill them yet. Just leave them here. There might be a chance." "Yes." Hashwolf responded in a deep voice. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Substitute Shinigami Badge, who had been hanging around Lod's waist, let out an ear-piercing sound. Huh. Lod picked up Substitute Shinigami Badge and saw that the golden skeleton's eyes were flashing with scarlet light. He was slightly surprised and said, "This feeling of spiritual power, there's actually hollow." Substitute Shinigami Badge was one of the earliest props given to him by the system. He could help his soul quickly leave Jigai and transform into Death God. Moreover, he could also detect the nearby hollow. He could be considered a very useful prop. However, ever since the number of times Lod went out on duty increased, with the help of Frank, Jessica, and Matt, Hollow in New York City was almost killed. Substitute Shinigami Badge rarely rang. However, he did not expect that it would actually ring today. And according to Spiritual Power's judgment, it was a big hollow. Interesting. Lod smiled and said, "I didn't expect New York City to produce a natural big hollow under such circumstances." Seeing that Lod seemed to be tempted, Hashwolf quickly walked forward and said respectfully, "Lord Lod, you don't need to do anything to Big Hollow at this level. Please leave it to me." "No need." Lod pursed his lips and said, "This Big Hollow's spiritual power is a little strange. I will go and see him personally. You and Nimue will stay at home." As soon as he finished speaking, Jigai suddenly trembled. In the next second, Lod, who was dressed in a dead tyrant outfit, appeared. He stepped on Ho-Ho and disappeared from where he was. This. Hashwolf supported Jigai, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. "Lord Lod, you left too quickly." Nimue stood on tiptoe and poked Hashwolf. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Hashwolf, you dare to betray me." Immediately, the bitterness on Hashwolf's face became more intense. Lod came to the outside of the spirit cleansing pavilion and found that the sky had darkened. New York City became brightly lit, and he took out the flashing Substitute Shinigami Badge. "Let me see, where is the Big Hollow?" Dee. The west. Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and disappeared into the sky, leaving a black mark. Hulala. The wind howled in his ears, and after running for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw his target. That hollow was about 2 meters in size. His face was covered with a white bone mask, and his abdomen was Hollow's iconic black hole. Around this hollow, there was an ominous feeling. It felt as heavy as stagnant water, but also as deep as an abyss. This size, and this kind of spiritual power. Lod narrowed his eyes and put away his contempt. He said to himself, could it be a self-evolved Ajuchas? Big Hollow's level was divided into 3 categories. The first category was Jillian, which was formed by hundreds of ordinary Hollow devouring each other and had a huge body size and low IQ. The second category was Ajuchas, which was evolved from Jillian, who had an individual consciousness. His body size was similar to that of ordinary Hollow, but he already had advanced intelligence and power that far exceeded Jillian. The third type was Vasto Lord, the highest level Hollow. Only Ajuchas who had the qualification could evolve after devouring his own kind. He had a body size close to that of a human and an extremely high IQ. And the Hollow in front of him. He had a body shape similar to a human, but judging from the spiritual power that was emitted and the mask that had not yet been broken, it should not be the big Hollow of Vasto Lord level. But even if not for Vasto Lord, an Ajuchas that evolved on its own was enough to make him feel troubled. Let's give it a try. Lod thought in his heart, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Hollow, and unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! Ikaros, Shinso. In a split second, sword's blade extended at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a dazzling cold light in the air as it stabbed towards Hollow's mask. However, that Hollow tilted his head and easily dodged Shinso. Seeing that the attack was easily dodged, come on, come on. Lod calmly raised his left hand, but the cross turned into a sinner, releasing a brilliant beam of spirit light. This time, Hollow didn't have the time to dodge and was directly hit by the Divine Sacred Annihilation arrow. Boom. The Divine Sacred Annihilation arrow seemed to have crashed into an indestructible steel wall. After leaving a shallow mark, it dissipated due to the problem of spiritual energy. What a hard skin. Lod's face changed slightly. Although the power of the sacred arrow was not strong, it was not so easy to defend against. Roar dash. The mask of Hollow cracked open and let out an ear-piercing roar, interrupting the shocked Lod. Then, Hollow raised his fist like a heavy cannon and smashed it at him with a violent wind. Blood artery. Lod's body was covered in blood-red lines. He held the sword hilt with both hands and took half a step forward. Then, he slashed down from above. Zanjutsu, break. Bang. In the instant the fist and sword collided, countless sparks shot out like stars in the night sky. The two completely different spiritual power fiercely collided with each other, and immediately, a surging airflow burst out and cracked the surrounding ground. Although the power is great, spiritual power is only at the level of ordinary Big Hollow. Feeling the power coming from the sword blade and the spiritual power that Hollow had burst out, Lod had already determined in his heart that this Hollow was not the real Ajuchas. However, what Lod felt a little strange was why this Hollow's skin was so hard. The skin that could block his Zanpakutou, and the Divine Sacred Annihilation arrow, its defense should have reached the level of He arrow, steel skin, of Arankar. Chapter 64, Shunko. Roar dash. Hollow let out an ear-splitting roar, and then the white bone mask split from his mouth, condensing the scarlet energy into a single point. The familiar scene made Lod's expression change slightly. This is Siro. This was a destructive light beam formed after spiritual power was highly concentrated. It could adjust the destructive power according to spiritual power's size. Normally, only Hollow could use this skill. Shwa. Siro suddenly broke through the air. The crimson light approached and pierced through the entire long street, bringing with it a strong destructive aura. Just like the meaning of Hollow's existence, Siro would destroy all matter in a straight line. Lod did not intend to face the big move, so he immediately left with Ho-Ho. Rumble. Siro ran through the entire street. The destructive spiritual power crushed all the objects he came into contact with, causing a heaven-shaking sound, raising a ton of dust into the sky. Lod, who dodged this blow, adjusted his body in the air. He held Shinso in front of his chest with both hands, a cold light in his eyes, and his lips moved slightly. Shinso, dancing blade. Whoosh 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 whoosh. For a time, Shinso's sword blade turned into an afterimage, and at the same time, thousands of sword blades appeared in his vision. Sword's blade shot out at a speed that was completely invisible to the naked eye. It was like a torrential rain pouring down from the sky, and it was like mercury pouring down from the ground. Countless dazzling cold lights filled the entire world in an instant. From the principle of this move, it was actually very simple. In other words, it was easy to understand, extending, shortening, such a cycle repeated over and over again. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out in succession, and Hollow's skin burst into bright sparks under Shinso's continuous stabbing like a rainstorm. From a distance, it looked like a festival firework, dazzling and resplendent, and could be said to be the most beautiful child in the night. Dong. Hollow roared and stomped on the ground. His entire body shot up like a cannonball, forcefully breaking through Sword's blade that filled the sky and throwing a punch at Lod. Lod blocked Sword, but he was forced back dozens of meters by this punch. Chi. His feet and reishi rubbed violently, and Lod left 2 white marks in the air, raising wisps of white smoke. Is it comparable to the he arrow of Arankar level? In the smoke and dust, Lod brushed the dust off his body with his hand and said helplessly, "It is indeed very hard. Well, even the dance step blade is useless. It seems that I can only use that move. How troublesome." Lod sighed and said helplessly, "If possible, I don't really want to use this move." Crack. Streaks of white lightning that were almost invisible to the naked eye suddenly jumped up and down around Lod. The surrounding spiritual power also slowly climbed up, like boiling magma that was about to erupt, filled with a scorching and intense aura. Roar. That hollow lowered his body, his scarlet pupils slightly trembling. It was as if he had received a fatal threat from Lod, and he continuously let out waves of uneasy low roars. "Be good, don't be nervous." The corners of Lod's lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. "It will end very soon. It doesn't hurt at all." Shunko. Crackling. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder rang out. The terrifying white lightning was like a burning flame, wrapping around Lod's entire body. The clothes of the tyrant's suit were directly shattered by the lightning, revealing his strong muscles. The nearby ground was also split apart inch by inch under this terrifying spiritual power, as if it had been shoveled by a bulldozer. Countless pieces of gravel were thrown into the air and then crushed by the jumping white lightning. There was a hint of helplessness in Lod's expression. "I knew it. The style of clothing explosion is not very compatible with me." Shunko, a battle move that combines Kido and Hakuta. The user's back and shoulder would be wrapped up by the highly concentrated Kido, and they would fight through the combination of explosive Kido and his own limbs. In other words, this thing was the same concept as the explosive gas in the Fist Emperor, which could increase all attributes in a short period of time. But there was a serious flaw. The clothes on his back and shoulders would be blown up by Kido after he used the Shunko, which was similar to the effect of the explosive clothes. However, it was well known. Only the pretty girl broken clothes was worthy of everyone's admiration. Apart from the fencing maniac, no one would like to watch a man's performance. Therefore, Lod doesn't like Shunko. He rarely uses this move. If not for today's helplessness, he would never use this move. In fact, there is another way to not burst clothes. In the original work, Yoruichi and Soifan's exclusive suit can effectively avoid the embarrassing situation of the clothes being blown up by Kido. Only. This special attire was a pair of shoulder straps with a deep V exposed back. He would rather die than wear that kind of attire. Moreover, he had reason to suspect that the long-term guarantor brought private goods with him, publicly selling benefits to fans. Back to the main topic. Apart from the small drawback of the clothing explosion, the power of the Shunko was quite sure. Fortunately, there is no one nearby. Lightning flashed in Lod's eyes. Spiritual power appeared a few feet away from the surface of his body and turned into a violent white lightning. "This form doesn't match my image, so I can only ask you to die quickly." Boom. Lod, who was wrapped in white lightning, instantly disappeared from where he stood. The solid cement road suddenly collapsed, leaving a deep footprint. The surroundings were covered in dense cracks, spreading out like a spider web. The next second, Lod appeared in front of Hollow without warning. Lod took half a step forward. The terrifying force caused half of his calf to sink deeply into the ground. Then, his spine rose like a high-spirited dragon. He pushed all the strength in his body to his right arm. Then, he clenched his fist and punched directly. Roar. Hollow roared and also punched at Lod. Boom. The moment the two fists collided, the surrounding space violently shook. Numerous white electric arcs jumped in the space, emitting a violent and destructive aura. The highly compressed strength of Kido was condensed into a single point on his fist, and then it instantly exploded. The strength of this punch had completely exceeded the defense limit of the He arrow, and it instantly exploded at Hollow. His body was like a balloon that had been blown up, turning into broken limbs and flesh that splashed in the air. Acquired, medium soul *1. Phew. It's over. Lod opened his mouth and spat out a turbid air. The white lightning wrapped around his body was also slowly dissipating. Just like the name, Shunko, the end of the battle was only an instant. It had to be said that instant coaxing was indeed a very powerful move. The combat technique that Kido combined with White Strike, the explosive power was almost comparable to a small bankai. But to perfectly control instant coaxing, he was currently unable to do it. Because after the high concentration compression, Kido was extremely difficult to control. It was like dancing on the tip of a needle. The slightest mistake could cause a backlash and be seriously injured by his own Kido, so he had to be extremely careful when using it. And besides that, in a high-speed battle in Shunko mode, it would inevitably cause damage to the body, such as muscle or ligament being torn apart and so on. I have to trouble Nimue again. Help me make a new set of clothes. Lod looked at his naked upper body and could not help but feel a headache. Every time he used shunko, his clothes would be torn, which made him love and hate it. Chapter 65, Mysterious Spear Tip. Forget it. Let's go back. Lod rubbed his hair, looking a little tired. This was because after using shunko, it would cause muscle tissue tearing, and the mental fatigue effect brought by spiritual power after a large consumption. Clang. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered a long strip-shaped metal object falling from Hollow's exploded body, making a crisp sound as it fell to the ground. What is this thing? Lod immediately felt a surge of curiosity. Logically speaking, after Hollow was killed, he would not lose anything. However, this Hollow had actually explosive equipment. This was simply unheard of. Walking closer, Lod picked up the long strip item from the ground. This was a standard European-style spear point. The material was made of yellow copper, and the outside was wrapped in a tough leather armor set. There were also golden threads wrapped around the leather to prevent the spearhead from falling off. Spearhead. Lod frowned and could not help but be puzzled. Why would a spearhead explode out of Hollow's body? Although he did not understand the reason for the time being, his intuition told him that the origin of this spearhead was not simple, and it was very likely to have a lot to do with Hollow. After pulling out the cowhide holster wrapped outside, the full appearance of this spearhead was also presented in front of Lod. This was a brass spearhead. From the slight scratches on it and the simple texture, it should be a historical artifact that had been around for a long time. The spearhead was flat and slender, and the middle part was hollowed out. There were complicated patterns carved on the surface, and the shape was more inclined to the tip of the spear. If one looked closer, Lod could still vaguely see that there was still a trace of dark red blood that had dried up and solidified at the two sharp ends of the spear. Lod stared at the tip of the spear. His eyes suddenly became blurred, and he said in a low and hoarse voice as if he was hypnotized, "Los Angeles. I want to go to Los Angeles." Suddenly, Zanpakutou, who was born with Death God, sensed that something was wrong with Lod and immediately let out a soft groan. As Zanpakutou's spiritual power rushed into his mind, Lod's mind suddenly woke up. There is something wrong with this damn thing. Lod bit her lips and concentrated, forcing herself to stay awake. Los Angeles. Bring it to Los Angeles. I will grant you eternal life. A faint, seductive, evil growl of Hollow echoed in Lod's mind. The voice seemed to be telling him that his mission was to send the spearhead to Los Angeles. Over and over again, over and over again. This feeling was like listening to tens of thousands of monks chanting scriptures in a temple. It made Lod feel a splitting headache and threw the strange spearhead away. Clang. The spearhead rubbed against the ground and slid out more than 10 meters. At the same time, the sound also disappeared from Lod's mind. Who? Lod immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pain on his face also faded. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. What a dangerous thing. I almost fell for it. If not for Zanpakutou's reminder just now, it would have been very difficult for him to break free from that strange state. There is indeed something strange. Lod's gaze gradually turned serious as he stared at the spearhead that was lying on the ground. Where did this damn thing come from? It can actually affect Death God's soul. One had to know that he was now the fourth-seated officer-level Death God, but he was still unable to escape the situation of being controlled just now. One could imagine how terrifying this spear was. Lod frowned. He silently thought about how to deal with the spear. He couldn't let it go. The key question was, how could he take away the spearhead? He had already experienced the result of directly touching it. He didn't want to experience the feeling of the brain chanting again, so he decisively gave up. Then the only way left was to seal it. Kido, who used a high-level curse technique, sealed this gun, and then put it into the cowhide set before taking it away. The theory exists, and the practice begins. Meow. Before Lod could use Kido to seal the spear, he saw a stray cat crawl out from the side, and then with a swift speed, it pounced towards the spear. Lod's expression changed slightly. He thought of all the results, and even the failure of the seal, but he had never expected that such a scene would happen. After the stray cat picked up the spear, his eyes suddenly became as red as blood, and then his back arched, and he let out a miserable scream. Meow dash. Amidst the shrill cries of the cat, Lod watched with his own eyes as the soul of the stray cat was forcefully ejected from its body. Immediately after, something happened that opened Lod's eyes. The soul of the stray cat suddenly exploded, and then at a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly reassembled under the effect of cage spirit, becoming a beast that resembled a lion-tiger. Moreover, there was a black hole in its chest. White viscous matter appeared out of thin air, forming a bone mask on its face. The entire process from falling to recombining was extremely fast, so fast that before he could even react, a complete hollow was already born in front of his eyes. What the F***ck? The corner of Lod's eyes twitched as he subconsciously cursed. What the hell is this? Hollow, who was created by a strange spearhead, had actually fallen so quickly. This speed was much more efficient than his abyss of despair. Roar. When Hollow, who had transformed from a cat, saw Lod, a trace of human-like fear flashed through his scarlet eyes. Obviously, it had inherited the memory of the previous host and knew that it was no match for Lod. So, Hollow turned around and ran without any intention of stopping. Interesting, really interesting. Lod revealed a playful smile. You actually chose to run away the moment you saw me. Is it because you have intelligence or because you are under the control of that spear? No matter what the conclusion was, he was not going to let go of the gun. A prop that could quickly make Hollow, no matter what, he had to get it. Shwa. Lod stepped on Ho-Ho and chased after him. He aimed at Hollow with his left hand and pulled the trigger. Boom. The divine annihilating arrow formed from spiritual droplets broke through the air, but after hitting Hollow's right leg, it only left a shallow mark, unable to pierce through it. Is it he arrow again? Seeing this, Lod seemed to have gained some understanding. It seemed that the previous Hollow, who could defend against him, was not because of the steel skin of the he arrow, but because of the mysterious spearhead buried in its body. That spearhead seemed to be able to grant the wielder an indestructible skin, as well as pure and powerful physical strength. So, while Lod was still in a daze, that Hollow instantly fled several hundred meters away, instantly pulling apart the distance between them. That Hollow seemed to have undergone some sort of strengthening. With Lod's current LV.4 Ho-Ho, it seemed like it was impossible for him to catch up to it. Whoosh 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 whoosh. After several consecutive jumps, that one disappeared into the night. Seeing this, Lod could only stop and look at the place where Hollow disappeared. He chuckled and said, "It's getting more and more interesting. Los Angeles." It seemed that it was necessary to make a trip there. Chapter 66, Guidance of the Goddess of Fate. That's right. That holster. Lod's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered something. Although the mysterious spearhead had been taken away by Hollow, the holster that had been used to wrap it was still there. Moreover, he carefully recalled it. Just now, when he took the spearhead, he did not seem to be affected by the unknown sound, but when he took the spearhead out of the holster, the evil growl appeared in his mind. In other words, the holster might have some kind of sealing effect. Lod turned around and used Ho-Ho. When he returned to the place just now, he saw the old cowhide holster quietly lying on the ground. Huh. After Lod picked up the holster, he saw that there seemed to be a shallow line of marks on it. That line of marks was very shallow, and because it was too old, this bullskin holster had already been severely worn down. So if one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to be discovered. He wiped away the dust on the holster with his hand, and then used the moonlight to carefully observe it. These marks seemed to be words. Lod frowned slightly. He sensed that this matter might not be as simple as he had imagined. The marks carved on the holster were actually made up of strange patterns. The shape was a bit similar to cuneiform words, but it was not completely. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Lod was confused. He was not an expert in studying ancient words. How could he know the meaning of these words? Although he did not know the meaning of these words, he was sure of one thing. The holster did have the power to seal the spearhead. When he touched these ancient characters and patterns, he could still feel a trace of power on it. Things are getting more and more interesting. Lod put away the holster and said, "Let's go back and let Nemu check what these words are." Spirit Cleansing Pavilion. After returning and seeing Lod's naked upper body, Nemu and Hashwaltha's reactions were different. "Brother." Nemu pouted angrily and put his hands on his waist. He said fiercely, "Did you use Shunko again? I told you that with your current body, you can't use that move." Hashwalth, on the other hand, had a worried look on his face and asked, "Lord Lod, are you all right?" I'm fine, I'm fine." Lod waved his hand, indicating that he was fine so that they could rest assured. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's a little tricky, so I can only use Shunko." Humph. Nemu turned his head and said with great dissatisfaction, "Next time, I won't make it for you." In this regard, Lod could only apologize to Nemu with a wry smile. All the remade Death Tyrant equipment was completed by Nemu alone. Not only did it change the original style, but it also added some abilities such as Kaido and Kido. It was already a special equipment. Hashwalth came out to smooth things over and said, "Miss Nemu, don't make it difficult for Lord Lod. Let's ask what happened." Sure enough, as soon as this matter was mentioned, Nemu's attention was instantly shifted. "Nice. Hashwalth." Lod secretly gave them a thumbs up, then told the two of them about what had just happened. He handed the gun holster to Nemu and said, "Nemu, help me find out what kind of text is written on it." Among the three people present, only Nemu had been with the famous big shot of black technology. Southwest Lod could only place the hope of deciphering the text on her. "Leave it to me, brother." Nemu took the gun holster with confidence. Then, she slipped into his room. Brother. Nemu rubbed his dark circles while holding a thick book. He said weakly, I found the source of the text. When Lod heard this news, he was overjoyed and said, Great, which text is it? Look, brother. Nemu spread out the book, then pointed to a paragraph of words on it and said, These words should belong to the Semitic language family, which is very similar to ancient Hebrew, but they are different. So ancient. After hearing this, Lod was slightly surprised and said with a click of his tongue, Then can you translate it? No, brother. Nemu shook his head regretfully and said in distress, If it's just Hebrew, I can translate it, but these words are different. In terms of structure, although they are very similar to Hebrew, and both of them are of the same element, the font has changed shape, and there is no way to decipher them. Spearhead, the element of the word. What is the connection between the two? Lod showed a thoughtful expression. And such an ancient language system has been at least 2,000 years ago. Why is it on a holster? Right at this moment. The bell outside the door suddenly rang, and a letter was suddenly stuffed in through the crack in the door. Lod frowned slightly, then walked over and pushed the door open. However, after looking around, he did not find anyone. There was only a black letter lying quietly at his feet. A letter. Lod picked up the black letter and saw that it was sealed with wax, but there was no sign of the sender or recipient. After opening the black letter, there was a yellowing letter with only 7 words written on it. Come quickly, Los Angeles, help. Los Angeles again. Lod was a little surprised. The content of the letter actually pointed to Los Angeles. It was as if a goddess of fate had secretly plucked the strings in her hands, pushing the invisible power around her to lead all the clues there, forcing him to go to Los Angeles. This feeling was very bad. Humph. A cold glint flashed across Lod's eyes as he clenched the letter in his hand. He really did not like the feeling of being controlled by others. Brother, are you going? Nemu also saw the contents of the letter and asked in a low voice. Go, why not go? Lod narrowed his eyes and sneered, Since someone has specially invited me, of course I have to go and take a look. As the saying goes, whether it is a blessing or not, it is a disaster that can't be avoided. Since fate wanted him to go to Los Angeles by all means, he might as well go there and see who was behind this. When Nemu, who had been staying in New York all this time, heard that he was going to another city, how could he hold back his excitement? I want to go too. Nemu stared at him with his big, dark eyes, revealing a pitiful expression. Brother, can you take me with you? Lord Lod. Hashwalth came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. When he heard that Lod was going to Los Angeles, he immediately asked, Please allow me to go with you. Lod thought for a moment, then made a decision. He said, Hashwalth stays here. Nemu will go to Los Angeles with me. Hearing this, Hashwalth was a little unwilling. He opened his mouth and said, But. No buts. Lod understood his intentions, but he still raised his hand to stop Hashwalth and said, The Sternritter still need you, so this time, Nemu and I will go. Seeing that Lod had made up his mind, Hashwalth could only give up and sigh, I understand, Lord Lod. Chapter 67, Constantine. The next day. After changing Jigai, Lod and Nemu forged 2 fake certificates. They avoided SHIELD's all-pervasive surveillance and boarded the plane to Los Angeles. They did this not because they were afraid of SHIELD, but to avoid some unnecessary trouble. It would take about 6 hours to go from New York International Airport to Los Angeles International Airport. Fortunately, Lod and Nemu had booked the first-class cabin. They only needed to lie in the chair and sleep. After 6 hours of flight, they finally arrived in Los Angeles. It was close to night, and the sun had already set. But even so, the city was still brightly lit and filled with tall buildings. This was the second largest international city, second only to New York. It was located in the southwest area of California in the United States. People affectionately called it the City of Angels. It was one of the top entertainment centers in the world. Hollywood was located here. However, their purpose of this trip was not to travel, but to meet. Brother. Nemu held Lod's hand and asked curiously, We are already in Los Angeles. Where are we going next? Follow it. Lod took out the yellow and wrinkled letter and said lightly, It will take us there. Since they came to Los Angeles, there was a vague feeling on the letter paper, as if it were for guiding them to a place in Los Angeles. Following the direction of the envelope, Lod and Nemu walked for a long time before finally arriving at the entrance of a bar. Midnight. When Lod looked up and saw the name of the bar, he suddenly felt as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not remember where. Brother, Nemu tugged at Lod's sleeve and said in a low voice, There is a spiritual energy fluctuation outside this bar. It can disrupt the vision of ordinary people and make them unconsciously ignore its existence. Oh. Lod raised his eyebrows and gathered the spiritual energy in his eyes. He found that it was indeed as Nemu said. There was a layer of invisible power around the bar, which allowed the ordinary people passing by to unconsciously ignore the bar and achieve a secret effect. However, the degree of elimination was not high. As long as there was a little bit of spiritual power, they could see it. It seems that we found the right place. Lod took out the letter. The feeling on it was very intense. Obviously, the destination was this bar. Let's go in and see who is inviting us. I hope this bar does not abide by the laws of the United States. Otherwise, with Nemu's appearance of 6 or 7 years old, it was impossible to let them in. If it were for serious, they might even call the police. The two stepped into the bar and walked down the stairs. The lights in the bar were bright red, shining on the surrounding walls and stairs like a blood road to hell. After Lod led Nemu down the stairs, he saw a 2-meter-tall tattooed man blocking the door. The men sized them up, but did not show any contempt. Instead, he took out a card, facing the back of the card, and then asked, "Tell me, what is drawn on the card?" It was a kind of psychic card, used to test if it had spiritual power. If it were for someone with spiritual power, they could see the back of the card at a glance and know the contents of the portrait on the front of the card, but if they didn't have spiritual power, they could only see the back of the card. Lod glanced at it and then said lightly, "Windcoat rabbit." Correct answer. The big man turned sideways to make way for him, indicating that he could go in. Lod held Nemu's hand and continued to walk in. After passing through a long and narrow aisle, they arrived at the interior of the bar called Midnight. After entering, they found out. The walls and ceiling of the entire bar were filled with red light bulbs of all sizes. Under the illumination of this bright red light, the atmosphere seemed a little strange. 1. The envelope in his arms was trembling, as if he could not wait to guide them somewhere in the bar. Lod picked up Nemu and then shuttled through the crowd of people in the bar, heading towards the place the envelope pointed to. "Brother, they are looking at us." Nemu shrank into Lod's arms and said with some fear, "Their eyes are very strange." "Yes, I know." Lod hugged Nemu tightly in his arms and said lightly, "Don't be afraid. I am here." These people's eyes had been wandering around them since they entered the bar. There were even a few people who looked at them with malicious eyes. And there was one thing that was very strange. The color of their eyes was blood red and pure gold, which gave Lod a feeling that they were not human. Unfortunately, although he had the power to kill souls, he could not directly see through the essence of the souls. Therefore, before these creatures revealed their original forms, Lod could not judge what they were. "Brother." Nemu suddenly pointed in a direction and asked curiously with wide eyes, what are they doing?" Lod looked in the direction that Nemu pointed and his mouth twitched. 2 muscular men were naked and fighting with swords in the corner. Cough. Cough. Lod coughed lightly and quickly covered Nemu's eyes with his hands. He reprimanded, "Children should not look at such things. They will grow chicken eyes in the future." "Oh." Nemu obediently closed his eyes. The underground space of the bar was very large. Lod walked for 5 or 6 minutes with Nemu in his arms. When he arrived at the front desk, he suddenly felt the vibration of the envelope in his arms become more intense. "It's here." Lod glanced at the front desk of the bar and found that there was only one person sitting there. The man was wearing a khaki-long trench coat. He had a head of messy blonde hair. The stubble on his face had not been trimmed for a long time. He held a glass of wine in his left hand and a cigarette in his right hand. He looked like a decadent uncle. "It seems that he is the one who invited us," Lod thought in his heart. Then he sat next to the man and said to the waiter at the bar, "A glass of white water with ice and a glass of orange juice." "Thank you." The waiter looked at Lod with a speechless face. He thought to himself, "Drink some white water and orange juice. Are you here to tease me?" There was a saying that opened the door to do business, and the guest was God. No matter how unhappy he was, he still followed Lod's request and handed over a cup of white water with ice and a cup of orange juice. Lod took out the letter and handed it to the decadent uncle next to him. He said lightly, "You sent this letter to me, didn't you?" "What?" The dispirited uncle's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "This is impossible. It should have been sent to hell. Why is it in your hands?" Lod thought for a moment and then said, "Maybe I have something to do with hell, so can you explain what is going on?" Who knew? As soon as he finished this sentence, the decadent uncle's eyes lit up, as if he had seen some rare treasure. This feeling. It was as if someone was staring at him, making Lod feel uncomfortable all over. "Oh, thank God." The decadent uncle showed a warm smile and reached out to Lod. "My dear friend, I am very happy to see you. My name is John Constantine." Lod, Sigma, degree. Who was the one who had run off to the wrong set? Why would this scum appear in Marvel? Chapter 68, Worst Scum in History. Lod held his forehead with one hand. He only wanted to be quiet now. He finally remembered that the spearhead should be the famous lance of Longinus, the legendary god-killing spear that pierced Jesus' chest. No wonder. He had a familiar feeling. They were in cahoots again. John Constantine, the famous Sherlock of Hell. It is estimated that in the eyes of many people, Constantine's image is directly linked to Keanu Reeves. John Constantine, played by Keanu Reeves in the movie Constantine, is a handsome exorcist who is sentimental and righteous, whose appearance breaks through the sky and makes women unable to close their legs. However, the ideal was beautiful and the reality was cruel. The blonde uncle who sat next to Laud and squeezed out a full face full of wrinkles was not the kind of Constantine like Keanu. Laud can tell you with certainty that if you really act according to the original version, let alone if Keanu agrees or not, even if you shoot it, it will be difficult to pass the trial with the review system of the United States. It was a real R-18 forbidden film. What was the real Constantine? John Constantine. People give him the nickname. An exorcist who smokes, drinks and sells his teammates, prostitutes and gambles, cheats, deceives and commits all kinds of crimes, and is a rummus exorcist on weekdays. It was worth mentioning that Constantine had a broad sexual orientation, including but not limited to humans. Other than that, Constantine was a powerful mage. His ancestor was of the lineage of the magic clan, and could be traced back to the time of King Arthur and Merlin. He had wandered around the world and searched for some lost magic books. But Constantine was not an upright person. He was the darkest anti-hero in the entire history of DC and even the entire history of American. He did not care and did not distinguish between good and evil. Whether it was angels, demons, or human friends, they were just resources that could be used, chess pieces that were carefully selected to complete the goal. On the entire chessboard, other than the king himself, everyone else could be easily abandoned. He could make an innocent little girl fall to hell in order to exorcise the devil. He could hurt his niece's feelings in order to exorcise the devil and let her be completely crushed in the end. He could betray, sacrifice, and sacrifice his teammates without hesitation in order to exorcise demons. This was John Constantine. A true god of hell wandering between hell and heaven alone, playing with angels and demons. Hey, friend, what's wrong with you? Seeing Laud's hopeless expression, Constance moved his butt over and asked with concern, have you just come to the human world and haven't adapted yet? Do you feel uncomfortable? Hee hee. Laud sneered and said, the word friend coming out of your mouth really makes people feel a bit ironic. Does Constantine have a friend? Definitely, and this guy's connections are quite wide. It can be said to be the modern version of Song Jiang. He was able to live to this day, crazily probing around the edge of hell and heaven, thanks to his friends who were forced to sacrifice by him. You want to be friends with Constantine? The premise is to first consider how many lives you have and how many lives you have. Even 47 angels are not enough to cheat you. Misunderstanding, it is definitely a misunderstanding. Constantine's expression did not change. He said righteously, these are all the stories made up by the damned demon to slander me. Everyone knows my character. Ha ha ha. The waiter at the bar could not help but laugh. Constantine's character was good. This was one of the funniest jokes he had ever heard in his life. However, Constantine did not care. All these years, his skin had been as thick as a city wall. How could he care about the ridicule of others? In order to please Laud, Constantine did his best to continue bragging about how good his character was and even told him about his glorious deeds of sacrificing his own life for his friend. However, given the reputation of scum, Laud believed that the deeds of him sticking his friends into sword might be true. Stop. I know your character. You don't have to explain. Laud was too lazy to argue with him about this. He waved his hand to stop Constance, who was still boasting, and asked, I just want to ask you, what is the matter with this letter? When it came to business, Constantine was relatively normal. He said, this is a soul contract sent to hell. Soul contract. The corner of Laud's eyes twitched slightly. Looking at the letter, he suddenly had a bad feeling. That's right. To put it simply, I mortgaged my soul to the demon, but he helped me do things. Constantine calmly raised his glass and took a sip. His tone and expression were calm, as if he didn't care about pawning his soul to the demon at all. However, everyone who was familiar with him knew that this was not the first time Constance had done this. The matter of pawning the soul was like throwing away one's moral integrity. There was a second time when there was a first time, and after more times, one would get used to it. Because he had offended too many people, there were countless demons in hell, hoping that this bastard would quickly die and then torture his soul forever in hell. Although the demon had been deceived by him again and again, the reason why he was still willing to make a contract with him was that this bastard's soul was very popular in hell. It was fine to be cheated once or twice, but what if that time could kill him? It was precisely because of this thought that the demon was repeatedly toyed with by Constantine. Even the famous 3 devil kings of hell were once deceived by Constance, and then almost fought because of his soul belonging. It always made people love but cannot be. Perhaps this was scum. Laud rubbed his aching eyebrows and asked, since you said that this is a contract, then what about the contents of the contract? He used magic to hide it. At this time, the waiter at the bar suddenly interrupted. This is Constantine's usual trick. There are often some careless demons who are deceived by his little trick. You are not the first one. Constantine laughed dryly, then snapped his fingers. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and at the same time, the yellowing letter on the table suddenly began to burn, and words began to appear one after another. These words were concealed with black magic, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation at all. Or it could be said that it was very difficult to detect. That was why Laud hadn't noticed it before, and he had taken Constantine's trick to heart. So you mean, I was forced to sign this contract with you, right? Laud's eyes gradually turned cold. He hated the feeling of being schemed against. A cold killing intent seemed to be material and enveloped Constantine. His stash. Constantine suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Then, he saw that the bar and the surroundings were covered in frost. He was immediately shocked. Wait, calm down. This is the neutral area. Constantine, you have 3 words to convince me. The killing intent in Laud's eyes boiled, and the cold air became thicker and thicker. There were even signs of it spreading to the entire bar. Otherwise, you will die here. Constantine was really powerful. He could even deceive angels and demons, but he did not know one thing. That is, Laud does not belong to hell. The contract he signed with Laud is basically useless. How can a devil that does not belong to hell be suppressed by the rules of hell? This was a fact that not even Constantine knows. Chapter 69, God's Proverb. Are you crazy? Constantine's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief, you signed a contract with me. If you kill me, you will die too. The first sentence. Laud picked up the ice water and drank it in one gulp. Then he said indifferently, you have 2 more words, Constantine. Constantine's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart unconsciously jumped. He was serious. If he could not be convinced in 3 sentences, Constantine had no doubt that this person would kill him. Gulp. Constance subconsciously swallowed his saliva, his mind was a mess. All demons were born in hell, and because of this, they would be restrained by the rules of hell, which was the so-called contract. Even existences as strong as the 3 demon kings of hell could not avoid the restriction of the contract on them, and this was the most important condition he had been relying on to test and play with demons and angels for a long time. But now, Constantine's face was pale, and cold sweat flowed down. He seemed to have played it off this time. The rules of hell were absolute. Even a devil king like Satan was unable to contend against it, unless this man was not a hell creature at all, so he was not restrained by the rules of hell. But if he was not a hell creature, then why was he subjected to the contract that was sent to hell? One mystery after another filled Constantine's mind. Friend. This is the neutral zone. Constantine thought quickly in his mind, and then tried to use this to make Laud stop. There are angels and demons everywhere here. Are you sure you want to fight here? Laud's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was like a piece of ice that had not melted for thousands of years. He said indifferently, it's just a group of mixed blood. Do you care about their identities before you step on a group of ants? If they were real angels and demons, Laud would not be so arrogant. But mixed blood. To put it nicely, they were mixed blood angels and demons. To put it bluntly, they were just a group of bastards. There was only one reason for this kind of mixed blood to be born, and that was to replace the angels and demons who could not enter the human world. This time, Constantine did not dare to speak at all. Even if it were mixed blood species, it was still a mixed blood species with the power of an angel and a devil. It was definitely not an existence that ordinary people could match, but this man did not put it in his eyes at all. You still have one last sentence left, Constantine. Laud's fingertips gently tapped the table, like the sound of death god's bell, ringing in Constantine's heart. After thinking for a moment, Constance revealed a bitter smile. I am sorry for lying to you, but I have a reason to do so, because the son of Satan, Mammon, is about to descend on the world. You may not know what this means. This means that the balance between the 2 worlds will be broken, and countless demons will descend on the world. Are you done? With Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One on earth, even Dormammu and Thon could not break in, let alone a son of Satan. Seeing that Laud did not seem to care much, Constantine sighed and said faintly, I guess you are thinking that as long as Sorcerer Supreme are here, Earth cannot be invaded. What else? It was a big mistake. What do you mean by this? Constantine felt a little relieved and asked, even I know Sorcerer Supreme's prestige in the magic world. Do you think Mammon doesn't know? Laud frowned and remained silent. Constance continued, Sorcerer Supreme is indeed guarding the world. But that doesn't mean she can block all the invasions. There was an agreement between heaven and hell with Sorcerer Supreme to set a rule that forbade pure-blooded angels and demons from entering the human world. However, the premise of all this was that it was only limited to this rule. They could not enter the human world. And the son of Satan, Mammon, was born in the human world through sacred blood and human beings. From the perspective of rules, he was human, so it was impossible for Sorcerer Supreme to make a move. Once Sorcerer Supreme acted regardless of the rules and drove the son of Mammon out of the earth, heaven and hell would no longer abide by the rules. At that time, a large number of demons and angels would invade the human world and wantonly plunder the faith of humans. Now, do you still think that Sorcerer Supreme will make a move? Constantine said meaningfully, and if you think about it carefully, can Sorcerer Supreme really set the rules with heaven and hell on her own, preventing them from invading the human world? Laud narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, you mean to say that it was set by someone else, and that Sorcerer Supreme is just a supervisor? You are very smart. Constantine smiled and said, so now, do you still want to kill me? Laud looked at him deeply and said, how would I know that you are not lying to me? Laud did not believe that Constantine would be so honest, and the content of these words seemed more real and difficult to distinguish. It doesn't matter whether it is true or not. Constantine shrugged and said calmly, I have been wandering in the magic world for many years. I have seen many of them, including Ancient One. It is up to you whether you believe me or not. This sentence might be true. The original Constantine had indeed traveled all over the world to collect the lost magic books, so it was possible that he had seen Ancient One. Tap 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 tap. Laud subconsciously tapped the table with his fingers. He was thinking whether what Constantine said was true or not. If what you said is true, then who made hell and heaven sign a contract? Could it be the Mountain Emperor? How could it be? The Mountain Emperor would not offend heaven and hell for the sake of humans. Constantine shook his head, then lit a cigarette and put it into his mouth. He took a drag and raised his finger to the ceiling. He smiled mysteriously. I can't say, I can't think, because he is everywhere, omnipotent. Can you understand what I mean? Is it the sky? Laud looked up at the ceiling and a trace of enlightenment rose in his heart. The he that Constantine mentioned was very likely to be God. Was there a God in the marvel? The answer was yes. The origin of the evil knight was heaven and God. But Laud was a little uncertain now. That was this God. Was he the God in Marvel World or the God in the next DC universe? The last thing. Laud condensed frost on his fingertips and wrote a line of words on the table. He asked, what does this sentence mean? Constantine looked over and frowned. These words are very ancient characters of Akkad. Characters of Akkad. Laud silently memorized the name and asked, can you decipher the contents of the text? Of course, my friend. Constance touched his face that was covered in stubble and smiled. There are probably not many people in the world who can understand this kind of ancient text. You are lucky to find me. Laud remained unmoved and said lightly, tell me, what is written on it? Constance read, those with the spear of fate will control the fate of the entire world. The moment the last word fell, an invisible force swept across the entire bar. 1. Everything that came into view seemed to have been pressed down on a magical pause button. The noise disappeared, the flow of the air stopped, and the flow of wine suspended in the air. The expressions of those people who were partying were fixed at the last moment. Time and space stopped. Chapter 70, The Archangel. Time stopped flowing at this moment. Everyone in the bar was suspended for a second. Although this Jagai could not move under the influence of this power, Laud could clearly feel that his thoughts and soul were not affected. As long as he wanted to, he could become Death God at any time. However, Laud did not do so. He planned to wait and see what would happen first and find the source of this power. And the first person he suspected was Constantine. That sentence came from this guy's mouth, so he seriously suspected that it was this bastard's trick. However, when Laud was observing Constantine, he saw that the guy's eyes were wide open, full of horror. Obviously, he did not know that this would happen in advance. Did he really not do it? Laud could not help but be puzzled. Looking at Constantine's innocent appearance, it did not seem like a situation he knew beforehand. Noticing Laud's examining gaze, Constantine immediately revealed a wronged expression and squeezed out 3 words from his teeth with difficulty. No, it's... You're actually fine. Laud was speechless. The image of Constantine was refreshed again. The entire bar was affected by the time and space pause. Those mixed-blood angels and demons could not escape, but Constantine, a mortal, could stay awake in this situation and even spoke to him. No wonder he was able to probe the boundaries of heaven and hell like crazy. There was no one who could save his life. Wah! White and holy feathers fell from the ceiling. Accompanied by a soft milky white light, a tall and clean figure slowly descended. As the pure white and holy wings slowly unfolded, revealing the woman wrapped inside, Laud's eyelids suddenly twitched violently. A mouthful of blood stuck in his throat, almost choking him to death. Was this King sure that it wasn't Ancient One who came to visit? This is too much. Laud cursed in his heart. At least change your face and then come back. If you do this, it will be easy for me to collude with you. The appearance of this angel who had suddenly descended in front of him was exactly the same as Ancient One. The only difference between the two was that Ancient One was bald, and this person had golden curly hair. Incidentally, the person who plays the villain's Archangel Gabriel in Hell Angels is the same person as the person who plays the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Gabriel. Constantine opened his mouth wide in disbelief. You actually came to this kind of place? The degree of shock he was feeling right now was definitely not any smaller than Laud. It had to be known that the Archangel Gabriel was tasked with guarding the world, responsible for supervising the angels and demons. Normally, she would not take the initiative to look for him, not to mention personally coming to this mixed blood mud. John Constantine. Gabriel's golden eyes showed no emotion. She said indifferently, was it you who chanted, God's Proverbs? God's Proverbs? Laud's gaze met Constantine's, and both saw a trace of shock in the other's eyes. To be able to make this Archangel Gabriel personally descend and even not hesitate to set foot in the filthy land where the mixed blood was, it was obvious that the God's proverb she spoke of was very important. Although he temporarily did not understand the meaning behind it, his intuition as a traitor told Constantine that it was best for him not to tell the truth, otherwise he would die an ugly death. Constance believed in his intuition, so he denied it. Sorry, I don't know what the God's proverb are, nor have I ever recited it. Is that so? Gabriel's expression was indifferent. Staring at him, he said, John, you should know that I have the eyes of omniscient, right? I know. Hearing this, Constantine's face suddenly froze. Then, he unconsciously looked at Laud, as if asking him what to do. The eye of omniscient. It was also known as the eye of God and the eye of full sight. It represented God to monitor the eyes of humans. Gabriel could see everything that was happening in any corner of the world. There was no secret that could hide from her eyes. But there was a prerequisite, or rather, a weakness. The eye of omniscient could only see what was happening to now, not past or future. According to this logic, unless Gabriel was an idiot who monitored Constantine 24 hours a day, there was a high chance that she herself did not know what had just happened. And when Gabriel descended and asked Constantine if he had recited the Proverbs of God, this could be proved from the side. Therefore, based on this point, it was not difficult to deduce. Gabriel actually did not know if Constantine had read it, but he had chosen the person she thought was most likely among all the people present who had been suspended by time. Secondly, Laud also noticed one point. Gabriel's eyes were always on Constantine, and he did not look at the cowhide gun holster in the table. The God's proverb she was looking for was right in front of him, but Gabriel hadn't discovered it. She couldn't rule out the possibility that this mysterious gun could avoid the omniscient eye. To sum it up, Laud had reason to guess that Gabriel was deliberately bluffing Constantine. And it didn't matter even if he guessed wrong. In any case, Constance was the unlucky one. What did it have to do with him, an ordinary person, who had been suspended by time? Laud secretly gave Constantine a look, indicating that he should not panic and boldly lie to her. Constantine expressed his doubts. But in the next second, he saw that Laud's cold eyes seemed to say to him, if you dare to speak the truth, I will kill you. Under Laud's gaze, Constantine decisively chose to obey after a few seconds of hesitation. Even if Gabriel found out, he would not die from deceiving her, but if he dared to speak the truth, he had no doubt that this man would do what he said. Everyone understood this simple logic. I am very sorry, Gabriel. Constance said with a face of regret, I really haven't seen the Proverbs of God, and it's even more impossible for me to recite them. Gabriel didn't say a word, her golden eyes staring at Constantine. That kind of naked feeling was very bad, as if he was stripped naked, examining his heart from inside out. But who was Constantine? His ability to deceive and fool ghosts was at the peak of perfection. Under Gabriel's scrutiny, he had a clear conscience. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Finally, Gabriel retracted his gaze with a hint of unwillingness. He could only say, I hope you didn't lie to me, John. Of course, Gabriel. Constantine revealed a smile. Whether it is heaven or hell, I, Constantine, will never lie to you, know my character. Seeing this, Laud couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for this scum. You can even deceive Gabriel. As expected of you. Your ability to deceive people is top tier. Gabriel snorted coldly. She clearly knew the character of this scum. There seems to be some activity in hell recently. Remember to pay attention to it. After saying this, Gabriel turned and flapped her wings. She turned into a milky white ray of light that pierced through the ceiling and disappeared into the night. Chapter 71, You Ain't Hot Shit. 1. After Gabriel left, the time-space that had paused instantly resumed its flow. The bright red lights began to shine, and the noisy sounds rang out again. The flowing wine entered the cup. Everything returned to normal. Everything that happened just now seemed to be a dream. However, a hole was pierced through the ceiling of the bar by Gabriel. This was great. Everyone in the bar instantly focused on them. Constantine thought to himself. Just as he was about to escape from the scene of the crime, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Feeling the strength of the hand on his shoulder, Constantine turned his neck stiffly and saw a black man with shiny black skin glaring at him with anger. He was the boss of the bar, Midnight. A mage part-time businessman, with his position and principle of only pursuing profit, was jointly supported by the hybrid angel and demon. Just like the meaning in his name, Midnight, if he maintained an impartial and neutral stance between good and evil and maintained the balance of the world, he would not participate in the competition between hell and heaven. Anyone who tried to break the two principles of balance and neutrality would suffer his crazy revenge. But in Laud's opinion, Midnight's so-called neutral principle could only be said to be a little ridiculous. A merchant who sold information from various channels and gathered a large number of mixed blood bastards from angels and demons. This kind of behavior could not be called neutral. Unless he chose to give up all his strength like Sweden, the moment he stepped into heaven and hell, it was absolutely impossible to maintain neutrality. In the movie, did Midnight really not know about the descending plan of the son of Satan? Laud felt that it was not necessarily the case. Perhaps he was just waiting for an opportunity to get Constantine to solve this matter. After all, offending the son of Satan was more appropriate for a hateful person to do it. Then he could continue to hide in the back safely, maintaining his neutral principle and not offending anyone on both sides. Ah, this is a misunderstanding. Constantine felt that he was in the wrong and revealed an awkward but not polite smile. If I told you that this hole has nothing to do with me, would you believe me? What do you think? Midnight had an obvious anger on his face. He said in a deep voice, I should have told you that this is my territory. No one is allowed to behave atrociously. Anyone who dares to make a move will be punished. This is the rule set by Midnight. Until now, no one has dared to break it. Wait. I didn't do this. Constantine wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt wronged. It was obviously not him, but no one believed him. Perhaps, this was because he's scum. No one believed Constantine, because there would never be a word of truth in this guy's mouth. The mixed-blood angels and demons present, even if they had never been deceived by him, had heard of his infamy from others. Believe Constantine, die without a burial. This famous saying of truth had long been passed down in heaven and hell. Constantine, you broke the Midnight rule. A white man walked out. His pale golden eyes were as cold as swords as he mocked, prepare to receive your punishment. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place. Constantine sighed. He knew that he had to take the blame. He said, so how do you plan to solve it? Midnight said, it's very simple. 10 times the compensation. No money. Constantine simply dug out his empty pockets. He spread out his hands and said, can I owe you the maintenance fee first? Midnight's eyes were fierce, and his voice gradually became cold. If you have no money, then use valuable things as collateral. Ah. Constantine was helpless. He could only look at Laud, who was watching the show, and asked for help. Why don't you pay for me first? I'll pay you back when I have the money. Wait for you to pay back the money. Even if he had to wait until the next life. Laud simply refused, no money. Then, Laud crossed his arms and picked up Nemu, took the leather gun holster, and turned to leave the bar. He had already gotten the news that he should get. As for whether Constantine was dead or alive, what did it matter to him? Wait. The white angel suddenly reached out and blocked Laud's path. He sneered, you are Constantine's friend, right? Return the money for him first before leaving. No, you misunderstood. Laud glanced at him and revealed a gentle smile. He said, I don't know Constantine, nor am I his friend. No, no, no. Upon hearing this, Constantine shouted, friend, you can't leave me behind. I just helped you a lot. Did you hear that? The white angel grabbed Laud by the collar and grinned. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either help him pay the debt, or stay here. When they heard that they were going to punish Constantine, and even without Midnight personally taking action, there were already more than a dozen mixed angels and demons surrounding them. Obviously, there were many people who disliked Constantine, and there were even more people who wanted him to suffer. Let me go. Laud smiled and said gently. Listen, you lowly human. The white angel pretended not to hear and said proudly, as long as you leave the little girl next to you, I will let you go. Ha 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 ha. At this time, a charming female demon interrupted, Sauls, you have good taste. This girl's soul is so high. If she is sacrificed to heaven, she should be able to get a drop of pure blood from an angel, right? Seire's face froze and he said with some anger, Calatin, if you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth. Oh, I am so scared. Calatin pretended to be afraid and turned to Laud with a charming smile. That man, if you give me that little girl, not only can I help you pay, but I can also let you enjoy it for free for a night. So that's how it is. Laud nodded in understanding. No wonder you've been looking at Nemu. So you're coveting her soul. Give her to me. Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Sauls completely tore off his disguise and reached out to grab Nemu. However, just as Saul's hand was about to touch Nemu, it was suddenly cut off by the flash of sword's light. Blood spurted out and splattered all over the ground. Ah! Sauls, who was behind the broken hand, let out a miserable howl, which immediately alarmed everyone in the bar. Bastard, how dare you fight in my territory? Midnight was shocked and angry, and his voice suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Including Constantine, they did not expect that there was actually someone who dared to attack Midnight's father. Ah, I'm sorry. Laud still had a gentle and humble smile on his face, as if the person who had just attacked was not him at all. I used a little bit of strength, but I didn't expect your hand to break. Bastard, bastard. Sauls roared and rushed forward, wanting to tear this man to pieces. Clang. The crisp sound of sword rang out, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, suffused with a cold and cold light, like a crescent moon rising and falling. Then, under everyone's gaze, Sauls was split into 2 halves. Now. Laud's eyes calmly swept past everyone, and then he said indifferently, is there anyone else who wants to stop me? If not, I will prepare to leave. How arrogant. How savage. How presumptuous. Chapter 72, Bunch of Lowlives. Kill him. How dare he attack in Midnight's territory? Is this guy crazy? Humph, he's dead for sure. Daddy Midnight, teach him a lesson. At this moment, the emotions of everyone in the bar were ignited. Like boiling water, they focused their greedy and murderous gazes on Laud and Nemu. Is there anyone else? Laud remained unmoved. The corners of his lips held a gentle smile as he said indifferently, if there isn't, then I will take my leave first. How arrogant. How savage. This whole scene left Constantine dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone who dared to be so rampant in Midnight's territory. But it was a good thing for him because no one was paying attention to him now. Today's matter was too big. He was not going to stay any longer. Since Laud was kind-hearted to attract attention for him, if he did not run now, when would he stay? It was good to get used to selling teammates. Sorry, friend. Constantine bent over and crawled under the table of the bar. He did not forget to think, the next time we meet, I will definitely return this favor to you. The initiator, Constantine, ran away, but no one noticed. Because their current target was Laud. Midnight's expression was as gloomy as water, his face as black as charcoal. He said in a deep voice, if any of you can kill him, I will reward him with a drop of pure blood. The pure blood can only be condensed by real angels and demons. It contains pure high-level energy and can further purify the blood in the body. It can be said to be the favorite thing of these mixed blood bastards. Under the heavy reward, there must be brave men. Get out of the way, let me do it. A 2-meter-tall black man walked out and stood in front of Laud. The few people who were originally restless saw this black man come out, and a hint of helplessness flashed across their faces. I should have been faster just now. A white devil said with a vexed expression, this guy, Sark, personally made a move. This kid is dead for sure. Sark was the most famous angel here. His strength was almost equal to that of a low-level pure-blooded angel. It was said that he was only 1 step away from ascending to heaven. Don't ask why the angel was black, asking was political right, and there was a state of affairs here. The evil witch, Calatin, walked out, revealing a tempting expression. She bit her sexy red lips and said, Sark, if you kill this kid, why don't you give that little girl to me? I can accompany you for a month. What a slut. Looking at Calatin's appearance, Sark felt that his lower body had slightly expanded. He laughed and said, I can give that girl to you, but I have to enjoy her first. Sark. Midnight's face was gloomy. He interrupted him impatiently and said in a deep voice, hurry up and get rid of him. Don't waste any more time. Got it, Daddy Midnight. Sark walked over confidently. His right hand was wrapped in dense holy light, gradually condensing into a solid golden sword of light. A cruel smile flashed across the corner of his mouth as he roared, go to hell, human. The sword of holy light condensed into a sword that tore through the air, fierce and fierce, slashing towards Laud's head. Everyone present, including Sark himself, revealed cruel smiles on their faces. Blood splashed out of their imagination, and the scene of Lod's head moving seemed to have appeared before their eyes. However, things went contrary to their wishes. Ding! With a crisp sound, the sword of holy light slashed down sharply, but it stopped abruptly in front of Lod. And what blocked Sark's full-powered strike was only a slender finger. This is impossible. Sark's expression changed. His pale golden pupils were filled with shock. This was a strike that he had used all his strength, yet it was actually blocked by this human with just a single finger. What sort of absurd thing was this? Stop joking around. Sark growled, the veins on his face bulging out as he used all of his strength to press down on the sword of holy light. But no matter how hard he tried, the sword of holy light did not move at all. That slender finger was like a heavenly chasm that blocked between them. Duh. His slender fingers bent slightly and buckled on the sword of holy light. The next second, blood splashed out, and the black angel Sark was cut in half by sword from his left shoulder to his right. Ah. Lod was expressionless. He narrowed his eyes and said, I originally wanted to cut you into 8 pieces. It seems that the speed is not fast enough. Kill another person. Moreover, it was an instant kill. It was so fast that no one could see clearly how that guy had killed Sark. Everyone who was originally full of confidence in Sark instantly felt a chill run down their spines after witnessing the scene with their own eyes. A chill surged up their hearts. At this moment, Midnight suddenly had an ominous premonition. He seemed to have provoked someone he should not have provoked. A bunch of bastards. Lod's eyes flashed with coldness. He said indifferently, it's useless to keep it. It's better to die. Whether it was the mixed blood angel or the mixed blood demon, they were all coveting Nemu's pure soul quality. And this. It made Lod understand that these people were dregs. Since they were dregs, there was no need for them to continue existing. Boom. An indescribably enormous spiritual power rose up. The ground of the entire bar suddenly shattered, and then waves of air that were visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. For a time, the hurricane raged and roared, forcibly blowing all the people near Lod to stagger. As spiritual power continued to rise, everyone's breathing became more and more difficult. It was as if a heavy invisible mountain was pressing down on everyone, causing them to kneel on the ground, unable to bear the burden. Even moving their fingers seemed to have become an unattainable hope at this moment. How terrifying. There was no power to resist at all. In front of this man, they could not even raise their heads. This was such a simple thing. Midnight was no longer as high and mighty as before. He was like a wild dog, kneeling on the ground and breathing hard, trying to absorb more air. You. What are you doing? Midnight was completely panicked. This level of pressure, he used to only be on the high-ranking angel and demon. It was as deep as the sea, as mighty as the waters. That was a supreme realm that only gods could attain. What are you doing? Lod's lips curled into a gentle smile as he said, of course, kill everyone here. Evil. Devil. Midnight's nerves were beating wildly and his face was pale. He felt that all the pores on his body were showing fear. This man was serious. His killing intent was not strong, but it was incomparably pure. In his eyes, the lives of everyone present were like a speck of dust that was casually wiped away. Would wiping away dust make people feel guilty? No. There was no disgust, no guilt, and no hatred. It was only because it was dirty. Lod's eyes swept past the crowd indifferently. He held sword with one hand, and then his thin lips parted slightly. He said, scatter, Senbon Sakura. Hua. The silvery white sword blade scattered into pink petals in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Under the red light of the bar, the dancing petals reflected a beautiful color. For a time, everyone could not help but be intoxicated by this fatal beauty. Goodbye. Lod held the remaining handle of sword in his right hand and waved it down. Whoosh. Thousands of petals formed by swords' blades turned into a violent tsunami in a flash. One after another, swords' blades cut into their bodies. It was as if thousands of sword had cut them into pieces, causing everyone to let out shrill cries. They interweaved with each other, and the blood that sprayed out continuously drew out a scene that was like hell. Acquired, medium soul *1. Acquired, medium soul *1. Acquired, medium soul *1. Chapter 73, Angela's near-death experience. Acquired, medium soul *19. Acquired, lower soul *480. The system's notification signified the extinction of Midnight Bar. 19 mixed blood angels, demons, and 48 supernatural beings, a total of 67 had died. Thick blood filled the entire floor of the bar. At a glance, it was filled with broken flesh and broken limbs. It was as if they were in hell. However, Lod seemed to be independent of this place. His clothes were clean and tidy now, without a single drop of blood. In fact, he was a kind person. Law did not like to slaughter innocent lives, but these bastards were not among them. From the moment these people treated Nimue as a sacrifice, he had no intention of letting these people leave alive. The reason was simple. Nimue was his possession. Since these people dared to covet her, they had to be prepared to pay the price of their lives. You, this demon. Midnight, who was on his last breath, struggled to look up from the pool of blood. You killed so many angels and demons. Heaven and hell will not let you go. Only Midnight survived, or it should be said that Lod let him go. This neutral and evil character might still be useful in the future, so he spared his life. I am not a demon, but death god. Lod sheathed sword and said indifferently, secondly, heaven and hell will not fight for these bastards. War. It was a big joke. Midnight really thought of himself as a spring onion. Did he really need to wait until now if heaven and hell could invade the human world? A group of mixed-blood bastards, just using the loopholes in the rules of heaven and hell to achieve the purpose of invading the human world. Even if heaven and hell knew, would they dare to come to the human world? If anyone dared to violate the rules and descend, Sorcerer Supreme would dare to spread the ashes to him. Rules were the necessary conditions for the three sides to maintain balance. No one wanted to see the rules broken, even heaven and hell were unwilling to see this scene. This was the rule jointly set by the three big shots. Therefore, no matter how the heaven and hell fought, they would not cross this line. Those who cross the line, die. Lod held Nimue in his arms and walked out of the bar step by step, stepping on thick blood. Brother, where are we going now? To find Constantine. Ah, then do you know where he is? I know. After sneaking out, Constantine did not stop but went straight home. Back at the apartment, after entering the door, Constantine did not take off his clothes and laid on the sofa. Too many things had happened tonight, so much so that he now felt dizzy and heavy. First, it was the mysterious man, and then it was Gabriel that descended. These things made Constantine feel that something was wrong. And when Gabriel left, he specifically reminded him to pay attention to the movements in hell. Constance took out his favorite silk-card cigarette from his bosom, took out a cigarette from it, and lit it in his mouth. Z. After lighting up the cigarette, Constantine took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke, relaxing his tense nerves. What does Gabriel mean? Constance's eyes were deep as he pondered. Could it be that other than the arrival of the door of hell, something else is happening in hell? Dong. A knock on the door interrupted Constantine's train of thought. F***CK. Constantine cursed and got up from the sofa. He walked to the door. Creak. As the door opened, a beauty with brown hair and big wavy hair entered Constantine's sight. Angela. Constantine frowned and looked disgusted. What are you doing here? But the current Constantine did not know that this woman in front of him was the mother chosen by the son of the infernal king, Mammon. John, I'm counting on you. Angela sobbed with tears in her eyes. I want to see with my own eyes the murderers who killed my sister. No. Without any hesitation, Constantine rejected her and slammed the door shut. Bang. The door was closed. I beg you. Angela slapped the door with her hands and begged, Isabella is my only sister. I have to find out what she saw. Inside the door. Constantine, who was supposed to turn around and leave, turned around and looked through the peephole. The pleading and despair on Angela's face, as well as the regret deep in her heart, including the tragic death of her sister, the true fragrance of pursuing the truth, all kinds of hearts were very similar to herself who begged the priest for redemption. At this moment, he and Angela were very similar to him and the priest at that time. And the door between them was like a confession room for a confession. At that time, he was not redeemed. But this woman still had a chance. Finally, the iron door opened. Angela's tear-stained face revealed a hint of surprise. John, are you willing to help me? You better think it through, Angela. Constantine looked helpless and sighed. Once you start, there is no turning back. When you can see them, they can see you too, understand? Looking at Constantine's serious eyes, Angela was silent for a few seconds and then nodded firmly. Understood. Very good, come with me. Constantine leaned to the side and opened a path for Angela to come in. After the two of them came to the bathroom, Constantine turned on the tap and filled the bathtub with water. Take off your clothes, Winston said. Angela hesitated for a moment, then took off her coat decisively, revealing her sexy figure. She walked to the bathtub full of water, took a deep breath, and turned to ask, do you want to take off the rest of your clothes? Constantine glanced at it and was deeply attracted to it. What a deep ditch. John. Angela's face turned slightly red. I mean, can you leave one for me? It's okay. That's good. Constantine coughed and shifted his gaze to Angela. Okay. Angela took a deep breath and asked, "Wait, why do we need water? Is there water in hell?" Constantine explained impatiently, "Water is in mysticism, and it has a double meaning of connection and isolation. So it is a common channel that can help you travel through different worlds." "Oh, I understand." Angela stepped into the bathtub and slowly sank her body into the water. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, "How long do I need to soak in it?" "Depends on the situation." Constantine suddenly revealed a strange smile on his face. It looked quite horrifying, and Angela felt a chill run down her spine. "Wait a minute, you." Before she could finish her words, Angela's head was pressed into the water by Constantine. Ugh. Ah. Being pressed into the water violently, Angela choked several mouthfuls of water. Her face was full of horror and panic. Her hands were frantically pulling at the water, trying to push Constantine away. A beautiful woman wearing a white sleeveless shirt was violently pressed into a bathtub filled with water by a blonde, decadent uncle. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a scene of murder. "I forgot to tell you, Angela," Constantine said with a smirk, "if you want to see hell, you first have to experience the feeling of dying." Chapter 74, First Experience of Hell. What kind of experience was dying? Angela was very lucky to experience the feeling of being drowned in the bathtub by Constantine. According to the normal process, going to hell was not so dangerous. She only needed to soak a part of her body in the water and go to hell through the medium. However, Angela wanted the rapid completion version. Since she had chosen the rapid completion version, how could there be no risk? Therefore, Constantine could only choose this method, placing her at the moment of her death, and then using the medium of water to send her soul to hell. Crash. Water kept splashing in the bathtub. Angela stretched out her slender arm and waved it around, tightly grasping Constantine's shirt. It was like the last straw of the person who fell into the water, trying to pull her body out of the water. The splashing water soaked Constantine's white shirt, and after Angela's clothes were soaked, they clung tightly to her body, revealing her exquisite and sexy figure. It had to be said that when people face death, the power that erupted was quite terrifying. With no other choice, Constantine used his other hand to hold her tightly in the bathtub. Just like that, Constantine stared expressionlessly at Angela, who was struggling in the water. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Angela's struggling became weaker and weaker, and her pupils began to show signs of dissipating. Angela suddenly felt that the world was becoming slower and slower. Time seemed to have been stretched infinitely. She could clearly see that in the tap above her, there was a full drop of water that was slowly dripping down. Duh. The water droplets fell on the surface of the bathtub and rippled. Everything in the world stopped moving, and absolute silence enveloped her. In the next second, the world that appeared in Angela's eyes had changed into another appearance. What was hell like? Before this, Angela had never thought of this problem, but now she saw it with her own eyes. The sky was shrouded in black clouds, and dusk and decay were the eternal main colors of this world. Here, there was no day, no night, only eternal dusk. The earth-shattering yellow sand filled the entire world, and the raging wind was mixed with shrill cries. As far as her eyes could see, there were only broken walls, burning flames, and decaying bones. This scene was vividly portrayed to her, like the cruel scene after the destruction of the world. This was hell. All the souls that fell here would suffer pain for eternity. Every minute and second here was a kind of suffering. Constantine had once said that 2 minutes in hell was as long as a year for him. Phew. Yellow sand whistled through the air, and an aura rushed into Angela's brain through her nostrils. Because of her identity as a police officer, Angela quickly recognized that it was the smell of rotting human flesh and thick blood. Blurg. Angela felt her stomach churn, and she couldn't help but bend down and vomit. Unfortunately, she didn't eat anything at night and could only vomit some acid. After a while, Angela suppressed the acid in her stomach and wiped the tears from her eyes. Then, she mustered up the courage to look up again and began to size up hell. Apart from the collapsed ruins and the corpses everywhere, there really seemed to be nothing here. So, this was the world Isabella had seen. Angela thought of her sister, who had been suffering from such pain all this time. The guilt in her heart became stronger and stronger. Wait for me, Isabella. Angela took a few deep breaths and cheered herself up in her heart. Then, she carefully explored the path in front of her. But she did not notice that under the collapsed ruins, there were pairs of evil and greedy eyes silently watching this outsider. The scent of a living person suddenly appeared in hell. To these evil creatures, Angela's existence was like a bright lamp in the darkness. In the shadows under the ruins, ferocious monsters appeared. Their noses twitched, greedily sniffing the scent of a living person, and transparent mucus flowed out of their mouths. Then, they used their limbs and quietly followed Angela like a beast. As time went by, Angela felt that she had walked a long way. She also came to a wide road from the first path. There were countless abandoned cars on both sides of the road, and in the distance was a collapsed bridge. At this moment, Angela suddenly heard a call in front of her. Angela. This familiar call caused Angela's body to stiffen. Although the sandstorm in front of her was very strong, Angela could still barely see it clearly. What called her was a white figure. Although the two were very far apart, Angela recognized the white figure at the first moment. It was her twin sister, Isabella. Isabella stood at the edge of the cliff, wearing a pure white hospital gown, which was very similar to the scene when she jumped off the building to commit suicide. Isabella. Angela's eyes were wet and her lips trembled slightly. She could not control the pain in her heart and ran to her sister. It's too late. A tear streaked across Isabella's face. She looked at her sister who was running towards her and shook her head sadly. Sister, leave here quickly. His target is you. The next moment, Isabella closed her eyes, opened her arms, and slowly fell backwards. Isabella, who had committed suicide, could only fall into hell in the Catholic Church, and then kept repeating the actions of jumping off a building to commit suicide. This was the punishment of hell to her. No. Isabella. No. Angela watched her sister commit suicide in front of her eyes, and her mind was on the verge of collapse, and she burst into tears. Plek, plek. But then, a creepy sound of licking came from all directions, along with a low growl that did not sound human. Angela did not have the time to continue wallow in grief. The monster had appeared. It was a group of people who crawled out from the shadows of the ruins, surrounding her in the center. The monsters were all skinny, and half of their heads had been cut off out of thin air. One could even see the structure of their brains in the remaining half of their heads. The images of these monsters were very similar to the evil ghosts that Dante had described in the Divine Comedy. These evil ghosts were like Isabella, who had committed all kinds of sins before their death, so they fell into hell after death, suffered torture and devastation, and finally became like this. His stash. Sticky saliva dripped from the mouths of these evil spirits as they stared at Angela greedily, as if they were going to tear her to pieces. Ah. Angela was so scared that her face turned pale. She unconsciously took 2 steps back, but behind her suddenly became a cliff. Behind them was a steep cliff, surrounded by greedy evil spirits. Constantine, save me. Angela cried for help with a pale face. At this point, she could only place all her hopes on that man, hoping that Constantine could be more reliable. Chapter 75, From Earth to Hell. Bang. The bathtub shattered and the water inside exploded, splashing on the ground and ceiling. Constantine clapped his hands as usual and asked, "How is it? Have you seen hell?" But what answered him was silence. Angela's eyes were closed, her skin was cold, and her chest was flat. She looked like a quiet sleeping beauty. Angela. Constantine frowned and realized something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, after leaving hell, one would feel a pain similar to burning fire due to the difficulty of adapting to the soul. However, Angela did not say a word. It was obviously impossible for her endurance to be extraordinary. Wake up, Angela. Constantine crouched down and shook Angela as he shouted, but the latter was as heavy as a corpse, causing him to suddenly have a bad feeling. Shit, something happened. Constantine cursed. He opened Angela's eyes and saw a pair of white eyes. Breathing, no. No heartbeat. Her soul was gone. After Constantine examined it carefully, his face revealed a look of disbelief. Whether it was from a physiological point of view or from a mysterious point of view, it undoubtedly meant that Angela was already dead. The near-death experience had become a true death experience. No, 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 no. Constantine immediately panicked. He drew a cross on Angela's chest with both hands and shouted, "Please, come back quickly, Angela." The next second, Angela suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were covered with shocking blue veins, and her white pupils were staring straight at Constantine. Angela didn't bend her knees. She stood up from the ground like a tumbler. She looked at Constantine almost at zero distance. The veins around her eyes bulged, and her ferocious eyes were staring straight at him. Swish. Constantine felt his scalp go numb, and all the hair on his body stood up. Angela, with a strange smile, he pushed his hands out. Constantine immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a tremendous force. It was as if he was hit by a car, and he was sent flying out of control, crashing into the wall. Bang. The skin on the wall was shaken off, and the crystal lamp on the ceiling shook violently. Shit. This was not a light blow. Constantine felt that his internal organs were almost displaced by this impact. Constantine. Angela, just like a spider, ignored gravity and hung on the ceiling, and its head strangely twisted 180 degrees, doing a completely inhuman action. Newton's law was about to be broken down again. As an experienced old exorcist, Constantine could tell at a glance that Angela's body had been taken over by a demon. It was called Angela, and in the end, it was called a possessed demon. Constantine was now panicking in his heart. He glared at Angela and asked in a questioning tone, "Listen to the possessed demon inside. Who are you? Tell me your name." "Hi hi. Hi hi." Angela, the veins on his face squirmed as if they were alive, and the corners of his mouth curved into a strange smile. "Okay." Seeing this scene, Constantine understood decisively. "It seems that you don't intend to say it, but it doesn't matter. I am too lazy to know anyway." Roar dash. The possessed stepped on the ceiling with both feet. He let out a shrill scream and then rushed towards Constantine. Just in time. Constantine's lips curled into a cold smile. He first moved sideways to avoid the pounce, and before the possessed demon could get up, he sat down on her. Relying on his own weight to barely suppress the possessed demon, Constance placed his right thumb between Angela's eyebrows, and then muttered. "In the name of great creation. I order you with the Holy Cross. I order you with the six-pointed star. I order you with the truth of the world. I order you to leave this place immediately." Boom. The invisible power suddenly surged, turning into a raging wind that howled. In the darkness, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling out the demon in Angela's body, causing her to scream in pain. Her body struggled uncontrollably, and she arched a huge arc. Two white pupils stared at him with resentment. "Ah, Constantine." Constantine was expressionless. He pressed on Angela's forehead, bit his left index finger, and pressed it. He continued to say, "With the blood of humans, quickly retreat. Break the devil's binding. Lord, save us." Bang. The glass in the room was shattered, and the ground seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Angela stopped abruptly, and then the body stopped moving, and the white pupils disappeared. Constantine sat on the ground, reached out to wipe the sweat on his face, and said with a bit of joy, "Fortunately, I haven't been possessed for a long time, and my strength hasn't become stronger yet. Otherwise, I would be out of luck tonight." The power of the possessed demon increased with the passage of time. This possessed demon had only been possessed for a short period of time, so it was easily expelled. But this did not mean that the matter was resolved. Constantine's brows still furrowed because Angela's soul had not returned and was still trapped in hell. Being trapped in hell was not a small matter. Once Angela stayed in hell for too long, there would only be two results. Either her soul was affected by hell and completely degenerated into a ghost, or she would be eaten by the demons in hell. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. "Do you need help?" Constantine was slightly stunned, because this voice sounded a little familiar to him. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Constantine saw the men he had just met in the bar, holding the cute little loli and looking at him with ridicule. "It's you guys." Constantine said in shock, "How did you guys get out? Did midnight release you?" "Of course I came out." Laud smiled and said, "As for midnight, it no longer exists. You didn't come here just to take revenge on me, did you?" Constantine hesitated for a moment and asked carefully. After all, he had sold them out without hesitation in the bar just now. "No." Laud shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm here to help you." "Help? What can you help me with?" Constantine frowned and asked. "I can help you save her." Laud raised his finger and pointed at Angela, who was lying on the ground. "Are you kidding me? Her soul is trapped in hell. How are you going to save her?" Constance's face was full of disbelief. "Could it be that you could still go to hell and bring Angela's soul back?" Laud pursed her lips and smiled indifferently. "That's what I meant. Go to hell and bring her soul back." Chapter 76, 7 Deadly Sins. "Are you crazy?" Constantine's first reaction was that Laud was joking with him. What kind of place was hell? It was the end of all things, a place that only God hated. Those who do good, go to heaven. Those who do evil, go to hell. This is the rule set by the God. No angel or demon can go against his will. Any soul that falls into hell cannot be saved in any form. Even if it were for the archangel. "I'm not crazy." The smile on Laud's face did not diminish as he said, "You sent me to hell and I brought Angela back. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Constantine's mouth twitched, but he swallowed his words in the end because he was afraid of being beaten. "What are you trying to do? Don't talk about Angela. You don't have to tell me this kind of lie to a child." Constantine stared straight at Laud and asked in a deep voice. "I just want to go to hell, that's all." The corner of Laud's lips rose slightly, and he said with a calm smile. Anyway, whether Constantine agreed or not, he would definitely go to hell this time. At worst, he would just convince people with reason, right? He insisted on going to hell, not purely because of curiosity, but because he planned to expand his business and see if he could artificially create a. But before he expanded his business scope, he still needed to personally understand hell. After all, this was Marvel World. If he didn't investigate clearly before acting rashly, who knew which big shot he would provoke? As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, winning 100 battles. Speaking of the person who understood hell the most, besides the Ghost Rider, there was probably only this detective of hell in front of him. Since you insist on going, I won't stop you. Seeing that Lod was determined to go, Constantine no longer stopped him. Instead, he lit a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a puff. Then he slowly spat out a white smoke. But at least, you have to let me know your name, right? Lod Carl. Well. I remember your name. Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and said seriously, I will send you to hell, but I have to tell you a few things in advance. I hope you can remember them. Please speak. Lod made a gesture of invitation. He was indeed not very clear about the hell after the combination of Marvel and DC Universe. Constantine was here just in time to replenish his knowledge. Constantine raised a finger and said, First, the hell you are familiar with is actually not a complete dimension. What do you mean? The hell is not a complete dimension. Lod frowned slightly, not quite understanding the meaning of this sentence. Constantine's eyes flashed. He smiled meaningfully and said, the previous hell was a complete and independent dimension. But because of some unknown reasons, it shattered into countless, little hell, which was ruled by the devil monarchs who symbolized the 7 sins of hell. Lod narrowed his eyes and asked, which devil monarchs are they? The sin of pride, Lucifer Morningstar. The sin of jealousy, Leviathan. The sin of rage, Samael. The sin of sloth, Belphegor. The sin of greed, Mammon. The sin of gluttony, Beelzebub. The sin of lust, Asmodeus. Constantine read them one by one, and then added, in addition to the devil monarchs who symbolizes the 7 sins, there are also demons born in the land of hell. They also have the power of the devil monarchs and can contend with the 7 devil monarchs. For example, the devil king of hell Mephisto. It is a powerful devil born from hell itself. It is said that he controls the soul that falls to hell. He is the devil with the closest power to Lucifer among all the devil monarchs and has the potential to become Satan. Wait. Didn't the Bible say that fallen angel Lucifer is Satan? Lod asked in surprise. Who told you? Constantine was extremely speechless. Which Bible says that Lucifer is Satan? Isn't it? Lod was a little embarrassed. In fact, he was not very familiar with the Western style. The origin of Satan and Lucifer was just an inherent image. Of course not. Constantine was speechless. Satan is closer to a title, not a specific existence. Whoever is the strongest in hell can call himself Satan. Then, Constantine continued to talk about the problem of hell. In the beginning, hell and heaven were independent and complete dimensional spaces. However, for some unknown reason, the complete hell suddenly shattered, turning into the present countless small fragments that formed an incomplete dimensional space. And these spaces were called Little Hell. At present, all the demons came from Little Hell, and the reason why the demons and monarchs who ruled these fragments of dimensions fought each other was to seize the authority of the other Little Hell. Why did these devil monarchs and devils want to seize the authority of each other? In this regard, Lod had a guess of his own. Perhaps, it was those devil monarchs and kings of hell who wanted to obtain the complete dimensional power of hell. Since heaven had given birth to the god. Then, as someone of the same level as hell, why hadn't there been a character similar to that of God? The fundamental reason was that the real hell had been broken. The authority in the remaining small hells was too weak, and it was not enough to support the birth of beings on the same level as God. Now that I think about it, Lucifer Morningstar led half of the angels to hell, and the deeper meaning was probably terrifying. Is the so-called God really omniscient and omnipotent? I'm afraid, not necessarily. Moreover, hell is still unable to be unified until now. The authority is scattered in the hands of more than a dozen sovereigns, and there is no reason for God to obstruct it. Of course, this is only based on baseless speculation. Lod is not clear about the specific situation now, because he has not seen the God yet. Interesting indeed. The corners of Lod's mouth lifted into a smile, and his expectations for hell increased a lot. It seemed that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained a lot of information about hell from Constantine. However, this was just hearsay. If he wanted to truly understand the situation, he had to personally go to hell. Since we have decided, let's not delay any further. Let's hurry up and act. Otherwise, Angela's soul will be hard to find. Constantine was someone who would do whatever he wanted, so he immediately arranged the preparations before transmigration. Due to the fact that Lod already possessed quite a powerful spirit energy, Constantine did not choose to use the previous method, mainly because he felt that he would not be able to hold Laud down, and there was a high possibility that he would be killed instead. Put your feet inside. Constantine brought over a basin of water and placed it at Laud's feet. Without waiting for him to ask, he explained, you need a medium to go to hell, and water is a common medium. You can understand it as ticket. Chapter 77, Descending to Hell. A basin of water and a black cat. There was no need to elaborate on the function of water. The main point was this black cat. This black cat had appeared in Hell's Detective. The original version of Jimmy Constantine had carried this black cat into hell and found the suicide Isabella. Because this cat was raised by Isabella, it had a special connection with Angela. It could help Laud find the missing Angela's soul in hell. Without the guidance of the black cat, it was impossible for Laud to find a person's soul in the vast and endless hell. Are you ready, Laud? Constantine took a deep breath and said, first of all, according to what I said, soak your feet in the water basin, hold this black cat, and look straight into its eyes. Then, try to empty your mind, don't have any distracting thoughts, and imagine that you are in a dark. Clear your mind and imagine hollow. It doesn't sound difficult. Laud thought about it and felt that it was not difficult. It is not as simple as you think. Because the structure of the human brain is very complicated. The more you want to avoid something, the more the brain will remind you repeatedly. Constantine pursed his lips, looking as though he was saying, don't brag and force everyone to be good friends. When I first tried, it took me 4 to 5 hours to clear my mind. Clear my brain. This condition seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to achieve. Unless it was someone who had undergone professional training, it was actually very difficult for ordinary people to empty their minds in a short period of time and clear out those miscellaneous thoughts. But in fact, the state that Constantine mentioned was extremely similar to the state of sword meditation that Death God usually talked to Zanpakutou about. Both of them needed to clear their own distracting thoughts, and their brains were in a state of emptiness. Laud smiled without saying a word, then patted Nemu on the head and instructed, Nemu, go to the side first and wait for brother. Okay, brother. Nemu nodded obediently, then walked to the side and waited quietly. This little girl, is she wary of me? Constantine frowned slightly. He noticed that Nemu was standing right behind him, and the distance was no more than 2 meters. 2 meters was a very dangerous distance. If the other party launched an attack at this distance, it would be very difficult for him to react. When Nemu saw Constantine looking at her, her eyes curved into a crescent moon and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her face. She said cutely, Uncle better not have any crooked thoughts, otherwise, Nemu will definitely make your death very ugly. It was not that Nemu was lying, but that she had sufficient self-confidence. Although Nemu was usually only responsible for acting cute and playing tricks, occasionally studying some things, but don't forget that her real identity was Death God. If it were at a different time and place without any restrictions, it would be almost impossible for Nemu to defeat Constantine. But now that Constantine was close at hand and without any tricks, Nemu was confident that he could kill Constantine in an instant. No, 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 you misunderstood me. Constantine's eyes twitched, and he waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he absolutely had no malice towards Laud. Although Nemu had been acting very ordinary until now, his instinct for many years of living told him that it was best not to provoke this cute but actually black-bellied scary loli. Otherwise, he would really die. Laud saw all of this, but he did not say anything to stop it, because letting Nemu monitor Constantine was his idea. As the saying goes, one must be wary of others. Especially when it came to Constantine, a hero who was famous for his deception skills. Therefore, Laud had to set up a plan in advance to prevent himself from being cheated by Constantine. Constantine was so smart that he saw through their thoughts at a glance. Besides, although Laud and Nemu were on guard against him, wasn't he on guard against Laud and Nemu as well? Everyone was well aware of this point, but they just didn't want to break this membrane. Get ready, let's begin. Constantine urged, if we delay for a minute, Angela's danger level in hell will increase a little. Following Constantine's instructions, Laud first soaked his feet in the water basin, then picked up the black cat and looked straight into its eyes. Clear all distracting thoughts, imagine Hollow's absence of darkness, and immerse his mind in it, putting his soul in a state of a hollow. It didn't take long for him to enter the state. You entered the state so quickly. Constantine raised an eyebrow. He was a little surprised. He thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect it to succeed in one go. Constantine walked up to Laud and took a deep breath. I'm going to start. Don't disturb me during the ceremony. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for any accidents. Don't worry. Nemu's eyes were slightly cold. With a temperament that completely did not match his age, he said, with me here, no one can disturb you. That's good. I hope it is as you say. Constantine shrugged and cut his right thumb. He wiped a drop of blood between Laud's eyebrows and chanted the Latin incantation. In an ethereal state, Laud could clearly sense that the blood that dripped between his eyebrows and another distant strange dimension had established some kind of indescribable special connection. Then, Laud felt a certain power being pulled out of his soul in an instant. Then, it followed Constantine's blood and turned into a stream of light, rushing to that distant and unfamiliar dimension. Hell. The eternal dusk, as well as the smell of decay, filled any corner of the world. As expected, I've become Death God. Laud found that he was wearing a custom-made Death Tyrant outfit, and there was a short sword at his waist. Meow. A cat's meow suddenly sounded. Laud looked down and saw that the black cat was rubbing its head against his trousers. Laud squatted down and stroked the black cat. Then, he said, "Be good, take me to Angela, understand?" Meow woo. This black cat was very intelligent, as if it really understood his words. It gently licked Laud's palm and then ran in a direction. After running for a distance, seeing that Laud did not follow, the black cat turned around and looked at him. Its two golden pupils revealed a very human-like color. The corner of Laud's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, this cat couldn't have been Shihoin Yuruchi, right? Chapter 78, The Oldest Bible. After running with the black cat for an hour, Laud finally understood one thing. Hell was really King big. This was not an exaggeration at all, but the little hell he was currently in was really big. But it was very normal. From Constantine's words, he learned that there were large and small dimensions outside the earth. For example, the dimension occupied by the Dark Monarch, Dormammu, the dimension occupied by Thon, and the dimension occupied by Mountain King. The overall area of the dimension was almost comparable to a single universe. The original, heaven, and hell, dimensions occupied an area that even surpassed a single universe, and the dimensions affected by the radiation of the two could reach the level of the multiverse. The specific form of performance was that no matter in any dimension, there was the name of heaven and hell. However, after the initial hell dimension collapsed, the smallest of the small fragments with the authority of the hell was the size of a planet. To find a lost human soul in a place as big as a planet was no different from ascending to the heavens. No wonder Constantine said that this was impossible. However, it was not completely impossible. This black cat and Angela had a spiritual connection and could communicate with each other, so there was still a chance. Meow. The black cat came to the edge of a cliff and suddenly stopped. Then he raised his paw and pointed below and called Laud a few times, as if asking him to come over and see. To be reasonable, are you really not Yuruchi? Laud asked again and was surprised by the intelligence of this black cat. This was no longer the level of intelligence that an ordinary creature could possess, right? Meow, meow. The black cat seemed to be very eager. It shouted a few more times at Laud, and then its paws pointed at the bottom of the cliff. Understood, I will go over now. Laud could not help but laugh. He felt that he might be thinking too much. How could the black cat be Yuruchi? After arriving at the edge of the cliff, Laud looked down where the black cat pointed. A hint of joy appeared between his eyebrows. I found her. Angela. Below the cliff where the black cat pointed, there was a girl wearing a thin shoulder belt and a sleeveless t-shirt. She was lying on a huge circular stone and her limbs were tied up by an arm-thick chain. Although he had already found Angela, Laud was not in a hurry. Instead, he focused his spiritual energy into his eyes. This allowed his vision to improve rapidly in a short period of time. Through the obstruction of the yellow sand and thick smoke, he could clearly see the grass and trees below. With the help of the eye of spiritual energy, Laud was able to see everything below. Angela was lying on a huge stone disc. Judging from the weathering of this stone disc, it should have been a very ancient time, and there were unknown words carved on it. After carefully observing these words, Laud was surprised to find that the appearance and structure of these words were very similar to the words on the gun cover. There were only some subtle differences. Another Akkad language. Laud frowned and couldn't help but wonder why these characters appeared in hell. As far as he knew, the characters originated from the Flash language department and were the wedge-shaped characters of one of the oldest languages in the world. In the era of more than 2000 BC, it was created and used by the Akkad civilization. Later, it evolved into most existing Mideast language. Some historians and linguists of the modern era speculated that the ancient Hebrew text of the Jewish past was born from the words of Akkad. When Constantine read the sentence on the holster, it actually attracted the arrival of Archangel Gabriel. The ancient Hebrew language. The Jewish language. Akkad. The Bible. Gabriel. All kinds of thoughts flashed in Laud's mind. As the pieces of clues gradually took shape, a bold guess appeared in his mind. It was known that the most ancient Bible in the world at present was written by the ancient characters written by Google. Secondly, the ancient characters originated from Akkad, and the Archangel Gabriel named them the Proverbs of God. Then may I ask, who was the one who could be called God by the Archangel Gabriel? God. Only God would be called God by the Archangel Gabriel. In other words, long before the birth of the ancient text, someone had used Akkad to record the words and deeds of God, and it was precisely because of this that Gabriel called it God's proverb. No. I still need a key piece of information. Laud frowned. Although he speculated that these characters were most likely the prototype of the oldest, Holy Bible that recorded the words and deeds of God. However, he still could not understand why these characters appeared in hell. What was the special purpose of these characters? Moreover, from the incident of Gabriel's descent, it could be seen that he was very concerned about the motto of the god. His intuition told him that there was a huge secret hidden in these words. Meow. The black cat's cry suddenly interrupted Laud. Huh. Feeling the touch on his calf, Laud lowered his head and saw the black cat gently rubbing against him. Meow. The black cat rubbed against his calf while looking at Angela. It called out in a low voice, as if reminding Laud not to forget that he came to save her. That's true. I almost forgot. Laud laughed at himself. He was attracted by those words and almost forgot that there was someone else he wanted to save. But there was one thing that worried Laud. There were no signs of demons around the stone disk. This was not good news. It had to be known that the souls of living people were extremely attractive to demons. On the way here, he had already seen enough. Even under the threat of spiritual power, those greedy evil spirits still rushed forward at all costs, wanting to devour his soul. But Angela was lying there. However, no demon dared to approach this disk stone. From this point, it was enough to prove that it was not so simple. What a headache. Laud sighed. He had only wanted to experience hell ahead of time and see if there was a chance to earn a sum of money. After all, in this world, where the soul was, it must be in hell. But who knew that things would go contrary to his wishes? After killing those evil spirits along the way, Laud found that the system did not even give him a soul. After some questioning, Laud finally found out. The fallen souls are bound by the restriction of the authority of hell. They will be punished here for all eternity. No matter what form of death, even death god Zanpakutou, cannot completely destroy them in hell. Unless he seized the authority of this hell, and then he could control the souls that fell into hell. What a terrible heart. Didn't the system think that if he had the ability to seize the authority of hell, would he still need to worry about this soul? Laud, I want a lot of souls. System, go to hell. Laud, but I can't get the souls in hell. System, become stronger. Laud, to become stronger requires a soul. System, then go to hell. Laud, if *** king. Chapter 79, What's wrong with these bald people? After thinking about it, Laud felt that it was useless to stay here. He should go down and take a look. Since he promised to take this woman's soul back, he would definitely not go back on his word. And the reason for this was not for this woman but for Constantine. In other words, he had taken a fancy to Constantine. Be good. Wait for me up there. Laud squatted down and stroked the black cat. He then instructed, don't run around everywhere. Just wait for me here. Meow. The black cat seemed to understand human nature. It turned around and licked Laud's palm. Then, Laud came to the edge of the cliff and looked down. From where he stood to the stone plate, the distance between them was about 150 meters. The wind was very fast. The humidity was almost zero. Laud closed his eyes, straightened his chest, spread his arms freely, and jumped forward with the tip of his foot. The leap of faith. The vertical distance of several hundred meters was covered by the whistling wind and sand. Laud's figure was like a black meteor, falling on the stone plate. As soon as he landed and came into contact with the stone plate, Laud suddenly had a special feeling in his heart, as if someone was calling him. But this special feeling disappeared in a flash, so fast that Laud thought that it was just an illusion. After Laud got up, he observed the ancient stone plate. The stone plate had a radius of about 100 meters, and in the center of the stone plate, there were 6 protruding stone pillars that surrounded Angela. Considering that this was hell, for the sake of safety, Laud did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. First, he laid down several layers of barriers that spiritual power had formed around him, and then injected spiritual droplets into his blood vessels, keeping them in blood-vein state at all times. Let me see what the reason is that those evil spirits do not dare to enter here. After making complete preparations, Laud strode inside. As he gradually approached the central stone platform, an invisible sense of threat attacked him. It was as if he was being watched by some evil gaze, making Laud feel uncomfortable all over. I knew it wasn't that simple. Laud looked around vigilantly. The range of spiritual power's perception spread to the maximum, not even sparing a brick or a stone in the surroundings. Don't say it. Under the carpet-like perception of spiritual power, he really found a shadow. The shadow was hidden behind Angela. It was invisible and intangible, like a ghost, and could not be seen with the naked eye. If not for the weak spiritual power it emitted, and the slight fluctuation of Lod's spiritual power, he would not have noticed it even if he stood in front of him. Ikaros, Shinso. Following the principle of attacking first and then suffering later, Lod did not say anything and directly began to aggravate Shinso. Shwa. Shinso's sword suddenly extended his body, and in the blink of an eye, he pierced through 100 meters of hollow, shooting at the other party with a sharp edge. When Shinso was about to shoot the shadow, sword was blocked by an invisible force and stopped in front of the shadow. Come out, don't hide. A trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of Lod's eyes. To be able to block Shinso so easily, this person's strength was definitely not inferior to his. 1. Space was like a stone falling into the water. It suddenly rippled, and after ripples spread out, the true body of the shadow gradually appeared in front of Lod. So ugly. With just a glance, Lod couldn't help but frown. Although demons looked very casual, except for Lucifer, but this guy's appearance was the only one. It was really a bit ugly to break the limit of human aesthetic. A child might not even be able to sleep at night. He looked like a human whose skin had been skinned alive. His entire body was smooth without a single strand of hair. His limbs were long and slender, and his skin was a strange gray color. His muscles were shriveled, making him look like a malnourished person. Moreover, this guy had casual facial features, which made Lod feel powerless to retort. The two eye sockets were deeply sunken. It looked like a hammer had been hammered. The cheekbones on both sides of his cheeks were protruding, his nostrils were flipped, and his mouth was sharp. He looked ferocious and terrifying. It was as if each of his facial features had their own thoughts. In any case, there was no one in hell to look at him, so I just casually had a long thought. What a strange power. The ugly monster stretched out a finger and pointed at the tip of Sword's finger. His face immediately revealed a puzzled expression. This feeling is similar to Mephisto, but it is not completely the same. Human. Tell me your name. Lod took Shinso back, a trace of seriousness hidden in his eyes, and then he said lightly, before asking for other people's names, do you have to tell me your name first? Hearing this, the monster's eyes revealed a mocking light, and he sneered, you actually don't know me. Lod tilted his head and thought for a moment before asking, is there a need for me to know you? Ha ha. The monster seemed to have heard a big joke. It laughed and said, you came to my hell, and you still ask who I am. His hell. Hearing this, Lod was slightly shocked and said, you are one of the 7 demon monarchs. I am the demon monarch who symbolizes the sin of greed, mammon. The monster grinned and then walked towards him. As he walked, he said, human, your strength is very interesting. Give me your body. Emergency mission, Battle of Hell, 1/3. Mission details, Devil King Mammon is very interested in your death god's power. If you don't want to be possessed by him, I suggest you defeat his clone here. Mission condition, kill Mummon's clone, 0/1. Mission reward, unified settlement after completion. Lod took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He did not want to speak now, he just wanted to be alone. Bald again. As everyone knew, in the multiverse, bald was the symbol of the strong. Yamamoto Genryusai is bald, and his sword can evaporate Soul Society. Chiyu is bald, and a punch can give the earth a middle score. Turtle Immortal from Dragon Ball is bald, and the Qigong waves crush the moon. Frisia is bald, the evil emperor of the universe. Thanos was bald and killed half of the people in the universe with a snap of his fingers. Wizard Ancient One was also bald and easily defeated the dimensional devil. The sin of greed, Mammon, was also bald. Lod couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. Could it be that the hair of these powerhouses was used to seal their combat power? This involved a very serious problem. Was attractiveness more important, or was strength more important? Appearance value, what I desire, strength, and what I desire, the two cannot be combined, the one who is willing to sacrifice his appearance to take strength. I will shave my head later. Lod cursed in his heart, his Zanpakutou changed to Hyorinmaru. With his current 5-seated officer's spiritual force, forcibly using Bankai is estimated to only last 10 minutes. But the other party is one of the 7 great demon kings of hell, is 10 minutes really enough? But now, there is no room for him to think more. The surging spiritual power rose up like a substance, and the heavy dark clouds covered the originally dim yellow sky. Bankai, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Chapter 80, Clash. Bankai, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. Lod's eyes were extremely cold. He was wearing an armor made of ice, and the ice on his back was condensed into a dragon wing. His right arm was covered by a ferocious dragon head, holding the pale blue that was emitting extreme cold spiritual power. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The extremely cold spiritual power formed a huge storm, like a high-spirited dragon rushing to the sky, causing the sky to descend. The dusk of hell had never changed. For a time, it was covered with dark clouds, and thick black clouds rolled over. Like waves, they shot in the sky, covering a range of thousands of meters. Under the terrifying explosion of the Daiguren Hyorinmaru, the range of thousands of meters with Lod as the center of the circle turned into an ice-blue frost domain, and even the yellow sandstorm that never stopped in hell was magically frozen. This stone carving is not simple. Lod's eyes narrowed, and he was a little surprised. Spiritual power, who had withstood the Daiguren Hyorinmaru, was still unscathed and even protected Angela's soul from the extreme cold. This was enough to prove how extraordinary it was. This is so interesting, human. Mammon licked his lips, and his eyes revealed a strong greed. I can feel that hell is actually longing for your power. Although he still did not know the reason, Mammon could clearly sense that the moment Lod released his power, his hell authority had actually produced a slight change, as if it was eager to obtain this power. I have decided, human. Mammon's eyes were fierce, and he smiled sinisterly. Compared to this woman's advent ceremony, I want your body more. Since this power was something that even hell yearned for, then he could not miss it. Even if he had to pay any price, he had to obtain this power. If you want my body, then it will depend on whether you have the ability. A cold light surged in Lod's eyes as he pointed sword at the Infernal King. Then, he slowly said in a cold voice, fortunately, this is hell. I don't need to restrain my power like last time. In the Battle of New York, considering the huge destructive power of Bankai, he deliberately weakened the power of Bankai and controlled the range of damage to the smallest range. But now, there is no need. There is no innocent soul in hell, so he does not need to worry about his own strength, just release it to his heart's content. The Hyorinmaru seemed to have sensed Lod's heart. Sword's blade let out a slight tremble, as if it was telling Lod that it couldn't wait to let the enemy feel the extreme cold. Countdown. Begin. Lod's eyes were dense, and Ho-Ho flashed in front of the Mammon. Swish. On the sharp thin blade of the Hyorinmaru, a wisp of extreme coldness condensed, and then it slashed down at lightning speed. This sword didn't erupt with shocking spirit energy, nor was there any fierce and vast sword energy. There was only extreme cold energy that violently swallowed the moment it touched Mammon. Ice Dragon spinning tail. The sharp blade of sword was compressed to the extreme. It suddenly erupted and spread, freezing everything in its path, turning everything within a radius of hundreds of meters into a world of ice. Although Mammon was frozen in a thick layer of ice, Lod was not the least bit careless. Instead, his face was full of seriousness. The dignified Devil King of Hell, Mammon, could not be defeated so easily by him. The most important thing was, he did not receive the system's mission completion prompt. As if confirming Lod's conjecture, he saw the thick layer of ice that was freezing the door. It was suddenly ignited by a wisp of black flame. Crack! 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 The ice continued to crack, and the originally smooth surface of the ice was already covered in terrifying cracks. In the next moment, the ice suddenly exploded. Arrogant mortal. Mammon stepped on the still burning black flames and walked out with a grim smile. I am the Devil King of 7 original sins. How dare a bastard like you fight me in hell? Lod also felt that he was crazy. They actually dared to fight in the territory of the infernal Devil King. One had to know that the strength of these dimensional devil gods was closely related to the space and region they were in. It was not that they did not want to seize the Earth's dimension, but that once they descended on Earth, their physical strength would be greatly suppressed. Moreover, the longer they left their dimension, the more they would be weakened. That was why Sorcerer Supreme could easily expel them. If both sides were in a similar situation, Ancient One would not be able to stop dimensional devil gods like Thon and Dormammu. But this did not mean that he had no chance of winning. Because Mammon in front of him was just a projection of power, not a real infernal Devil King. Your words are too much. Lod's eyes burst out with a cold killing intent. You, the Infernal King, do you really rely on talking? The other 6 Infernal Kings really don't have any objections to you. It was originally just an unintentional remark, but who would have thought that it seemed to have poked at a sore spot of Mammon, and his eyes erupted with a terrifying and tyrannical aura. Courting death. Mammon let out a low roar full of anger from his throat. The surging sound waves rolled over like countless sharp steel sword. Shunko. Lod exhaled, and then his eyes became cold. Zap. The dazzling white lightning wrapped around Lod and instantly exploded with an indescribable horror. The surging white lightning tore through the air around Hollow. Just the spiritual power that was overflowing from his body, the countless explosive winds that swept up were like sharp sword blades, tearing apart the whistling sound waves. But it was not over. Lod was well aware that if he really wanted to end the battle, he needed more, stronger spiritual power. Hell was not just the home ground of Mammon. The concentration of spiritual droplets here was 100 times that of the human world. For Lod, who had the lineage of Quincy, it was a natural and excellent battlefield. Spiritual droplets, plunder. Lod let out a low roar. His face suddenly flushed red, and his entire body was like a fried shrimp, emitting steaming hot air. Hulala. All the spirit particles within a radius of nearly 1,000 meters were forcibly taken away in an instant, and then they whistled over like a tide, crazily pouring into Laud's body. With this kind of near self-mutilation method, Laud finally managed to raise his own spiritual power to captain level. The conditions have been met. Watch carefully, damn it. A hint of coldness flashed through Laud's eyes, and then he slowly raised sword's blade. Next move will be my full strength. Chapter 81, 100 Flowers Burial. Mammon felt a little strange. Laud's sword's blade was not aimed at him, but the sky. What exactly was he trying to do? Just as this thought rose from Mammon's heart, a huge blue pillar of light burst out from Laud's body in the next second, as if it had penetrated the entire hell, rushing into the thick clouds that covered the sky. Clang. A wisp of extreme coldness erupted from sword's blade and poured into the sky that was densely covered with dark clouds. Ice sky. 100 Flowers Burial. A dazzling white light suddenly blossomed from the thick black clouds that covered the sky. Then, the white light gradually expanded and formed a huge white spiritual chi cover. This is impossible. Mammon's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a rare trace of shock. Hell. It was snowing. Endless snowflakes drifted down from the top of the spiritual chi cover. It had to be said. To be able to see snowflakes falling from the human world in the hell that was always corrupt and burning was a rather romantic thing. Even Mammon could not help but admire them a few more times. But under this beautiful snow scene, there was a terrifying chill that made people fall into the abyss. When a snowflake landed on Mammon, it suddenly bloomed into a gorgeous flower of ice, and only then did he realize that something was wrong. After these ice flowers bloom, they will plunder the vitality and power of the host body at an unbelievable speed. There is a problem with these ice flowers. Mammon realized that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but it was too late. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and ice flowers bloomed. In the blink of an eye, dozens of beautiful ice flowers grew on Mammon's body, and his power and vitality were crazily devoured by the ice flowers. Impossible. Mammon's expression finally changed. He was the demon king in charge of hell. Even if he only had the power of a clone, how could he be defeated by a mere human? Just a mere ice, do you think I have no way to deal with it? Mammon roared crazily, releasing wisps of black flames that burned fiercely, trying to melt all the ice flowers attached to his body. But in the next second... Gotcha. With a crisp sound of freezing, Mammon's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with deep horror. The black flames that were constantly burning were actually directly frozen by the falling snowflakes, blossoming into ice-blue flowers that were cold to the bone. This black flame symbolized the original sin of human beings, the greed that would never disappear, enough to swallow everything in the world. How could it be frozen? No, no. Mammon seemed to suddenly think of something, turned to look at the sky of hell, and said angrily, This is not your power, this is hell. Crack. 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 Before he finished speaking, the ice flowers that bloomed in succession had already frozen Mammon. Whether it was Reishi, or the wind, or even the burning black flames, they were all frozen in an instant. Countless ice flowers spread and linked together. Everything in sight was ice flowers, freezing everything and finally turning into a huge ice pillar that was completely gathered by ice flowers. Ice, sky, and 100 Flowers Burial. The extreme cold energy condensed on sword's blade poured into the sky, and then with the help of the strongest ability of the Hyorinmaru, meteorological phenomenon, activated, spiritual power, which contained the power of the Hyorinmaru pill, scattered into snowflakes and fell down. It was the strongest skill that Laud could use up to now. When 100 ice flowers bloomed on his body, the enemy's life would also come to an end. Goodbye. Mammon. Laud lowered his eyes. Then, the blade in his hand lightly swung down. Boom. The ice flower that covered the entire hell shattered. Ding, mission completed. Emergency mission, Hell Battle, January 3rd. Mission details, Demon King Mammon is very interested in your death god's power. If you don't want to be possessed by him, recommend defeating his clone here. Mission details, kill Mammon's clone, 1/1. Mission reward, after completing the series of missions, the total will be calculated. Immediately after. The 12 ice flowers withered, symbolizing the disappearance of Laud's Bankai. The ice wings and armor on Laud's body gradually peeled off. The originally terrifying momentum and spiritual power also fell to the lowest point in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by Hollow's weakness and powerlessness, as well as Laud's entire right arm, which had been severely frozen by the cold air of Hyorinmaru. Hoochie. 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 Laud's face was pale, and he gasped violently, and then forcibly pulled off his frozen right arm. This arm had been completely frozen, so even if it were pulled off, there would not be the slightest pain, and even a drop of blood would not flow out from the place where the arm was severed. This had nothing to do with Zanpakutou's own will, it was the price he had to pay for forcing his bankai. The power of Daiguren Hyorinmaru was not so easy to control. Even with the help of the system, it can be forced to use bankai. In the previous Battle of New York, Laud deliberately suppressed the power and range of bankai, so the backlash was not so serious. But this time, in the face of Hell Devil King Mammon, he did not dare to be careless and could only exert his full strength. And the price was this arm. This reminded Laud that he had to reach captain-level spiritual power in a short time. Otherwise, even if he drew other people's bankai, would he dare to forcibly solve it? This time it was Toshiro Hitsugai's Hyorinmaru, which froze an arm in just 10 minutes. Next time, what if it is Aizen, Kirakushuinsue, Zaraki Kenpachi, Anohana Retsu, Old Man Yamamoto? At that time, I am afraid it is not as simple as paying an arm. Laud looked down at the broken right hand, his face showed a little relief, sighed, fortunately, I still have a limb repairing serum, otherwise I will really be a carving hero. Item, limb repairing serum. Grade, blue. Type, consumable. This potion was a prop he had drawn a long time ago, but he had never had the chance to use it. He put it in his backpack to eat dust. Unexpectedly, today it came in handy. Laud held the needle filled with green liquid in his left hand, and then fiercely inserted it into the broken arm of his right hand, pushing all the potions into the damaged muscle tissue. Guji, ku. As the green light surged, the muscle tissue on the broken arm squirmed and regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 seconds, the right hand was restored to its original state, and the skin after rebirth was more tender and white, which could be broken with a blow. If this whitening effect was spread out, it would be enough to make any beauty salon on the market close down. Ha! Laud tried to clench his fist and found that it was no different from his previous arm. The last worry in his heart also disappeared. Take advantage of the fact that the Mammon is not back yet, and quickly leave this place. Laud was well aware that he had only killed a clone and was not the real Infernal King, so it was better to escape as soon as possible. After a few ho-ho, Laud arrived at the center of the stone disc. His arm passed through and picked up the unconscious Angela. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. It turned out that there was a palm-sized disc-shaped stone underneath where Angela was lying. The stone carving was embedded in a depression, and the color was almost the same as the surrounding. If one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to find it. But the most surprising thing was that this stone carving was almost the same as the huge stone carving under their feet. Even the words of Akkad on it were not wrong, as if someone could copy it. It was just that he did not know if this large stone carving was a replica or if this miniature stone carving was a textile product. But no matter if it were for a replica, Laud did not intend to let it go. Since he already knew that the words of Akkad were called the God's Proverb, how could he let go of a stone that was full of words? After putting the stone tablet into his bag, Laud was satisfied and dragged Angela. He used Ho-Ho to come to the edge of the cliff and brought the black cat with him. Then, Laud took out the holy water ball that Constantine gave him, crushed it, and sprinkled it on his body. Chapter 82, Handsome Equal Popular. Hell. The pillar that was formed from countless ice flowers suddenly dissolved under the burning black flames. Along with the pungent smell of sulfur, a huge and terrifying figure slowly appeared. The curved horns of a demon grew on his head, and behind him was a pair of black bat wings. The joints of his legs below his knees were reversed, and his feet were a pair of flaming hooves. The hooves, the horns, and the wings of a sheep. Without a doubt, this was the standard image of a demon. The moment this demon appeared, the time and space of the entire hell seemed to freeze. Although the true name of the demon was unknown, the world called it Mammon. The moment the clone was destroyed, all the memories poured into the mind of Mammon's true body. After learning of all the circumstances, he rushed back from other hells as fast as he could to stop Laud and the other two who were trying to escape. But it's a pity. Laud seemed to have expected it and slipped away early with Angela and the black cat. You can run fast, human. Mammon's mood was terrible to the extreme. Not only did he not get Laud, but he also lost the parent body used for the Advent ceremony. How embarrassing. The dignified Infernal King actually let a human save the important parent body right under his nose, and even the power projection avatar was killed. If the other 6 Infernal Kings knew about this, how would they have the face to continue living in hell? That human. Where did he come from? Mammon stared at the sky of hell shrouded in dark clouds, and his scarlet vertical pupils revealed a trace of imperceptible fear. If it were foresaid that the thing he cared about the most now was not the progenitor used for the Advent ceremony being taken away, but the power that Laud displayed had a considerable effect on him to a certain extent. If it were for just the wavering of the authority of hell, perhaps it could be understood that the power of that human was special. But at the last moment, Mammon, who had been frozen by the blooming ice flower, could clearly feel that the will of hell was helping that human. This ridiculous action was like you had a fairly sturdy vault and stored a large sum of money in it. You were the owner of this vault, and only you could open this vault. But now, a stranger suddenly appeared, effortlessly opening the vault and taking away a portion of the money in front of you. What are your thoughts now? Similarly, understanding hell as this vault, and the power was the key and password to take charge of and open this vault. One could understand why Mammon felt extremely angry. It was he who had been coveting the power of others, but now the situation was reversed. That human could actually seize the power of hell that he controlled, and even wanted to turn the tables on him and strip away his demon king status. How could Mammon endure this? In comparison, the matter of descending to the human world could be delayed. But that human had to die. It didn't matter if he failed to descend. In any case, the demon king profession was an iron rice bowl. At worst, he would just find another opportunity next time. But if he really let that human take away his power, then he would become the most shameful demon king in history. I can't wait any longer. The Mammon's eyes revealed a trace of deep fear, and then said hatefully, we can't let that human live, and the Advent ceremony must be accelerated. Human world. Ah dash. Angela suddenly screamed, and then opened her eyes in horror, the magnificent thing in front of her chest rising and falling violently. It's very big. I think it has a D cup. Combined with the clothes attached to his body after soaking in the water. It could be said to be the European version of the wet body temptation. You woke up. Constantine retracted his gaze and mocked, welcome back. How is the scenery in hell? Angela had a look of fear on her face. She took a few breaths and said with lingering fear, it's terrible. I swear this is the most wrong decision I have made. It's too late to regret now. Constantine narrowed his eyes and spat out a white smoke ring. He said coldly, I have already reminded you that hell is not a good place. You have already stepped into our world. This kind of thing will continue to happen in the future. Angela could only smile bitterly. She had imagined the horror of 10,000 kinds of hell, and even thought that she was mentally prepared and could bear the consequences of these. But the moment she stepped into hell, she realized how childish her thoughts were. Just like how humans could not imagine the real God, which was why they used the divine crown as a human. The horror she imagined was not even 1 in 10,000 of the real hell. Get up when you're done resting. Constantine flicked his thumb, shook off the smoke, and said, come with me to see your savior. Savior? Angela looked at him strangely, as if she was asking, didn't you save me? No, I don't have the ability to save your soul from hell. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he was thinking too much. If he had the ability, would he need to worry about lung cancer? The two of them walked out of the bathroom one after another. Angela walked into the living room and was immediately attracted by the man who was smoking and holding the cat in his arms, because she had never seen such a handsome man. The man's delicate facial features, deep blue eyes, and the gentle smile on his lips made Angela feel that her heart was beating wildly. God, so handsome. Angela subconsciously said this, but the next second she realized something was wrong, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. That's too much. Constantine felt a deep sense of malice. Angela was not like this when she saw him. He was obviously very handsome, okay. You, hello. Although Angela's ears were red and she did not dare to look into Laud's eyes, she still pretended to be calm and said, thank you for saving me. My name is Angela. If you don't mind, can I treat you to a cup of coffee? Was this a declaration of an ex? Judging from Angela's flushed cheeks and her hurried breathing and slightly misty eyes, this woman wanted to marry Laud. Constantine. Laud was also speechless. Although he admitted that he was indeed very handsome, it was not enough to make a woman fall in love with him right after he met her, right? Meow. The black cat called out lazily, a trace of ridicule flashing through its golden pupils. Then, it took elegant steps and jumped from Laud's arms to the ground, lying down at its feet. I'm sorry. Angela's thoughts disappeared, and the redness on her face quickly faded. She quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I just want to drink coffee. Thank you for saving me. No need to thank me, it was just a small effort. Laud replied indifferently, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Angela smiled awkwardly, not daring to look straight into Laud's eyes. She also felt very strange. Just now, it was as if some magical charm was attracting her. She couldn't help but want to get close to Laud, and even wanted to have a fight with him. Looking at the two dogs flirting with each other, Constantine was so angry that his liver was hurting, and he wanted to shout, so what if you are handsome? It was obviously me who came first. Chapter 83, Family Crematorium. 4 people and 1 cat. Nemu was looking at Laud was looking at Angela was stealing glances at Laud, and Constantine was looking at them. This scene could be described as a lyric, clearly a movie for 3 people, but I still couldn't have a name. Hey, can you two look at me? Constantine felt sour in his heart and could not help but say, Hell Demon King Mammon is about to descend into the mortal world, yet you two still have the heart to flirt here. A pair of dog and woman. The world is about to be destroyed, yet you two are still flirting here. Constantine couldn't wait to take out the divine hunter and shoot this pretty boy, but considering the difference in combat strength between the two sides, he could only suppress this tempting idea. Laud was a little speechless. He turned to look at Constantine and said, Which eye of yours saw me flirting? Constantine was expressionless. He pointed at himself and said, Both of my eyes saw it. No. No. Angela blushed and lowered her head shyly. She explained to herself in a low voice, I don't know what happened to me just now, but I suddenly became like that. Unfortunately, the way she said this, in Constantine's eyes, was more like a lie that came out of shyness. Only Laud knew. Angela was telling the truth. She had just been affected by some kind of mysterious influence, which was why she showed the kind of love and longing expression to a man she met for the first time. Besides, he was not a walking lotus machine. How could he let a woman who he had never met fall in love with him the moment they met? Laud was speechless, but he could not explain it to Constantine. He could only say helplessly, Forget it. As long as you are happy, let's continue with the business. Constantine leaned on the sofa, lit up a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, That's right. It's not like we're in a Hollywood movie. Love alone cannot save this rotten world. It could really save the world. Laud resisted the desire to ridicule and could not bear to expose Constantine's fantasy. Wasn't the American team, Thunder God, and Black Widow next door a typical example? Considering that this exorcist possessed the attribute of the heavenly cursed lone star, Laud felt that it was better not to say it out, lest he suffer a blow. Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and asked, Angela, do you still remember what happened in hell? Angela carefully recalled and replied, I only remember meeting Isabella, and then she told me to leave hell quickly. She also said that someone's target was me. Is there anything else? Constantine frowned. With this clue alone, he could not figure out who it was, and why it wanted to imprison Angela's soul. No more. Angela looked apologetic and shook her head, I'm sorry, I really can't remember. What about you? Constantine turned to look at Laud, his eyes locked on him, and asked, When you went to hell to save her, did you find anything? Laud said in detail, Mammon imprisoned Angela's soul. I met his avatar in hell. You met Mammon? Hearing this, Constantine was so scared that he almost threw the cigarette on the ground. He looked at Laud with surprise and asked, Then how did you save Angela? Laud smiled slightly. I killed his avatar. His stash. Constantine sucked in a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, You actually killed Mammon's clone in hell. Although the process was very difficult. But in terms of the result, I killed him. Laud said calmly. You. What exactly are you? Constantine still found it hard to accept. That was the Devil King in charge of hell. Even if it were for a clone, it was not an existence that could be easily killed. Laud looked deeply at him and said, You will know in the future, but not now. Okay, Mr. Mystery. Constantine shrugged. He had seen this kind of guy who pretended to be mysterious many times. He had long been accustomed to it. He continued, Now is the second question. Why did Mammon imprison Angela's soul? Laud said lightly, I heard from Mammon that she has something to do with the Advent ceremony. Angela, W. Constantine frowned and asked, Then why must it have to be Angela? What does she have to do with the Advent ceremony? Are you serious? Laud shook his head and said, Aren't you the best at dealing with those guys from hell? How come you don't even know about the Advent ceremony? The whole family would be buried in a fire. If he dared to tell Constantine that the Advent ceremony was orchestrated by Mammon and Gabriel, who knew if there would be a big shot who would jump out and kill him, so he obediently closed his mouth and tried to persuade Constantine to find out the truth. Do you think I am the prophet? Constantine resisted the idea of wanting to kill this outer doorman and explained, There are at least tens of thousands of rituals related to the descent. How do I know which one Mammon uses? Laud said in surprise, Aren't you quite familiar with hell? Just ask a few demons. You think too much, really unfamiliar. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. They can't wait to kill me. How can they tell me? This is difficult. Laud thought for a while and then said, Don't you call yourself a socialite? Why don't you ask a few friends? This road is not good either. Constantine looked a little embarrassed and said, I have tried to contact them, but they immediately hung up when they heard that it was me. You are so unpopular. I used to have good relations with people. I just had an accident. For example, I dragged my 2 friends to hell. They volunteered. I didn't have time to ask. Then I understand. Well, it's good that you understand. Angela sat aside and listened to the conversation between the two. She looked at Constantine with disdain and scolded, "Scum. Thank you for the compliment." Constantine said indifferently, but there was a trace of imperceptible sadness in his eyes. And this sadness was coincidentally caught by Laud. Everyone knew that Constantine had cheated his teammates, but no one knew that 5 minutes after he woke up every morning, he would imagine the scene of his friends dying because of him. And the reason for this was only so that when that day came, he would not be immersed in sorrow and could continue to work hard to save this rotten world. Everyone only remembered that the person who was killed by Constantine had unconsciously forgotten how many lives this scum had saved. Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little dull, Laud had no choice but to stand up and guide Constantine. "Actually, you have a friend." "Who?" "Daddy Midnight." "Didn't you kill him?" "Not yet. He's still breathing." "You really aren't human. You're too cruel." "Same to you." Chapter 84, You Again. Midnight Bar. After 2 hours, Laud and Constantine once again returned to their old place. As soon as they walked in from the entrance, Constantine felt as if he had walked into a slaughterhouse. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. Coming to the bottom of the bar, Constantine was stunned. Although he had vaguely guessed what had happened, he did not expect it to be so miserable. All the mixed blood of all the angels and demons in the bar had died under his hands. Broken limbs and minced meat covered the entire bar. Thick blood spread through the cracks between the floor and spread to all corners. "God, how many people have you killed?" Constantine frowned, pinched his nose and asked. The smell of blood here was too strong, even he could not accept it. No wonder Laud asked Angela to stay at home before they set off, and asked Nemu to accompany her. It seemed that he had expected it. If the police saw it, they would probably pull out their handcuffs and arrest this guy on the spot. "Everyone except Midnight," Laud said in a very calm tone, as if he was eating and drinking water. He did not care about this at all. "You are very similar to Gabriel." Constantine was silent for a moment, then leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. He sneered, "You always look high and mighty. Your eyes are full of indifference and disregard. In your eyes, are human lives as worthless as weeds?" "You are wrong, Constantine." Laud narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "No one has been high and mighty from the beginning. I am like this, and so is Gabriel. This view is very strange. This is the first time I have heard of it." Constantine suddenly took a drag on the cigarette and eased the disgusting smell of blood. He asked, "Although my relationship with these bastards is not good, I really want to know why you killed them. Is the reason important?" Laud asked back. "It's very important." Constantine took a puff of his cigarette and smiled. "At least I have to confirm that the person accompanying me is not a psycho killer, or a demon." Laud smiled and said, "Didn't you already use a contract to prove that I am not a demon? Anything can go wrong, including something unreliable like a contract." Constantine said as he placed a hand behind his back. He had experienced the darkest betrayal and the ugliness of human nature. Because of this, he would not easily trust anyone, even if the other party looked like a human. A mysterious man brought by the Hell contract was not under the jurisdiction of Hell. He had the ability to easily kill mixed-blood angels and demons, and he could even rescue the lost soul from Hell, or even kill the avatar of the Demon King. No matter from which angle he looked at it, it was full of doubts. The little tricks behind Constantine naturally could not be hidden from Laud's eyes, but he did not care. Not to mention that Constantine did not have the ability to kill him, even if there was, just a long incantation and action before releasing the magic was enough for Laud to kill him more than 10 times. "Friend, I have to know why they died. Otherwise, what if you go crazy and kill me?" Constantine said with a smile. Lord said indifferently, "There is only one reason for killing them, and that is my precious treasure. Your glory." Constantine was slightly stunned, but then he immediately reacted and asked tentatively, "Are you referring to that little girl?" "Yes." Although Laud was smiling, his eyes were extremely cold. "Since they intend to attack Nemu, there should be nothing to complain about dying under my hands, right?" "Well done, friend." Constantine was silent for a second for the scum in his heart, then said, "I have wanted to kill those bastards for a long time. Such scum is not worthy to stay in the world." The so-called changing face was faster than flipping through a book. It could be someone like Constantine. Laud was too lazy to argue with him. He said, "Midnight is in his secret room. You better know how to get in." "Don't worry." Constantine patted his chest and promised, "I've been thinking about this guy's secret room for a long time. I know how to get in." The two of them crossed the bar and walked down the office at midnight. After a few minutes, they arrived at a secret room that was decorated like a church. Midnight was still dressed in the same outfit, a suit hat, a scarf, a big gold chain and a small watch, looking like a social person. However, the moment he saw Lod, Midnight's dark face was scared white. "Dear Midnight, my old friend is here to see you." Constantine opened his arms enthusiastically, intending to go over and hug this old friend, but unfortunately, he had only taken 2 steps when a double-barreled shotgun was aimed at his head. "It's you, Constantine." The anger in Midnight's eyes almost turned into substance. He wanted to burn this damned man to ashes. It was all because of this jinx. His reputation and territory that he had run for many years were destroyed overnight. As for the real murderer, sorry, Midnight did not have the courage to seek revenge on Lod, so he could only vent his anger on Constantine. "No, no, no." Constantine quickly waved his hand and said, "I know you are very angry now, but I am with him. Before you make a move, do you have to think about the result? Relying on the big tree to take advantage of the cold." Constantine was too familiar with this set of fox borrowing the tiger's might. Just a few words made Midnight timid. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Midnight's face was green and white. In the end, when he saw Lod, he could only put down the gun with hatred. "The bar is gone and the person is killed. Why are you still looking for me?" Constantine was too lazy to talk nonsense and got straight to the point. "I want to borrow something from you." The situation was better than that. Midnight could only suppress his anger and say sullenly, "What is it?" "That electric chair of yours." The electric chair that appeared in the original film of Hell Detective came from the New York State Star Prison. It was one of the 3 prisons in America that first used the electric chair to execute the death penalty. Since 1890, 200 prisoners had died in this electric chair. And when this electric chair devoured nearly 200 lives, perhaps it was the desire of many prisoners to beg for time to turn back before death, thus giving this electric chair the magical effect of reversing time according to the wishes of the user. Incidentally, this electric chair was one of Midnight's favorite collectibles. At that time, it cost a lot to get it. "Why do you use that chair?" Midnight asked warily. "You know the ability of that chair. Without a suitable reason, I would not dare to lend it to you." The power of the electric chair in Star Prison was too terrible. If it were forced by someone, it could reverse the time of the past and cause chaos in the world. And the neutral principle that he had been holding on to would be destroyed. "The problem is, in the current situation, do you still have the capital to refuse me?" Constantine laughed coldly. Behind him stood a big shot who was firm in his words. He did not have to care about Midnight's stinky face at all. Midnight's face became even uglier. If not for because he was afraid of Lod, he even wanted to twist Constantine's head off and stuff it into the toilet to wash it off. "Midnight, we are old friends. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" It was unknown where Constantine got his confidence from to be able to say this. Obviously, Midnight understood his character better. He sneered and said, "It is because I know you are Constantine that I am more worried about you." His character was questioned, which made Constantine feel very hurt. He sighed and said, "Okay, I will be honest. I actually want to find Balthazar." Midnight was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "You have to promise me that you will leave this place immediately after you use it. Don't come to me again." "What a pity. I thought we were best friends." Constantine could not help but feel a little emotional. There was one less friend beside him. If something happened in the future, no one would be able to cheat him. Midnight sneered, "We have never been friends. We were never friends before, and we were even less in the future." Chapter 85, The Truth is Approaching. Midnight pulled out a chair in the style of the last century from his collection and placed it in the direction of the east, indicating that Constantine could sit down. "Who?" Constantine moved his body, then sat on the electric chair and took off his shoes. He stepped on the ground barefoot. Midnight poured a bottle of clean water and let the water soak Constantine's feet. Then he said coldly, "Are you ready, bastard?" To be honest, not yet." Constantine took a deep breath and tried hard to calm his pounding heart so that he would not be too nervous. After all, not everyone had the chance to experience a prison elevator from the last century, especially the exciting, over-electricity, project. "Come on." Constantine let out a sigh of relief, then resolutely said with an expression of equanimity, "I'm ready, we can begin." Cha. Midnight raised a long electric baton and inserted it with a ferocious face. Looking at his expression and eyes, Lod estimated that if he was not at the scene, Midnight would most likely take revenge for his own personal grudge and put this electric baton on Constantine's face. Zap. The electric baton made contact with the water on the ground and instantly attracted a strong current to Constantine sitting on the electric chair. The feeling of electricity coursing through his entire body instantly made Constantine want to die. The current ran wildly in his body, causing Constantine's eyes to turn white and his entire body to emit white smoke. Watching Constantine suffer, Midnight's mouth could not help but rise, so much so that his mood became a little happy. It was too cool. This feeling was even better than the hot summer, drinking iced cola. If he could electrocute Constantine to death, he would probably feel even better. Constantine, who was electrocuted, suddenly felt that his vision had been widened, and time began to quickly go back in front of his eyes. Countless scenes flashed in his mind like a movie. Knowing that time was precious, Constantine did not dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately focused his attention and drew out Balthazar's appearance in his mind. Balthazar. Tell me. Where is Balthazar? In the fragments of time, a huge force suddenly emerged and dragged Constantine's consciousness into one of the fragments. Then, he witnessed his friend. Then he saw an office building somewhere in Los Angeles. He came to an office on the top floor of the office building and saw Balthazar. Balthazar was wearing a pen-style suit with a shiny back and a standard gentlemanly style. He was holding a goblet in his hand, which was filled with a viscous blood-red liquid. The wriggling lips of Balthazar indicated that he seemed to be talking to someone, but Constantine was in the office and did not see the figure of a second person. Balthazar was still talking, and the expression on his face seemed to be fearful. This made Constantine even more curious who he was talking to. Constantine controlled his consciousness to get closer. He vaguely heard a few important words: hospital, descended, twins. Just as he was about to get closer, he suddenly saw Balthazar scream. Half of his skin was corroded and festering, as if he had been drenched by high-purity holy water. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Balthazar humbly knelt on the ground and apologized. Then, he turned his head around with a ferocious expression and glared at him with a pair of red eyes. It's you. Constantine. Balthazar gritted his teeth and said. Combined with his appearance of having half his skin corroded, he looked extremely horrifying. Not good. Constantine was shocked. Although the electric chair could help his consciousness reverse time, in this state, the user had no ability to resist. Moreover, once the user's consciousness died, his body would become a vegetable. Go to hell, Constantine. There was a look of horror in Balthazar's eyes. If the plan had been leaked, he would have definitely been sent to heaven by that lord. As a demon with a lot of blood debts, there was no need to say what would happen if he was sent to heaven, right? Midnight. Lord. Constantine immediately shouted for help. In this situation, he could only rely on outsiders to forcefully pull him down from the electric chair to escape the current state of consciousness. After hearing Constantine's cry for help, Lod came to the electric chair. Ignoring the violent electric current, they pulled Constantine out with their bare hands and threw him directly onto a pillar. Bang. Constantine flew sideways, just right at the waist, and slammed into the pillar, immediately letting out a scream. This was a mistake. Lod could swear that he didn't do it on purpose, nor did he have any objections to Constance's waist. After rescuing Constantine, Lod once again placed his gaze on the electric chair. This prop that could reverse time by using the user was too dangerous for him. In the future, if someone used this electric chair to reverse time and traced it back to him from something, wouldn't his identity that he had painstakingly built be exposed? This kind of hidden danger must not be left behind. It's comfortable. After Sword chopped the electric chair in half, Lod suddenly felt that his mind had become clear. My electric chair. Midnight's eyelids were twitching violently. His heart ached so much that it almost bled. This was his favorite collection. How could it be hacked by Sword? Calm down. He had to calm down. Midnight comforted himself again and again. Collections were all external objects. Losing a chair was better than losing his life, right? Ah. Constantine groaned in pain and struggled to get up from the ground. He covered his back and said, "Can you be gentler next time? My waist feels like it is about to break." "Next time, definitely." Lod replied with a smile. Midnight looked at the damaged electric chair with heartache, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only say sullenly, "Constantine, have you found what you want?" "Found it." "Balthazar." Constantine held his waist and said, "This guy is really related to Mammon. I saw him talking to someone." He also mentioned the Advent ceremony and the hospital. "Twins. Congratulations, then where are we going next?" Lod said in a flat tone, but he sighed in his heart. He had finally guided Constantine to find the correct clue. Constantine's eyes were filled with anger, and he said hatefully, "I will go back and prepare first, and then I will go and settle accounts with that bastard, Balthazar." Midnight was expressionless. "Remember your promise. Don't look for me in the future, Constantine." "Yes, next time." Constantine waved goodbye. Chapter 86, The Car Killer. The two of them said goodbye to Midnight and walked out of the bar to the street. In order to send Constantine away, Midnight even gave them his newly bought car and key. He only asked the two god of plagues to leave quickly and never come back. Sit tight, friend. Constantine sat in the car with a cigarette in his mouth. He put one hand on the steering wheel and said, "Remember to put on your seat belt. My speed is beyond your imagination. Don't expect me to brake. Hurry up and drive." Lod sighed helplessly. Right now, he only wanted to complete the task and go back. It was too torturous to be with Constantine. He knew the direction of the plot ahead of time, but who could understand the pain that could not be experienced? He could clearly tell Constantine directly that the mastermind behind the scenes was Gabriel, but because the storyline might attract the attention of the big shots in heaven and hell, he could only watch Constantine slowly deduce the case. This feeling was simply terrible. In Los Angeles at 3 in the morning. A car sped through the empty road. Just as Constantine had said, he would not step on the accelerator when driving. Wait. Do you smell anything? Constantine held the steering wheel with one hand and the cigarette in the other. Suddenly, he frowned slightly and smelled a special smell. Lod sniffed and said, "It seems to be the smell of sulfur, right?" The smell of sulfur. Constantine's expression suddenly changed. This was not good news, because the smell of sulfur and the demons of hell were generally inextricably linked. The next second, just as Constantine wanted to remind Lod to be careful, he suddenly felt the car shake violently, and then it was overturned by a sudden huge force. The car was thrown high into the air and then fell at an extremely fast speed. Lod reacted very quickly. He grabbed Constantine by the collar and kicked away the windshield before throwing him out first. For some reason, Constantine suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. In the next moment, Constantine finally knew why he felt that it was familiar. Bang. This time, he was sent flying horizontally, and coincidentally, there was an electric pole by the side of the road. The collision between the body and the iron weapon produced the most disgusting sound, as well as Constantine's scream again. My waist. Constantine's anger was mixed with pain. He clutched his waist and fell to the ground, wailing, glaring at the culprit. Did you do it on purpose? This is already the second time. Air. Lod looked embarrassed. This time, he really did not do it on purpose. It was completely accidental and coincidental. He could only blame himself for being unlucky. Who asked him to have an electric pole by the roadside when he flew out? F***ck. You definitely did it on purpose. Constantine wanted to cry but no tears came out. He rubbed his aching old waist and wondered if he couldn't make it. In this regard, Lod could only show an awkward and polite smile, but his eyes unconsciously drifted to the crashed car. He suddenly muttered in his heart. If he remembered correctly. This seemed to be the third car that had been destroyed, right? It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but this was already the third time. Every time it happened, it would be a surprise attack. Could it be that these villains were specially designed to destroy vehicles? Lod suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. He might have been cursed to be a car killer. Buzz. Zap. On both sides of the empty street, bright lights suddenly began to flicker, one bright and one dark quickly alternating, and along with the wires on the short road, a strange scene like the prelude of a ghost film was interwoven. Constantine understood this set of events. For some reason, before ordinary demons appeared, they seemed to break the light bulbs or wires to show their identity, thus creating a strange and terrible atmosphere. Constantine shouted into the darkness, "Get out here, demon!" Bang. Bang. The lights on both sides of the road suddenly broke, and the wires seemed to be forcibly torn off by some kind of force. When they fell to the ground, they emitted electric sparks and twisted like crazy snakes. A pungent smell of sulfur suddenly filled the air, and then from the dark shadows, there was a sound of hard leather shoes colliding with the ground. A figure gradually walked out from the darkness. Under the moonlight, Lod and Constantine could clearly see the person's appearance. "It's you. Balthazar." Constantine was shocked in his heart. Obviously, he did not expect the other party to come here so soon. Balthazar, who was dressed like a spirited young man in a suit and leather shoes, had a trace of coldness on his face and said with a murderous look, "Constantine, you are dead tonight. No one can save you." "I don't think so." Constantine shrugged and said indifferently, "I wanted to kill you with my own hands, but unfortunately, you're too puny to die by my hands." Ha ha ha. The killing intent in Balthazar's eyes was boiling. He laughed sinisterly and said, "You want to kill me? You don't even have a tool to exorcise demons on you. Are you going to drive me away with your mouth?" "Of course not. Just rely on friends." Constantine calmly lit up a cigarette and put it in his mouth. After taking a deep breath, he provocatively spat it out at Balthazar. What a joke. Did he, Constantine, rely on props and magic to exorcise demons? Of course not. He relied on his friends and teammates to exorcise demons. Friends. Balthazar was slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that there was a man standing next to Constantine. This person looked too weak. He did not feel any threat at all. Constantine, is your brain burned by the cigarette? Balthazar felt that he had been underestimated. The murderous intent in his eyes overflowed, and the smell of sulfur from hell became even more serious. You didn't go to the midnight bar today. Constantine took a drag on his cigarette and asked a strange question. No, why are you asking this? Are you trying to buy time and wait for midnight to save you? Balthazar was confused and thought that Constantine had placed his hopes on midnight. No, it's nothing. I know. Constantine grinned and his eyes were very kind. He said, Dear Lord, remember to leave him a breath. We still have many questions to ask him. Chapter 87, Just a Passing Death God. Looking at Balthazar, who was full of confidence, Constantine was about to go crazy, laughing in his heart. The devil that they had gone through so much trouble to find actually came to their door like a hothead. Moreover, the most important thing was that this guy still didn't know about the tragedy that happened in Midnight Bar. How tragic. When he thought about how Balthazar would face Laud next, the corners of Constantine's mouth couldn't help but rise crazily. The corners of Laud's mouth also rose slightly, because he finally didn't have to follow Constantine everywhere. I'd like to see if you can still laugh later. A hint of scarlet flashed through Balthazar's eyes, and then he opened his arms and let out a sharp roar towards the sky. Ah! The sharp whistle tore through the silent night sky, an almost tangible sound wave spread out, causing the nearby asphalt road to crack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strong wind suddenly blew on the quiet street, accompanied by a nauseating rancid smell and a strange buzzing sound similar to that of a swarm of bees. Tear them apart. Following Balthazar's command, the moonlight in the night sky was obscured. A huge, irregular-shaped shadow suddenly enveloped Laud and Constantine. He is summoning the low-level demonic spirits of hell. Constantine looked up and saw that the gigantic and irregular shadow was actually made up of countless hideous demonic creatures. Roar dash. The demonic clouds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth surged towards them like a dense tide. Laud, quickly think of a way. Constantine suddenly panicked a little. If he was caught by these hungry monsters, he would tear the two of them into pieces and swallow them. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the pieces of clothing from Moses when he went out. At least that thing was used to deal with these low-level monsters, and the effect was surprisingly good. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Laud smiled confidently and calmly. Then, he walked towards Balthazar alone. Wait. Constantine wanted to stop him, but the next second, his voice stopped abruptly as if someone had forcefully choked his throat. His face was filled with shock and horror. One monster after another strangely exploded in the air and died, falling down like rain. It was as if within a range of 10 meters above their heads, it was a domain of death where absolute demonic creatures invaded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. No matter how many monsters rushed down without fear of death, they all suddenly exploded and died 10 meters away from their heads. This is impossible. Balthazar's expression suddenly froze, gradually replaced by horror. He shouted hysterically, What exactly happened? What exactly did you do? Why did you become like this? Humans would fear the unknown, and so would demons and angels. When faced with things that they could not understand, whether it was humans, angels, or demons, they would all feel fear. Laud smiled gently, confidently, and calmly walking over. Behind him were demons that kept falling and exploding, as if a demon king from hell had descended into the world. Don't come over. Balthazar took a few steps back in fear. His mouth moved slightly, intending to use a curse to attack Laud. Bang. With a loud bang, Constantine's eyes blurred, and then Balthazar seemed to have been shot, flying backwards at a speed several times faster than a cannonball. His body rubbed against the cement road, creating a bloody gully. The powerful kinetic energy caused him to finally stop after he smashed through 3 houses' heavy walls. Wah! Even though his physique as a mixed-blood demon was relatively durable, Balthazar still felt intense pain all over his body. It was as if every inch of his bones and muscles were crying out hysterically. Oof! Before the next word could come out of his mouth, Laud had already stepped on Balthazar's chest. Boom! Balthazar let out another wail. A terrifying force came crashing down like a mountain. The ground nearby could not withstand the pressure and continued to collapse. Cracks spread out in all directions. What a quick guy! If Constantine had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that a high-level mixed-blood demon was killed in an instant. Seeing that his teammates were so fierce, Constantine felt relieved. After all, if he did not have a strong teammate, he was afraid that no one would sacrifice him if something happened. Sorry. Laud stepped on Balthazar and said with a smile, I am not used to listening to other people's nonsense, so next I will ask you to answer the question. If you answer the wrong question, I will send you to the holy water to take a bath. Holy water to take a bath. Constantine's smile gradually faded and he interrupted, that's a good idea. I can pray for him and pray that he can go to heaven after he dies. What a bunch of bamboo shoots. Laud glanced at Constantine. He was a demon, and you wish him to go to heaven. I said. I will tell you everything. As soon as he heard that Constantine wanted to bless him to heaven, Balthazar was immediately flustered. He did not care much and immediately poured out all the information like bamboo beans being poured out. The general meaning was, if Mammon wanted to break through the dimensional boundaries between hell and the human world, they first needed to find two powerful spiritual mediums of the twins. Moreover, among these two people, one had to be a believer of God, and the target he chose was naturally Isabella and Angela. Then he tempted his sister Isabella to commit suicide. According to the teachings of the heavenly bishop, any suicide would fall into hell, placing the two sisters in the two dimensions of hell and the human world. In this way, Mammon could use the spiritual connection between the two sisters to possess the sister Angela, who was in the human world, so that she could complete the first step of the Advent ceremony. And the second step of the Advent ceremony was also a crucial step, and also needed a prop, the blood of God. The weapon that killed the Son of God, Longinus, the God-killing spear stained with the blood of Jesus, could help Mammon break the barrier between the two worlds and truly descend to the human world. By then, Mammon will be born as a new life, an existence with the power of hell and the flesh of human beings, so that we can bypass the agreement between Mountain Emperor and Heaven Hell, and then walk in the world openly. Wait. Constantine suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Balthazar. He asked, you just said. Mammon needs Angela as the carrier to descend to the world. Ha ha ha. The expression on Balthazar's face changed, and he laughed loudly. My mission has been completed. Constantine, do you think I'm here to kill you? I'm only here to stall you. Not good. Their target is Angela. We've been tricked. Constantine's expression suddenly changed. Whoosh. A sharp sword pierced through Balthazar's head. It's useless. How could an ordinary sword kill me? Balthazar smiled sinisterly. But soon, Balthazar could no longer laugh because he felt his soul gradually disappearing. What kind of power is this? Why is my soul disappearing? This is impossible. I should return to hell. Balthazar completely panicked and shouted in horror. The disappearance of the soul meant complete death. Balthazar looked at Laud in horror and screamed, You. Who are you? Me. Laud thought for a moment and then smiled. Just a passing death god. Chapter 88, Seraph's Feather. Acquired, medium soul *1. The corner of Laud's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, stingy. In the movie, Balthazar was considered a high-level mixed-blood demon, but in the eyes of the system, he was worth a medium soul. Combined with the situation in the bar before, it was estimated that the mixed-blood demons and angels did not have a high evaluation of the system, and the rewards were constant regardless of whether they were strong or weak. Oh no, we've been fooled. Their target is Angela. Balthazar is deliberately delaying our return. Constantine looked gloomy. He did not expect that they were completely fooled by this damn bastard. When he thought of Angela's current situation, Constantine was anxious and wanted to grow 2 wings to fly back. Calm down, Constantine. Laud said calmly, I expected this to happen, so I asked Nemu to stay behind to protect Angela. Nemu. That little girl. Constantine asked in surprise, are you sure she can stop those demons? If it's just demons, Nemu will be fine. Laud said with a confident smile. Although her spiritual power was sealed, Nemu was still a chief officer in essence. He was more than enough to deal with some mixed-blood demons. Of course. In fact, he only said half of this sentence, but he did not tell Constantine the other half. If it were just a demon, Nemu alone could destroy it all, but what if not for a demon? The big boss of this movie was not only Mammon. Don't forget that among the blazing angels under God, there is also the. Don't forget that among the seraphs under the seat of God, Gabriel, who has the title of God's left hand. If Gabriel really did it herself, then not to mention Nemu, even he himself would not be able to stop it. Therefore, before Laud left, he gave an order to Nemu. When he met Gabriel, he immediately gave up on Angela and decisively retreated to save his life. Can you promise me that Nemu can really protect Angela? When it came to the Advent ceremony of the Demon King Mammon, Constantine asked again worriedly. I'm not sure. I just have a certain amount of confidence. Laud took a deep look at Constantine and said slowly. I still feel that something is wrong. A touch of worry rose in Constantine's eyes. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His heart kept beating violently, as if it were foretelling something big was about to happen. Laud put away Zanpakutou and turned to Constantine. Let's go. Won't we know the result when we go back and take a look? But the car has been destroyed. Constantine looked at the flattened car and said with an ugly expression, "Going back from here is at least a dozen miles away. Do we have to run back with our 2 legs? No, I'll take you back." Lod showed a kind smile. However, in Constantine's eyes, this smile was as terrible as a demon's grin. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Constantine subconsciously took 2 steps back and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly had a bad feeling. "Are you ready?" The smile on Lod's face became even wider, and there was even a hint of mischievousness. Ah. Swish. The next moment, the 2 of them instantly disappeared from where they were. Ah dash. A man's scream tore through the silent night sky and did not disperse for a long time. A dozen miles was not too far. Lod and Constantine only took about 2 minutes. When they came to the outside of the apartment, they saw that on the floor of Constantine, the entire wall of the apartment was penetrated by some mysterious force, leaving huge holes in it. When the 2 entered the room, they found that the ground and ceiling were covered with dense sword marks of sword. There were also many similar burn and collapse marks. It could be seen that the battle was quite fierce. But they did not find Nemu and Angela. Constantine's heart gradually sank. This bastard Balthazar was right. Mammon sent people to take Angela away while they were away. Just like Maria who gave birth to Jesus as a virgin, Angela was the key to the Advent ceremony. She would become the virgin goddess who gave birth to the devil king of hell, Mammon. No. We have to stop Mammon. Constantine gritted his teeth and turned around, wanting to pull Lod along to stop Mammon. However, when Constantine looked into Lod's eyes, he subconsciously shivered. It was a pair of extremely cold eyes. In just a moment of staring at each other, Constantine felt as if his soul was about to be frozen into ice. Lo. Lod. Constantine swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, Are you okay?" Lod did not answer him. Instead, he walked step by step into the depths of the broken wall. Constantine could only follow him. The 2 of them passed through the broken walls and arrived at the other side of the building. The walls on the east and west sides of the entire apartment had been penetrated, and they were walking towards the east. After passing through the broken walls, they arrived in front of the last broken wall. Lod suddenly stopped. A pair of cold eyes that contained monstrous anger looked down, and then an invisible pressure appeared around his body, as violent as a volcano that was about to erupt. Constantine followed Lod's gaze, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. "It's that little girl." The little girl named Nemu was lying in a deep pit. Shwa. Lod did not say a word and grabbed Constantine and Ho-Ho into the pit. After seeing Nemu's injury, Lod's eyes became even colder, and a killing intent roared in his chest. On Nemu's chest, there was a sacred white feather. The pressure and blazing holy light emitted from it made her soul continuously weaken. "Brother. I'm sorry." Nemu's eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes. Her pale face tried to squeeze out a smile. "Nemu. Why didn't you listen to your brother?" Lod slowly squatted down and carefully helped Nemu up with the inner part of his arm. "Because, you said that Angela is very important." Nemu said weakly, "Nemu. I don't want to disappoint you. But unfortunately, I'm too useless. I can't stop her at all. Brother. Don't blame Nemu, okay?" For a moment, Lod felt his heart was bleeding and his eyes were red. Forcing down the anger that was about to burst out, Lod comforted her softly, "Brother doesn't blame you. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you stay here. I'm sorry. Brother." Nemu's little head weakly arched in Lod's arms, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's whisper. "I think I can't accompany you anymore." Chapter 89, Seraph. "Brother. I'm so sleepy." Nemu nestled in Lod's arms. Her little face was pale and her breath became weaker and weaker. "Nemu, don't sleep." Lod's expression suddenly changed. He gently shook Nemu in his arms and kept calling her name. But all he got in return was silence. This pure feather was like a poisonous arrow that Heracles had shot at Chiron. The high-level divine power contained within it caused Nemu to constantly endure unimaginable pain until her soul finally collapsed and died. "Hold on, Nemu. Big Brother will help you pull it out now." A cold light flashed in Lod's eyes. He grabbed the pure white feather with his bare hands, wanting to pull it out. Z. At the moment of contact, it was as if he was holding a hot iron, as if his soul was burning in a raging fire. Intense pain poured into his brain like a tide. Accompanying it was every nerve in his brain, every cell in his body, and every inch of his skin. He was screaming hysterically. Ah. Lod was in so much pain that his face was twisted, his eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his entire body bulged. He looked extremely terrifying. But even though his soul was suffering from such intense burning pain, he still refused to let go of his palm. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Even though he had used all his strength, that pure white feather still did not move. Seeing that Nimu's soul was getting weaker and weaker, in a moment of desperation, Laud came up with an idea, thinking that Constantine might have a way. Constantine had been dealing with heaven for the longest time, and he was a magician himself, maybe he could pull out this feather. At the thought of this, Laud hugged Nimu, and returned to Constantine's side. Save her. Laud's eyes were blood red, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Now, he could only place all his hopes on Constantine. Constantine was shocked by Laud's appearance, but then he looked down and saw the seriously injured Nimu and the sacred white feather. This feather, is it an angel feather? Although he had seen many angel feathers, and there were several hidden cards in his family, the difference between these feathers and the one in front of him was like clouds and mud. This feather was spotlessly white and flawless, and it emitted a dense divine aura. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was as if the sound of heaven was ringing in his ears. Thus, this feather was absolutely impossible. It had fallen from an ordinary angel. An almost impossible possibility suddenly flashed through Constantine's mind. Could it be that this feather came from the seraph's divine wings? That's right. Only the legendary highest-ranked seraph could possess such a dense holy aura, as well as the blazing and pure holy light that was like the sun. Seraph. Constantine's expression was extremely ugly. A person instantly appeared in his mind. He gnashed his teeth and said, "This feather is from Gabriel." Now that things had come to this, the evidence was already on his face. If he still didn't understand, then he would really be an idiot. Even in the heavens where there were countless heavenly envoys, there were only 8 highest-ranked seraph. And out of the 8 seraph, only Gabriel was tasked to guard the human world, and happened to be in Los Angeles. All the clues pointed to Gabriel, and a huge conspiracy gradually appeared in front of Constantine. But there was one thing he could not figure out, and that was, as one of the ranks of seraph, why did Gabriel cooperate with the infernal king? Looking at the injured Nimu and the red-eyed Laud, Constantine's heart was in turmoil. It felt like there was no way to start. Give up. She is already hopeless. Constantine's eyes dimmed slightly as he whispered, "The seraph's feather represents the source of the angel's power. It is formed from pure and sacred power of the angel. Mortals cannot pull it out at all, unless..." At this point, Constantine wanted to say something but stopped. Unless what? Laud's eyes were red as he asked word by word. There are 2 ways. Constantine took a deep look at him, then took a deep breath of smoke and said, "First, the power of the seraph's feathers comes from the seraph itself, so only by killing Gabriel can you pull out this feather. Second, although the seraph has different positions with each other, the power comes from God. If the other seraph take action, they can also pull out this feather. Both choices are very difficult." Whether it was killing the seraph or finding the second seraph, to the current Laud, it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. With his last bit of hope, Laud asked, "Can you summon the seraph to descend?" "I'm sorry." An apologetic expression appeared on Constantine's face as he bitterly said, "There is nothing I can do. The miracle of summoning the seraph is something that can only be done by a person with a strong enough faith or a pope." Putting aside whether he was firm or not, just faith alone had nothing to do with Constantine. The second path was instantly blocked. The only choice left now was to kill Gabriel. Laud closed his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you, if Gabriel loses her wings, is this feather still useful?" "How is that possible?" Constantine was stunned for a moment. He felt that Laud might be dreaming. The blazing angel was a high-ranked angel. Who could peel off their wings? "You only need to tell me if it is or not," Laud said in a deep voice. "Theoretically, it is feasible." Constantine could only answer truthfully, once seraph loses its wings, it means that it has been stripped of its position as an angel. The falling feathers will naturally be impossible, and it will have the divinity of the seraph. "I understand." Laud's eyes were cold. He had already thought of a solution, but this solution might not be something Constantine liked. Laud manipulated Reishi to build a peace hollow space, picked up Nimu with the most gentle movement, put her in this space, and then hid the whole space in the shadows. In this way, there was no need to worry about Nimu's safety for the time being. "Let's go." Laud's eyes were indifferent, and said lightly, "Let's stop Mammon and Gabriel. It's time to stop them." Constantine lit up a cigarette, took a deep breath, and grinned. "I hope that the 2 of us can come back alive this time." After the 2 of them left, a graceful black cat walked out with graceful steps. The black cat walked to the place where Nimu was hiding. It raised its claws and used its sharp fingertips to easily cut through the hidden shadow space. Then, it slowly walked in. Meow. The black cat stretched out its tongue and licked Nimu's cheek. Its golden vertical pupils revealed a trace of human compassion. Then, A drop of pure gold tears rolled down from the black cat's eyes and slowly dripped on Nemu's chest. Chapter 90, Infant Demon. At the church hospital. Do you mind waiting for me for a while? Constantine pushed open the car door and said to Laud, I guess there won't be much time after we enter, so I want to smoke another cigarette. I don't mind. Laud looked at the white walls of the hospital and said calmly. Thank you. Constantine leaned against the car door and took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and handed it to Laud. He smiled and said, Do you want one? My favorite silk card tastes pretty good. I don't smoke. Laud shook his head and rejected him. Not a bad habit. At least you don't have to worry about lung cancer. Constantine gave a self-deprecating smile. He picked up a cigarette and took out his Zippo from the pocket of his trench coat. Then he threw it hard and lit the cigarette. Z. Constantine used his slender fingers to hold the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took a big drag. 1/3 of the cigarette disappeared. He slowly spat out the remaining smoke and turned it into white smoke. Do you think we can come out alive? Constantine's eyes were deep and seemed to care about something. Laud shook his head, I don't know. TSK. Constantine clicked his tongue and said unhappily, this is really disappointing. Shouldn't we say something to raise morale? For example, we will definitely win and so on. Laud glanced at him and said seriously, reality is not a fairy tale. Warriors can't always defeat the evil dragon. That's right. Constantine grinned and threw the cigarette, but he had finished smoking on the ground. He crushed it with his leather shoes. If we can survive this time, I will carve this sentence on the wall when we go back. As he said that, he took out a suitcase and an exaggerated golden hunting rifle from the car. Holy hunting rifle. The gun barrel was welded with the Holy Bible and the cross blessed by the bishop. The magazine below was a huge roulette, and even the inside of the loaded bullet was filled with high-purity holy water, and there was a cross symbol on the bomb. This strange-looking weapon was made by an Italian artisan from the 15th century. It was made from gold produced by the Catholic Hall. It was a weapon used by the Roman Catholic Church at that time to eliminate demons. Although the range of the holy shotgun was only a few meters, it could cause huge damage to those demons. Firearms plus faith equals physical exorcist. My lord, the times have changed. Constantine believed that no mixed-blood demon could block a bullet from the sacred rifle. If there was one, he would reward it with another shot. Other than that, Constantine brought his suitcase with him, and there were many props inside. For example, the screaming beetle, the sacred water bomb, Moses' cloth, Lilith's amniotic water, the scraps of the devil's horn, the god statue of Lampone, and so on. The former was used to deal with the demon bastards gathered in the church hospital, waiting for the arrival of Mammon, and the latter were the small surprise he had specially prepared to deal with Gabriel. Let's go. Constantine took the lead. Holding a sacred shotgun in his right hand and Moses' cloth in his left hand. There were 7 or 8 holy water bombs in his pocket. The image was basically only a white turban from those members of Al-Qaeda. The two of them walked into the church hospital one after the other. They found that the entire hospital was empty, as if it were for dead silent. It seems that these bastards should be on the top floor. Constantine said after thinking for a while. Because water was an essential medium, it was likely that Mammon had chosen the landing spot on the top floor. Don't ask why it was a pool. Asking was the Demon King's card. He was a dignified demon king of hell, so he couldn't just crawl out of the toilet, right? Let's go up the stairs. Constantine turned to Laud and said. After all, it was a bit risky to take the elevator now. Wait. Laud frowned slightly and then turned his eyes to the depths of the corridor. It seems that they have been prepared. It is not so simple to leave. Whoosh. 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 The lights on the ceiling of the hospital flickered, and a terrifying grinding sound came from the depths of the corridor. Then, a human-shaped monster that looked like it had been skinned crawled over from the ceiling in the depths of the corridor, and its mouth constantly emitted a terrifying cry that was similar to the cries of a baby. This is an infant demon. Constantine widened his eyes and said with a look of disbelief, this is a pure demon from hell. How can it appear in the human world? The infant demon was born in the period of Noah. It was a terrifying demon made by a legendary evil wizard who broke and twisted the limbs of a 6-year-old baby and sacrificed them. Unlike these mixed-blood demons, the demon was a pure demon of hell. Laud calmly said, it seems like Sorcerer Supreme isn't able to see everything. A few drops of sweat appeared on Constantine's forehead. Then, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chanted an incantation. Ab insidious diaboli, libera nos, domini. Ut tuum secura tibi facius. Libertate servire, te rogamus, audi numbers. Ut sancti humiliare dignaris. Te rogamus, audi numbers. This was a heavenly bishop's exorcism spell that was chanted in Latin. It could make all the traps in the world appear in his eyes. It really is like this. Constantine's eyes glowed with a golden light. His expression immediately became extremely serious as he said, all the walls of the hospital are engraved with runes personally drawn by Gabriel. They form a huge magic array that can completely isolate the spying from the outside. Hee hee. Laud sneered. The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. Thinking of the boast he had made before, he could not help but say awkwardly, it's actually very normal. After all, Sorcerer Supreme is not omnipotent. There will always be times when she can't see. So much nonsense. Laud took a step forward and said without turning his head, you go to the top floor first. I'll stall this demon. I'll leave it to you, Laud. Constantine knew what Laud was capable of, so he turned around and left without hesitation. Now was not the time to be conflicted. Everything had to be done to destroy the Door of Dusk. Even if he had to sacrifice his teammates and himself, he could not let them be reduced to purgatory. Now, we can have fun. Laud's eyes flashed with a cold light as he walked step by step towards the monstrous demon. Bang. Rushing all the way to the top floor, Constantine rested for a moment, then raised his leg and kicked open the door in front of him, and then saw a dense crowd of people. And these people, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, all looked like a saint, watching the door at the end. There was no doubt. The dozens of humans in the church hospital were all taken over by this group of damn mixed-blood demons. The sound of the door being kicked open woke the group of demons up. They all turned their heads, and their blood-red eyes revealed a murderous and bloodthirsty aura. Constantine. The eyes of these demons flashed with a cruel light, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. But who was Constantine? What kind of big scene had he not seen before? It was just a few dozen mixed-blood demons, and he did not put them in his eyes at all. The carnival has begun. Constantine grinned, took out all the holy water bombs, and threw them over. This is the blessing of the Lord. Enjoy it, bastards. Chapter 91, Gullible Demons. Boom. After the bomb exploded, high-purity holy water spilled out and splashed on the faces of the demons. The high-purity holy water blessed by the bishop was like strong acid to these demons, violently corroding their skin, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Ah dash. The demons screamed shrilly, their scarlet eyes flashing with a fierce light as they pounced towards him one after another. Taste my great treasure. Constantine showed no fear. He raised the divine hunting rifle in his hand, aimed at the nearest demon, and then pulled the trigger. Bang. Flames spewed out from the barrel of the golden cross, and a golden bullet roared out. The divine power contained in the bullet exploded with shocking destructive power the moment it came into contact with the hybrid demon, instantly blasting it into pieces. Kill him. Countless demons rushed over from all directions like a tide. However, he saw that Constantine was not in a hurry. He changed his target and fired again and again, killing those who approached him first. Bang. 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 The holy shotgun roared continuously. Golden bullets cut through the air and penetrated into the devil body with rich divine power, blowing them into pieces. Ka. Soon, all the cartridges of the sacred shotguns were used up, and the faces of the demons also showed a ferocious smile. Ha ha ha, he has no bullets, let's go. It was unknown who brought the head, but all the demons rushed over like crazy. Constantine sneered and took out another cartridge clip from under the trench coat. Then he aimed the sacred shotgun at the first demon who rushed over, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips, be careful in your next life. Don't believe a man's lies. Bang. A new round of slaughter had begun. One shot and one mixed-blood demon. Constantine had forced dozens of demons back by himself. There were a total of 24 bullets in the two magazines, taking away 24 mixed-blood demons. However, there were at least 40 mixed-blood demons left. Constantine, you don't have any more bullets this time, do you? A female mixed-blood demon grinned. Dear, it's not good to peep into other people's privacy. This habit has to be changed. Constantine had no intention of denying it at all. He openly admitted that there were no bullets, and then threw the holy shotgun aside. Kill him. This time, the mixed-blood demons were really sure that Constantine had no weapons and bullets. Didn't I tell you? Constantine looked at the demon charging at him and a bright smile appeared on his face. Don't believe the words of a man so easily. Whoosh. A crisp metallic sound rang out, and Constantine flung his pose away with one hand. Then, under the gaze of the numerous demons, he placed the dancing flame under his left hand that was wrapped in cloth. Have a good taste. Constantine raised the burning cloth strip and shouted, this is the power of the holy light. Buzz. In an instant, Constantine's left hand, which was wrapped in a burning strip of cloth, burst out with a dazzling light. This light was strong and dazzling, as if it had cut through the dawn and darkness, illuminating the first light of the world. The divine power contained in it was simply astonishingly rich, comparable to the power of an angel. Light covered every corner of the room, leaving the demons nowhere to hide. It was said that Moses was the chosen one of God, and he released 10 disasters in Egypt, saving the suffering Israel. Finally, with several others, he was invited by God to go to Mount Sinai. After staying for 40 days and nights, the famous Moses' 10 Commandments was engraved on the slate. The piece of cloth in Constantine's hand was the clothing that Moses wore when he climbed Mount Sinai. By the way, this was just a piece of cloth covered with sulfur. Constantine also did not know why Moses had to wear this kind of clothing covered with dangerous substances to ascend into prophet. But at least, the effect was quite pleasant. Dazzling rays of light fell. Under the despair of countless demons, screams and wails rang out in unison. The surface of the body began to crack, and then it showed signs of weathering and drying up, revealing dark brown flesh that had long since rotted inside and was emitting a foul smell. Immediately after, even the last bit of flesh and blood of the demons was turned into dust and vanished without a trace under this dazzling light, along with the bones of their bodies. A wave of powerful moves instantly took away more than 30 mixed blood demons. The last 2 demons were more quick-witted. The moment they saw Constantine raise his hand, they hid under the shadow of the table or other obstacles. It could be said that they had barely escaped a disaster. Kill him. He no longer has any weapons. The remaining mixed blood demons took a few breaths, then let out a roar and attacked Constantine together. Naive. Who told you that exorcists only know how to chant spells? Constantine expressionlessly put on a golden fingerprint with a cross engraved on it, and then suddenly punched the demon in the face. Bang. The demon's head collided with the golden fingerprint, and it instantly shattered like a watermelon. Its body turned into ashes and drifted away. But at this moment, another demon had already rushed in front of him. Ka. A powerful hand grabbed Constantine's neck and threw him out fiercely, slamming him into the wall behind him. The chandelier in the hospital was shaking, and the picture frame on the wall was shaken off. Constantine let out a miserable scream. He felt pain all over his body, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. Go to hell, Constantine. The last demon's eyes were blood red, and a sharp blade shot out from the outside of his arm bones, cutting horizontally towards Constantine's head. Who? The sharp blade cut through the air and made a humming sound. Constantine was immediately alarmed, thinking that if he was cut by this sword, his head would probably be separated from his neck. In the nick of time, Constantine suddenly took out a matchbox and shook it vigorously. This matchbox contained the screaming beetles. They would emit a sound similar to rubbing the floor. This sound was harmless to people, but it was unbearable for demons. Cha-cha. Cha-cha. The strange cry of the screaming beetle made the demon feel a splitting headache, and there seemed to be a swarm of bees in his brain. Constantine seized this opportunity, lit up his Zippo, and threw it at the demon. As an exorcist, it was reasonable for him to carry a Bible and a cross with him, right? The divine flames will purify all evil in the world. Let the glory of the Lord shine upon the earth. Amen. The flames of the Zippo instantly lit up the demon. Under the purification of the divine flames, the demon immediately let out a painful scream. His flesh and bones were burnt and melted by the flames, leaving behind a pile of black ashes in the end. Chapter 92, The Advent Ceremony Begin. The hospital hall was a mess. The last mixed blood demon was burned to ashes by the holy fire. Hoochie. Hoochie. Constantine's limbs were weak. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. His messy blonde hair and white shirt were soaked with sweat. Although the battle just now had only been a few minutes, the amount of physical strength he had accumulated had almost reached his limit. But now, there was no time for him to rest. He felt that in the last door leading to the hospital pool, there was a huge magical energy being activated. It was the Advent ceremony of Mammon. Sure enough, in the end, I was the only one who saved the world. There was determination in Constantine's eyes. He supported himself with his hands on his knees and leaned against the wall, rubbing against it bit by bit. Finally, Constantine stood up with great difficulty. He took out the last bottle of holy water from the pocket of his windbreaker with his trembling hands. This was his personal habit. He would always prepare some small tools in the pockets of his windbreaker. He would never use them unless he was at the end of his rope. It could be considered his last resort. The holy water in the bottle was specially made by his old friend, Beeman. In addition to being used to weaken the power of the demon, drinking it directly could restore a small part of the injury and physical strength, which was one of his favorite exorcism tools. However, this was the last bottle. Goodbye, Beeman, my old friend. Constantine looked a little sad. Then, he unscrewed the external cover with his hand and drank the holy water in one gulp. A ton of water. As the cold holy water flowed down his throat, he felt a warm feeling in his body. It spread all over his limbs and bones, and he couldn't help but moan comfortably. The holy water fell in time like sweet rain, nourishing the dry land in his body. His exhausted physical strength, as well as his internal organs that were faintly hurting from the impact, were now bursting with vitality under the effect of the holy water. Bang! The last door to the pool was kicked open. After Constantine strode in, his eyes were immediately attracted by the woman floating in the middle of the pool. Angela. Constantine's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pool and swam towards Angela. When he got closer, Constantine found that Angela was in a terrible state. Her skin was pale white like ashes. Her eyes were closed, and there was no breathing or heartbeat. She was like a dead person. Her clothes were soaked in water and clung to her body, showing off Angela's graceful curves. If it were in normal times, Constantine would definitely take a few more glances, but in this situation, he did not have the heart to pay attention to these. Oh no. The Advent ceremony has begun. Constantine's expression was frantic. He knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to exorcise the demon as soon as possible. He immediately dragged Angela to the edge of the pool. After dragging Angela to the shore with great difficulty, Constantine had no time to catch his breath when he saw Angela's stomach swell at a speed that violated common sense. After Angela's stomach swelled to its limit, her skin was stretched to the limit, showing a transparent appearance. Under her belly, one could clearly see a hideous and terrifying face in the shape of two palms. It was as if the monster in the next second would tear this thin barrier and descend to the world. Obviously, the ceremony had been prepared. Mammon had already possessed Angela's body. It was only because of the restrictions of the rules of the two worlds that he was temporarily unable to be born from the progenitor. The ceremony was still one last step away. That was the lance of Longinus that was stained with the blood of God. Only by using Longinus to cut open Angela's belly could this devil king of hell truly descend into the world. Constantine had already guessed that the lance of Longinus was in Gabriel's hands. Although he didn't know why Gabriel hadn't come yet, he knew that this was his last chance. Damn bastard. Constantine sat on Angela's body with his legs apart, one hand on her protruding belly and the other on her neck. The unconscious Angela suddenly opened her eyes. She had no pupils at all, only a pair of pale white eyes. She was staring at him with a horrifying gaze. She laughed strangely. Constantine, you can't stop me. Won't you know if you try? Constantine snorted coldly, and then began to chant hurriedly. Lord, please save us from the trap of the demons. In the name of the Lord, dissipate. Let go of those living dead. The Lord who created everything will send you to hell. To prevent his country from being tainted by you forever. Ah! Angela screamed in pain, struggling desperately to escape from Constantine's control. In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, I order you to go back to hell. Seeing that the exorcism spell was effective, Constantine's face was filled with joy as he continued to chant faster. Ah! 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 Strange cries rose and fell, echoing in the empty pool. With the two of them up and down, their actions were slightly ambiguous. If outsiders saw them, they might think that they were playing some kind of fun activity. Are you playing with me? Constantine's face was ugly. Even the dullest person should be able to react now. The exorcism curse was useless against Mammon. How is it, Constantine? Is my voice very similar? Are you having fun? Angela stared at him with her pale pupils. The corner of her mouth pulled up to her ear in an exaggerated manner, revealing an extremely evil smile. Boom. A powerful shock wave exploded from Angela's body, sweeping through the entire room. However, Constantine was so close to him that he could not dodge in time. He was hit heavily on the ceiling by the shock wave and then fell to the ground with a bang. Puff. Constantine spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. Angela slowly stood up and sneered, "How does it feel to be in despair, Constantine?" Constantine coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth, and the anger in his eyes seemed to spurt out. He roared in a low voice that was close to gnashing his teeth. He had roughly guessed why his exorcism curse had no effect on her, because this body had been blessed by the high-level holy angel, so Mammon in Angela's body could ignore the exorcism curse. Ha ha ha. Angela's smile became more and more arrogant. I already said that you can't expel me, Constantine. Then, what about me? A cold voice suddenly came, and Mammon and Constantine's expressions changed. One was pleasantly surprised, and the other was unpleasantly surprised. Two different eyes looked at the source of the voice at the same time. Under the dark night and bright moonlight, Laud, who was dressed in a black tyrant outfit, slowly fell from the broken skylight above his head and threw something in his hand to the door. Oh. It was a ferocious monster head, rolling on the smooth floor of the pool like a ball. Chapter 93, Regret. The monstrous infant demon was dead. It must have been very peaceful before it died, at least that was what Constantine thought. From the smooth cut on the neck and the broken surface, it could basically be inferred that the monstrous infant demon had died from the death of sword, and it was the kind that was completely painless. Until the moment before death, the monstrous infant demon seemed to have not reacted at all. In its angry eyes, a trace of brutality and killing could be seen. So it's you. Mammon, who possessed Angela, was a little surprised to see Lod, and then his face became as cold as frost. You actually delivered yourself to me. It saves me the trouble of looking for you. Lod sneered and did not bother to talk nonsense with Mammon. His fingertips gathered spirit energy and released 4 types of Bakuto in one breath. Bakuto number 1, restrain. Bakuto number 4, slithering rope. Bakuto number 9, strike. Bakuto number 30, beak-piercing triple beam. Angela's 2 hands were suddenly tied behind her back by an invisible force, and then 2 ropes made of spiritual energy were tied. In the end, Angela was hit by 3 giant, pointed beams of light, dragging her body to the wall behind her. Angela, who was nailed to the wall, stared at Lod with her pale eyes. There was no nervousness on her face at all, but a playful gesture. If it's just this level of restraint, it can't trap me for too long. I know, so it's not over yet. Lod's eyes moved slightly, and then he slowly said, Thunder's carriage, the gap of the spinning carriage. This thing has light, and it is divided into 6. Bakuto number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Swish. Pure white light shot out from Lod's fingertips, and then turned into 6 thin pieces of light, which fixed Angela again in a hexagonal shape. So cool. Constantine was stunned by this series of operations, and even forgot the pain for a short time. Look at the other party's exorcism skills, and look at his own. It was a cool light and a light rope. The special effects and handsomeness were simply perfect. It was much better than his exorcism spell. For a moment, his heart ached. Constantine said with a face full of envy, Lod, what is this move of yours? Can you teach it to me? This is Kido. Lod glanced at him and said, if you want to learn, I will teach you in the future. Then it's a deal. If we can get out of here alive, you must teach me. Unconsciously, Constantine seemed to have put another flag in his hand. Mammon, who had possessed Angela, sneered, are you going to stop me with just the 2 of you? That's enough. Lod raised his arm and pointed Shinso's tip at Mammon, who was nailed to the wall. It's very simple to stop you. As long as you kill this human, you won't be able to descend, right? Ha 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 ha. Angela he laughed and said nonchalantly, that's true. As long as I kill this human, I won't be able to descend. But the premise is that, you can kill this body. But unfortunately, as long as you are in this hospital, it is impossible for you to kill this human. This hospital was filled with spells set up by Gabriel. In addition to isolating external prying, it could also protect Mammon who possessed Angela's body and was not affected by any anti-magic spell. So as long as Gabriel was here, in order to ensure the success of the plan, she could never sit by and watch this happen. For the first time in her life, Mammon tasted the taste of cooperating with an angel. It could be said to be quite good. Especially when he looked at Constantine's face and revealed an expression of disbelief and collapse, he felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Do you want to give it a try? Lod's eyes were slightly closed. A cold killing intent pervaded the air. He said, let's see if I can kill her. A majestic and mighty spiritual power suddenly rose up. His imposing manner was as thick as a mountain and filled the entire room. The water in the pool seemed to be boiling as it continuously splashed and exploded. The floor that was covered in tiles even cracked. Are you really going to kill Angela? Constantine asked in a panic when he saw that Lod's tone did not seem to be joking. What else? Lod sneered and asked, in order to save innocent lives, sacrifice is inevitable. Isn't this belief you have always carried out? A hint of bitterness appeared on Constantine's face, and he was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer Lod's question. As an experienced exorcist, did he not know that as long as he killed Angela, he could stop the demon from descending? No, he was very clear. It was just that he was unwilling, and he did not want to do that. Just as Lod had said, he, Constantine, was definitely not a soft-hearted person. His conviction was that as long as he could save the innocent, he would not hesitate even if it meant sacrificing himself. But that was the him of the past. Ever since the Newcastle incident, the guilt and regret in his heart had been haunting him like a nightmare. Every time night fell, he would dream of the innocent little girl falling into hell in his dreams. That incident had completely changed him. He was no longer unscrupulous, and his magic was restricted. In the end, he could not escape the condemnation in his heart. He could only settle down in Los Angeles in America from Liverpool in England. She is different. We can think of other ways. Constant sighed and then closed his eyes. The matter of Newcastle seemed to have happened yesterday, and it was very clear in his mind. To him, Angela was really like Astra, the innocent little girl who was pulled into hell by the demon because of his magic. There were many similarities in their bodies, such as powerful psychic powers, such as absolute trust in him, or they had all been possessed by demons. It was just that he had been too arrogant back then, and also too trusting of his own magic. He believed that he could summon even stronger demons to deal with the demons that possessed Astra. The final outcome had caused him to be unable to escape from that incident until now. The name Astra had already become his greatest heart demon. Therefore, when he saw Angela being possessed, the first thing Constantine did was to use a spell to expel Mammon, instead of sword to kill Angela. At that time, he couldn't save Astra, but today he had to save Angela at least. Do you know what you are talking about? Laud looked at him calmly and asked again. Please, this is a heart demon that has troubled me for the rest of my life. I must get rid of it here. There was an indescribable bitterness and regret in Constantine's eyes, which made this decadent blonde uncle even more lonely. It's useless to beg me. Laud pursed his lips and sneered, it's better to ask Gabriel. See if she is willing to give you a chance. Constantine was stunned for a moment. Gabriel. Impossible. When did she come? Laud sneered. He looked up at the sky and said, You've been watching for so long. Are you still not going to come out? Gabriel. Chapter 94, Filthy World. White feathers fell from the sky, and the whole room seemed to be echoing with a long and melodious voice. The real boss had appeared. A tall, beautiful blonde woman descended from the sky with a dazzling radiance. The woman had 2 pure white wings on her back, and her feet were bare. She exuded a noble and pure temperament, as if everything in the world would be eclipsed in front of her. The most impressive thing was the woman's pair of pale gold eyes. There was no extra emotion in her cold and indifferent eyes. Gabriel, you really have fallen. Constantine had a complicated expression. Even now, when he saw Gabriel with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. That was Gabriel. To serve on the left side of the God's throne, the great angel who was crowned with many titles, the supreme leader of nearly half of the angels in heaven, had actually fallen to such a point, not hesitating to join hands with the devil king in hell. Was there a more absurd joke than this? I really wonder if those people from the church would still firmly believe in their beliefs when they saw Gabriel fall. At least, Constantine's 3 views had been shattered. Wah. The pure white wings flapped slightly, and Gabriel's expression was arrogant and cold. Her pale gold eyes looked down at the mortals below, and her bare jade feet stepped on hollow as he walked over. You really have fallen, Gabriel. Constantine suppressed his anger and growled at the highest level seraph in heaven. You're wrong, Constantine. Gabriel said indifferently, I'm not the one who has fallen. It's this filthy world. Constantine's face darkened. He asked again, then why did you join hands with Mammon? It was my duty to bring new enlightenment and tests to foolish humans. Gabriel said calmly, just like how I reported the birth, resurrection, and birth of Jesus, or informing the advent of Christ and Greek destroying Persia. What kind of bullsh*t revelation is this? Is this what you call enlightenment by handing the world to hell? Constantine could not help but curse. That's right. The great Father God dotes on humans too much. No matter what sins you have committed, as long as you repent, the Father God will forgive the sins you have committed. In all the worlds of the vast universe, other than you humans, no other creatures can be proud of this. But this is not fair. Constantine. If God is so loving to humans, then I will make humans deserve his love. Constantine gritted his teeth and said, so, you chose to hand the world over to hell. That's right. Gabriel used the calmest tone he could muster to say something that even Constantine was terrified of. I will not allow such inferior creatures like humans to recklessly squander the mercy and pity that the Father God has given me. That's why I chose to bring a new revelation to humanity. Only humans who have passed the test are worthy of the forgiveness and love of the Father God. Simply put, Gabriel felt that no matter what sins humans committed, as long as they repent, they would be able to go to heaven. It was too simple. She felt that humans were not worthy of God's love and care. Therefore, Gabriel and Mammon joined hands to let hell invade the human world, and then in the midst of destruction and death, there would definitely be some great humans who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others, their spirits and noble will. Only great humans were worthy of entering heaven after death, receiving God's love and care. This logic sounds a bit familiar. You want the world to feel pain. Constantine was furious. Veins popped out on his face as he loudly questioned Gabriel, what kind of bullshit logic is this? Why should it be decided by you? Is a human noble or not? Because I am Gabriel. Gabriel replied coldly. I was ordered by the Father God to observe and guide the future of humanity, but the despicable human nature has made me realize that humans need to be corrected. You are crazy, Gabriel. Constantine was burning with anger. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something but was stopped by Laud. The conversation time is over. Laud walked forward and pointed Zanpakutou at her. There is no need to argue with her about right and wrong. Whoever can walk out of here alive today is the right one, isn't it? It's you. Gabriel narrowed his golden eyes as he looked at Laud, his face filled with confusion. You are neither a human nor a demon, but your body contains a powerful soul force. It seems to have the aura of hell. Can you tell me who you are? The last time they met, she did not find Laud hiding under Jagai, so she thought that Laud was just an ordinary human. But this time, Laud appeared in front of her in the form of a pure soul. This made Gabriel feel a little strange. She seemed to sense a trace of power that was different from anyone else on Laud. It felt very similar to the power of hell, but it was not completely the same. Laud obviously would not explain his own ability in front of the enemy. In the movies and TV series, were all those people who spoke a lot killed in the end? Laud did not say a word as he stared at Gabriel's wings. That was his goal. As long as he stripped Gabriel of his angelic wings, the feathers inserted into his chest would lose their effect and save his life. Gabriel saw through Laud's evil thoughts. His golden eyes flashed with displeasure as he coldly said, "It looks like I need to teach you a lesson to let you know how stupid it is to resist me." Two pure white wings spread out, and Gabriel's feet gradually floated into the air. In his pair of pure golden eyes, he said without a trace of emotion, "The path of humanity's salvation. From this moment on." Gulp. Feeling the aura emanating from Gabriel, Constantine nervously gulped. "Laud, are you confident that you can defeat her?" "No." Laud's expression was very calm. He said, "The one who can really defeat Gabriel is not me, but you." "Me?" Constantine was slightly startled. Then, he said speechlessly, "Is your brain fried? How can I stop Gabriel?" "You can." Laud repeated. Then, she stared at him and said word by word, "The way to stop her is very simple. You know very well that you don't need me to tell you." A trace of fear flashed through Constantine's eyes, and his expression changed. He seemed to have guessed what he meant. "The choice is up to you." Laud said softly, "I won't force you, because this is your own choice. But I can make a promise to you." "What promise?" Constantine's eyes were a bit wooden, and there was a bitter expression on his face. "Bring you back from hell." Laud smiled and said, "This is the promise I can give you." Chapter 95, Power Amplifier. According to the plot in the movie, Constantine was the key. Once Constantine chose to commit suicide, Lucifer would immediately descend from hell to the human world and personally come to take away this soul that he had been paying attention to for a long time. Just think about it. When Lucifer came to the human world and was about to take away Constantine's soul, he found that his little brother was actually messing with Gabriel. Moreover, he also attempted to turn the world into hell. If he succeeded, the authority and power that Mammon controlled would be greatly enhanced, and he could even be ranked as one of the top demon kings. Originally, there were only 2 demon kings on the same level as him in hell, but now there was suddenly one more, and it was his former little brother. How could Lucifer sit by and watch this happen? Of course not. Not only would Lucifer not allow it, he would even do his best to stop Mammon and Gabriel's plan from succeeding. Therefore, the key to stopping Mammon and Gabriel was whether or not Constantine was willing to commit suicide. As long as he committed suicide to summon Lucifer, Gabriel and Mammon would be ravaged like chickens. Although the change in the plot caused Mammon to not be the son of hell, it did not affect Lucifer's strength and prestige. Among the countless pieces of hell, there were more than 7 demons with the title of Demon King, and the strength and authority of Mammon were only inferior among the many demon kings. But fallen angel Lucifer. No matter if it were in heaven or in hell, he was a first-class big shot. In terms of strength, he was one of the top demon kings, and even the person closest to the title of Satan. In terms of background, he could lead one of the 3 angels out of heaven with a wave of his hand, and he had not been crushed to death by God. Wasn't this strong enough? If she dared to expose this matter, even God would not be able to recognize her. What's more, before the fall, Lucifer was the old leader of Gabriel, and after the fall, Lucifer was the current leader of Mammon. Regardless of whether it was before or after the fall, the combined strength of these 2 might not be enough to make Lucifer serious. This was the only method that Laud could think of that could defeat Gabriel. If he couldn't beat him, it wouldn't be shameful. If he wanted to save face and suffer, that would be truly shameful. With his current strength, not to mention facing off against Gabriel, even a Mammon's clone would be enough. Since he couldn't win anyway, he might as well choose to call for help. You decide for yourself. I won't force you. Laud's gaze was very calm, and his tone didn't have the slightest intention of forcing him, but no one knew what he was actually thinking. If Constantine was willing to commit suicide, then everyone would naturally be happy. Laud would also honor his promise and would definitely save Constantine's soul from hell in the future. But if he was unwilling, then Laud did not mind to help Constantine commit suicide. To put it bluntly, although he personally admired Constantine, compared to Nemu's life, Constantine was a little insignificant. Can I think about it? Constantine said with a bitter face. No one would not fear death, especially when almost half of the demons in hell had been offended by him, including his friends and enemies who had been killed by him. Once he fell into hell, what awaited him was eternal torture. Just thinking about it, Constantine felt that it was terrifying. Go ahead. Laud retracted his gaze and looked at Gabriel on the other side. He then said in a deep voice, I will buy you time. I hope you can make the right choice. Don't disappoint Angela and I, Constantine. The conversation between the two seemed long, but in fact, only a few seconds passed. Although Gabriel heard the conversation between the two, he did not understand the riddle they were talking about. He only looked at the two of them and said with interest, You still refuse to give up. Do you really think that you can stop me with just the power of humans? Why don't you give it a try? Laud took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, It just so happens that I also want to experience how strong the so-called seraph is. The moment his voice fell, spiritual power in Laud's body rose at a speed like a rocket, and white lightning flashed around his body. Shunko. In a short day, 2 consecutive Shunko would cause great pressure to the soul, but he had no choice but to do so. His opponent was Gabriel. He could not allow even the slightest bit of relaxation, he had to go all out from the start. Bankai, Daiguren Hyorinmaru. The frost dragon coiled into armor, and the 12 ice flowers bloomed again, raising Laud's momentum to the peak. After 2 consecutive Bankai, the huge spiritual power consumed almost instantly squeezed him dry. However, this was not enough. If that was the case, it was not enough for him to fight against Gabriel. Laud took a deep breath and took out one of the trump cards he had prepared. Spiritual Power Amplification Device. Evaluation, from Soul Society, Technological Development Department, one of the exclusive black technology of Kuratsuchi Mayuri. It can greatly enhance spiritual power, but the side effects are also very obvious. After the event, you will be exhausted for 3 days. Price, Medium Soul *5. This was one of the items that the system sold in a special store. It was something that Laud had specifically exchanged for in order to add 100 columns. Although it was worth 5 medium-sized souls, which made Laud feel extremely pained, based on the fact that the system's products were definitely of the highest quality, the effect of this spiritual power amplification device should not disappoint him. Sigh. Laud exhaled and pressed the device against his chest. I hope you won't disappoint me. Boom. The moment spiritual power's amplification device came into contact with his skin, Laud felt a sharp pain in his soul. Then, spiritual power began to grow at an insane rate. Hoo. Spiritual power almost condensed into a physical body, setting off a billowing gale near Laud, turning into a visible shock wave that swept out. The entire hospital's building walls were on the verge of collapse under this shock wave, almost on the verge of collapse. Humph. Gabriel snorted. She stomped his foot on the ground, and divine power instantly enveloped the building, protecting it from being destroyed. So that's how it is. Laud felt the surging spiritual power in his body and said, Is this the power of a captain? Worthy of being an item worth 5 medium souls, he actually raised his Ryatsu level from the seat official to the captain level in one fell swoop. In this way, he could be considered to have the strength to fight against Gabriel. A trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of Gabriel's eyes. If the Laud just now was not worthy of her attention, then the current Laud was enough for her to be a little serious. Human, pay the price for your arrogance. Gabriel sneered. Then, an indescribably terrifying pressure burst out from his body. As pure white light sprinkled down, the surging divine power roared like an ocean. The battle was imminent. Chapter 96, Courage. At the church hospital. A thick and dark cloud suddenly gathered in the sky above the hospital. Like the tide of the sea, it rose and fell, gradually forming a huge vortex, as if it were fourth entrance to the abyss. The violent spiritual power boiled and exploded, and bolts of lightning exploded in the clouds. Accompanied by the sound of thunder that resounded in the sky, the terrifying low pressure rubbed against the air, creating a huge storm in succession. Laud stood with sword in his hand. His silver hair danced in the air, and his eyes flashed with an icy blue color. The surging spiritual power around him seemed to be material, turning into a fierce wind and howling, like the clanging of sword. Feeling this sudden surge of pressure, Gabriel's pair of pale gold eyes turned cold. Behind her, 6 pure and holy wings of light suddenly appeared. The divine power burned like raging flames. The ice-blue frost dragon and the 6-winged holy blazing angel, just the clash of their auras, created an unprecedented astonishing phenomenon, making Constantine, who was watching from the side, instantly stupefied. Thanks to Gabriel's protection, this hospital was not destroyed by spiritual power's storm. But this was only temporary. Gabriel knew very well that once the two fought, the energy that erupted would only become even more terrifying. If she couldn't stop in time, she might even destroy this hospital. Let's change the battlefield. This place isn't very suitable for us. Gabriel's eyes swept past Laud. Then, her bare feet lightly tapped the ground. The 6 wings of light behind him shook slightly, and the surrounding space immediately split apart inch by inch. A monstrous wave of wind swept over. Swish. Gabriel transformed into a streak of light and leapt several hundred meters into the air. 6 wings of light slowly spread out, and Gabriel's golden eyes were slightly closed as she looked down at Laud. The meaning behind this was self-evident. If you want to fight, don't destroy the hospital. Before Mammon truly descended into the world, this hospital must not be destroyed. Otherwise, without the shielding magic array, Sorcerer Supreme would immediately notice their conspiracy. With the Eye of Agamotto and the 3 great temples present, there were not many things on earth that could be hidden from the bald men, especially at this critical juncture. She did not want the plan to change again. Laud sighed in his heart. He knew that destroying the hospital was also a way, but unfortunately, he had already tried it when he fought against the monstrous infant demon. After receiving the sacred blessing from Gabriel, the hardness of the main structure of the building was far beyond imagination. Even after the Shirkai, Shinso could not effectively destroy the main structure. But if the main structure of the hospital was not destroyed, the shielding effect of the magic array would not disappear. It had to be said that Gabriel had taken everything into account, not giving them any openings to exploit. Laud took a deep breath, then turned around and looked meaningfully at Constantine. Do you remember the question you asked me before we set off? I remember. Constantine's eyes moved slightly and said, what about the fairy tale of the brave and the evil dragon? Laud said, the hero may not be able to defeat the dragon, but the dragon can definitely defeat the dragon. What exactly do you want to say? Constantine did not dare to look straight into Laud's eyes. His low and hoarse voice trembled a little because he knew what the other party meant. He just did not want to face it. I just want to ask you, what exactly have you been pursuing all this time? Laud chuckled. The sword in his hand streaked across the ground and walked towards Gabriel in the sky. At the same time, his gentle voice echoed in the room, don't forget, Constantine. The reason why humans are great is that they have the courage to face danger and fear. Courage. Constantine's pupils trembled slightly, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. His heart seemed to have been touched, and the reason why he had been trapped in the past was perhaps because he lacked the courage to face fear and danger. The wings of the ice dragon behind Laud flapped, and his entire body soared several hundred meters into the sky. You're finally here. 1. A dazzling divine radiance suddenly blossomed in the night sky. It was as dazzling and vast as a rising sun. The surging divine power even caused Hollow to tremble in the air. A violent hurricane howled and wreaked havoc. Accept the judgment of God. Gabriel shouted coldly. She continuously condensed and compressed that vast and dazzling pure white sun, finally turning it into a pure white greatsword. On the surface of this pure white sword, Laud saw a wisp of burning pale gold flames. He also felt a terrifying energy fluctuation from it. Presumably, that wisp of pale golden flames was the divine authority that God gave Gabriel, the power to destroy all evil in the world. As expected, it's not simple. Gabriel. Laud's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Even though he used spiritual power's amplification device, he could still clearly feel the depths of his soul trembling. Instead, it was engraved in the deepest, most primitive, and most intense of human genes. It was the fear of death. He must not relax for even a second. He must always be on his guard. Otherwise, it would only take an instant for Gabriel to chop off his head. Die, human. The 6 wings of light behind Gabriel vibrated slightly. The surrounding hollow instantly shattered like a mirror. At the same time, her figure disappeared from where she was. The next second, Gabriel's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Her pale gold pupils did not contain the slightest bit of human emotion, only indifference and coldness. She raised the pure white sword that symbolized holiness and judgment and slashed down. So fast. Laud's heart shook. He had only barely managed to catch Gabriel's speed just now. He slashed out with the Hyorinmaru, diagonally colliding with the pure white sword. Clang. The moment sword collided, a deafening sound of metal clashing rang out, and countless sparks burst out. The visible wind pressure was like a sharp blade of sword, spreading out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center, instantly cutting apart the nearby clouds. So heavy, so heavy. With just one contact, Gabriel's enormous strength almost made Laud unable to hold onto sword, and several bloody gashes appeared between his thumb and index finger. He actually withstood a sword strike. Gabriel held the sword in one hand to suppress Laud, and her expression changed slightly, as if she was surprised that Laud could take this strike. Ice dragon, spinning tail. Laud let out a low roar. Sword's blade brushed past the pure white sword. Then, he took advantage of the time when he turned around and stirred up the surrounding water vapor. He instantly condensed into a giant ice dragon and bit towards Gabriel. This is the power to control ice. When Gabriel saw the giant ice dragon pouncing towards her, she suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Could it be that you don't know that the authority I wield in the four archangel is water? Chapter 97, Man and God. Foolish human. Gabriel raised her hand and said in a commanding tone, in the name of Gabriel, I order, stop. Buzz. The frost dragon that swept over with the cold wind suddenly stopped in front of Gabriel. This scene was like a train that was moving at full speed. Suddenly, it was affected by some mysterious power and was instantly pressed down. It completely went against the kinetic energy. What an interesting little fellow. Gabriel pursed his lips into a smile, his tone full of ridicule. Looks like our compatibility is very poor. Your strength is completely under my control. How are you going to defeat me next? The corners of Laud's mouth twitched. Who knew that the four archangels had attributes? According to the records of Revelation, Gabriel was known as the left of God. He was the seraph and wisdom angel in charge of heaven. He sent messages to God and gave enlightenment to humans. It was said that when Jesus returned to the human world, she would blow the horn that symbolized the end of the world. In addition, in mysticism and astrology, the constellation guarded by Gabriel was located in the north and was given the authority of water by God. Michael, who was also a seraph, was given the authority of fire. This was not good or bad, it was simply the worst card. The ability of the Ryūjin was to control the water molecules in the atmosphere to create ice, but the power of Gabriel was water. From a certain point of view, Gabriel's power of divinity was above the Ryūjin. Water. Gabriel said faintly. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a powerful will. A simple word came out of her mouth, and the entire world seemed to tremble and buzz, as if it were corresponding to Gabriel's will. Hua. The giant dragon that was originally formed from ice crystals was instantly turned into water, and with the support of Gabriel's will, a monstrous wave instantly rose up, roaring like a great ocean, and sweeping towards Laud. Ho ho. Laud immediately retreated. The water molecules in the atmosphere were quickly emptied, creating a huge ice wall to resist the huge wave, buying time for him to retreat. The ice wall formed by the ice crystals could not withstand a single blow from the huge wave and was easily destroyed. Then, it rushed towards Laud without slowing down. Rumble. A huge wave that was dozens of meters tall rose up high, as if water from rivers and lakes were being poured down. Hundreds of meters high in the sky, it was pressing down with an overwhelming momentum. The huge wave surrounded him on all sides, surging and splashing waves. The surrounding hollow was even distorted by this pressure. Since there was no way to retreat, there was no need to retreat. Gabriel, you are too arrogant. Laud forcefully stopped his retreating figure. Then, he held the ice wall pill with both hands. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, since your water can disintegrate my ice, then on the other hand, my ice can also freeze your water. Restraining was relative. Water and ice were both the same elements. They were only two different states. Since Gabriel could order the ice dragon to turn back into water, he could also turn the flowing water into ice. Ryūjin. That's the strongest ice element Zanpakutou. Laud murmured, and then the spiritual power around him began to boil, and a surging gale burst out of nowhere. Swish. The ice wings flapped. Laud turned into a ray of light and charged at the huge wave that was dozens of meters tall with sword in his hands. Dragon canister. With the cold wind and the cold air, Laud turned into a giant ice dragon and rushed straight into the huge wave. You're courting death. Gabriel looked down at this scene from above, her pale gold eyes filled with slight mockery. A mere human actually dares to dream of freezing the waves I created. Kacha. The monstrous waves that were dozens of meters tall were frozen in the blink of an eye under the surging extreme cold spiritual power, turning into a giant ice crystal cross that was shockingly displayed in the sky. A second ago, he was still saying that it was impossible, but the next second, he was immediately slapped in the face. Gabriel couldn't help but feel her face heat up. The ice crystal cross shattered. Laud slowly walked out from the shattered ice crystal. He said indifferently, Gabriel, it seems that your power isn't that useful. At least, it isn't like what you said, able to restrain my ability. The sin of blasphemy against the gods, you deserve to die. Gabriel flew into a rage out of humiliation, a fierce light flashing in her eyes. She wanted this man to understand just how great the gap between humans and gods was. A cold, murderous aura filled the entire space. This statement made Gabriel completely angry. She did not want to waste any more time with this lowly human. She wanted to defeat this arrogant human with the fastest speed possible. Rumble. In the sky, rolling storms howled, and thunder roared. I will let you witness the power of judgment bestowed by God. Gabriel's body was wrapped in a holy radiance. Her 6 wings of light suddenly shook, and his whole body turned into a dazzling meteor that swooped down from the sky. Almost in an instant, Gabriel rushed in front of Laud, raised the pure white sword in his hand high, and slashed down in the air by hollow. This sword contained the power of divine judgment. Time and space seemed to be frozen at this moment. Everything in the world was affected by this power, and thus fell into a state of sluggishness and solidification. Danger. Lod's pupils suddenly contracted, and a feeling of palpitation swept through his entire body. His intuition told him that he would die if he was struck by this sword. Under the threat of death, Lod had no choice but to use all of spiritual power's strength to resist this strange and sluggish force. At the same time, he forcefully raised the Ryūjin to block this sword. Clang! The pure white sword and the ice blade collided, causing dazzling and azure sparks to fly. Shock waves visible to the naked eye erupted from high up in the sky. They swept out with lightning speed, crushing the thick clouds within 1,000 meters. They rolled up layers of tempestuous waves, as if they were solid, and they emitted a deafening roar in the air. Not bad, you actually blocked this sword. I want to praise you, human. Gabriel's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled into a sneer. But the next attack, are you going to use that hand to block it? Chapter 98, 1,000 Years Ice Prison. Not good. Lod's expression changed slightly as he thought to himself, not good. Gabriel's expression was cold. Her right hand still maintained the downward movement of the sword body. At the same time, the 5 fingers of her left hand clenched into a fist. It was wrapped in dazzling holy light as she punched at him. At this moment, Lod made a decision. The ice wings wrapped around him, then continuously reinforced the ice armor on the surface of his body, forcefully blocking Gabriel's punch. With just one punch, she easily shattered Lod's ice wings. The extremely tyrannical power tore apart the surrounding air currents, creating an ear-piercing sound. The fist that was burning with blazing flames erupted with shocking might, instantly shattering the ice armor that enveloped Lod. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and violent energy that seemed to have materialized surged out in all directions. It directly blasted a huge hole in the clouds hundreds of meters high in the sky, and the violent howling winds that burst out swept over nearly 1,000 meters. Lod, who had suffered such a terrifying blow head-on, was like a falling meteor, tearing through the dark sky and heavily smashing into the streets below. Rumble. Under the earth-shattering impact of the kinetic energy, the earth was instantly smashed into pieces, and a huge pit dozens of meters in diameter appeared. A shockwave visible to the naked eye set off tons of dirt and gravel into the sky. The explosive winds were like tangible waves of air. The few nearby buildings let out miserable cries under the attack of this storm. Large pieces of glass shattered. After the huge commotion disappeared, Gabriel's eyes shone with a golden light. She looked through the thick smoke and dust below and saw Lod in the deep pit. After waiting for a few minutes and making sure that Lod could not get up again, Gabriel finally relaxed. Everything is over. A trace of coldness flashed across Gabriel's face. You reckless human, this is the difference between you and God. But, was it really over? Just as Gabriel was about to leave, a warning bell suddenly rang in his mind, and a fatal sense of danger welled up in his heart. Swish. The 6 wings of light suddenly shook, and Gabriel forced himself to move a bit to the side. Boom. An azure beam of light tore through the sky like a meteor. This beam of light brushed past one of Gabriel's wings and finally exploded in the clouds, turning into an azure sun, setting off waves of violent winds that tore the clouds apart. Ignoring the shock in his heart, Gabriel abruptly turned to look at the place where he had just been. It was actually Lod. Not only did he not die, but the ice armor that had been shattered by a single strike had actually recovered. You are too careless, Gabriel. Lod walked out unscathed and said indifferently, you are too careless against an opponent who has already attacked once. You are still alive. Gabriel's golden eyes flickered as she said with a gloomy expression, didn't I destroy your ice armor? Ryūjin is the strongest ice and snow type Zanpakutou. The corners of Lod's lips curled up as he said with a calm expression, even if the armor is broken, as long as there is still water, it can be restored at any time. Humph, is that so? Gabriel held the pure white sword in her hand and pointed it at the ground. He coldly said, so what if it is restored? It is just letting me spend some effort to break it again. You can give it a try. Lod said indifferently, even if it breaks 1,000 times, I can recover. 1,000 times. Don't joke around. Gabriel laughed coldly. She had already discovered Lod's secret. The flower floating behind you should be the rest of your time, right? She from the beginning. She had noticed the ice flower on Lod's back. It was too eye-catching. Who had 12 flowers floating behind their backs in a fight, and they were still withering over time. Wasn't this clearly telling the enemy that this was a timer? Now, the ice flowers floating behind Lod had changed from the first 12 to 6. Perhaps there was no need for her to make a move at all. When the 12 ice flowers completely withered, Lod would naturally lose this power. Is that so? The corners of Lod's mouth raised into a strange smile. He said, perhaps when all the ice flowers wither, it will be the time for my true power to be unsealed. Hyorinmaru's real Bankai does not have ice flower. It's just that his Bankai has not been completed, just like Toshiro Hitsugaya at that time, so there will be 12 ice flower time limit, but this does not prevent him to use this to bluff Gabriel. But unfortunately, Gabriel saw through his lie at a glance and said coldly, whether it is true or not, I just need to wait a little longer and I will know the result. Laud suddenly revealed a slight smile and said, thank you for giving me time to prepare, Gabriel. Gabriel was slightly stunned and immediately realized that she had been tricked by Laud. From just now, this guy had been stalling for time. Laud slowly raised sword with his right hand. An extremely cold spiritual power suddenly erupted, dyeing sword's blade a layer of ice blue. There is only one reason for your defeat. That is your pride. Buzz. The temperature in the atmosphere suddenly dropped. An indescribable horror instantly filled the entire sky. Thick black clouds swept over again, accompanied by an extremely cold air. Within 1,000 meters of spiritual power, all the buildings on the ground were covered in a layer of frost. Magic, magic. F***ck. Constantine's face was dark, and his beard was covered with frost. He was trembling from the sudden cold. He turned to look at the thermometer on the wall and was dumbfounded. Negative 78 degrees. This was more than 10 degrees lower than the lowest temperature in Siberia. In this environment, humans could only last for 10 minutes at most, and their bodies would be frozen. I see. Constantine looked up at Laud with a bitter look on his face. Is this choice you gave me? Either kill yourself or freeze to death. You are really my good friend. 10 minutes. He either chose to commit suicide or was frozen to death by this cold air. After sacrificing his teammates for so many years, this was the first time he was forced to sacrifice by someone else. This made Constantine have mixed feelings in his heart and he did not know what to say. But the Laud in the sky did not have time to care about Constance's thoughts. Laud's eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he turned the blade of sword, who was holding the ice wheel pill, and spat out 4 words. 1,000 years. Ice prison. All the water elements within a radius of thousands of meters were forcibly robbed. Kacha kacha. The water vapor was quickly frozen and then turned into a 100-meter-long ice prism. It emitted a terrifying cold aura and surrounded Gabriel. Don't be too arrogant, human. Gabriel's expression was sullen. She tried to use her mind to control these ice prism and turn them into water elements. Don't forget, my authority is water. But not only did she not restore the ice prism to water, but she helped Laud gather more water elements and turn them into ice prisms. Looking up, there were hundreds of ice prisms in the sky, like a cage that surrounded Gabriel in all directions, not revealing a single gap. Goodbye, Gabriel. Following Laud's command, spiritual power exploded. The ice prism suddenly closed. Bang. Gabriel was trapped in the 1,000-year ice prison. Chapter 99, Beaten by a Mortal. 1,000 years ice prison. Hundreds of huge ice prisms closed in, freezing Gabriel in the ice prison. It looked spectacular from the ground. Fortunately, the magic array that Gabriel had set up in advance covered the vicinity of the hospital, blocking the vision and perception of ordinary people. Otherwise, the huge ice prison that suddenly appeared in the sky would have caused a great uproar in Los Angeles City. We won. We won. Ha ha ha. I don't need to die. Constantine's face was covered with frost. He curled up in the corner of the wall and shouted ecstatically. Since Gabriel was defeated by Laud, it meant that he did not have to commit suicide anymore. 1. Don't joke around. A trace of ridicule flashed through Laud's eyes, and he mercilessly broke Constantine's fantasy. The highest level seraph is not so weak. This move can only seal her for a short period of time. Kacha. A crisp sound of ice breaking suddenly rang out, causing Constantine's expression to suddenly change. Then, he hurriedly raised his head to look at the enormous ice prison. Gabriel was trapped inside the ice prison. Her 6 wings emitted a dazzling divine radiance. His power surged like a raging tide, continuously battering against the sealed ice. Kacha kacha. The surface of the ice prison was covered in cracks, releasing crackling sounds like firecrackers. Just as Laud had said, this huge ice prison could only trap Gabriel for a moment. And judging from the current situation, Gabriel would be able to escape from the ice prison in a minute at most. But this was exactly what he needed. Just 1 minute was enough, because his real killing move was the one that pierces everything, X-axis. It could be said to be one of the most bug-level abilities. Between the muzzle and the target, everything touched by the light beam forward would be instantly penetrated, and there was no way to offset or defend against this kind of power. Can Gabriel block it? Not necessarily, but he estimated that there was a high possibility that Gabriel could not block this kind of conceptual attack. And the reason why he had to first use the 1,000 years ice prison to trap Gabriel was also because there was a big flaw in X-axis. The power of X-axis had to be attached to the beam of spirit light, and the speed of the beam of light was too slow. Perhaps it was very fast for others, and it was very difficult to react. But if the opponent was Gabriel, then the speed of X-axis was too slow. As long as he was prepared in advance and Gabriel was intentionally dodging, his X-axis would never be able to hit. But now, Gabriel was trapped in the ice prison, and it was impossible for her to dodge. Lod let go of his left hand, and a silver cross chain fell. Cross. Constantine's face twitched. Did Lod go crazy? He actually wanted to use the cross to deal with Gabriel. Not only did Constantine feel strange, even Gabriel, who was trapped in the ice prison, had a strange expression on her face when she saw the cross metal in Lod's hand. After living for thousands of years, this was the first time she had seen someone use a cross against her. Lod sneered and injected his spiritual energy into it. The shape of the cross badge had shockingly turned into a silver-white revolver. This is the last strike, Gabriel. Lod aimed the gun at Gabriel, plundering his spiritual energy at all costs and injecting it into the gun. Buzz. The sky was like a crack, spreading all around Lod. From the dense and small cracks, blue spiritual droplets flowed out. These spiritual droplets were being controlled. They frantically poured into the silver-white muzzle and were continuously compressed, gathering into a terrifying energy. Starting point, the sinner's muzzle. Target, the clouds behind Gabriel. 2 points, 1 line, everything linked up. Advanced. Holy extermination arrow. Lod pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the sinner roared, and a huge azure arrow shot towards Gabriel, who was in the ice prison. Boom. The large-scale sacred arrow instantly shattered layers of hollow space, and like a giant meteor, it whistled over, lighting up the dark night sky. With the power of rules that linked everything together, this large-scale sacred arrow was enough to pierce through any obstacles in front of it. Not good. In the ice prison, Gabriel's expression changed instantly. He could sense the terrifying aura of destruction coming from the giant arrow. She could not be hit. Otherwise, she might die. Great Father, grant me power. Gabriel roared, his 6 wings shining with a brilliant light, releasing an astonishing heat and fluctuation that shattered the ice prison that bound her in one fell swoop. However, the huge beam of light was already right in front of her, and Gabriel had no choice but to protect the 2 wings of light in front of her, forcing her body to slightly tilt. Boom. The beam of light pierced through the entire ice prison. Gabriel was unable to stop this terrifying power. Not only were his 2 protective light wings pierced through, golden blood scattered into the sky. A huge beam of light shot out from his body. After Gabriel let out a miserable scream, the beam of light turned into stars in the sky. Rumble. The thick clouds were shattered by this attack. Following that, an astonishing roar erupted. In the calm night sky, a deafening roar erupted. Then, he looked at Gabriel. The 6 wings that were supposed to be perfect had a fist-sized hole on the surface of 2 of them, making them extremely conspicuous. What a pity. A hint of helplessness flashed through Lod's eyes. After all, the X-axis was still a bit off, only piercing through Gabriel's wings and shoulders. I'll kill you. Gabriel screamed, her eyes filled with a murderous aura. The seraph wings was the source of her power. It was related to her status in heaven, but now, she was injured by a mortal and even left a hole. This was humiliation. If the other seraph saw this, how would she be able to survive in heaven in the future? Just imagine, when she returned to heaven and met the 3 archangels, Michael, Raphael, and Uriel, how would they feel when they saw the hole in their wings? Gabriel, I am the left hand of God. Michael, you were beaten by a mortal. Gabriel, I am the angel of judgment, the angel of death, the most trusted angel of Father. Raphael, you were beaten by a mortal before. Gabriel, I am one of the 4 archangels, in charge of half of the angels in heaven. Uriel, you were beaten by a mortal. Gabriel. Can you not mention this? Raphael, Michael, Uriel. There are 2 holes in your wings. You were hit by a mortal. Gabriel. There's no other way. Lod sighed and his eyes fell on Constantine. His meaning was self-evident. Thump. Constantine's heart suddenly trembled. He could see that it meant to sacrifice him forcibly. Chapter 100, Sacrifice. Birds of a feather flock together. Constantine knew very well that the reason why he felt familiar with Lod was that they were actually the same kind of people. They were the kind of people who would pay any price for the success of their plan. There was a saying, good and evil will always be rewarded. The heavenly Tao is a good reincarnation. If you don't believe it, look up. Who has the heavens spared? After sacrificing so many teammates, it was finally his turn to sacrifice. Sacrificing one person to benefit the whole world. There would no longer be a higher sacrifice than this one, and his dog-like life would also be sublimated. However, after thinking about it, Constantine became timid again. Let me ask you, if you know that more than half of the prisoners in the eternal prison that you are about to go to are personally sent in by you, and there are also some demons and old friends who hate you to the bone, can you really muster up the courage? At least he did not dare. Why did Constantine exorcise demons? A large part of the reason was that he wanted to atone for his sins through exorcism, hoping that God could forgive his crime of committing suicide and let him rise to heaven after death. But now someone told him that if he wanted to save the world, he must go to hell. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? This sentence was simple, but it required great wisdom. Not everyone could do it. I understand. Laud slowly closed his eyes. The disappointment in his heart towards Constantine had already reached an extreme. He was afraid of death, but he could. But if he didn't distinguish right from wrong in front of a major event, then he would be stupid. When he opened his eyes again, there was a cold glint in Laud's azure blue eyes. He said softly, "Since you don't want to, then I will help you." Laud aimed the sinner at Constantine, releasing a dazzling blue radiance. Wait. Constantine widened his eyes, his heart almost stopping. A chill rushed up his spine to his forehead. Don't kill me first. Let me think about it again, Laud. Boom. There was only one gunshot that answered him. The silver-colored barrel of the left wheel that was carved with a hollow pattern exploded with astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations. An azure-colored light beam shot out in the direction of Constantine. In the next second, a dazzling white light flashed in front of Constantine. It was Gabriel. Dang. Gabriel swung his sword to cut off the sacred arrow. His gaze met with Laud in the air. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He coldly said, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking?" Gabriel. Constantine, who had escaped death, felt his body go soft. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at the 6 wings that were shining with holy light in disbelief. The person he wanted to kill was his teammate, and the person who saved him was Gabriel. Was there anything more absurd than this? As expected. Laud looked at Gabriel's figure. There was no surprise on his face. He only sighed faintly. You knew that Constantine's death would summon Lucifer, right? There is nothing in the world that can escape the attention of God Father. There was a faint golden light flowing in Gabriel's eyes as she spoke meaningfully. In fact, this was not difficult to guess. One could even see some clues from the movies. As Gabriel, who was in charge of half of the angels in heaven, with the all-knowing eye bestowed by God, how could she not know that Lucifer coveted Constantine's soul? Therefore, Gabriel must have known about this matter. Moreover, she had long since understood that once Constantine chose to commit suicide, Lucifer would personally take his soul away. Since she already knew, why did Gabriel allow Constantine to commit suicide? It was sacrifice. Sacrificing himself to save the world. Only then would they be worthy of the grace bestowed by Father. Just like what was said before, all of Gabriel's actions were ultimately because he was jealous of Father's gift to humans, believing that humans were not worthy of Father's grace. In other words, when Constantine wanted to commit suicide, Gabriel did not stop him, because this was a noble act that reflected the spirit and will of humanity, worthy of Father's forgiveness and grace. But if Laud wanted to forcefully interfere, Gabriel would not agree, because this did not meet the standards of her test at all. No wonder in the end, after losing God's protection, after being burned by Lucifer, Gabriel could still laugh happily, thinking that her revelation and test had changed Constantine, turning him into a noble human who knew how to sacrifice. Therefore, Gabriel would not interfere with Constantine's choice, because whether he chose to sacrifice himself or not, it was all within the revelation and test she had already set up. Laud felt her teeth hurt. This crazy woman's brain was simply a freak. You already knew about our plan. Constantine's heart trembled and he said with difficulty. Chi. Gabriel sneered and said disdainfully, if a rotten person like you can sacrifice himself to save the world, wouldn't it prove that the revelation and test I gave to humans are correct? Are you so sure that I don't dare? Constantine felt that he was being looked down upon and asked with an ugly expression. Constantine, I have been paying attention to you for nearly 30 years. I know better than you what kind of person you are. Gabriel's contempt was like a knife piercing through Constantine's dignity. Do you dare? Gabriel sneered. If you really dared, Astra wouldn't have fallen to hell. Astra. It was the biggest heart demon in Constantine's heart. This word seemed to drain all of his energy. He sat on the ground with a dull look in his eyes, like a walking corpse. A trace of disappointment flashed in Gabriel's eyes. She lifted her leg and kicked Constantine away. Bang. Constantine was sent flying for more than 10 meters, leaving a clear mark on the tiled floor. Finally, he crashed into the wall at the end of the corridor and slowly slid to the ground. It's time to end this. As soon as Gabriel finished speaking, her 6 wings of light vibrated and his entire body turned into a dazzling white meteor. Boom. A huge storm howled, accompanied by a ray of holy light that was as bright as a shooting star. It disappeared for a moment before suddenly appearing in his vision. Gabriel had already rushed in front of Laud in an instant. Chi. The pure white sword suddenly slashed down, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. A bone-deep sword mark cut across Laud's left shoulder and right waist. The armor and wings made of ice were all cut off. You lost. Gabriel's eyes were cold as she said arrogantly, as a human, it is enough for you to be proud of yourself for me to use all my strength to kill you. Blood fell from the sky. Laud's eyes lost focus and he fell from the sky like a bird that had lost its wings. Next. I'll leave it to you. After all, you don't want me to die, do you?